This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Your Highness, she confessed. A small dark room full of torture instruments, with a few half-burnt candles lit. The candlelight flickered, and the shadows on the wall made people feel terrified. There was an unconscious girl lying on the ground, about 15 or 16 years old. As for her appearance, if you ignore the few strands of long hair on her forehead and the dust on her face, she is still pretty. There was a chair right in front of the girl, and sitting on the chair was a young man in black clothes with an angry face, about 18 or 19 years old. His eyes were deep, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. The only thing that was certain was that he was angry, or very angry, the kind that made people shudder. Your Highness, what should I do if she faints? A young man who looked like a guard was holding a whip in his hand, looking embarrassed. He originally wanted to torture her to extract a confession, but the girl fainted as soon as the whip was raised, leaving him at a loss as to what to do. She was the daughter of the general's mansion after all. How could she not be frightened? The man called His Highness squeezed out a word, beat her. Hey! Since the master wants to beat her, then beat her. Anyway, someone will take the responsibility if something goes wrong. The guard walked towards the girl with courage. As soon as he raised the whip, he heard her mumbling something. He was delighted, Your Highness, she confessed. Qin Yun, go and listen. His Highness uttered a few words lightly, with a sinister look in his eyes. If the girl was awake, she would probably faint again. Qin Yun immediately leaned over, listened carefully, and then fell into deep thought. What did she say? Hearing the question, Qin Yun cleared his throat and looked confused. Boiled fish, braised fish, pickled fish, sweet and sour fish. The prince looked at him like a fool. Qin Yun, are you kidding me? No, 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 Your Highness. That's all she said. Qin Yun felt very wronged. He was just conveying it. Your Highness, let me listen again. Listening again. The next is braised spare ribs, sweet and sour spare ribs, steamed spare ribs, and glutinous rice chicken. After repeating it terrified, the prince threw the teacup in front of Qin Yun and shouted angrily, Qin Yun, do you really think I have a good temper? No, 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 Your Highness. You misunderstood. I will torture you now. Torture you. If this whip goes down, this delicate little girl will suffer a lot. But Qin Yun has no choice. Who made her provoke this fierce god for no reason? Snap! With a swipe of the whip, the girl's clothes on her arm tore apart, and blood oozed out. At the same time, she woke up with a shrill awe. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and she cried and cursed, which bastard dares to hit me? I curse your ancestors for 18 generations to die. Qin Yun's hand, which was about to swing the whip for the second time, stopped there. Since it was the ancestor, it was dead. So why did it have to die a miserable death? You? Why do you hit me? Believe it or not, I will sue you. And sue you until you lose everything. I will lose everything you have. The woman struggled to stand up while holding her arm. It was so painful. I heard a cold voice. Sue? Where to sue? You sneaked into my palace to plot evil, and you are already guilty of a capital crime. Now you are still ignorant of the world and speak nonsense. Qin Yun, keep hitting me. The previous whip cursed my ancestors for 18 generations, and another whip might not be enough for her to curse. While Qin Yun was hesitating, he saw the woman staring at them as if she had seen a ghost, and he could not help but stand up straight. She blinked her big, bright eyes, and suddenly clasped her fists. Good man, can you tell me where this is? Who are you? Who is he? Who am I? Chapter 2 What are you doing? Qin Yun looked at the whip in his hand. And was he beaten silly? At the same time, he was sweating coldly. Her 3 brothers didn't peel him, but he still answered honestly, this is the 4th prince's mansion. You are Shen Qingxuang, the daughter of General Dingen. He is the 4th prince. And I am Qin Yun, the guard of the 4th prince. Mission. If there is no other problem, I will start to beat you. Please bear with it. Shen Qingxuang's eyes immediately opened like copper bells. Oh my god. Did she travel through the book? But she scolded the female supporting role for having beautiful family background, being used as a gun all her life, playing a good hand of cards badly, and being an idiot. And then, she was directly traveled through? Typical if you can do it. You can do it. Seeing that the whip was about to fall, Shin Shuang quickly ran to the corner and shrank, tentatively saying, "Then he is Gu Jinhao." In the dim light, she carefully looked at the frosty boy, and gradually overlapped with the person in the original owner's memory. And many things and many people gradually became clear. Qin Yuan made a gesture to silence. "How can you call His Highness by his name?" "Oh. No. No. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Good man. Can you tell me why you want to hit me? There must be a reason for being hit." Qin Yuan was confused and cleared his throat. "Isn't it because I asked you a question, and you didn't answer it? Then ask again, and I'll answer it properly. It's just an answer. She will tell you everything she knows. As long as she doesn't suffer." "Shin Shuang, what are you doing?" Gu Jinhao held his chin and squinted his eyes. The coldness emanating from his body made Shin Shuang's body straighten up a little. Shin Shuang didn't know why the original owner liked such a black-faced god. Maybe he had a brain seizure. His attitude was very serious, no tricks. "Please start." "Okay. First, why did you climb into his bed while the prince was drunk?" Qin Yuan's serious look made Shin Shuang feel like she was participating in a quiz contest. But it also made her understand the whole story. Although she changed her core, she had to admit the original owner's deeds. "Because I liked the prince before, but I never had the chance. So I listened to the slander and tried to make it a done deal when the prince was drunk." Gu Jinhao snorted coldly. "But he was honest." "But why before?" Qin Yuan saw that he didn't say anything, and then said, "Second, who asked you to come? Your father?" Shin Shuang couldn't implicate such a powerful father. Shaking her head seriously, "No. It's Fang Mingzhu." Hearing this name, Gu Jinhao was obviously startled and stepped forward to strangle her neck. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shin Shuang knew that he liked Fang Mingzhu, so she was not surprised, but just kept slapping his hand. It was too uncomfortable. When he finally let go of her hand, she was almost out of breath, and coughed several times before she recovered. "Your Highness, you may not believe me, but I swear to defend my right to speak. Fang Mingzhu came to me today to get what she wants. She knew that I liked your Highness before, so she got you drunk and let me take advantage of the situation, thinking that it was done and I could enter the palace. And she had a reason to break up with your Highness and make you feel guilty about her." Qin Yuan glanced at Gu Jinhao cautiously, but saw that his eyes were red. His hands tightly grasped the armrests of the chair, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Mingzhu and the king are in love. How could she do this? Not only did you not repent, but you also threw dirty water on her. The king will kill you." Gu Jinhao reached out and pulled out the sword beside him to stab Shin Shuang. She was so scared that she quickly hid behind Qin Yuan. "Help me. I'm not lying. Fang Mingzhu wanted to become the emperor's concubine, but she didn't want to lose your Highness' heart. So she set up this plan. This is the usual trick of green tea and white lotus." Qin Yuan's whip just now made her cautiously jump. If this woman died in the palace, the Shin family would rebel, fearing that it would cause trouble. She knelt down and advised, "Your Highness, calm down. She is the daughter of General Dingen. The old man Shin Nanfang is famous for protecting his shortcomings. She can't be killed." "Absolutely not." Shin Shuang poked her head out from behind Qin Yuan and said timidly, "Your Highness, if you don't believe it, I will prove it to you. Now, let's go to the Prime Minister's mansion." Chapter 3. Did it work? Fang Xiangfu. Fang Mingzhu sat in front of the window and looked at the moon, thinking about the promise of her cousin Shufei to take her into the palace. And her face was full of smiles. I just don't know if Shin Shuang succeeded. To be fair, she was unwilling to give up Gu Jinhao, the fourth prince of Daqi, handsome and powerful, and could be said to be a dragon among men. It's a pity that a dragon among men is not a dragon after all. No matter how much he loves her, how can he compare with the one who sits on the throne now? I originally hoped that he could become the prince, so that I could be the mother of the country. I didn't expect that the old emperor would directly pass the throne to the current emperor before he died, which made her empty-handed. I bet on the wrong horse, so I bet again. Anyway, she is beautiful and has a father of noble status. If Shin Shuang can succeed, she will break up with him openly and become the emperor's favorite concubine again. My cousin is already on the verge of death, and she won't live long. She has a prince in her hands just after entering the palace. Given time, her future is limitless. The maid Cui Tao saw her concentrating on thinking, and handed her a cup of tea. "Miss, are you still not asleep?" Fong Mingju came back to her senses and opened her red lips. Has Qinqing Shuang come? Not yet. She looked up at the sky again. Did she stay overnight in the palace? Thinking of this, she snorted. She is lucky. At this time, the housekeeper came to report, Miss Shin is at the door. Please go over. Without drinking tea, Fong Mingju ran to the front of the mansion with her skirt lifted up. Sure enough, Qinqing Shuang was standing under a tree not far away and waving at her. Qing Shuang, did you succeed? She pulled her hand with expectation in her eyes. Then she pouted and looked at the sky with a look of disdain. What kind of clothes are you wearing? They are so plain. Qinqing Shuang smiled slightly. This dress belonged to the maids in the palace. She couldn't wear the one that was whipped. Wouldn't that expose her identity? I disguised myself as a maid and entered the fourth prince's room. This way, it would not be easy to be discovered. Fong Mingju pointed her slender jade finger at her forehead. I knew you were smart. That was your plan. If you hadn't gotten the prince drunk, how could I have had this opportunity? Qinqing Shuang's voice rose slightly. Fong Mingju thought she was excited and laughed along. Where is His Highness? Is he still asleep? He's awake. If he's asleep, who can prove that I did that with him? Qinqing Shuang acted coyly. He was very angry. But the matter was done. He had to admit it, and said he would welcome me into the mansion. I was afraid he would regret it. So I asked for his personal jade pendant. Fong Mingju took the jade pendant she was holding and nodded. It's the one he wears. By the way, can you lend it to me? Qinqing Shuang pretended not to understand. What do you want this for? Your Majesty, you will be the Emperor's concubine soon. How much will you need by then? Fong Mingju's face. Yihong gently hit her with this jade pendant. I can break up openly. Oh, I understand. You can take it. Qinqing Shuang smiled and pulled her hand again. Mingju, His Highness is so handsome. Are you really giving him to me? Don't fool me. Fong Mingju pinched her face and smiled. If it's not true, do you think you can get what you want tonight? Don't worry. I don't have that kind of thoughts about him. The only one who deserves my love is the current emperor. But Qing Shuang, I have helped you achieve your wish. In the future, you should persuade His Highness to help me take power in the harem. I will not forget you. Qinqing Shuang agreed. The matter was done, and she didn't stay for long. She flattered her a few words and ran away. Chapter 4. You can't repay the favor of the king. Looking at Fong Mingju's happy back as she left, Gu Jinhao's heart was cold. Their promise of life and death, joy and holding hands, growing old together was still ringing in his ears. Also under this tree, with a bitter mouth, he jumped down from the tree and disappeared into the night. Qin Yun had brought Qinqing Shuang back to the palace long ago. She was still a criminal and didn't dare to run. Good man. Did the prince and I succeed? Before the black-faced god came back, she wanted to confirm it again. Qin Yun was also honest and glanced at her. When I went in to find the prince, you had just taken off his clothes. How much did you take off? Qin Yun, almost all. Qinqing Shuang smiled awkwardly and held her forehead with her hand. What about me? You are fine. Still combing your hair. Qinqing Shuang was overjoyed. It seems that paying attention to image is a good habit and should be maintained in the future. At this moment, her gratitude to Qin Yun was like a torrent of water. She held his hand and kept thanking him. Thank you, my good man. I will remember your kindness and repay you generously. Qin Yun glanced at her sideways. Shouldn't you blame me for ruining your good deeds? Bullshit. What good deeds are there? No blame. No blame. Thank you for protecting my innocence. Qin Yun. It was obviously this woman who wanted to ruin your innocence. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed. Qinqing Shuang was drinking tea and fanning herself, feeling very comfortable. Just as she hummed a song, Gu Jinhao came back with a cold body. She immediately jumped off the chair and stood aside with her head down. Your Highness, I didn't lie to you. Did I? Can you let me go home? The tone was weak. The eyes were sad. And he tried to be pitiful to the end. Gu Jinhao raised his head suddenly, and his red eyes scared her. And she lowered her head quickly. You haven't paid the price for what you did to me. You haven't paid the price for being whipped? What is the price? He mustered up the courage to say, but in the end, nothing happened. Your Highness didn't lose anything. Just consider it as a favor I owe you. Can I pay you back in the future? You can't pay back the favor of the king. Gu Jinhao squeezed out these words from his teeth, and his fists were clenched tightly. as if he could explode with just one sentence. Then what do you want? Your failure in love is not caused by me. In a way, you should thank me for helping you see the true face of your white moonlight. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Before he finished speaking, he saw Gu Jinhao stand up with a bang, and his eyes could eat people. Shen Qingxuang dared not say anything, and jumped behind Qin Yun, pleading with her eyes, "Good man. Help me. Help me. Good man." Qin Yun, thinking of the power behind this woman. Gu Jinhao slowly loosened his hand and said coldly, "Qin Yun, go to General Dingan's mansion now. Tell Shen Nafang that his daughter has done good things for the king, and ask him to come to the mansion to pick up the people." When Shen Qingxuang heard this, she knelt down directly, holding Gu Jinhao's clothes, and tears fell like rain. "Your Highness, please, don't let my father come. He is old, but he has to save face. He has always valued the honor of the family, and will kill me. I am still young. I don't want to die." Gu Jinhao pulled out the corner of his clothes with disgust. His eyes were extremely cold, and he didn't want to look at her at all. "Qin Yun, why don't you go?" Seeing that the evil fire was directed at him, Qin Yun shuddered and said respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness." Shen Qingxuang quickly got up and pulled Qin Yun. "Good man. Wait a minute. I dare not wait." Qin Yun quietly pointed at the person on the chair, and was also scared to death. Shen Qingxuang made up her mind and stamped her feet. "Your Highness, I will cure your mother's illness, and we will be even on this matter. What do you think?" Gu Jinhao's mother was the late emperor's favorite concubine, Concubine Xian. Since the late emperor passed away a year ago, she has been ill. The imperial doctors have seen her many times and prescribed many medicines, but she has never been cured, and there is a trend of getting worse. This is a hardtake for Gu Jinhao. It is precisely because he is afraid of seeing his mother's sick appearance that he dares not go to Shouan Palace often. Suddenly hearing Shen Qingxuang say this, Gu Jinhao seemed to have heard it wrong and looked at her suspiciously. She cleared her throat. "I'm not kidding. I can cure concubine Xian's disease." Before he spoke, she said proudly, "If you can't cure it, I'll give you my life. If you can cure it, all our grievances will be wiped out. Will you do it?" Chapter 5. But they dare not cure him. Gu Jinhao agreed. If she could gamble with her life, she would not dare to lie to him. Reluctantly, she sent a maid to the Shen mansion to inform Shen Nafang, saying that her daughter was loved by concubine Xian. So she stayed in the palace for one night. Shen Nafang thought that the unfilial daughter had caused trouble again, but after hearing the message, he was finally relieved and burned incense for his deceased wife to thank her for her protection. The next morning, Gu Jinhao took Shen Qingxuang into Shouan Palace. Concubine Xian was 40 years old. Although her hair was full of pearls and jade, she was elegant and luxurious, but she looked haggard and her eyes were dull. Gu Jinhao had just lost his love yesterday. Seeing his mother like this today, he was filled with grief and his eyes were full of pain. "Your son pays respects to the mother." Seeing him bow, Shen Qingxuang hurriedly followed. "Your daughter pays respects to the virtuous concubine." The virtuous concubine forced a smile on her pale face and waved. "Jinhao, you haven't come to see me for a long time. Come and sit." Gu Jinhao sat next to her and smiled. "Your son is a little busy these days, but it will be fine in a few days. I will come to see the mother often." The virtuous concubine nodded and patted his hand with a loving face. This son is the only thing she cares about in the world. If she couldn't let him go, she would have followed the late emperor long ago. Seeing Shen Qingxuang kneeling there, she asked, "This little girl is the first time I see her. Who is she?" Shen Qingxuang heard her question and hurried forward and said, "Madam, I am the daughter of Shen Nafang. I know some medical skills, so I asked your highness to come and treat you." "Yes, mother. She said that the treatment is good, so I brought her here to try." The virtuous concubine did not hold out hope, and sighed, "There are so many imperial doctors in the imperial hospital who are helpless, and you are a little girl." She didn't finish her words, but her meaning was self-evident. Shen Qingxuang didn't care and smiled lightly. "Forgive me for speaking frankly. It's not that the imperial doctors are helpless, but that they dare not treat it." When these words came out, Concubine Xian and Gu Jinhao were both stunned, but her eyes were clear and sincere, and she didn't seem to be lying. Concubine Xian sighed slightly, dismissed her attendants, and only kept her personal maid Yu Ping. She stroked the jade bracelet on her wrist, which was crystal clear, Just like the little girl's thoughts. How could Shen Nanfang, a military commander, know about the affairs in the palace? Shen Qingxuang knew that she had misunderstood, and explained, "My lady, my father is a military man. How could he understand these things? This is my guess. A little woman can cure a disease, but such a big imperial hospital is helpless. Isn't it a joke?" She walked to concubine Xian and put her hand on her wrist. This time, she understood that the symptoms were consistent with what was said in the original book. "I studied medicine for so many years. Not just for the exam." He found a pen and paper, wrote a prescription in a flourish, and handed it to Gu Jinhao. "Get the medicine." Gu Jinhao was suddenly ordered around, and he hadn't gotten into the mood yet. Seeing his mother looking at him eagerly, he went out to call Qin Yun. Shen Qingxuang chased him out. "Good man. Give me another set of silver needles for acupuncture." Qin Yun's figure shook. Although he was a close guard of the prince, he was a little less handsome than his master, but his bearing was undoubtedly dignified. It was so embarrassing to be called good man by a delicate girl. The medicine was not complicated, and it would be cured soon. Carrying the food box and the silver needles, Qin Yun hurried to Shoan Palace. But he didn't expect to meet a group of gorgeous women surrounding a very luxurious woman. Qin Yun often went to the palace and recognized the Queen Mother. He stopped, put down the food box, and bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to the Queen Mother." The Queen Mother glanced at him. "What is this?" "My Queen Mother, Nang Yuping of Shoan Palace is not feeling well, and His Highness asked me to go to the Imperial Hospital to get medicine." The Queen Mother said him, took another look at the food box, and let him go without saying anything. Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that he could lie without blushing or panting. He really had some talent. Chapter 6 How Can I Thank You? After returning to Shoan Palace, he told the Queen Mother about his encounter, and concubine Xian praised him for doing a good job. She also had doubts about Shen Qingxuang, and the object of suspicion was the Queen Mother. Didn't that woman still hate that the late emperor favored her alone when he was alive? Just as she was about to drink the medicine, she was stopped by Gu Jinhao. Subconsciously, she still didn't believe someone. How could Shen Qingxuang not understand his little thoughts? She put down the silver needle, didn't waste words, and took out a spoonful of medicine and drank it herself. "Is it okay?" Gu Jinhao was choked and couldn't speak, feeling that he was a villain. Concubine Xian thought this girl was straightforward, so she didn't ask more questions and drank it directly. After a while, Gu Jinhao was asked to leave, leaving Shen Qingxuang to give concubine Xian acupuncture. "Qin Yun, what do you think of the Shen Qingxuang?" Gu Jinhao put his hands behind his back, with puzzled eyes. "How come this is completely different from the stupid and crazy girl I had in my previous impression?" Qin Yun had little contact with her before, and he didn't know how to answer the question. He scratched his head and said, "I just think she is too bold. More than bold. She is vulgar, not like a woman, and words like bastard and son of a bitch come out of her mouth." "Did she say anything to you last night?" Gu Jinhao's eyes were full of scrutiny. Qin Yun didn't dare to hide it, and said truthfully, "She asked me if I had done anything with you, when she knew that there was no success. She was very happy, and said that great kindness will be rewarded." Gu Jinhao, shouldn't she sigh with regret? Why does she seem to dislike herself? But what's wrong with me that I still feel a sense of loss? Then the two of them were silent, looking up at the white clouds in the sky, gathering and dispersing and gathering again. "Jinhao, come in." Hearing the cheerful voice of concubine Xian, Gu Jinhao stepped into the palace. He was stunned when he saw this. Concubine Xian was in high spirits, with a rosy face, and she pinched Shen Qingxuang's fair and tender face. Very intimate. Gu Jinhao rubbed his eyes. He was not wrong. "Jinhao, Qingxuang is not only beautiful and gentle, but also cute and playful, and her medical skills are amazing. A dose of medicine, a needle. I feel much more relieved. I really want to thank her. Your Highness, you are too kind. It is my honor." Shen Qingxuang's smile was completely different from the bullied look last night. Gu Jinhao never found that she looked good when she smiled. "Yes. Very good. Is mother recovered?" "No. Take the medicine 3 times a day, and get acupuncture every 5 days, and it will be fine in half a month." She put away the silver needle while saying, "My lady, please take the medicine on time. I will come back in 5 days. During this period, all other medicines, no matter who gave them, should be stopped. The virtuous concubine agreed. But she was reluctant to let her go, and insisted on keeping her for lunch. She was so terrified that she obeyed the order without any excuse. Yuping Madam sighed. It's been a long time since the concubine dowager had such a good appetite. The concubine dowager Xian looked loving, thanks to Qingxuang. Girl, how can I thank you? Qingxuang glanced at Gu Jinhao and whispered, Your Highness. You're welcome. But can you ask His Highness to stop making things difficult for me? I'm really afraid of him. Qingxuang. What did you say? Gu Jinhao glared at her fiercely, but was glared at by his mother, Jinhao. What's your attitude? Mother, let me tell you, if you dare to bully Qingxuang again, don't enter Shouan Palace in the future. The black-faced god was defeated, and Qingxuang was particularly happy. After dinner, she massaged the shoulders and back of concubine Xian, and taught Yuping some health-preserving methods. The lifeless Shouan Palace suddenly became lively, just like a barren land that began to grow grass and birds. After leaving Shouan Palace, Qingxuang walked lightly, like a butterfly, but her left arm still hurt a lot. Although Qin Yun's whip didn't use much force, it also hurt her badly. Seeing this, Gu Jinhao chased after her. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Walk slower. She turned her head and glanced at him. If you are being nice to someone for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. Do you still keep your promise to write it off? Yes. She smiled. And finally she didn't worry about her life. Then we are even. I have to go home. If I don't come back all night, the old man will definitely think I'm in trouble. She took 2 steps, and was stopped by Gu Jinhao. He pointed to the front with an indifferent look. Accompany me to play a play. I owe you a favor. She looked up and saw Fong Mingzhu and concubine Shu walking towards this side. She smiled slyly. My favor is not easy to repay. He rolled his eyes at her. She actually used his words to stop him. I will give you my body. She shuddered. It was too scary. She shook her head like a rattle. No. Thank you. I owe you this favor first. Chapter 7 Miss Fong. Please respect yourself in the future. Fong Mingzhu took concubine Shu's arm and walked with her. The weather was clear and the breeze was gentle, which made people feel relaxed and happy. As she was walking, she suddenly saw 2 familiar figures coming, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Your Highness, your servant has met you. Fong Mingzhu bowed gracefully. If it were in the past, Gu Jinhao would definitely help her up with both hands. But today he did not. Just a faint sentence, please stand up. Fong Mingzhu was stunned and could not help but look at him. But his eyes fell on Qingxuang, who bowed to concubine Shu, with a smile in his eyes. Xu Fei naturally noticed the abnormality and said softly, Miss Shen, please get up. How come you have time to come to the palace today? Before Qingxuang could answer, Gu Jinhao got the upper hand. My mother wanted to see Qingxuang, so I brought her to Shouan Palace. Hearing the word Qingxuang, Qingxuang almost vomited her lunch. How could the dog prince be so shameless? It's just acting. And it's okay to be realistic. Does it have to be disgusting? Fong Mingzhu's face was already black, and her nails were digging into her flesh tightly. It's only been one night. How could she become like this? Men really have fickle minds. Miss Fong is coming to the palace to accompany Xu Fei again? Gu Jinhao smiled faintly. He thought it would be difficult to go from close to distant. But it was not difficult in reality. Fong Mingzhu forced a smile and said, Yes, Your Highness. I wonder if Your Highness can step aside to talk. Gu Jinhao sneered in his heart. Is she so impatient? Well, it's fine. Jinhao, do you no longer like me? Fong Mingzhu's eyes were filled with tears. If it were in the past, Gu Jinhao would definitely feel distressed. But unfortunately, after hearing what she said last night, his heart had already turned cold. He didn't answer, just looked at her quietly. As expected, she took out a jade pendant from her sleeve, which Qingxuang had asked for yesterday. Qingxuang said, You already. He still didn't answer, still looking at her indifferently. Fong Mingzhu took out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes, choking, and said, I know it's not your fault. It was Qingxuang who succeeded with a trick. Although you betrayed our feelings, I don't blame you. In my heart, you are still the most perfect Jinhao. It's just that we can't be together anymore. Do you understand? Gu Jinhao's heart was calm, as if he had seen a farce. Seeing that she was just crying but without many tears, he smiled and said, I understand. Fong Mingzhu's heart moved, Do you really understand? Gu Jinhao nodded. Of course I understand. You want to marry my brother. But it's hard to say it. So you and Qingshuang plotted against me. If you get your wish, we can never be together again. Fang Mingju was struck by lightning. Hesitating, no. This is Qingshuang's plan. Jinhao. You have to believe me. Gu Jinhao waved his hand. It's come to this. There's nothing to say. Last night, I heard everything you said. He took the jade pendant and threw it hard, breaking it. The past is like this jade. Miss Fang, please respect yourself in the future. Shen Qingshuang was waiting boredly. And when she heard the sound of the jade breaking, she showed regret in her eyes. It's really unfortunate that such a valuable thing was broken just like that. She looked at him again, as if expecting something. She immediately put on a smile and waved to him. Jinhao, are you ready? I still have to go see my father. I'm coming. Gu Jinhao was obviously very satisfied with her performance. He didn't care about Fang Mingju's dark face, and took her hand and left. Fang Mingju was really sad at this time, and burst into tears in Shufei's arms. Why? It shouldn't be like this. If you want to save it, it's not too late to go now, Shufei said coldly, looking down on this sister. She shook her head, cried for a while, and wiped her tears. No. I want to enter the palace. Cousin, let's go to see the emperor. Chapter 8. Is this what you said about great kindness and great virtue being rewarded? Gu Jinhao had been holding Shen Qingshuang's hand, which was very awkward. She looked back secretly, and saw that they had already walked away. Can you let go? She was really not used to it, especially with so many people passing by. Gu Jinhao said in a muffled voice, play the whole game and leave the palace first. But it was still a long way from leaving the palace. She was anxious. Brother, can you take care of my reputation? I will become a laughing stock in the capital. Is this king going to embarrass you so much? Gu Jinhao's focus seemed to be off the point. Shen Qingshuang was too lazy to explain. Suddenly, she saw a high-spirited young man approaching from afar. She didn't care about the pain in her arm, and quickly pulled back her hand and stayed away from him. You? Before she finished speaking, she saw that she looked nervous. She followed her gaze and smiled. It turned out that Shen Qingshu was here. Shen Qingshu, the second son of General Ding and Shen Nanfang, the commander of the Imperial Guards. He didn't expect to meet them here, so he saluted Gu Jinhao first. I greet the fourth prince. Commander Shen, please stand up. Second brother. Shen Qingshuang lowered her head, with an embarrassed look on her face. What a coincidence. Shen Qingshu patted her arm affectionately, and just wanted to ask her why she didn't go home last night. She saw her teeth bared like a madman. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. What's wrong? What's wrong? Shen Qingshu was more nervous than her. Hurt? She said and didn't dare to give Gu Jinhao away. Pointing to the hero behind her, Qin Yun caught a thief yesterday. And the whip hit me. The whip. How painful it must be. Qin Yun is so bold. Shen Qingshu's handsome face immediately darkened, and he gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Yun, who was in a daze. You dare to hurt my sister? No. No. Qin Yun was speechless, and before he could think of a reason, he was slapped by Shen Qingshu and spit out blood on the spot. And his master obviously had an attitude of indifference, and seemed to deliberately distance himself from him. Qin Yun felt that he was blind and followed such a pit master. Seeing that he was going to continue, he quickly rolled in front of Shen Qingshuang. Miss Shen, is this what you said, that great kindness and great virtue must be rewarded? Shen Qingshuang forgot about this and smiled awkwardly. One thing is one thing. Good man. We are even now, and the reward will be paid later. Reward? Repay kindness with enmity. Fourth prince? Wait for me. Gu Jinhao looked in the direction of the voice, and it was the eunuch Jean de Gouet beside the emperor. He trotted all the way, the whisk in his hand fluttering in the wind. Very happy. He couldn't help but frown. Eunuch Jean, you are also an old man in the palace. Why are you so unstable? Jean de Gouet's mouth twitched. He wanted to be steady. But what's the use of being steady? This master has always been elusive, and it's good enough to be caught. Fourth prince? The emperor heard that you entered the palace, and specially invited you to the imperial garden to appreciate the flowers. A pair of shrewd little eyes looked at the woman next to him, full of light. The emperor also said that Miss Shen will go with him. Ah? Why do you want me to go? Shen Qingshuang immediately shrank behind her brother. The water in this palace is too deep. And she is too kind and simple. Afraid? Jean de Gouet saw her so resistant and cleared his throat. The emperor wants to see what kind of person Mission is. Who can make the fourth prince so infatuated? Chapter 9. How about I grant you a marriage? Is it really so obvious that he is infatuated? But the dog prince took her hand directly, which made Shin Qingxu's dog eyes widen. He knew that his love-crazy sister had some dirty thoughts about Gu Jinhao. But what was wrong with Gu Jinhao that he actually took his sister's hand? There were too many people to ask. So he temporarily suppressed his curiosity that had already spread like wildfire. There is still a play to be performed. Just do it as it was just now, Gu Jinhao said in a low voice. Shin Qingxuang didn't quite understand it at first, until she saw Xu Fei and Fang Mingzhu in the imperial garden. She understood it in her heart. It must be said that the dog prince's insight is still quite sharp. Your Majesty, your younger brother, Your Majesty, your younger sister, your younger sister. The emperor turned his head, smiled meaningfully, and raised his hand to let him stand up. Xu Fei told me that Miss Shen accompanied Jinhao to the palace. I didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. Jinhao, when did you start dating Miss Shen? Why did you keep it from me? My brother. It started yesterday. Yesterday? So soon? I don't believe it. The emperor's eyes were full of amusement. He was the emperor, not a fool. The capital had always been talking about his fourth brother and Fang Mingzhu. How did it suddenly become Shin Qingxuang? There must be something fishy. But Gu Jinhao obviously couldn't ask here. So he turned to Shin Qingxuang. Miss Shen, is it true? Shin Qingxuang felt a strong force in her hand and glared at the dog prince hatefully. Then she smiled sweetly, as pleasing to the eye as the peach blossoms in the garden. Your Majesty, it was yesterday. There is a saying that goes, love comes from nowhere, but it is deep and lasting. The feelings between the minister and His Highness suddenly rose yesterday, and then deepened. We just came out of Shoan Palace, and His Highness wants to take the minister to the suburbs to enjoy the scenery. Your Highness, right? Gu Jinhao nodded very cooperatively. His eyes were so gentle that Shin Qingxuang felt sick. If it weren't for this handsome face, she probably couldn't continue acting. The emperor looked at Fang Mingzhu, whose eyes were filled with jealousy, and smiled. But I heard before that Jinhao likes Miss Fang. Miss Shen doesn't mind at all? Fang Mingzhu's body was shocked. At this critical moment of entering the palace, there must be no chaos. She was very nervous at the moment, twisting her handkerchief. Your Majesty, the minister and His Highness are innocent. Concubine, she pulled Fang Mingzhu, without asking her why she was stepping into the gun. Shin Qingxuang rolled her eyes and switched to Gu Jinhao, who was indifferent, and smiled. Your Majesty, there is no need to be serious about liking such things in my opinion. Look at this garden full of peach trees. They are here every day and every year. But the people who see the flowers this year will be different from those last year. Not to mention the ethereal feelings. Last year, the door was still here, and the peach blossoms reflected each other. The face of the person is unknown, but the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. As long as the person in your heart at this moment is the minister, I will be satisfied. As for the next moment, love whoever you want. The emperor was surprised by her words. Love whoever you want. Gu Jinhao's face was very embarrassed. What did he think of him? The emperor smiled slightly. If you two love each other, how about I grant you marriage? This remark was like a bolt from the blue, and everyone present was shocked, especially Shin Qingxuang. She was just a friendly performance, and she couldn't put her life in it. So she knelt down quickly. Your Majesty. No. No. The emperor snorted. If you don't have a legitimate reason, I can think of you as disobeying the order. Disobeying the order is punishable by death. Shin Qingxuang almost cried. Justified? Where can she find a legitimate reason? When she was in a state of panic, she looked at the dog prince for help. But he stood there without saying anything. Was he mute? Brother. Brother. She could only ask her brother for help. Shin Qingxu was originally happy for his sister, and finally got what she wanted. Seeing the fear in her eyes, he realized that she really didn't want to get married. He didn't have time to think about the reason, and immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, my mother has just passed away for less than half a year. My sister has to observe mourning for 3 years. I dare not obey the order. Chapter 10. Maybe they are all inferior to others. 3 years of mourning is a good reason. If the emperor was not in front of her, Shin Qingxuang would have wanted to stand up and applaud her brother. Whether he is a real brother or not depends on whether he can take on the responsibility at the critical moment. It is obvious that Shin Qing-shu is a real brother. Receiving his sister's affirmative eyes, Shin Qing-shu nodded solemnly, as if to say, if you are allowed to get married, I ask myself that I can't do anything. If you can't get married, it's a piece of cake. Sure enough, the emperor was moved by his words, and raised his hand to let her stand up. Filial piety comes first among all virtues. It's rare that mission is so filial. In this situation, if there are no tears, it would be a loss of character. Shin Qing-shuang silently reached into her sleeves and pulled them out. Damn. There were no props and no handkerchief. But this didn't delay it. She raised her sleeves and rubbed her eyes hard, and pinched her arms secretly a few times. Suddenly, her eyes were red and tears fell like rain. Your Majesty, you are too kind. This is the filial duty that children should fulfill. When the mother is alive, life still has a place to go. When the mother is gone, life only has a way back. My daughter passed away before I could repay my mother for her kindness in giving birth to me. I must wait until the mourning period is over before considering my lifelong affairs. The sincere words and tears on her face made Shin Qing-shu miss her deceased mother. Seeing the emperor's lips move slightly, she was afraid that another decree would come, and said, to be honest with the emperor, even after the 3 years of mourning, I have no plans to get married. Oh, why is that? How can a girl not get married? Don't you and Jinhao love each other? The emperor asked curiously, with an inquiring look in his eyes. Gu Jinhao cleared his throat and looked at her playfully, full of threats. Shin Qing-shuang took the opportunity to give the dog prince a look while wiping her tears, and she began to sob again when she took off her sleeves. Your Majesty, the minister and his highness naturally like each other. But for the minister, the best love is not forever, but once had. What the minister wants to do is a vermilion mole on his highness' heart, not the mosquito blood on the wall. The destination of mutual affection is to know each other, never to be tired of each other. After speaking with great emotion, she smiled slightly, turned to hold the dog prince's hand, and said affectionately, Your Highness thinks so too? Gu Jinhao's hand was suddenly held by her, and he heard her speak so gently. His heart beat so fast that he forgot to answer. Shin Qing-shuang thought that the dog prince was deliberately making fun of her, and she was immediately furious. Helping someone, but still getting an ungrateful person. She leaned slightly to the side, blocking the emperor's sight, and said in a low voice, Repay the favor you just owed me now, and say yes quickly. Otherwise we will break up. Gu Jinhao came back to his senses, and after so much nonsense, now is the point. Although he was inexplicably angry, it was ultimately a contradiction among the people. He smiled and said, Brother, I think so too. Enjoy the present first. The future is still long. Take your time. Yes. Yes. There is plenty of time anyway. The emperor was just in the mood, and he no longer insisted. But he did not agree with their view of love. After all, you are too young. Like children. Forget it. If you two still haven't met someone you want to marry in a few years, it won't be too late for me to grant you a marriage. Shin Qing-shuang smiled awkwardly but politely, hoping to turn the page quickly. Zhang Degui came and went, making the emperor dizzy. Why are you so unstable? Is she taking her anger out on him? Zhang Degui's mouth twitched. In just half an hour, he was scolded for being unstable for the second time. He wanted to be stable. But didn't he have something on his mind? He said cautiously, Your Majesty, the Queen Mother has sent someone to urge us. The emperor then realized that he had made an appointment with the Queen Mother, and glanced at concubine Shu and Fang Mingzhu. Let's go. Fang Mingzhu quickly tidied her hair and clothes, and helped concubine Shu to catch up gracefully. When she passed by Gu Jinhao, she stopped for a moment, and saw that he didn't look at her, and she was disappointed. She caught a glimpse of concubine Shu's reproachful eyes. Her face turned red, and she walked forward with her head down. Gu Jinhao quickly caught up with Shin Qing-shuang, and saw her smiling face, and suddenly frowned. Tell me, why did you smile so vulgarly just now? Vulgar? Are you talking about her? Shin Qing-shuang was not convinced, Your Highness. Anyone with eyes can see that my smile is sincere and bright. Naturally cute. I don't know where the vulgarity comes from. Qin Yin whispered, Miss Shin. Your Highness is right. It is vulgar. Shin Qing-shuang. What vulgar? I was embarrassed. With so many words. It seems that the beating just now was not light. Gu Jinhao snorted. What are you embarrassed about? I thought of a poem that fits the occasion. I wonder if your highness wants to hear it. Her cunning eyes made Gu Jinhao feel that she didn't have good words to say. But if she didn't let her say it, it would make him look petty. Putting her hands behind her back, she looked indifferent. Speak. I am not famous, and you are not married. Maybe we are both inferior to others. As soon as the voice fell, she pulled Shen Qishu and ran away. Leaving the furious Gu Jinhao clenched his fists. His eyes were about to spit fire. How could he be inferior to others? He is the fourth prince of the great Qi dynasty. Handsome and extraordinary. How could he be inferior to others? Who is inferior to others? This damn girl is getting more and more presumptuous. Looking at his furious look, Qin Yun said weakly, Your Highness, don't hit her anymore. I only whipped her once. And before I used my strength, she was injured by her second brother. She has 2 brothers. And they will definitely not let it go. I am a little scared. Gu Jinhao glanced at him and snorted, You deserve it. You can be so cruel to a little girl. Are you a man? Your arm is bleeding. How can you bear it? Qin Yun. How blind is he to follow such a traitorous master? Shen Qishu is on leave today. And he entered the palace to find his sister. I wanted to take her home directly. But he had a lot of questions in his mind. And he would not feel at ease if he didn't ask clearly. After all, they still have to collude in testimony. Right? The brother and sister went into a tea house and ordered some snacks. Shen Qingxuang drank tea slowly and admired the scenery, completely ignoring her brother's eyes full of curiosity. Shen Qishu did not dare to urge him. According to past experience, the more he urged, the less he could get out of it. After 2 cups of tea, this ancestor finally spoke. Second brother, you paid for this meal. I don't have money. Shen Qishu almost spit out a mouthful of blood. When did she, Apiccio, pay for it? Besides, it's not necessary here at all. You said, have you forgotten? This Quimingla is opened by Xiao San. We can come here to give him face. If you dare to take money, we will kill him. Xiao San is Shen Qingxuang's third brother Shen Qingyin. The book mentioned that although the guy was extremely talented in martial arts, he was obsessed with money. No one knew how many shops he opened, how much business he did, and how much money he made. He only knew to give Shen Qingxuang banknotes whenever he had nothing to do, fearing that he would wrong her. Shen Nafong once asked the third kid why he was so keen on making money, risking his life to make it. Was it because his monthly allowance was not enough? The guy looked up at the sky, looked down at his father, and said earnestly, Be prepared for danger in times of peace. And be prepared. If you are prepared, you will be safe. The son makes money not for anything else, but just so that if the general's mansion offends the emperor one day and is confiscated, there will be a lot of money to spend. After all, he took it all for having such a visionary and responsible son. Shen Nafong didn't know whether he should be grateful to God or sigh about the misfortune of his family. Shen Qishu didn't remember how his father answered, but he only remembered that the third kid was beaten so hard that he lay on the bed groaning and couldn't get out of bed for a whole month. Chapter 11 I believe everything you say. Since it is a restaurant opened by my brother, I can't be too polite. Although Shen Qingxuang just had lunch, it doesn't prevent her from having something else. With a wave of his hand, the waiter came over attentively. This. Please don't give me one portion of the rest of the cakes. Shen Qishu almost choked on the tea and coughed several times. There are at least 20 kinds of cakes in Quimingla. Can she finish them all? Perhaps seeing his doubt, his sister said, If you can't finish it, just take it away. It's not hot now, so it can be stored. It can be stored. Is she a mole? Is she going to save it for the winter? He said earnestly, Sister, although your third brother loves money like his life, he is really not stingy with you. If you like, just come every day, Shen Qingxuang said, and said stubbornly, Don't I just want to support him? Support? Free food and drink support? Purely increase popularity? But seeing her happy, Shen Qishu was also happy, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Clearing his throat, he decided to get to the point. He finally saw that the girl in front of him, who was obsessed with food and drink, would not be self-conscious. Last night, in the palace of concubine Xian, Shen Qishu raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively. He said that it was where he was, which sounded better than saying that he had failed to seduce Gu Jinhao. When he lowered his head to eat the cake, He felt choked. Shin Qingshu said again, "Why did you go to the palace of concubine Xian? Doesn't the old lady always hate outsiders?" "Oh, Gu Jinhao took me there to see his mother's illness." As soon as he said this, he always felt his mother. This word is like an insult. Shin Qingshu didn't care. But his eyes were extremely confused. "You are not a doctor. Why take you there?" Shin Qingshuang took a sip of tea to swallow the cake in her mouth and stopped eating. After all, it is better to concentrate when telling lies. Otherwise you can't make it up. "Well, didn't I learn from Dr. Li before? So Gu Jinhao took me to try." "Dr. Li?" Shin Qingshu thought for a long time, but couldn't think of which Dr. Li, and was confused. Shin Qingshuan was impatient and curled her lips. "Didn't I tell you before? Dr. Li Shizhen, the one who wrote Compendium of Materia Medica. You never take what I say to you to heart. Do you have me in your heart? Forget it. I'm sad. I'm going home." After saying that, she raised her leg and was about to leave. Shin Qingshu hurriedly stopped her. But he really didn't remember any Dr. Li Shizhen. Li Jinjin. Li Yinjin. After racking his brains and thinking hard, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Are you talking about the doctor who treated your cold when we went to my grandfather's house a few years ago? It doesn't matter whether he treats colds or constipation, as long as he can tell the source of his medical skills." He immediately accepted it. "The doctor looks very simple, but he is actually very skilled. He gave me a medical book before he left. I study it in my spare time and have made some achievements." Shin Qingshuang made up a story with great emotion, but was interrupted by her brother. "But don't you go to peek at the fourth prince in your spare time? Where do you have time to read medical books?" Shin Qingshu. "You can do it. I will go to Shoan Palace to treat concubine Xian in 5 days. If you don't believe me, just follow me." He even called her by her full name, which showed that the little ancestor was angry. "Forget it. Let her say whatever she said, so as not to complain to the eldest and the third brother. And then you will be in trouble. Believe. Believe. I believe everything you say. The last question. What's the matter between you and the fourth prince? Didn't you always beg him, and he didn't even look at you? Why did he look at you with affection today? You said he was crazy. So why are you asking? I'm afraid he will go to the eldest and the third brother to discuss it and make things worse. So I won't hide it. Fang Mingzhu abandoned him. He was angry. So he dragged me to act. That's all. Also, don't talk about begging. That's over. There are beautiful women everywhere, and there are many in our capital. I am the daughter of the general's mansion, with a noble status and beautiful appearance. What kind of husband can I not find? Don't you think so?" Shin Qingshu stared at his sister with big eyes, feeling very comforted. "Wouldn't it be better if I had thought about it earlier? After asking about the matter, it was easy to explain when I got home." The brother and sister sat for a while and prepared to go home. As soon as they left Suiming Tower, a masked man in black rushed toward Shin Qingshu, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Just as Shin Qingshu was about to scold, the man had already run away, holding his purse in his hand, as if he was afraid that he would not chase him. Are thieves so rampant these days? Shin Qingshu didn't care about those little things. But in broad daylight, a thief actually attacked him, the commander of the Imperial Guards. How could he tolerate it? Qingshuang, wait for me. Shin Qingshuang was not in a hurry. It was a good opportunity to appreciate the prosperity of the capital. He breathed a sigh of relief and was inspired to write poetry. The filth in the past is not worth boasting about. But today I am wanton and have endless thoughts. The spring breeze is full of joy and the horse gallops. And I can see all of Chang'an in one day. Flowers. Before she uttered the word, she felt a pain in the back of her head. And then she knew nothing. When she opened her eyes again, she patted her chest with lingering fear. Fortunately, it was not the dark room as dark as last night. And she was not lying on the ground, but on a bed. This bed seemed familiar. Hey, isn't it the bed she slept on in the palace last night? She couldn't control her little universe anymore. And she was furious. She pulled off the quilt. Gu Jinhao. You bastard. You don't keep your word. You said we were even. But you tied me up? Come out and explain it clearly. The door opened. And as she wished, Gu Jinhao came out with a dark face. The man who was scolding just now suddenly wilted. Your Highness. What a coincidence. We meet again just after we parted. Gu Jinhao glanced at her expressionlessly. You just called me a bastard? How could it be so disrespectful? Your Highness heard it wrong. How could I be so disrespectful? The girl in front of him was like a pitiful little white rabbit. With big, pitiful eyes. What do you want to see me for? Gu Jinhao saw that she changed her face faster than turning a page. And he couldn't accept it. The bastard thing came to an end first. After all, he still needed help. He poured a cup of tea slowly and calmed down. Shen Qingxuang, my mother saw that you were dressed simply, so she asked me to send you some clothes. Shen Qingxuang snorted lightly. If Qin Yun hadn't torn her clothes with a whip last night, why would she borrow these simple clothes from the maid? Following his finger, there were indeed a few embroidered skirts, and she liked them at first sight. Just when she was about to take a closer look, she gave up the idea. It only took a few hours to make the clothes. You are fooling her, she said in a very cold tone. Your Highness, these clothes are not the ones you didn't give away before. No matter how poor I am, I won't pick up the ones others don't want. I don't need clothes. I appreciate your kindness. Gu Jinhao didn't understand what she meant. These clothes were just bought according to the size of the clothes she changed out of yesterday. On second thought, could it be that she thought these clothes were originally intended for Fang Mingju? She immediately looked embarrassed, but didn't intend to explain. Let her think whatever she wanted. Forget it. I'm looking for you for another matter. My mother heard the rumors in the palace and thought we were really together. She was very happy. He didn't continue to say. The meaning was very clear, you know? So, you want me to continue to cooperate with the acting? Gu Jinhao smiled. Miss Shen is still very smart. This is what I mean. My mother is in poor health. It's rare for her to be happy. The woman in front of him was unhappy. I don't agree. Chapter 12. Are you a woman or not? What did she say? Disagree? Gu Jinhao's face darkened again. What on earth was this woman thinking? She had been clinging to him like a fly before. And yesterday she tried to take advantage of his drunkenness to do something improper. Today, she has changed her nature and regarded him as a scourge. And she wished that she would never have anything to do with him again. Not only did she refuse to marry him in public, but she also seemed to suffer a great loss if she stayed with him for a while. He approached her step by step, and Shen Qingxuang was startled and stepped back subconsciously, until there was no way to retreat. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. You need to calm down. There was panic in her eyes, trying to make him less excited. Gu Jinhao gritted his teeth and snorted, and his hands supported the wall, just enough to hold her. You will never be able to leave the palace alive unless you give me a reasonable explanation. How did this rise to the level of life safety? It seems a bit dangerous. Your Highness. What explanation does Your Highness want? Your erratic explanation. Gu Jinhao stared at her straight, his eyes deep and gloomy, making her confused. There was no time to think. At this point, it can only be performed. Shen Qingxuang lowered her head and took a deep breath, then slowly raised her head with the courage of a warrior. I know that my ignorance and naivety in the past have brought all kinds of troubles to Your Highness, and I regret it secretly. Your Highness is the bright moon in the sky, and I am the dust on the ground. One misstep will lead to eternal regret, and when I look back, I have been dead for 100 years. Fortunately, I stopped in time yesterday, turned back from the wrong path, and changed my mind, without causing irreversible consequences. Those who abandoned me, yesterday's day cannot be kept. Those who disturbed my heart, today's day is full of worries. When Gu Jinhao heard her reciting the poem, he knew that she was trying to evade the question. So he said coldly, speak to the point. The dog prince saw through her at a glance. How could she act? She cursed his ancestors in her heart, but still had a bright smile on her face. In short, I don't want to be involved with Your Highness anymore. I sincerely hope that Your Highness will find a good match in the future, and lovers will eventually become siblings. No, they will eventually become a couple. She smiled and blinked, trying to make him feel her sincerity. Sure enough, he withdrew his hand. So, she breathed a sigh of relief. The dog prince suddenly propped his hand on the wall again, and she almost couldn't breathe. It's not okay not to want to be involved with this king anymore. After all, you saw everything last night. Shen Qingxuang's face turned red instantly. It was not she who saw it, but the original owner who was obsessed with it. I just accepted her body and her memories, but I definitely did not accept her unconditional feelings. After 2 dry coughs, he said softly, Your Highness, you said earlier that it was all written off. A man's word is as good as gold. You can't go back on your word. You have already called me a son of a bitch. So what if I don't keep my word? This dog prince started to act like a rogue. And Shin Shuang almost spit out a mouthful of blood. And he is so shameless. I can't beat him. And I can't scold him. I have never felt so aggrieved. But what you said just now. I don't think it's good. You don't want the future princess to have a thorn in her heart. Right? Don't worry about the princess's illness. She will definitely recover in half a month. You don't have to tell a white lie. She appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him. And the dog prince was really touched. Perhaps because he was grateful for her treatment of his mother. His attitude softened a little. I won't hide it from you. My mother has been ill for more than a year. She only smiled when she saw you. So I don't want her to be disappointed. Do you understand? Shin Shuang nodded solemnly. Yes. I am beautiful, talented, lively and cute. I completely understand why the concubine likes me so much. Gu Jinhao suddenly felt that it was cheap to talk to her, and was too lazy to talk nonsense. Shin Shuang, I have decided that this play will continue whether you like it or not. When it ends, I have the final say. Why? Because you looked at me, a man, looking at him all the time. What's the matter with losing a piece of meat? Shin Shuang stopped talking, biting her lips and lowering her head. Suddenly she rubbed her eyes and squatted in the corner and cried. It wasn't a loud cry, but a slow sob. The kind of slow knife-pulling meat, which made Gu Jinhao feel like forcing a good woman into prostitution. He just couldn't figure it out. He was handsome and powerful. How many girls in Daki wanted him to look at them? But asking her to act out a scene was like being wronged. He sighed and was about to say a few more words to comfort her when she stood up. Her eyes were red and tears were still hanging on her pretty face, which made him feel nervous, and his hands behind his back were shaking. I just looked at you. So just look back. She looked righteous and determined. While Gu Jinhao was shocked. She untied her belt and revealed her white shoulders. He was startled and saw that she was still going on. So he turned his back quickly. Shin Shuang, are you a woman? How can you undress in front of a man? Put it on. Shin Shuang looked up and said, you can tell for yourself whether you are a woman or not. Gu Jinhao, stop whining all day long. Just be straightforward. I will return it to you today. Gu Jinhao held his forehead and was speechless, hearing the rustling sound behind him. His heart was about to jump out. Put on your clothes. You don't have to return it. Then will you say it again in the future? No. Never again. Promise. I promise not to mention that matter again. Put on your clothes. Don't get cold. If you get cold, no one will treat my mother. Wouldn't it be okay if you said this earlier? Sure enough. People who don't have shame are invincible. She suddenly knew how to control him in the future. She raised her eyebrows and smiled lightly, pulled the clothes on her shoulders, and ran away hopping. Not long after, Qin Yun came. Is she in a bad mood? Gu Jinhao was a little worried. Her footsteps were hurried just now. I'm afraid she felt insulted and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Qin Yun didn't know why he had such an unrealistic idea, and said truthfully, no. Miss Shin was in a good mood. Not only did she hum a song, but she also praised my handsome outfit today. Gu Jinhao suddenly felt cheated. That damn girl actually bet on such a thing. She actually won the bet. Who knows how she laughed at him in her heart. Looking at his angry eyes, Qin Yun felt that danger was approaching, and quickly found an excuse to slip away. When Shin Shuang arrived at the door of Shin's house, Shin Shu was pacing back and forth. Seeing her coming back, he hurried to meet her. Didn't I ask you to wait for me? Where have you been? He knocked on her forehead and scolded. I stayed longer when I saw a candy figurine stall. She made up a random excuse. And he wouldn't verify it anyway. She lowered her voice and asked, is Dad home? Shin Shu said, yes. The eldest and the third are also here. Then she said complacently, I told them that you were indeed in Shoin Palace last night. As for medical skills, they believe that you worship Dr. Li Shizhen as your teacher by chance at your maternal grandparents' house, and asked you to show them why you always have headaches and fevers when you are free. Shin Shuang jumped up and gave her brother a high verbal praise. I couldn't help but sigh that the original owner was lucky, and the whole family believed in such nonsense. What a high standard of love. It seems that it is so easy to live a leisurely and wealthy life in this era. Girl, what is there in the sky that is worth your attention? Shin Shu looked along her gaze and didn't see anything interesting. Shin Shuang pursed her lips, Second brother. Look at the white clouds in the sky. Do they look like ingots of silver? A clear voice with a teasing tone. What a money grubber. Here. This month's. Shin Yen, dressed in white, passed by the second brother and handed over a stack of banknotes. There are several sets of clothes in your room, all of which are the most fashionable styles. Pick one to wear tomorrow to accompany your brother to the party. Chapter 13, the third young master of the Shin family. Shin Shuang looked at her third brother. He had an upright figure, dignified manners, and gentle eyes. With his clean and exquisite white clothes, he looked like a handsome young man in troubled times. Such a talent should not like music, chess, calligraphy and painting to be a scholar? Why is he only interested in money? Shin Yen noticed the curiosity in her eyes, and looked at him, smiling. Isn't it beautiful? Beautiful. To be fair, it is really beautiful. Third brother. When will you go to the party tomorrow? Shin Yen gently patted her head. No hurry. But eating, drinking and having fun. Wait until you wake up. His eyes fell on her clothes, and he shook his head and sighed. Don't wear this dress again in the future. It doesn't suit you. Make another 10 or 8 sets tomorrow, and I will find the best master in Beijing for you. Okay, brother. Love you. She made a heart. Her eyes were full of admiring little stars, and Shin Shu's mouth was almost turned to her shoulder with jealousy. Sister, don't be so superficial. You can get rid of a little favor. Shin Yen said disdainfully. You can be superficial too. You only know how to fight and kill all day long, and never care about your sister's food, clothing, housing and transportation. Xiao San, do you want to be beaten? You talk as if you can beat me. When the two of them were on the verge of a fight, they suddenly lowered their heads, like a punching bag, and shouted big brother in unison. Shin Shuang looked in the direction of the voice, and a young man in his 20s walked slowly, sweeping his unfriendly eyes from her two brothers to her, just like the class teacher in middle school to catch a kid. This is the Major General of Dingen General's mansion, Shin Nanfang's eldest son Shin Qinglang. You bicker every day. You don't act like a brother at all. Go and face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. The two bullies didn't answer, but looked at their sister at the same time, their eyebrows raised. She understood what he meant. He lowered his head and stepped forward, saying coquettishly, Brother, the second and third brothers are just joking, so don't let them face the wall. Okay? Shin Qinglang frowned slightly, looking down on the two of them, always using this trick. But he couldn't bear to offend his sister, so he nodded. If I see you again, I'll beat you up. Okay, big brother, the two bullies said in unison. If you see me again, I'll beg for mercy again. Shin Qinglang snorted, pulled Shin Shuang's arm, and smiled. Shuang, big brother has something to ask you. Come in with me. He didn't know that her arm was injured, and although he didn't use force, he still touched the wound, and she couldn't help but cry out in pain. What happened? Shin Shu said hurriedly. I was injured by Qin Yun's whip, but I got revenge and slapped him. I thought the boss would praise him, but I didn't expect his face to turn cold. Why didn't you mention this just now? Shower. You are becoming more and more cowardly as the commander of the guards. People hit your sister, and you just slapped him? Go to face the wall, and don't eat for 3 days. Yes, big brother. The nature of this matter is much more serious than bickering. Shin Shu didn't argue. According to the boss's temper, he could be taken to the border to be tortured if he said another word. Until now, he still remembers that his sister was lost for a day due to negligence. The boss took him to the border when he was only 10 years old. The north wind was blowing, and the sky was full of snow. He squatted alone at the door of the kitchen, breathing and chopping firewood. His fingers were frozen like carrots. I shed tears just thinking about it. Xiao San, go and capture Qin Yun. Shin Yen was just waiting for him to speak, and as soon as he got the order, he rode his horse straight to the palace. Shin Shuang was stunned. Does the efficiency have to be so high? It seems that what the book says is true. The original owner is really a group favorite. Suddenly thinking of the promise she made to Qin Yun before. Great kindness will be rewarded generously. She couldn't remain indifferent and quickly persuaded, brother. Qin Yun was unintentional. He helped me before. Forget it. Shin Qinglang rubbed her hair and said patiently, Shuang, it doesn't matter whether it was unintentional or intentional. The important thing is to let him remember. Thinking that he is the guard of the fourth prince can be lawless. He is confused. Don't mention him. Even if it is the fourth prince. I will beat him up. As for him helping you, just thank him after beating him. Can it be operated like this? But brother, if you do this, people will think I am arrogant and domineering. Shen Qinglang took her hand and walked inside. Smiling, arrogant and domineering can make you happy. Don't worry about this matter. Brothers will make the decision for you. The brother and sister arrived at the study. Shen Nafang was drinking tea, and Shen Qingshuang called Dad. Shen Nafang nodded. The people in the palace are treacherous. Just do your best to cure concubine Xian's illness. Don't force it. Hearing his implication, Shen Qingshuang hesitated and said, Dad doesn't want his daughter to cure her illness? Shen Nafang didn't expect his daughter to understand, and smiled in appreciation. The waiter said that you learned medicine from a doctor named Li. To be honest, Dad doesn't believe it. But Dad won't ask much about your affairs. Since the fourth prince is willing to take you to Shoan Palace, it is enough to show that your medical skills are decent. It's just that concubine Xian's illness has not been cured for more than a year. I think it has something to do with other masters in the palace. Shen Qingshuang thought her father was a rough warrior. But he was so clear-sighted. He was right. The original book mentioned that the reason why concubine Xian had been ill for a long time was because of the queen mother. Shen Qinglang continued, Qingshuang, you are not very experienced. So Dad reminded you. By the way, there is news from the palace that the emperor knows that you and the fourth prince are in love. The waiter said that it was acting. Big brother wants to hear you tell us what happened in person. It was an act for Fang Mingju. He and I are not even friends. And when concubine Xian recovers from her illness, we will have nothing to do with each other. Shen Nafang and Shen Qinglang looked at each other. Are you determined to cure concubine Xian? Yes. This is what I promised the fourth prince before. In this case, they did not say anything more. Although the queen mother was in a high position, a woman in the harem could not do anything to his general's mansion. Then treat it. Shen Qinglang refilled his father's cup of tea and said carefully, Dad, the fourth prince's guard Qin Yun heard Qingshuang. I asked Xiao San to capture him and give him a lesson. What do you think? Just don't beat him to death. Shen Qingshuang stared at her calm father in a daze, and finally understood where this family's confidence came from. Since they all protect her wholeheartedly, she will definitely protect them. The original ending is not good. Just rewrite it. At the gate of the palace, Qin Yun leaned against the door, holding the sword, thinking about his worries. For some reason, his right eyelid kept twitching, and he always had an ominous premonition. The guard at the gate saw that he was absent-minded and suggested going for a drink. Well, a drink can relieve all worries. Just after changing clothes, I suddenly saw a young man in white standing in front of the door. Handsome and outstanding, untainted by dust. Qin Yun's heart beat, and he forced a smile. Mr. Shinsan. What a coincidence. Unfortunately, this young master came to see you specially. Qin Yun immediately thought of Shen Qingshuang's I will definitely reward you and scolded himself again for being blind and following the wrong master. Shen Qingyun said, Are you leaving now? Qin Yun said, Yes. Let's go now. When Shen Qingshuang saw Qin Yun kneeling honestly in the study, her eyes almost popped out. But seeing that there was no injury, it seemed that there had been no fight. Whispered, You are really obedient. What else? I can't beat you. Helpless and sad, Shen Qingshu, who was facing the wall, was also summoned. But not as a thug, but as a spectator. If he doesn't get on the right track, he will be the one to be beaten next time. Shen Qingshuang was locked outside the door, listening to the screams inside, secretly praying for Qin Yun. Fortunately, it didn't last long. But the damage was extremely great. When he came out, Qin Yun's eyes, nose, and face were swollen. His arms were broken, and his legs seemed to be lame. His shaking hands held a banknote. Is this medical expenses? She asked weakly. Shen Qinglang said, He gave you a thank you gift for helping you before. And now we have settled the bill. Chapter 14, I am the 15th brother of the late emperor. Shen Qingshuang looked at the little beauty in the mirror, wearing a pomegranate red skirt, bright eyes and white teeth. It is true that clothes make the man. She glanced at the maid's clothes yesterday. It is nice to say that they are simple, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are shabby. No wonder even the virtuous concubine, who met her for the first time, gave her clothes. She was embarrassed in the palace. Miss, the third young master is really good at choosing clothes. This skirt is bright and elegant with your beautiful face. The maid Bu adjusted the corners of her skirt, with envy in her eyes. It can be said that the third young master is really good to the young lady. On weekdays, there are clothes and jewelry constantly. Many of them have not been worn yet, and new batches have been delivered. Shin Shuang also felt that Shin Qingyan was quite good to her. Of course, the most important thing was to feel it from the pile of silver notes yesterday. She secretly counted it. A full 10,000 taels. With good looks and assets, her third brother would be the object of women's pursuit in any era. Unfortunately, according to the original plot, this handsome young man was deliberately framed by the princess of a neighboring country, and was accused of insulting someone's innocence and having a secret pregnancy, and ended up being exiled. Since then, Shin Nafang has been depressed and ill. Shin Qinglang died on the battlefield, and the entire general's mansion was supported by Shin Qingshu alone, and was finally punished by the emperor for a reason. Qingshuang, are you okay? While thinking, Shin Qingyan had arrived and was standing outside the door with a smile. He wore a dark blue suit today, and the fine white jade crown made his black hair stand up high. After all, he was good looking, and he looked good no matter what. Okay. She ran out happily. Are you leaving now? He took her hand and smiled. Yes. Today, third brother will take you to Yinhui Garden to meet a handsome young man, who is definitely better than Gu Jinhao. Shin Qingshuang blushed. Why did she mention him for no reason? Thinking of that black-faced god, she felt an inexplicable panic. That guy was really moody. Maybe people who have been hurt by love are like that. She knew that Yinhui Garden was a theater, and asked, Third brother, do you want to introduce the actors there to me? Shin Qingyan was very upset. No matter how cynical he was, he couldn't do that. The eldest and second brothers would beat him up. He is third brother's good friend. You will know when you get there. Still keeping it a secret. She cut the sound. Isn't it just those bad friends? The only one who can be on the stage seems to be rarely seen. Let's wait and see. The two got on the carriage and slowly moved towards Yinhui Garden. Bored, she lifted the curtain and looked out. This look made her hungry. Third brother, how about we eat something before we go? Shin Qingyan glanced at the street stalls with disdain and refused directly. We'll eat when we get there. It's much better than Quimingla. Shin Qingshuang was surprised when she heard it. You didn't open Yinhui Garden too? Of course I opened it. She naturally spent her own money on her own store. This girl has no awareness at all. It's not that she didn't realize it, but she didn't expect her brother to have such a wide range of interests. From restaurants to theaters, the span seems a bit too wide. We have arrived at Yinhui Garden. It has a good name, and is decorated in a very grand manner. If you don't have a few pounds of silver in your pocket, you might not even dare to go in. As soon as the two of them arrived at the door, someone nodded and greeted them with an extremely respectful attitude. Shin Qingyan didn't even nod his head, and said him casually. Then he took his sister to the private room on the second floor. This place faces the big stage, and you can see and hear clearly without being disturbed. Shin Qingshuang thought, I wonder how much this VIP box costs. What are you daydreaming about? Seeing that she was staring at the stage, Shin Qingyan gently turned her head. The show is on all day. You don't meet a handsome man every day. Shin Qingshuang then noticed that someone had arrived in the private room earlier. He was about 20 years old, wearing a crimson-purple shirt, with handsome eyebrows and a smile on his face, which made him feel comfortable. Hello, Miss Shin. I am Gu Yunjian. I often hear Qingyan mention you, and I have wanted to meet you for a long time. Shin Qingshuang was shocked. Gu Yunjian? Isn't he Gu Jinhao's little uncle? It turned out to be him. He is so handsome. She thought Shin Qingyan was already the best among handsome men, but she didn't expect Gu Yunjian to be much better. Sure enough, good-looking people make good-looking friends. Her brother brought her here. Does that mean she is pretty too? It must be like that. Shin Qingyan curled his lips. Is this sister obsessed with him again? Qingshuang, Yunjian is talking to you. He tugged at her sleeve. So embarrassing. Oh! Shin Qingshuang came back to her senses. Since they didn't reveal their identities, she pretended not to know. Hello, Mr. Gu. Gu Yunjian smiled and said, Qingyan and I are close friends. If you don't mind, I will call you Qingshuang, and you call me Yunjian? She was of course happy that the little uncle was so approachable. Just when she was about to agree, she heard her third brother say, You are finally a few years older. So just call me Brother Yunjian. Gu Yunjian naturally had no objection. And Xin Shuang had even less. The little uncle was her brother. So she was a generation older than Gu Jinhao. Right? Oh my god. She got the upper hand. She got a big upper hand. Xin Qingyan didn't have so many twists and turns as her. He just remembered that his sister said she was hungry. With a wave of his hand, a waiter came running over. Bring a pot of chrysanthemum tea and some exquisite snacks. As long as there was something to eat. Xin Shuang felt relieved. She noticed Gu Yunjian looking at her from the corner of her eye, and turned her head and said, Brother Yunjian, do you think there's something wrong with me? Seeing her so straightforward, Gu Yunjian liked her very much. Without hiding anything, he said directly, yesterday I heard that after you treated concubine Xian, her condition improved greatly. I was curious, so I asked Qingyan to bring you out to see you. I thought that you were so young, but you had such great medical skills. So I took a closer look. Xin Shuang looked at her brother and said, Did you say that? No. Xin Qingyan looked confused. He was not a talkative person. Gu Yunjian knew that she had misunderstood, and explained, It's not Qingyan. To be honest, I am the 15th brother of the late emperor. I was taken care of by concubine Xian when I was young, so I am closer to Shouan Palace. I went to the palace to visit yesterday, and the concubine said it excitedly. You told me just like that? Xin Shuang thought that his identity would be kept secret for a while. But who would have thought that he would be so frank? It's not something shameful. Can I tell you? Gu Yunjian smiled slightly and said, The concubine likes you very much. From what she said, she wants Jinhao to marry you. Xin Shuang's heart suddenly lifted up. It seems that Gu Jinhao is telling the truth. However, as an extra, she has no ambition to be the leading actress. As long as she is safe, rich and happy, it is okay. So she shook her head repeatedly. The concubine has made a mistake. I am in mourning, so I will not consider marriage in the next 3 years. Xin Qingyan did not like Gu Jinhao, and snorted, even after the mourning period. You can't marry him. He has always been arrogant and fierce. My sister is such a little girl. If she marries him, won't she cry every day? Of course. Third brother. I like handsome, gentle and modest gentlemen. Not that black-faced god. This mate selection standard made Xin Qingyan very satisfied. It would be better if the future brother-in-law could also practice martial arts. Then he thought, no. What if he bullied his sister? He held his chin and thought, and suddenly slapped the table. Yunjian, you are not young anymore. How about marrying my sister as a princess? Xin Shuang just put the tea in her mouth, and was frightened by her brother. She swallowed it, and her tears were burned. Xin Qingyan, are you so intolerant of me? Will I make you poor if I don't marry you? Xin Qingyan didn't mean that, and said awkwardly, I just want to keep the wealth within the family. Chapter 15, the first time I saw a Pichio spit out silver. Hearing the brother and sister start bickering, Gu Yunjian smiled but said nothing. He grew up in the palace since he was a child. His mother died early because she was not favored. His brothers and sisters were much older than him. He had never had such a plain and precious brotherly love. Since he met Xin Qingyan by chance in Suiming Tower, they became close friends after chatting. This made his life, which was calm and peaceful, a little interesting. Qingyan, how can you, as a brother, only know how to bicker? He poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Still smiling, Xin Qingyan frowned. Yunjian, the tone of your speech is really the same as my eldest brother. Old-fashioned. Gu Yunjian smiled and said, I am 2 years older than you. Xin Qingyan snorted and stopped talking. He pinched a piece of pine nut cake and stuffed it into his mouth. Xin Shuang didn't say anything either, and watched the show quietly. As she watched, her brows knitted together, and she sighed faintly. Gu Yunjian found it interesting. Could it be that the play did not suit the little girl's taste? Shuang, do you not like this play? Xin Shuang held her chin and sighed again. This play has nothing interesting to say except for its good looks. It is boring to watch it over and over again. Boring? Xin Qingyan was unhappy and explained, this play is very popular. Didn't you see that the first floor is full of seats? If it is popular, you can perform a play for a year? It shows how poor the spiritual life of these playboys is. Xin Qingyan moved his chair closer to her, his eyes shining. Do you have any good ideas? Xin Shuang laughed and put her arm on his shoulders, deliberately keeping him in suspense. Yes. Bring some benefits in exchange. Shin Qingyan saw that she was well prepared. This aroused his interest. He immediately patted his chest and said, "As long as you can say it, I can do it." "Great." Shin Qingxuang cleared her throat. "Brother Yunjian, you testify for me. The notarization fee is 1,000 taels. Notarization fee? You testify. And we will pay you the silver." Although Gu Yunjian was not short of silver, he thought it was interesting and made a gesture of listening attentively. "I would like to hear the details." Shin Qingxuang smiled with bright eyes. "Third brother, I will write a storybook for you and take 30% of the profit. Do you want to do it?" Shin Qingyan folded his hands in front of his chest and asked doubtfully, "But can you write it? You haven't even finished reading. And you still write a storybook. I will hand over a manuscript to you in 3 days. If it is popular, we will continue to cooperate. However, you have to pay for Brother Yunjian's testimony fee." The little girl was so confident that Shin Qingyan had no reason to refuse and agreed on the spot. Seeing his sister suddenly grinning, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. "Speak." Shin Qingxuang shook his arm and said coquettishly, "Third brother, pocket money and clothes and jewelry are not included in the 30%. You still have to give them what you should give." Shin Qingyan shook his head. He thought he was greedy enough. But his sister was even more so. She is definitely a relative. He pinched her face lovingly. "I know. I'll take you to measure your body and make clothes after playing for a while." After returning home, Shin Qingxuang plunged into the study and wrote furiously. It was just a storybook. How difficult could it be? After a little thought, he decided to hand in a short story from Yu Mingyan first, which would surely attract applause. Shin Qingyan thought she went to the study to look for inspiration in books, but she had already written 4 or 5 pages in just 1 hour. He picked up a page and looked at it. His eyes were straight, and he couldn't help but re-examine his sister. "Qingxuang, you can be the top scholar with your writing skills. If you were a man, you might even be a prince consort." Shin Qingxuang didn't even raise her head. "I don't have such big ambitions. I just want to live a rich life. By the way, prince consort. The next article will be female prince consort." She curled her lips and continued to write hard. 3 days later, Inwi Garden, Shin Qingxuang, Shin Qingyan and Gu Yunjian were still sitting in the private room on the 2nd floor, looking at the stage on the 1st floor. The program list had been posted the day before. Since Inwi Garden has always produced high-quality works, many old spectators came to see what this Jin Yunu beats the unfaithful lover that they had never heard of was. After seeing it, everyone's surprise turned into admiration. The play can be performed like this. In the past, the actors and actresses sang one word for half a day, but now they performed it all with passion and emotion, and even accompanied it with sentimental background music when they were emotional. When they saw the end, they all applauded and denounced the heartless man, especially the female audience, who asked for more performances. Shin Qingyan has ordered that the same play will be performed on the same day, but the repertoire that has been performed will not be performed again within a month. If you want to watch it, you can only arrange your time reasonably. I heard from his subordinates that this hunger marketing method has sold out all the tickets for 10 days in 1 day at Inwi Garden. He hoped to find a high-ranking marriage, but who would have thought that the new person is the old one? He was beaten and scolded with shame, and asked him why he wanted to be new to his father-in-law. Gu Yunjian recited these 4 lines with admiration in his eyes. "Qingxuang, did you really write this story?" Shin Qingyan nodded proudly. "I saw my sister write it with my own eyes. How could it be false? How about it? Not bad? It's good. But it's a pity that she didn't come up with it. She just took advantage of her good memory." Shin Qingxuang changed the subject. "Third brother, you haven't forgotten about our cooperation, right?" Shin Qingyan knew she would mention it, and took out a silver note of 1,000 taels and handed it to Gu Yunjian. "You testify that from today on, 30% of the profits of Inhui Garden will be given to Qingxuang." Gu Yunjian laughed and took the silver note from him elegantly. "This is the first time I see a Pichio spit out silver." Shin Qingyan was not angry, and just took it as a compliment. Thinking that Gu Yunjian still had something to do, Shin Qingyan didn't keep him any longer, and sent him downstairs and turned back. "What's the matter, Brother Yunjian?" Shin Qingxuang asked casually. Shin Qingyan said, "Today is the anniversary of his biological mother's death. Every year on this day, he goes to the imperial mausoleum to worship. He is quite filial." She smiled. Suddenly his face turned pale. You said he went to the Imperial Mausoleum? Yes. Is there a problem? More than a problem. It's a big problem. Although the biological mother of this little uncle was not favored at the beginning, he was extremely favored by his father. If it weren't for the previous emperor's tricks, he would not have been the emperor, and he would have passed the throne to the current emperor. The original book mentioned that Gu Yunjian's father had given him a secret decree, but he never showed it. The current queen mother, his sister-in-law, knew about it from somewhere and had hinted at it, but he didn't say a word. The queen mother was worried that the secret decree would threaten her son's kingdom, so she planned the assassination in the Imperial Mausoleum. Gu Yunjian was seriously injured after being ambushed and was in a coma for a month. When he woke up, he was already stupid. But according to Shen Qingyan, he goes to the Imperial Mausoleum every year. So is it this time? The book mentions that he went there when he was 19 years old. So don't make a mistake. Ask clearly. Third brother. How old is brother Yunjian this year? The little girl asked about age. Could it be that she has a crush on Gu Yunjian? Shen Qingshu happily drank a sip of tea. 19. It will be my 20-year-old birthday soon. Shen Qingshuang's head banged, and he put the cup in his brother's hand on the table, dragging him away to the Imperial Mausoleum. Chapter 16. Who is Shen Qingyan? Seeing her serious expression, Shen Qingyan didn't ask any more questions and pulled her into the carriage. Go to the Imperial Mausoleum. As soon as the voice fell, the carriage rushed. I don't know if we can make it in time. She rubbed her hands, looking anxious. These days, she was busy writing scripts and rehearsing plays, and she actually forgot such an important thing. Gu Yunjian is a close friend of the third brother, and he is also very close to her. If something happens to him, bah, 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 crow's mouth. Shen Qingyan was very surprised to see that she was absent-minded. He patted her shoulder and asked with concern, Qingshuang, what happened? Shen Qingshuang's eyes were a little evasive. She couldn't tell the truth, so she had to think of a reason. It had to be a reasonable reason. Without hearing her answer, Shen Qingyan shouted again. For some reason, I always feel that this sister has changed after going to the palace with Gu Jinhao. It seems that I have to stay away from that ominous person in the future. Before entering the palace, he was like a fangirl. And after entering the palace, he was talking nonsense. Qingshuang? When he called her for the third time, his tone was already quite aggrieved. How did she manage to ignore him 3 times in a row? Ah? Shen Qingshuang patted her chest, saw him staring at her, and said, Third brother, when I went out for some fresh air just now, I saw a few people in black clothes, looking ferocious, and one of them mentioned going to the Imperial Mausoleum. So I suspect it will be bad for brother Yunjian. Shen Qingyan scratched his head. Maybe they are going the same way. Yunjian never makes enemies with others. No one will deal with him. Brother, you must be on guard against others. Think about it. Why did they go to the Imperial Mausoleum today? That doesn't mean they are targeting Yunjian. Few people know the anniversary of his mother's death. The Queen Mother knows. She shut up as soon as she said that. Why bring it up? Shen Qingyan was getting more and more confused. What did this have to do with the Queen Mother? Did she think that the Queen Mother wanted to kill Yunjian? What did the sister-in-law want to kill her brother-in-law? The throne will belong to her son. Girl, this is ridiculous. What do you think about every day? He tapped her forehead and smiled helplessly. Nothing. I just said it casually. Brother, women's intuition is very accurate. You asked the driver to go faster. Maybe you can catch up. Since she insisted, let's listen to her, Shen Qingyan said, and lifted the curtain and gave an order. The horsewhip was raised, and the car ran faster. The guards guarding the mausoleum knew Gu Yunjian and saluted respectfully. Meet the 15th prince. This prince wants to go in. Yes. Please, prince. He comes once a year. And he has come 10 times. After paying respects to his father, he walked to his mother's coffin and knelt down. As usual, he smiled and told her about his recent situation to reassure her. Mother, I have met a girl these days. Qingyan's sister. The little girl is lively and cute, talented, and also has medical skills. If you see her, you will like her too. Mother, if you hadn't committed suicide, maybe your illness could have been cured, and you could have been with me forever. Mother, I am very lonely. My father left, and you left too. I always have a premonition that I will be with you soon. Are you going to call me a crow? I am a non-competitive person, and have never thought of using my father's secret order. But the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. And the palace is not peaceful. I have been hesitating. Should I endure or fight back? Gu Yunjian was expressing his true feelings, while Shen Qingyan and his sister were repairing the carriage. Yes, they were repairing the carriage. Because he urged too hard? The driver never stopped whipping. Then the horse's spirit was never normal. Then the carriage hit a big rock. Then one of the wheels fell off. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. Who would have thought that it would rain heavily? The cold icy rain hit the body and chilled the heart. 3 people and a horse stood there stupidly. Fortunately, there were 2 umbrellas. One for Shen Qingyan and his sister, and one for the driver and the horse. The rain bounced off the umbrella forcefully, and Shen Qingxuang felt that she was very much like the Totoro. As usual, about an hour later, Gu Yunjian came out. The rain had stopped, and the air was unusually fresh. Farewell, 15th Prince. After saying that, Gu Yunjian left the imperial mausoleum and strolled along the mountain path. The carriage was not far away. The driver was sitting at the front of the carriage, with his head down, probably dozing off. Gu Yunjian had gotten used to it and understood it. It was indeed a good way to kill time. When he got to the front, he said, "Oldly, let's go back." Oldly slowly raised his head, revealing a shining sword from his sleeve. Gu Yunjian was shocked and stepped back quickly. "You are not Oldly." The man jumped off the car. His clothes were still wet, and he laughed. "Of course I am not Oldly. He is dead." 15th Prince, are you going to surrender, or let your brothers do it? The man had a scar on his face, extending from the corner of his mouth to his ear. He looked very creepy when he was expressionless, and even more creepy when he laughed. He waved his hand, and 5 men in black jumped down from the tree, each holding a sword. Water dripped from their clothes. "Who sent you?" Gu Yunjian said in a deep voice. "You will know if you come with us," the scarred man said. "I will not go with you." His voice was cold, and he thought of someone. "Then it is not our fault." He waved his hand again, and 6 people rushed forward. Gu Yunjian did not know martial arts, so he could only run forward regardless of everything. If he could escape, he could live. If he could not escape, he would die. He had not taken 2 steps when he was kicked to the ground by a man in black. His moon-white clothes were immediately stained with mud and water, and he looked very embarrassed. If I had known that he was so vulnerable, I would have been enough on my own. The man laughed wantonly and asked Scarface, "Brother, do you want to capture him alive or kill him? The reward for capturing him alive is higher, so of course I will capture him alive," Scarface said with a grin, as if he had already received the reward. Gu Yunjian saw him approaching slowly. "Unwilling to be humiliated, you might as well kill me." Only a joking voice was heard. "You want to die before you spend 1,000 taels of silver? Yunjian, you are wasting it." When Gu Yunjian heard this voice, his eyes were filled with joy. "Why are you here?" Shen Qingyan leaped over, twisted his clothes that were still dripping with water, and stretched out his hand to pull him up. "Go to Qingxuang." "I'm here." Scarface immediately stopped him. "Who are you? You dare to snatch someone from me? You are so arrogant." Shen Qingyan. "Boss, who is Shen Qingyan?" Shen Qingyan's mouth twitched. He was so low-key that no one knew who he was. Scarface said in a deep voice, "You don't even know him?" Shen Qingyan felt a little relieved. Finally there was someone who knew what he was talking about. Then he heard Scarface say, "General Dingen is his father. The Major General is his elder brother. And the commander of the Imperial Guards is his second brother." Shen Qingyan almost fell to his knees. Did he rely on his father and elder brother's influence? He should be beaten for this. He started with the one who didn't know him. He took the sword in 2 or 3 moves, kicked him to the ground, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. When Scarface saw this, his eyes were full of panic. "You actually know martial arts." Shen Qingyan's mouth twitched, and he didn't waste words and fought quickly. His moves were handsome and sharp, and his figure was erratic and agile. He solved everything in less than half a cup of tea. Shen Qingxuang couldn't help but applaud, and finally understood why Qingyan followed him obediently to confess his crime. He really couldn't beat him. Her eyes were full of admiration, which greatly satisfied the vanity of the 3rd Master Shen, and she threw a wink at her. Scarface was lying on the ground, looking at him as if he were a ghost, and even forgot to hum. "3rd Master, didn't you say you were keen on making money? Why are you so good at kung fu? Third Master Shin shook off his wet, wrinkled clothes in disdain. Are the two in conflict? This master just likes money. Is that not okay? Yes. Yes. Shin Qingyan snorted. Tell me. Who asked you to assassinate the 15th prince? Can't say. Can't say. Scarface's eyes were filled with fear. If they said it, they would die. And their families would die too. Shin Qingshu wanted to speak, but saw them all pick up swords and cut their necks one by one, leaving only 6 corpses in front of him. Chapter 17. Then I thank you first. Shin Qingyan felt like he couldn't breathe. And he died just like that? He didn't even find out who was behind it. Gu Yunjian's face was solemn. It didn't matter whether he asked or not. There was no one else except her. The 3 of them got on the carriage back to the city. The driver didn't dare to abuse the horse anymore. After all, the newly repaired wheel was too fragile. As fragile as his heart. Qingyan, thank you for coming in time. Otherwise I would have died here. Gu Yunjian laughed at himself. Patted Shin Qingyan's shoulder, his eyes full of gratitude. Shin Qingyan didn't dare to take all the credit, and pursed his lips. It was the little girl who insisted on coming, saying that someone was against you. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. Oh! Gu Yunjian was shocked. This was too unbelievable. Qingshuang, can you tell me how you guessed it? Shin Qingshuang blinked, and repeated what she had said to Shin Qingyan before. Seeing that he was more confused, she laughed and said, and I secretly looked at it. Your forehead was dark today, so I guessed that you would have a bloody disaster. Gu Yunjian also laughed. I didn't expect my savior to be able to read faces. Shin Qingshuang laughed. So be it. I'm afraid of saying more and making more mistakes, so I won't go into details. Gu Yunjian pondered for a moment, gently took off a crystal-clear jade bracelet from his wrist, and handed it over with both hands. Qingshuang, if you don't mind, please accept this jade bracelet as a gift from me. Shin Qingshuang shook her head subconsciously. I can't accept it. Gu Yunjian was slightly stunned, and a look of loss flashed across his eyes. He didn't know whether he should take back his hand that was suspended in the air. Knowing that he misunderstood, Shin Qingshuang hurriedly said, Brother Yunjian, what I mean is, can we exchange gifts after I prepare them for you? Gu Yunjian's disappointment immediately turned into surprise, and his eyes lit up again. I have one too? Isn't it right to exchange gifts? She can't take advantage. She rolled her eyes at her brother fiercely. He didn't tell her about this custom in advance, which embarrassed her. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Shin Qingyan was confused. What does this have to do with him? He didn't know why Gu Yunjian had the urge to send a gift. He reached out to take it for her, and looked at it repeatedly. It was indeed a good jade. Sister, accept it. You saved his life, so it's only natural to accept a jade bracelet. As he said this, he put it on her wrist. It was really beautiful. She added, very valuable. Saving a life was just a simple task, so she didn't take it seriously. However, when she heard that it was valuable, her eyes lit up. Really? How much is it worth? She wouldn't believe others saying it was valuable, but her third brother said it was absolutely true. Gu Yunjian had no choice but to hold his forehead, trying to pretend he didn't hear. Would she want to sell it? Shin Qingshuang saw it from the corner of her eye, and immediately added with full confidence, gifts are not about value, but about the thought. Brother Yunjian, I will definitely keep it well. What do you like? I'll find it for you in the next 2 days. Gu Yunjian was very satisfied with this answer. Smiling slightly, her smile was as gentle as the jade bracelet. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Shin Qingyan snorted twice. Not picky? What on him is not carefully selected? Thinking back to when I kindly gave him a fan pendant, he thought it was vulgar in style, poor in material, too heavy. In short, for all kinds of weird and miscellaneous reasons, he finally accepted it reluctantly, but never used it. It can be seen that he really despises it. Since the 3 people's clothes are in a mess, they don't plan to linger for long and send Gu Yunjian back home first. When Shin Qingyan got out of the car to send him off, he pulled him aside and smiled evilly. Why didn't you give me a gift at that time? Is it difficult to meet you? He asked back. Shin Qingyan was speechless, and he was telling the truth. Where there is business, there is him. He snorted and straightened his back. Yunjian, do you want to correct your attitude towards me? He raised his eyebrows slightly, and flew a wink to him. Clearing his throat, he whispered, Shuang said it herself. That what happened between her and Gu Jinhao was just a show. Also, don't believe the rumors outside, such as being crazy about women. Being stupid. Gu Yunjian was smiling when he listened to him, but rolled his eyes at the end. Who said that about their own sister? Since it's a rumor, why believe it? Shuang is beautiful, well-behaved, smart and kind. A rare good girl. Shen Qingyan poked his arm and looked at him with a smile. Don't say that your brother won't help you. If you like it, just grab it. If you need help, just ask. And don't let outsiders take advantage of you. Of course, if you don't mean that, just ignore what I said. When he turned around, his arm was suddenly grabbed by Gu Yunjian. He moved his lips, and finally smiled with his head down, then thank you first. The next day, it was time to go to Shuan Palace to give acupuncture to concubine Xian. Thinking of the last time her clothes were disliked, she chose a rouge and cloud pattern skirt this time, and then applied a little powder. Bright and natural. I originally wanted to enter the palace with my father and brother, but unexpectedly they had already left. Without the token to enter the palace, it was inevitable that she would have to spend some time talking. She walked to the door reluctantly, but saw a gorgeous carriage parked there. The driver put one leg on the carriage, the other leg hanging down, his hand supporting his chin, revealing a pretty profile. Who is this man? She asked the guard. Miss, he said he wanted to see you, but he was afraid that you were not awake yet, so he didn't let me know, and just said he would wait for you to come out. Shuang's eyes were full of admiration. Is he so polite? She ran to the front of the carriage with her skirt lifted, tilting her head to look at it. Hey, good man. Why are you here? Her eyes lit up. I thought he would have to rest for at least 7 or 8 days after being beaten so badly last time. Hearing this, good man, Qin Yun's mouth, which had just subsided, immediately hurt again. Scratching her head, she said, Miss Shen, can you please not call me that? I always feel like I've become a bandit. Oh, Qin Yun. She smiled shyly. You haven't told me why you're here yet? As soon as she finished speaking, the curtain of the carriage opened. Gu Jinhao was actually here. His clothes today were the color of the sky after the rain, and his handsome features made her slightly startled. The dog prince may not be a good person, but his appearance is definitely top-notch. Your Highness. He bowed and saluted, with a suspicious look in his eyes. You're not coming to take me to the palace, are you? What else? Gu Jinhao asked back, stretching out his bony hand. Come up, Shuang said. It would be much less troublesome to go into the palace with him. At least, she wouldn't have to explain to the guards at the palace gate. She didn't dare to hold his hand, but she couldn't climb up, so she was in a dilemma. Gu Jinhao was completely annoyed. She was dressed so ladylike, but was doing such an embarrassing thing. He sighed, grabbed her hand, and with a little more effort, she finally got into the car, but she almost fell into his arms. She stood up embarrassedly, her face flushed. It was just an accident. It was just an accident. Yeah. For some reason, Gu Jinhao kept thinking of the way she undressed in anger that day, and his face flushed, and he cleared his throat. Shuang clasped her hands together. The atmosphere was too depressing, and it needed to be relaxed. She forced a smile. The weather is very good today. Gu Jinhao looked at her like a fool. It was about to rain. How could it be good? His eyes fell on her wrist. The emerald jade bracelet. It seemed that he had seen it somewhere before. He began to feel inexplicably irritated, and his eyes were inquiring, is this bracelet newly bought? Shuang heard him ask, and shook it in front of him. Does it look good? I heard it's worth it. A gift from a friend. Friend? Gu Jinhao snorted, and turned his head away because it was irritating no matter how he looked at it. Chapter 18. Who are you? Perhaps she sensed his displeasure, so she pulled her sleeves down to cover the bracelet. Has the concubine dowager gotten better these days? It would be better to talk about his mother. After all, this was the only thing they had in common. Gu Jinhao didn't seem to be interested, and just said, won't you know if you go and see for yourself? Shuang was speechless. That's your mother. Big brother. She pursed her lips and stopped talking. She didn't want to get angry. The atmosphere froze again. Gu Jinhao looked at her from the corner of his eyes. She was looking out the window intently, obviously deliberately keeping a distance from him, thinking that his tone just now was too stiff. He softened it a little. I went to see her yesterday, and her complexion was much better. She didn't like to talk before, but we talked for nearly an hour yesterday. But it was all about her. The girl stopped looking out the window and smiled brightly. As long as she takes the medicine on time, she will recover quickly. 1 acupuncture today. 2 more times, and she will be cured. How is it? I didn't lie to you. She had a proud look in her eyes, her eyebrows raised, and with this rouge-red dress, she was both delicate and cute. Yeah. Gu Jinhao put his hands on his knees, paused, and asked, "What do you think about what I told you that day? What do you think?" She blinked and saw his eyes getting darker, and felt a little dangerous. Think quickly. Think quickly. The more nervous I am, the harder it is to remember. What is the dog prince referring to? I patted my head and got it. Moved to the side and smiled apologetically. You mean to continue the show? After careful consideration, I decided to forget it. Gu Jinhao moved closer to her with anger in his eyes. It's just asking you to help me tell a lie. Is it that difficult? It's not as simple as a lie, Your Highness. A lie needs countless lies to cover it up. I'm not smart, and I don't know when it will be exposed. And Your Highness, you are handsome and dignified. So many women in Daki admire you. There may be a future princess among them. If they knew that you had someone you liked, and then married someone else, wouldn't your marriage be ruined? In the long run, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, she said seriously, trying to appeal to her emotions and reason. However, according to the original book, after the dog prince was ruined by the original owner, he was forced to take the original owner as a concubine under the pressure of General Dingen's mansion and let her fend for herself. But Fong Mingju was like the white moonlight in his heart, so he did not marry a principal wife later. But after I came here, the rhythm was disrupted at the beginning, and the true face of the heroine was directly exposed. It is really hard to say what will happen next. The dog prince just folded his hands in front of his chest and looked at her coldly. Are you done? She was stunned and nodded, yes. I'm done. He snorted. I have already admitted that we are in love in front of my brother that day. If you withdraw now, it will be deceiving the emperor. Deceiving the emperor. But the 9 clans will be executed. Execute the 9 clans? Her rosy face turned pale in an instant, and she trembled. Didn't you say it was just a play? It doesn't matter in front of others. But lying in front of the emperor is deceiving the emperor. So, think about it carefully. Do you want me to accompany you to continue acting, or commit the crime of deceiving the emperor? Gu Jinhao's eyes were cunning, and from the look in the little girl's eyes, he could tell that his words touched her. Judging from the current situation, he had the initiative. He secretly glanced at her, wanting to see a joke, but saw that her eyes were red. Then tears fell down, and her fists were clenched tightly. He suddenly felt a little guilty, but he still kept a straight face. He must not bow his head first, otherwise she would not let go. Shen Qingshuang raised her sleeves to wipe her tears. She would not cry in front of this dog prince. It would be embarrassing. Gnashed her teeth and said, Gu Jinhao, you are a bastard. It was you who asked me to help. But now you are threatening me. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Affection is something illusory anyway. What if you like it one moment and don't like it the next? At most, I will be labeled as fickle and fickle. Gu Jinhao didn't expect that she could say such words. Is she a woman? But he didn't dare to ask. What if she undressed in front of him again and let him see? What are you going to do? He hesitated. Of course. Do something to prove fickle and fickle. She snorted heavily, lifted the car curtain, and her tone was extremely gentle and pleasant. Brother Qin Yun, are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? Qin Yunchu heard that there seemed to be a quarrel in the car, and didn't dare to listen more, so he had to drive hard. Suddenly, she heard a charming voice behind her, and her body trembled, and sweat broke out on her forehead. Mission. Are you talking to me? This title is worse than calling him hero. Shen Qingshuang said him repeatedly, took out a handkerchief from her sleeve, and said in a softer voice than before, Brother Qin Yun, do you want me to wipe your sweat off your face? Ah? Qin Yun was distracted, and the wheel of the car hit a stone directly, and the car body shook violently. Then he heard Gu Jinhao's voice as cold as ice. Qin Yun, do you want to die? No. I don't want to. Qin Yun's forehead was sweating again, and he didn't dare to look back. Shen Qingshuang handed over the handkerchief, and it almost touched his forehead. Suddenly, her body was unstable, and a strong force pulled her into the car. Then she fell into Gu Jinhao's arms. His eyes were gloomy, and he was very angry. A little like the night she first met him. It was terrible. She didn't dare to move, nor did she want to show weakness. The two just stared at each other motionlessly, and Shin Shuang was the first to be unable to bear it, and her wrist was almost broken by him. It hurts. He relaxed a little, and said word by word, "You are challenging my patience." She mustered up her courage and said, "You were the first to make unreasonable demands. Then you can't do anything rude. You forced me to do it." The two of them confronted each other, neither giving in. Suddenly, Gu Jinhao stared into her eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Shin Shuang looked at him in astonishment as if struck by lightning. Shin Shuang. The good weather she mentioned suddenly started to rain heavily. Qin Yun quickly put on his raincoat and continued to drive, not knowing the horror inside the carriage. "Really?" Gu Jinhao didn't believe it. "But you don't look like her at all. What does the dog prince know?" No. He couldn't know. Maybe he just felt that she was different from before. Before she finished speaking, a flash of lightning flashed across the sky. Even with the curtains down, she could still see the paleness, followed by a rumble of thunder. She had been afraid of lightning since she was a child, so she closed her eyes in fear. "Think before you answer. If you tell a lie, you'll be struck by lightning." He smiled. "Wasn't he so righteous just now? I am Shin Shuang. If you don't believe me, go ask my father and brother. Blood test is also okay." She closed her eyes tightly, and her voice trembled, showing her fear. "Lightning is much scarier than the dog prince." "Really?" Gu Jinhao let go of her hand. With a joking tone, Shin Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed her red wrist. It hurt so much. Just as she was about to stand up, the sky gave another flash of lightning, followed by a loud thunder. She screamed, and buried her head in his arms without thinking, holding his clothes tightly with her hands. Gu Jinhao blushed and his hands trembled. Even when he was with Fang Mingzhu, they just held hands. But now, he was so close to her. He didn't reject it. Could it be because she saw him? This is too incredible. Seeing that she was really scared, his shoulders shrugged, his eyes softened, and he patted her back gently. Shin Shuang thought he was going to pull her away, so she held her tighter. She cried and said, "Gu Jinhao, don't push me. This is too scary. I promised. I will act, and I will cooperate with you. Is 1 month okay? I really can't act any longer." 1 month? It's a pleasant surprise, and I can explain it to my mother at that time. It's better to stop while we are ahead. The previous haze was swept away, and the deal was made on the spot. Looking at the ostrich-like girl in his arms, he suddenly had some ideas. "Shin Shuang, you are not allowed to show your affection to other men." "Yes." "You are not allowed to accept gifts from other men." "Yes." "You are not allowed to be too intimate with other men." "Yes." Gradually, she felt something was wrong. When the thunder in her ears gradually faded, she carefully raised her head. Her eyes were already red from crying. "You mean the 1-month acting period?" Gu Jinhao reluctantly said yes. Chapter 19. His eyes are as blind as his father's. Showan Palace. Concubine Xian stood in front of the door, looking forward to it. "Why hasn't that lovely girl come yet?" Yuping took a purple cloak and put it on her. Smiling, "My queen, mission will not break the appointment. You can rest assured." Concubine Xian brushed the double lotus jade hairpin on her hair and said indignifiedly, "How can I be worried? It's just that Qing Shuang told me to move more, and I just followed the doctor's advice." "Follow the doctor's advice to move more?" Yuping covered her mouth and laughed. She had never been to a place as big as the Imperial Garden. After breakfast, she walked from the warm couch to the door, and from the door to the warm couch. Concubine Xian sighed, "Yuping, I still don't know what's going on. Do you think the story between Jinhao and Qing Shuang is true? Even if you are not blind, you can see that Qing Shuang is afraid of Jinhao. So how can she like him?" Yuping thought about it, but couldn't explain it. "Your Highness, it should be true. The Emperor has admitted it. Besides, our prince just looks serious, but he is actually quite good." The concubine Xian snorted in disdain. She didn't know her son? "He is quite good, but his eyesight is too bad. I don't know who he is from to be able to look at Fang Mingzhu." That little bitch with a bad heart. Yu Ping didn't dare to answer. But she understood. He is exactly the same as his father. They both like women related to the Prime Minister's mansion. They are the same stuff. The concubine Xian shook her sleeves and returned to the warm couch to continue sitting. The weather in late spring is still a little cold. She should stay here honestly. Lest the little girl say that she doesn't take care of her body. What if she gets angry and dies? She blew the tea leaves in the cup, took a sip of hot tea, and started talking. Yuping. Didn't Fang Mingzhu and concubine Shu meet the old woman in Xiangning Palace? What happened later? The old woman in Xiangning Palace refers to the Queen Mother. She always looks up to people and acts like a dignified mother of the country. Behind the scenes, who knows who? She cried, made a scene, hanged herself, and took poison, but only got a little consideration from the late emperor. Pa! Yuping silently added some tea to her and said, My lady, I heard that the Queen Mother only met Fang Mingzhu and didn't even invite her to have lunch. It's obvious that she is not satisfied. The concubine Xian said faintly. Who would be satisfied? Look at that enchanting spirit. Didn't Jin Hao get bewitched by her before? Alas. Fortunately he came back after straying. But this return was too abrupt. How could the silly son suddenly come to his senses? Yuping nodded. It was indeed like that. Your Highness. The Highness used to dislike Mission, saying that she had a bad reputation. I also secretly inquired about it. Everyone said that Mission was stupid, silly, vulgar. But when I saw her that day, she was obviously very cute. The concubine Xian raised her eyebrows. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. But it also shows that Qing Shuang is too outstanding. Jin Hao still dislikes such an outstanding girl. His eyes are as blind as his father. It is said that a life-saving grace should be promised with one's body. This palace really wants to promise Jin Hao. But I'm afraid the girl won't want it. I'm so worried. Yuping didn't know how to respond again. Before meeting Miss Shen, the concubine thought about her son all day long. How could she dislike him so much in just 5 days? Gu Jinhao sneezed and tightened his clothes. Did he catch a cold? Shen Qingxuang pulled the curtain of the car so that it would not be ventilated. In case the dog prince caught a cold and had to take medicine. Her life has been bitter enough. And she can't bear more. Alas. Gu Jinhao was very upset. Since the 1-month agreement was reached, she has sighed 67 times. And her eyebrows were all knitted together. She was as bitter as a bitter cabbage flower. Shen Qingxuang, can you be a little happier? Your mood is not right. And the performance is not convincing. The dog prince is really demanding. Your Highness, you have to let me brew it for a while. Isn't it still far from Shoan Palace? As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yun said, Your Highness, we are here. Shen Qingxuang began to doubt the meaning of Qin Yun's existence. Is he making things difficult for her? Gu Jinhao got out of the car first and stretched out his hand to her, with a smug look in his eyes. She sighed again, reluctantly held his hand, and got out of the car to enter the palace. Why don't you pull it back this time? After walking for a while, Gu Jinhao found that she was very well behaved now. So his tone was very gentle. It's the same if it's once or twice or 100 or 200 times. It's a monthly subscription anyway. Besides, the rain just stopped and it's a little cold. Just use it as a hand warmer. It's just a hot pack. There's no other use for it. Although Gu Jinhao didn't understand what a monthly subscription was. He didn't think it was a good thing. But he didn't bother to argue about it. After all, he was the one who forced her to do it. Yuping stood at the door in place of concubine Xian, looking forward to it. When she saw a red figure, she hurried to report, Your Majesty, Miss Shen is here. Concubine Xian quickly put on her makeup and walked to the door gracefully with the help of Yuping. Shen Qingxuang saw them from a distance and immediately adjusted her mood. When she came to the front, she smiled like a flower. Your servant greets the concubine. Concubine Xian hurriedly reached out and pulled her. Qingxuang, there's no need to be polite here. It's cold. Come in with me. Gu Jinhao wanted to salute, but his mother had already turned around. This was the first time in his life that he was treated so coldly. He called out mother with a little dissatisfaction. Concubine Xian was startled. And seeing her son frown, she also frowned. Jinhao, when did you come? When? Is he really so inconspicuous? Shen Qingxuang remembered her mission and whispered, My queen. It was the minister who was picked up by the prince at the general's mansion. Concubine Xian smiled and said, You have a conscience. Come in and sit down. From the tone, one more or one less would not be much. Forget it. As long as the old lady is happy. Just as she sat down, she heard the maid come to report, "My queen, your highness, the 15th prince is here." Concubine Xian showed a happy face. "Please come in." Fearing that Shin Shuang would be embarrassed, she smiled and said, "Old 15 has been playing in my palace since he was a child. A few days ago, I told him that you are a good doctor, and he might come to see you out of curiosity. Although he is the younger brother of the previous emperor, he is about the same age as you. Don't be afraid." As he was talking, Gu Yunjian had already arrived. He was dressed in indigo brocade, with a high spirit and a jade-like temperament. "Hello, concubine." Gu Jinhao also saluted. "Hello, little uncle." "Old 15. Get up quickly." The concubine Xian smiled and waved. "This is the little genius doctor I mentioned to you. Mission from General Dingen's mansion." Gu Yunjian smiled and nodded. "Qing Shuang. What a coincidence." Qing Shuang smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Yunjian. What a coincidence." Just as she was about to salute, he held her with both hands. "We are friends. There is no need for false courtesy." The concubine Xian was stunned. Old 15 has always lived in seclusion. How could the little girl be so familiar with him? Hearing the name, Brother Yunjian, so intimate, much more approachable than his son, at least 3 Shoan palaces away. Glancing at his disappointing son with dissatisfaction, he was also full of astonishment. He felt relieved. It's good that the dead boy knew to be anxious. "Old 15. How do you know Qing Shuang?" Queen Dowager Xian asked suspiciously. On the one hand, she wanted to know, and on the other hand, she guessed that the dead boy also wanted to know. Gu Yunjian smiled and said, "I wanted to meet Qing Yan after hearing the Queen Dowager mention it. It happened that Qing Yan was my good friend, so I made an appointment to meet Queen Dowager. Yesterday I went to the Imperial Mausoleum to pay homage to my father and mother, and encountered an assassination on the way. If Qing Shuang hadn't foreseen it, and dragged Qing Yan to rush over, I'm afraid I would never come to Shoan Palace again." Queen Dowager Xian was stunned. "Assassination? Someone dared to assassinate you. Who is so vicious? Have you found out?" "No. The assassins are all dead. There is a long way to go. No need to rush." The concubine Xian said, "It's good that you are fine. It's good that you are fine. So Qing Shuang is your savior?" Gu Yunjian nodded and smiled. "Isn't it? Qing Shuang, look at my face today. Will there be any disaster?" Hearing his teasing tone, Qing Shuang laughed. "Brother Yunjian, if you have another disaster today, it can only mean that I am unlucky. It's not that I will have a disaster every time I see me. Right? So even if there is, for my reputation, I can't say it." Chapter 20. Does the young uncle have feelings for Qing Shuang? Everyone laughed at this remark, except Gu Jinhao, who was indifferent and gloomy. This damn girl was like a bitter herb flower when she was with him, but now she is like a sunflower. Recalling the days when they really met, she was either crying or making a fuss, and even when she laughed, she was full of hypocrisy. She picked up the tea next to her and drank it all in one gulp. "Why is it so hot?" She was in a worse mood now. Gu Yunjian noticed that her eyes were red and swollen, and asked with concern, "Have you cried?" "Ah?" She was startled and shook her head quickly. "No. No." The concubine Xian guessed that it was her son who did it, and glared at him fiercely. "Jinhao, tell me." Gu Jinhao didn't dare to tell her about the things that forced her, and was at a loss for a moment. His eyes dodged. "My lady concubine, it's not your highness. It's... I was scared by the thunder and lightning on the way here." Qing Shuang lowered her eyes. Embarrassed, concubine Xian laughed in silence. Gu Yunjian glanced at Gu Jinhao indifferently, then retracted his gaze and smiled. "I'll take you back later." Gu Jinhao raised his head suddenly and refused. "Little uncle, don't bother. I will take her back." "Qing Shuang, who do you want to take her back?" Qing Shuang cursed inwardly. "Is the dog prince crazy? It's just acting. And he has to argue about this? They don't like each other. Isn't it okay to just get along on the surface? The damn possessiveness is really strong. Bear with him for another month." Squeezed out a word from his teeth. "You." Gu Yunjian looked at their strange interaction, and thought of what Qing Yan said to him yesterday, and no longer insisted. "Qing Shuang, Are there any interesting plays recently? When she mentioned this, her eyes lit up. Yes. I wrote to my third brother yesterday, and he said it will be the day after tomorrow. Gu Yunjian nodded and smiled. His smile was like a spring breeze, melting the ice and snow, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Are you free the day after tomorrow? I wonder if I will have the honor to watch it with you. If I am free, I will be happy to do so. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Brother Yunjian, let's meet at the old place. Gu Jinhao's face turned black. This damn girl actually had the old place with another man. Although it has nothing to do with me, I am still angry. Suppressing the anger, Qingxuang, you are not obedient. Didn't you agree to accompany me to visit the garden the day after tomorrow? Visit the garden? What garden? What kind of garden is it in this miserable wind and rain? Seeing her confused face, Gu Jinhao was almost furious. And then he agreed to cooperate with him, and forgot everything in a blink of an eye. He stepped forward and held her hand, saying, Do you still have me in your heart? Shen Qingxuang took a deep breath. The dog prince was really angry. He was like a little grudge. With drooping eyelids, he said in a muffled voice, Well, I remember. Let's go to the garden. Then he said with an apologetic look in his eyes, Brother Yunjian, I'm sorry. I can't accompany you the day after tomorrow. I'm a little busy this month. How about next month? Before Gu Yunjian could answer, his nephew added in a nonchalant way, Let's talk about next month. Hearing let's talk about it later, Shen Qingxuang was worried that the dog prince would do something weird again. So she got angry directly. Gu Jinhao, ignoring her anger, someone joked, My Qingxuang has a bad temper. She gets upset when she's not happy. But I like her. Shen Qingxuang swore that next time, even if she was struck to death by thunder, she would never compromise with the dog prince. The concubine Xian felt that the situation was getting serious, and hurriedly said, Qingxuang, I feel a little uncomfortable. Why don't you give me acupuncture first? Acupuncture is good. Acupuncture is good. The less you look at him, the better. Outside the door, the two stood side by side, with their hands behind their backs. The cool breeze blew over, and both of their hair was a little messy. The heart was also messy. I'm sorry, little uncle. You can only go to the theater alone the day after tomorrow. It's nothing. Just make an appointment in a month. Does the little uncle have feelings for Qingxuang? We just get along well. If it was just a matter of getting along well, would you give away the jade bracelet given by the emperor so easily? At first, Gu Jinhao only felt that the jade bracelet seemed familiar, until he saw Gu Yunjian's empty wrist. He realized that it was given by him, and he was shocked at the time. That stupid girl actually said it was a gift from a friend. It must be a token of love from a friend with an ulterior motive. Especially when she heard Gu Yunjian call her Qingxuang. She began to grow lust in her heart, and even felt angry that her things were coveted. So she subconsciously tried to stop it. Gu Yunjian was silent for a while, and did not answer his question, just as if he did not ask. The virtuous concubine in the palace was also uneasy. Even if she was blind, she could see that there was something wrong between her son and the little girl. Besides, she recognized the jade bracelet on the little girl's wrist. My queen, please don't move around. If you pierce the wrong place, I'm afraid I can't pierce it back. She thought she was very skilled in acupuncture, but she couldn't stand a patient moving around. The virtuous concubine had to put aside her distracting thoughts for the time being. Seeing that she was much more honest, the little girl smiled. If it weren't for that black-faced son, she thought concubine Xian was a perfect person. After acupuncture, she rested for a while before letting the two door gods in. Just like last time, concubine Xian insisted on staying for lunch, and she had to agree. But the atmosphere was weirder than last time. Concubine Xian, Lord Go and Gu Yunjian all silently picked up food for her, especially Lord Go, whose attentiveness gave her a worrying feeling of passing wind. He was too strong. Is this the legendary acting explosion? That's enough. I can't eat anymore. She couldn't bear it anymore, and said to Gu Jinhao, You eat first. And if you can't finish it, give it to me. As soon as this sentence came out, the whole audience was silent. Brother, can you stop it? She lowered her voice and bowed to him. Don't call me brother. Call me Brother Jinhao. Someone had a proud light in his eyes. Shen Qingxuang almost couldn't catch her breath, and suddenly wanted to tease him. Brother Yunjian, the fourth prince is your nephew. just from the perspective of seniority. Am I a little older than him? Gu Jinhao was petrified instantly. This damn girl was really talking about something that was not related to the topic. Gu Yunjian was very polite. That's the reason. Gu Jinhao snorted, half inducing and half threatening, Xing Shuang. You are naughty. If you really want to investigate, you have to call the little Uncle Yunjian. The concubine Xian originally drank water to ease her mood, but was choked by her son's words. She regretted having lunch with them. How could they be so cruel? Why torture a patient? At the moment of embarrassment, a palace maid came to report, My queen, Fang Mingzhu from the Prime Minister's mansion is asking for an audience outside the palace. The atmosphere became even more awkward, especially Gu Jinhao. His eyes were solemn and cold. No. The concubine Xian was very satisfied with her son's attitude. Since it was over. It was over. Didn't you hear what your highness said? The maid said weakly, I heard it. But she said she wanted to see Miss Shen again. Xing Shuang was confused. It seemed that she was the only one with the surname Shen here. The chopstick stopped in the air. See me? Yes. Oh. She just stood up and was held by Gu Jinhao. Don't go. She might say something unpleasant. Xing Shuang didn't care. She would meet sooner or later. And she couldn't hide all the time. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't take it to heart. Don't hold it back for her. Everyone just took 2 steps and waved to Gu Jinhao. He didn't understand and walked over. I just heard from the concubine dowager that the queen mother did not agree to let Fang Mingzhu enter the palace. Do you want to reconcile? If so, I can help you build a bridge. Save yourself from getting involved and unable to extricate yourself. Are you free? Send her back for dinner. I took her kindness for granted. Snorted. And ran out. Chapter 21 Reciprocity. Fang Mingzhu has been dissatisfied since she was left out in the cold at Xiangning Palace that day. She originally wanted to go to the palace in the next few days to wait for a turnaround. But she was never summoned by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. And Shufei's enthusiasm for her entering the palace as a concubine has obviously decreased. In addition, she is seriously ill and has no time to care about it. She agreed in a lukewarm way, which makes her even more embarrassed. That day, she was playing hide-and-seek with the little prince. She heard from the maid that Xing Shuang followed Gu Jinhao into the palace. And she felt even more unfair. She left the little prince to the maid and came to Shouan Palace. She had entered the palace of Gu Jinhao's mother several times, but she was not welcomed every time. Even so, she had to try to win back Gu Jinhao. After all, apart from that incident, she had an irreplaceable position in Gu Jinhao's heart. 5 days have passed, and he should have calmed down. Maybe he wanted to see her, but he couldn't let go of his face. He is the prince of the Qi, and a prince of high position and power. So naturally he is prouder than others. He waited outside the palace with hope, but he didn't expect that it was Xing Shuang who came out. Why not Jinhao? Doesn't he want to see her? Looking at Xing Shuang again at this time, he felt inferior, because she succeeded, and he failed. She was obviously 10,000 times stronger than that stupid woman. But why didn't she laugh at the end? A cold color flashed in his eyes. Her eclipse contrasted with the high spirits of the person walking towards her. It was really a different time. Fang Mingzhu felt a strong jealousy in her heart, so that she couldn't even maintain a polite smile. Mingzhu, why are you here? Xing Shuang greeted her, although she had guessed her purpose. It was just a normal social smile. But Fang Mingzhu thought it was a mockery, and raised her hand without thinking and slapped Xing Shuang in the face. Both of them were stunned. Xing Shuang thought that this woman would vent her anger on the original owner because she couldn't get what she wanted, and thought that at most she would bear some dirty words for her. But she didn't expect it to be a slap. Is this woman crazy? Touching her burning face. Just as she was about to get angry, Fang Mingzhu's eyes suddenly turned red and tears fell. Anger immediately turned into admiration. This acting professionalism is indeed higher than hers. If it were her, she would have to prepare for it. Fang Mingzhu stretched out her white hand to pull her hand, with regret in her eyes, choking and apologizing. I'm sorry, Xing Shuang. I didn't mean it. Unintentional? If you say that the tea spilled unintentionally, it's fine. But a loud slap in the face is unintentional. Does she have Parkinson's disease, or does she think she is blind? Fang Mingzhu just thought that she was beaten unconscious, so she quickly took a handkerchief to wipe her face. Xing Shuang was completely speechless. Is this rouge? Can it be wiped off with a handkerchief? If it weren't in the palace, she would have wanted to swear. Fong Mingju thought she understood her. She had beaten her before. As long as she persuaded her with kind words. This stupid woman would cry for a while and forget. She was very easy to coax. So she continued, I was angry that you told Jinhao about our plan. You know, he was so heartless to me that day. And he asked me to respect myself. He has never treated me like that. I am really sad. But what does that have to do with me? Shin Qingshuang spread her hands helplessly. He asked someone to whip me. How dare I not say it? Fong Mingju's mouth curled up when she heard it. And then immediately disappeared. He actually beat you. Too much. She showed a distressed expression again. But you can't say it. It is because of your dishonesty that my position in his heart has plummeted. He thought I was a fickle woman. Shin Qingshuang sneered. Aren't you? And what kind of thinking is that? Even if you are about to be beaten to death, you have to protect her love? Coldly said, so you are here to blame me today? Fong Mingju nodded. Then shook her head. We are good sisters. And we must make it clear if there is a problem. For the sake of our friendship for so many years. I don't blame you. Shin Qingshuang opened her hand and sighed. Fong Mingju. I have seen shameless people. But I have never seen someone as shameless as you. From the moment you took Gu Jinhao's jade pendant away, you had already planned to betray me. How can you blame me now? Besides, don't mention the deep sisterly love anymore. It's disgusting. It's just that each of us gets what we need. Fong Mingju looked at her in disbelief. And said in astonishment, Qingshuang, how can you say that? Don't you know how I have treated you for so many years? Shin Qingshuang looked at her innocent little white flower, and also acted astonished. Don't you know that I know? Fong Mingju. You clearly know that Gu Jinhao likes you. But you keep hinting to me, making me think that it is possible to be with him and pursue him relentlessly. His indifference raised your status, but also earned me the reputation of being a fangirl. No. Fong Mingju wanted to quibble, but couldn't find a tenable reason. Her face turned pale. Shin Qingshuang continued, you set up that plan, saying that you were helping me. But in the end, you wanted to get out of your relationship unscathed, and put all the blame on Gu Jinhao. You hooked up with him for wealth and glory, and abandoned him for wealth and glory. Now, the plan failed, and you kept complaining about his ruthlessness, which made you sad. What? Do you want to win him back again? Without waiting for her to speak, Shin Qingshuang said again, you can decide what to do. It has nothing to do with me. At this point, Fong Mingju didn't pretend anymore, and looked at him with a proud look. If I win back Jinhao, you will have no place to stand. And you dare to be so arrogant. These few days are just alms for you. Don't think that you can be his princess just because you become his person. What you owe, you must pay it back. What you owe does have to be paid back. Shin Qingshuang repeated it, raised her hand, and slapped Fong Mingju in the face even louder. Fong Mingju was completely stunned. She dared to hit her. Cursed, Shin Qingshuang. You little bitch hit me. Reciprocity. As soon as he turned around, Gu Jinhao was almost there. He originally wanted to come out to find her, but happened to see Fong Mingju being beaten. For a moment, she was surprised and angry. When Fong Mingju saw it, she shouted, Jinhao. She hit me. Shin Qingshuang wanted to explain, but when she saw Gu Jinhao's eyes, she had no idea at all. She said lightly, I hit her. Your Highness, do you want to help her fight back? Gu Jinhao's eyes were deep, like a bottomless pool of water. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, you shouldn't have done it. Shin Qingshuang smiled slightly. So in your Highness's opinion, I should be bullied and not fight back? She has someone to protect her. And my Shin family is not without people. Since your Highness cares so much, let's get back together. I'm not feeling well, so I'll leave first. She bowed and said okay, and ran away quickly. Seeing that she looked strange, concubine Xian wanted to leave the palace without eating, and refused to let her go. Qingshuang, did that little bitch Fong Mingju bully you? Where is that damn boy Jinhao? Shin Qingshuang's tears rolled in her eyes, but she still forced a smile. Fong Mingju slapped me, and I went back. His Highness got angry, and said I shouldn't have done it. My lady concubine, please let me go home. You take the medicine on time, and I will come back in 5 days. Seeing that she was determined to leave, concubine Xian felt distressed and angry. She had no choice but to say, Old 15. Don't eat. Send the little girl back. As soon as Gu Jinhao arrived at the door, he saw Shen Shuang lowered her head and followed Gu Yunjian away, without even looking at him, and suddenly felt empty. He moved his lips, but couldn't say anything. Turning around, he met concubine Xian's angry eyes. Mother! Pa! The concubine Dowager Xian slapped him in the face with a loud slap. You are a blind man who doesn't know how to judge people. You are exactly like your father. Chapter 22 I know what to give you. Gu Yunjian had never comforted anyone before, and he didn't know where to start. He didn't say a word until he reached the palace gate. Shuang. As soon as he got on the carriage, he heard Shen Qingshu's cheerful voice. Shen Shuang's figure was shocked, but he couldn't let him see his swollen face. He quickly covered it with his long hair and shouted, "Second brother, I greet the 15th prince." Shen Qingshu first saluted to Gu Yunjian, and as usual, he pinched his sister's face. And then he realized something was wrong. He shouted, "Who hit you? Is it Qin Yun again? That kid still hasn't learned his lesson? I'll destroy him." Qin Yun, who was not far away, trembled when he heard his name. He swore to stay here and didn't go anywhere. Shen Shuang shook her head. It's not Qin Yun. It's Fang Mingzhu who went crazy. She was trapped in her own trap because she couldn't get the love she wanted. But don't worry. I've fought back. It's good that I fought back. Are you sure you don't want your second brother to avenge you? Although the other party was a woman, it was a bit difficult to take action directly. But he had other ways. Shen Shuang didn't want to escalate this matter to a conflict with the Prime Minister's mansion. Anyway, she didn't suffer any loss. Seeing that her brother was hesitant to speak, she sighed, "I know. The boss won't know. Don't worry." After hearing this, Shen Qingshu's hanging heart fell. Last time, because of the revenge that was too light, he faced the wall and fasted for 3 days. Similar mistakes must not be made again. The stomach can't take it, but in his mind, he was still thinking that Fang Mingzhu should pay some price. The carriage drove to the Ding'an general's mansion, neither fast nor slow, which gave Shen Shuang time to calm down. She searched her sleeves, but couldn't find the handkerchief. "I forgot again." Gu Yunjian handed over a clean white handkerchief. "I haven't used it." "Oh, thank you." She took it and wiped her eyes, then turned to look at him. "Can you still see the traces?" "You can see it if you are not blind." But Gu Yunjian couldn't say that, so he chose a more euphemistic way of saying it. "If you are not in a hurry to go back, go have some tea first." "Yeah, but I can't go to Swimming Tower. If I run into my third brother, it will be even harder to get away." Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. "Why are you crying? Because Jinhao helped Fang Mingzhu?" "Yeah." Shen Shuang sat up straighter, and she was furious. "He asked me to help with the acting, but he was kind to Fang Mingzhu. Who would feel good about this? Gu Jinhao deserves to be with that green tea girl in this life. Let him be tortured for the rest of his life. If you have the guts, don't come to me again. I won't help him again, even if it rains knives from the sky." What is deceiving the emperor? Gu Yunjian was a little confused. Shen Shuang realized that she had let it slip. Anyway, one sentence is the same as 100 sentences, so she won't hide it. Before, he asked me to help him act out a love scene in front of Fang Mingzhu, but he was called by the emperor, so I had to accept it. I thought that just those 2 scenes would be enough. But Gu Jinhao said that he didn't want to disappoint concubine Xian, so he asked me to continue acting for a while. When I didn't agree, he said that it was deceiving the emperor, and he would kill all my clans. After thinking for a while, she tentatively asked, "Brother Yunjian, will you really kill all my clans?" She didn't know much about ancient laws, but he was a member of the royal family and a good friend of her third brother, so he wouldn't lie to her. Gu Yunjian laughed dumbly. Jinhao even used this. Seeing her nod seriously, he smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. Young people, it's normal for their feelings to be fickle. For example, what happened today can be a reason for separation." He was calm and in a good mood. She was supposed to drink tea, but she ate a lot of snacks. "Didn't you say you couldn't eat at lunch?" he asked her with a smile. Not being able to eat and being full are 2 different things. I turned my grief and anger into appetite. She took the handkerchief and wiped the corners of her mouth, and said embarrassedly, "I used this handkerchief, so I won't return it to you. But in return, I'll pay for the tea." Gu Yunjian smiled and said, "Do you have to return everything people give you?" She nodded solemnly. "Of course. You can't take advantage of me. But I don't have the habit of letting girls pay. Gu Yunjin smiled again. What he didn't say was that she was the first girl to have dinner with him. Then start to develop this habit slowly from now on. Next time we go out, we'll take turns to pay. But if you bring the third brother with you, I can't be counted in. It's only natural for me to eat him. Looking at her smiling face with curved eyebrows, Gu Yunjin felt happy. She smiled and began to look at him, from top to bottom, as if thinking about something. What's wrong? That look made Gu Yunjin a little unconfident. Brother Yunjin, stand up. Although he didn't understand, he still did as he was told. She suddenly brightened up and said with a smile, wait for me. I know what to give you. It turned out to be a gift. For some reason, I was looking forward to it. Do you want me to go with you? She waved while running. No. I'll be quick. Then you should be careful. The man was gone before she finished speaking. Xin Qingshuang asked the waiter about the largest jade shop and went there, because she felt that jade suited him. There were jade bracelets, jade pendants, jade hairpins and other jade-related ornaments, which dazzled her eyes. But these were not what she was looking for. The shopkeeper saw that she looked around but did not specify anyone. So he came over and asked attentively, Miss, what are you looking for? Shopkeeper, I want an ornament that means peace. Do you have it here? Peace? The shopkeeper thought for a while. Miss, do you want a Ping and Co? Although I don't know what that thing is. It's always right to have the word peace in it. After all, Gu Yunjin escaped an assassination. Who knows if there will be a next time? Bring it here and have a look. The shopkeeper said hey, and took out a brocade box from the cabinet behind him. Xin Qingshuang opened it and saw a round, green jade ring with a small hole in the middle. It was tied with a small red string, which was just right for hanging around the neck. How much? The shopkeeper smiled and said, this is a new product. There is only one in the whole city. If you are sincere, it will cost 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels? Is this jade really good or has silver depreciated? Is it so expensive? Seeing her hesitation, the shopkeeper vowed, Miss, this is really the real price. If you don't believe it, you can buy it and ask around. If there is any store that sells it cheaper than me, you can refund the difference. Oh! Xin Qingshuang smiled and said, but you just said there is only one in the whole city. How can others sell it cheaper than you? The shopkeeper smiled helplessly. Miss, you are eloquent. Let's do this. The price is 800 taels. Xin Qingshuang did not comment. Took off the jade bracelet on her wrist and handed it over. Boss, help me see how much this bracelet is worth. It was given by a friend. I want to give it back as a gift, so I have to buy one of similar price. The shopkeeper took it with both hands, then took out his glasses to look at it carefully, and exclaimed, Miss, there is really no jade ornaments in my store that can match this price. Your bracelet will not be less than 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels? Xin Qingshuang opened her mouth wide. Gu Yunjin gave her such an expensive bracelet so lightly? No wonder the third brother said it was valuable. The piece buckle of 800 taels now seemed too shabby. She really couldn't bargain with a shameless face. So she made the deal directly, just as she took out the silver note from her purse. The brocade box was taken over by another hand. I want it. 1,000 taels. I saw this first. Just as she was about to argue, she was stunned. It was Gu Jinhao. Chapter 23 Rui Pinganku. There are so many here. Why do you have to take this one? First he helped green tea. Now he's trying to snatch her Pinganku. His voice immediately rose. Gu Jinhao opened the brocade box and took a look, saying lightly, I like this one. She finally found a suitable gift. She was unwilling to give up, and slapped the silver note on the counter. I saw it first, and I paid first. This is mine. Give it to me. Gu Jinhao also took out a silver note and slapped it on the counter. 1,000 taels. The highest bidder wins. Boss, business must be honest. Are you not going to care about this? The shopkeeper encountered this situation for the first time, and smiled. Sir, it was indeed this lady who saw it first. You think you can give it to her? No. Xin Qingshuang gritted her teeth and said, Rogue, take a deep breath and look at other things. Let's take this jade pendant. The shopkeeper laughed even more happily. The jade pendant is more expensive than the peace locket. He hurriedly took it out. Miss, this jade pendant sells very well. Many ladies buy it to give to their lovers. Lover? Shen Qingxuang's face suddenly turned red to her ears. I don't want to give it to any lover. Can I give it to my brother? Yes. Of course. As long as she buys it. Who can't give it to? Just when she was about to ask the price, Gu Jinhao threw the brocade box of the peace locket over. His face was very dark. I don't want it. You buy it. Problem. Let's take the peace locket. It's better than being misunderstood. As soon as she left the store, Gu Jinhao caught up with her, Qingxuang. Shen Qingxuang didn't even look back, but instead quickened her pace. Gu Jinhao saw that she started to run, and jumped in front of her. Qingxuang. Your Highness. This is outside the palace. There is no need to act for anyone. Please don't call me so intimately. She raised her eyebrows, looked away, and ignored him. Her left cheek was still a little red. He reached out to touch her face, but she was startled and stepped back a few steps. What are you doing? If you dare to hit me, I will call the police. If not, I will call people. His face was red with guilt. Why would I hit you? I want to see your injuries. You said it as if you didn't hit me. Who asked Qin Yun to whip me with a whip? It was a nightmare. Gu Jinhao's eyes darkened, and he whispered, that was a misunderstanding. Hearing the word misunderstanding, she sneered, sure enough. You and Fang Mingzhu are a perfect match. You hit me because of a misunderstanding, and she hit me unintentionally. Gu Jinhao was speechless, and his tone softened. Let me see the wound on your face. I brought medicine, and I will help you apply it. She opened his hand directly. No need to pretend. Fourth Prince? Go and care about your sweetheart. I am thick-skinned, and this is nothing. I am mentally ill to get involved in your mess. Also, I regret what I said today. You can do whatever you want. It's up to you. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you anymore. Gu Jinhao's heart was even emptier. He wanted to apologize, but her attitude was too tough for him to say those 3 words. Is the peace locket you just bought for the little uncle? He asked in a low voice. Yes. The rouge-colored figure quickly disappeared in front of him. He punched the tree, but he didn't feel any pain. He also wanted it, which she gave him. She was even more upset. When had she ever felt so aggrieved? He was still the decisive 4th Prince a few days ago, but she could only cry in front of him. What the hell? When Gu Yunjian saw her again, he was shocked. She was out of breath after buying a gift. Like she was fleeing. What happened? It's nothing. She pushed the brocade box in front of him. A little embarrassed. Brother Yunjian, how about I return the bracelet to you? And you can give me a cheaper one. Your bracelet is too expensive. I can't buy it at this price. Even if I have it, I can't afford it. I only have 10,000 taels of silver in total. My 3rd brother gave me a lot before, but I spent it all. Her voice became lower and lower, and Gu Yunjian couldn't help laughing when he heard the last part. Does this little girl think it's an equal exchange? This is not a business. Gifts are about the intention, not the value. Once you give it away, there is no reason to take it back. By the way, why did you give me this? He opened the brocade box, and the jade ring inside was very beautiful. She took a sip of tea and took a breath. A lucky peace locket. You just encountered an assassination, so I thought of buying a gift that could represent peace. Safe? There are very few people in this world who care whether he is safe or not. Her heart warmed up, and she smiled. Can you help me put it on? What's wrong with that? She agreed straightforwardly. When she walked behind him, Gu Yunjian smelled a faint fragrance, a bit like lotus fragrance, which made him dazed. His heartbeat seemed to skip a beat, and his hand holding the cup tightened a little. After sitting down again, she asked tentatively, Do you really like it? Gu Yunjian said, Of course. Why do you ask? She smiled. 3rd brother said you are very picky about ornaments, so I should choose carefully when giving gifts to you. Gu Yunjian secretly blamed Shen Qingyan for being nosy. If he chose carefully, when would he receive it? Qingyan gave me a fan pendant in the coldest days of winter, and I really couldn't convince myself that I liked that gift. I usually stay at home and rarely go out in summer, so I don't need it. But he always complained that I didn't cherish his friendship. Shen Qingxuang laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. It turned out that there was such a story. Giving a fan pendant in winter. Her 3rd brother is also a strange flower. What is redundant? A cotton-padded jacket in summer, a cattail fan in winter, and attentiveness after the heart is cold. The third brother has demonstrated the meaning of being redundant with his actions. Gu Yunjian lowered his head and smiled. It was really fun to chat with her. It would have been nice if they had known each other earlier. The two chatted and laughed for a while. Gu Yunjian first sent Shen Qingxuang back to the general's mansion, and then went home. She was a little tired, so she went back to her room to take a nap. After waking up from the nap, it was already evening. She opened the door and walked into the yard. She yawned lazily and actually saw Gu Jinhao. The yawn died halfway. It was so uncomfortable. How could the dog prince come? It must be an illusion. She rubbed her eyes, looked again, and her heart skipped a beat. Who else could that young man with a blue sky after the rain be but him? His eyes seemed tired, but it was none of her business. Maybe she was angry with Fang Mingzhu. She walked around him without looking away. Just as she was about to run, he grabbed her arm. What are you doing? This is my home. Don't even think about using force. She made a fierce expression, hoping that he would recognize the home and away fields. I won't move. Listen to my explanation. Gu Jinhao's tone was negotiating. Okay. He really let go. She actually ran away. Shen Qingxuang. Gu Jinhao was angry. He had been so humble, but she actually played tricks on him. Hearing his anger, Shen Qingxuang didn't dare to stop. She ran and shouted, Big brother. Second brother. Third brother. Help me. The three brothers were practicing martial arts. When they heard their sister's shrill cry, they all rushed over in a hurry. Seeing the little girl's nervous look like she was fleeing, they all flew forward to block Gu Jinhao's way. The eldest brother was there, so the Shen Qingshu brothers had no chance to speak. They pulled their sister behind them and stared at Gu Jinhao with a covetous look. Shen Qinglang said seriously, Your Highness, you are not going to bully my sister in the general's mansion, are you? Gu Jinhao had to stop. Young general misunderstood. I came to apologize to Qingxuang. Apologize? What do you mean? Shen Qinglang was a little confused. Gu Jinhao said, Today in Shouan Palace, Fang Mingzhu hit Qingxuang, and then Qingxuang slapped her back. I mistakenly thought that she was bullying Fang Mingzhu, so I treated her badly. Shen Qinglang's face became more and more solemn, and he said angrily, Waiter. Whatever happened in the palace was the responsibility of the waiter. Shen Qingshu shuddered and knelt down. Brother, it's my fault. I failed to protect you. I accept the punishment. I will face the wall and reflect on my mistakes now. I will fast for 3 days. No. 5 days. 5 days. Shen Qinglang said in a deep voice. 10 days. Turning to Gu Jinhao, Your Highness, please don't involve my sister in your affairs with Fang Mingzhu in the future. My sister is simple-minded, and the palace is complicated. I don't want her to have any involvement with the royal children. Shen Qingyan hurriedly said, Brother. In fact, some royal children are also simple-minded. You also go to face the wall and fast for 3 days. Turning to Gu Jinhao, Your Highness, I will send you off. Please forgive me for the offense today. Chapter 24. The Scheme of Self-Inflicted Injury. An empty stone house, with nothing but the bare stone wall, except for Shen Qishu and Shen Qingyan, who were kneeling back to back with a serious look. The Shen family's face-to-face reflection is really face-to-face reflection. Perhaps it is the stubbornness unique to the generals. They are very strict and will not tolerate any unworthiness. Although Shen Qishu felt a little wronged, at least he had Xiao San to accompany him this time. Although it was only 3 days. 1 day is 1 day. It was originally a pleasant surprise for him. Xiao San. Are you uncomfortable? After pounding his numb legs, Shen Qingshu turned his head and asked. Shen Qingyan groaned, uncomfortable. 3 days? How much money will be lost? You don't know? My stage is very popular now. Shen Qingshu. Shen Qingyan said again, You are lucky. You can still take a walk while on duty. Shen Qingshu turned his head, and then looked at the bare stone wall and sighed. Let out? Didn't you hear what the eldest brother said? Fast for 10 days. With the speed at which our sister is in trouble, I am extremely scared. I am so hungry that my chest is sticking to my back. I will definitely suffer in a fight. If I lose and anger the eldest brother, I don't know how many days I will be locked up. Tomorrow after tomorrow. How many tomorrows are there? I dare not think about it. You are still the best. Just kneel here for 3 days, and it will pass if you endure it. Hearing his words, Shen Qingyan felt that it made sense. After all, He can go to Gu Yunjian to make up for the suffering he suffered. Unlike his second brother, who is purely asking for it, and can only bear it alone. The two brothers sighed until the new moon hung in the night sky. If we had known this would happen, we should have dinner first and then fight. The eldest brother is too cruel to rely on the lunch to last for 10 days. Shen Qingshu drooped his head and gritted his teeth. Shen Qingyan agreed. But he thought Gu Jinhao was the culprit. Apologize if you want. Why say it so clearly? The boss's weak spot is his sister. And as long as she is wronged, he will definitely vent his anger on them. Gu Jinhao. I'm not done with you. Definitely not done. His stomach growled. And Shen Qingshu quickly covered his mouth to prevent any sound. Maintaining his last dignity. Xiao San. Are you hungry? Wouldn't you be hungry if you said it out loud? But Shen Qingyan still said stubbornly, no. I just feel a little dizzy. Just as the two sighed again, the door of the stone house was pushed open with a creak. And then a rouge-colored figure sneaked in. There was also a refreshing fragrance. The smell of rice. The brothers were shocked and their eyes were filled with tears. Why did you send food to your brothers this time? It was the first time ever. Shen Qingshuang took a deep breath and smiled. I have to show my appreciation for being punished for my crime. But my eldest brother would never agree to let you out, no matter how much I beg him. As expected, the brothers didn't care at all and stared at the food box. Shen Qingshuang smiled again and took out the food. 3 bowls of rice. 3 pairs of chopsticks. You haven't eaten either? She nodded. No. It's so fun to eat together. I made the food. Try it and see if it tastes good. Shen Qingshu and Shen Qingyan looked at each other and said at the same time, Can you cook? Well, I just learned. The two who were already extremely hungry started to eat voraciously. And this time the light in their eyes was even brighter. How come it tastes so good? What is this dish? Shen Qingyan asked the name of the dish in his busy schedule. If it is served in Suiming Tower, it will definitely be popular. Shen Qingshuang ate slowly, picking up dishes for her 2 brothers while eating. Fuchi Fipian. Boiled fish. Garlic vermicelli shrimp. Blanched green vegetables. I was afraid that you were too hungry, so I only made these. After eating everything, the 2 teenagers put down their chopsticks contentedly. Sister, if you come to deliver food every day, brother is willing to stay in prison like this for the rest of his life. Shen Qingyan burped. Still unsatisfied. Shen Qingshuang's temples throbbed. Can't I cook for you if you go out? This seems to be the truth. Afraid of being discovered by the eldest brother, Shen Qingshuang quickly cleaned up the mess and quietly slipped away again. After a while, he came back and brought in cushions and quilts. She stretched her head out of the door and whispered, Biyu, go back. Shen Qingshu was surprised. The boss didn't say that we can use the cushion or the quilt. Did he say that we can't? No. After Shen Qingyan divided the cushion and quilt, he found that there was another one. Seeing that she spread it out calmly, he was even more surprised. You are not here too, are you? It's cold here. And you? A little girl. Can't stand it. Go back quickly. Shen Qingshuang said cunningly. Don't worry. It won't be long. After careful observation and careful consideration, we won't have to stay here for 2 hours. How difficult can it be to make a self-torture plan? For the first time, Shen Qinglang rejected his sister's plea. He couldn't sleep after thinking about it, thinking of her pitiful look when she left. He lifted the quilt and went to Chuani Pavilion to find her. There was no response when knocking on the door. But the house was lighted. He pushed the door open and went in. But no one was there. He looked around but couldn't find her. He asked Biyu. But she was evasive. Where did the young lady go? He was afraid that she had run away from home. And he was a little scared. Before his mother died, she told him to take on the responsibility of the eldest brother and take good care of his sister. Biyu followed Shen Qingshuang's instructions and acted awkwardly for a while before telling him that she was in the Sigua Hall. When Shen Qinglang arrived, he saw the 3 brothers and sisters, each covered with a quilt, kneeling on the cushion and dozing off. Nonsense! Although angry, the voice was not loud. Shen Qingyan was the first to notice that the eldest brother had arrived. He immediately pulled off the quilt and the cushions, and whispered, Big brother. Seeing that the second brother was still not awake, he hurriedly shook him. Shen Qingshu was so scared when he saw the angry eldest brother. Big brother. Just as he was about to shake Shen Qingshuang, the eldest brother glared at him and held her up. Shen Qingshuang was half asleep. when she opened her eyes and saw Xinqing Lang. She called sweetly, "Big brother, I'll take you back. It's so cold here. What if you get sick?" There was no anger at all. Her eyes and eyebrows were full of pampering. "I won't leave. I'm also wrong. I'll accompany them to face the wall and reflect on their mistakes." Xinqing Lang sighed lightly. "Don't do this again in the future. The two damn boys are now lawless." Turning to the trembling brothers, "Go back to sleep." Xinqing Shuang waved proudly at the two confused brothers. The two boys nodded repeatedly, turned around and ran fast, as if there were wild dogs chasing behind them. Time is running out. If the eldest brother changes his mind, it will be terrible. Xinqing Lang couldn't see her expression, and said sadly, "You actually teamed up to deal with my elder brother." "No. My elder brother is the best." After saying that, she kissed him on the face, and Xinqing Lang's face immediately turned red. The little girl will be beaten after a stick and then given a date. It will become more and more difficult to control in the future. Alas, such a lovely sister can't be bullied by Gu Jinhao. It was the day to give acupuncture to concubine Xian again. Xinqing Lang personally sent her to the palace. She was very happy. Finally, she didn't have to be alone with Gu Jinhao. Concubine Xian felt strange and asked, "How did the young general have time to send Xinqing here?" Xinqing Lang said, replying to the concubine, "I happen to have something to do in the palace, so I came with my sister. She has a bad temper, and I am afraid that she will cause trouble and be blamed." Cause trouble and be blamed. Concubine Xian was embarrassed. It's all the fault of Fang Mingzhu. That little bitch. And this blind son. She glared at the silent Gu Jinhao again. Yu Ping accounted them for her, and including this time just now. In just 1 hour. The fourth prince was despised by his own mother 49 times. After the acupuncture, concubine Xian wanted to keep Xinqing Shuang to talk about some private matters during lunch. But Xinqing Lang politely declined. For a moment, she was even more resentful of her son, who only knew how to piss off his mother. There was only one chance left for acupuncture, and concubine Xian was determined to seize it. Gu Jinhao looked at the backs of Xinqing Shuang and Xinqing Lang, who were happily playing as they left, and felt even more damn lonely. Chapter 25. When you get old, you are disliked. 5 days later. It was a good day. The sky was high, and the clouds were light, and the sun was shining. Xinqing Shuang wore a crimson gauze skirt, which made her look delicate and noble, and lively and agile. Xinqing Yan looked around her and nodded. "Beautiful. Beautiful. Like a god. Isn't it the tailor you found?" Xinqing Shuang blinked her eyes, and whispered while Xinqing Lang was not paying attention. "Still the same place?" Xinqing Yan also lowered his voice. "Yes. The boss will send you home and go to the Ministry of War. Come out boldly." Xinqing Lang finished his work and caught a glimpse of the two whispering, and seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. Immediately, his tone was unfriendly. "Xiao San, what are you whispering about?" Obviously, there were two people whispering, but the boss was only talking to him. Xinqing Yan felt wronged, but he could only feel wronged. A flattering smile appeared on his face. "Brother, I have a lot of new pastries. Ask Xing Shuang which one she likes and I will bring some back when I come back." Xinqing Lang said disdainfully, "Why don't you just pick some of each? The bigger the business, the stingier people are." Stingy. 10,000 taels of pocket money a month, plus clothes and jewelry. Is it really stingy? When he looked up again, the eldest brother had already pulled his sister into the carriage. "Xing Shuang, you don't have to go to the palace again after this acupuncture, right?" Xinqing Lang put his hands on his knees with a smile on his face. Xinqing Shuang said, "Yes. The virtuous concubine is almost well. This time is to enhance the effect." "Brother, are you still waiting for me in Shouan Palace?" Xinqing Lang nodded without thinking. "Yes. The waiter can't be relied on. It's only been a few days, and there have been 2 accidents in the palace." Xinqing Shuang looked embarrassed. Did the eldest brother misunderstand the second brother's duties? As the commander of the Imperial Guards, he was supposed to protect the safety of the palace. Not just her, but in the eyes of Xinqing Lang and other people in the Shen family. As long as something happened in the palace, it was Xinqing Shu's problem. Even he admitted it. In Shouan Palace, concubine Xian paced back and forth, and Yuping felt dizzy. "My queen, do you want to sit down and rest for a while?" How could concubine Xian want to rest? In the deep palace backyard, she finally got a little girl she liked, and this was the last time they met. It was really annoying. Did Jinhao go to pick up Qingxuang? Yuping said, the queen told you before your highness left last time. But from what I saw, you couldn't pick her up even if you went. General Shen seemed to be deliberately guarding against your highness. And he should personally send mission over. Concubine Xian sighed and gathered her hair. She said unhappily, where is it seeming? The meaning is obvious. But who can be blamed for this? The dead boy gave up the good pearls and chose the dead fish eyes. Yuping, do you think he is really born by me? Could he be switched at birth? Think about it carefully. I don't think I can give birth to such a stupid thing. Yuping was stunned. What happened to the concubine dowager? Watching his highness go from a treasure to a grass on the prairie. This speed is too fast. Now I have begun to doubt his life experience. This fragile mother-son relationship. My queen, why don't you find a reason to keep mission and have a good chat with her? Maybe there will be a turnaround. Just think about it. If his highness and her get together, the Dingyan general's mansion will be a strong support. Your highness is already in a high position and has power. With the support of the general's mansion, it will be even more powerful. But? Yu Ping frowned slightly. The three brothers of the Shen family are extremely protective of their children. And our prince may face some difficulties. Her difficulties in the eyes of the concubine are not considered at all. She hummed. The dead boy should have such a big brother to adjust and teach. And you can open a few meals. Yu Ping didn't know how to respond. So he silently poured her some tea and went to wait at the door. As soon as Shen Qinglang and his sister got off the carriage, Qin Yan also drove up. Since they had met, there was no reason to avoid each other. The brother and sister saluted Gu Jinhao, who raised his hand and said, what a coincidence. Qin Yan's mouth twitched. It really opened his eyes. Can artificial coincidence be considered a coincidence? Since they had the same destination, it would be awkward if they didn't say anything along the way. So Gu Jinhao and Shen Qinglang chatted with each other. But his eyes couldn't help but fall on Shen Qingxuang. After not seeing her for a few days, she has become more beautiful. Why did he choose to ignore her when she was trying to please him? And even felt annoyed? Have you been blind for so long? However, the little girl seemed to keep a distance from him, as if she didn't see him, and only responded to her brother's words. The three of them went to Shoan Palace with their own thoughts. When concubine Xian saw Shen Qinglang coming again, she sighed silently. Are all the generals so idle? Or is there a scourge in her Shoan Palace? My lady concubine, let me give you acupuncture. Shen Qingxuang took out the tool, walked up to her, and said with a smile, so soon? Concubine Xian didn't want to get to the point so early. How about some tea first? Shen Qingxuang didn't know what she was thinking, and was only focused on completing the task. So she smiled and said, first give me acupuncture, then drink tea. You will be relieved if you recover. But in the eyes of concubine Xian, if she recovers, her son will have no chance. Unable to resist her sweet smile and soft voice, she had to listen to her. Practice makes perfect. And it took almost no time this time. He took her pulse again and smiled. My lady concubine, your illness has been cured, and you don't need to take medicine. Concubine Xian said in a muffled voice. Just be more careful about what you eat in the future. And find the imperial doctor in time if you feel uncomfortable. Shen Qingxuang didn't dare to interfere, so she could only fulfill her duty of reminding. Concubine Xian's eyes lit up. If I feel uncomfortable, can I come to you? Ah? Shen Qingxuang opened her mouth wide and said in embarrassment, but my medical skills are really not up to par. It's okay to do it once in a while. If others know about it, it will definitely cause trouble. Concubine Xian sighed sadly, looking pitiful. Alas, I'm old and disliked. Let me die in the hands of those unscrupulous mediocre doctors. She wiped away 2 tears while saying this, which made Shen Qingxuang feel very sorry. Is this the legendary resentful woman in the deep palace? Yu sighed. My lady concubine, you are so naughty. Does your son know? The eyes of concubine Xian lit up. Qingxuang, have you agreed? Yes, but you can't tell others. If you agree, concubine Xian hurriedly said, promise. If I break my promise, I will betroth Jinhao to you. Shen Qingxuang was shocked. No. Let me live a few more years. Seeing how much the concubine Xian disliked her son, she liked him even more. Even her likes and dislikes were the same as hers. Wasn't she the destined good daughter-in-law? Since she had made one request, she didn't mind making another one. Her tone was gentle and her voice was soft. Qingxuang, I haven't visited the Imperial Garden for a long time. Can you accompany me for a walk? It will also be good for my recovery. Right? She blinked as she spoke, which made Shen Qingxuang frown. Is the concubine Xian acting like a spoiled child to her? She said truthfully, but my elder brother has something to do after sending me home. I can't waste his time. The concubine Xian curled her lips. Alas, I'm old and disliked by others. Shen Qingxuang. How about I discuss it with my elder brother? Okay. After hearing this request, Shen Qinglang disagreed. Where in the palace are people who are easy to get along with? Be good and go home with your brother. It's rare that the Queen Mother is in the mood to go out for a walk. So let me accompany her. I promise to go home safe and sound. If something happens again, I will do whatever you say, and I will never frown. Really? This condition can be considered. Really? It's more real than gold. She took Shen Qinglang's hand, hooked his little finger, and blinked. Is this okay? How could it not be okay? The old man will be home before dinner. Don't play too crazy. Okay. Okay. I will definitely remember it. Big brother is still the best. The most worthy thing for me to be grateful to God in my life is to have a big brother like you. I love you so much. Big brother. Just sweet talking. Shen Qinglang scratched her nose and said to concubine Xian, Concubine, I will leave first. If my sister is rude, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I will definitely forgive you. Go slowly. Young General. Yuping. Send the young general off. Shen Qinglang's mouth twitched. Is he afraid that he won't leave? Chapter 26 and said, she was a bad woman. The Imperial Garden was picturesque, and concubine Xian was in a spring mood. Walking slowly with Shen Qingxuang's hand, Yuping had already silently stepped back and followed slowly. Gu Jinhao put his hands behind his back, did not speak, and quietly looked at the two women who whispered from time to time, with a smile unconsciously on his lips. Concubine Xian pointed to a lake not far away, where there were already scattered lotus leaves sticking to the water, and said with a smile, next month will be different, when the lotus will fill the pond and be refreshing. Lotus leaves reaching the sky. Lotus flowers reflecting the sun? Shen Qingxuang's eyes were full of joy. She had seen many modern lotus ponds, and wondered what the scene was like in this palace. Seeing that she was interested, concubine Xian quickly made an invitation. She agreed readily, then scratched her head and changed her words. If my elder brother agrees, I will enter the palace. Immediately, a resentful voice came to her ears. Alas, I am old and disliked. I don't even have anyone to accompany me to see flowers. This was the third time Shen Qingxuang heard this, and she was really impressed by this woman who loved to act. I will accompany you, as long as you don't find me annoying. No. No. I like you so much that I can't wait to have a daughter-in-law as cute and beautiful as you. Shen Qingxuang felt that she couldn't breathe, and Gu Jinhao was also stunned. He knew that his mother liked her, but he didn't expect it to be so extreme. He quickly advised, Mother, what you said makes Miss Shen so embarrassed. Although he didn't want to call her Miss Shen, he was afraid of annoying her, so he had to change it. Shen Qingxuang thought that Gu Jinhao must have said this because he and Fang Mingzhu had reconciled. So she continued, Your Majesty, please don't match people up randomly. If His Highness's sweetheart knew about this, she would misunderstand. Sweetheart? Who? Did she mean Fang Mingzhu? That little bitch? The concubine Xian turned around and glared at her son. If you can't speak, don't speak. You are a person who can't do anything but cause trouble. But Gu Jinhao swore that it was not what Shen Qingxuang understood, since he misunderstood her that time. He had once again stopped Fang Mingzhu's thoughts in person, but she didn't give him a chance to apologize. The concubine Xian pulled her to sit on a wooden chair, patted her hand, and said softly, Qingxuang, do you have someone you like? Shen Qingxuang was shocked by her straightforwardness again, and shook her head honestly. No. That's good. Then what kind of man do you like? She smiled and said, Madam, are you going to introduce me to someone? If it were in modern times, concubine Xian would be an excellent matchmaker, and maybe she could even open a matchmaking agency. Seeing her naughty look, concubine Xian scolded her. Am I an ice person? Tell me. Shen Qingxuang herself was not a shy person. She counted on her fingers. Handsome, gentle and patient, loyal and tolerant. And you can't be mean to me. That's it for now. Concubine Xian's face turned pale. Her own dead boy seemed to meet the first point, and the others behind were not even close to it. On the contrary, they were getting more and more intense on the opposite side. However, old 15 was completely qualified. Looking at the bracelet on her wrist again, she was even more depressed. Sighing, this topic was too sad and could not be brought up again. At this time, a 3 or 4-year-old kid ran over and directly pulled Qinqing Shuang's hand. She was stunned. My queen? Who is this kid? Concubine Xian touched the kid's head. Concubine Shu's son. Gu Zi said to the little kid here. Why are you here? Gu Zi blinked his round eyes and said seriously, my lady concubine. Ear wants to play with her. Qinqing Shuang was confused. It was the first time she saw this little kid. She didn't know why he would look for her. But because of his cuteness, she followed him. Little prince? Where are you taking me? Gu Zi didn't say anything, but pulled her to run. When they reached the lake, he pointed to a lotus leaf. I want a lotus leaf. Help me pick it. Pick a lotus leaf? It's right on the shore. It's not difficult. But it feels strange. Why did so many people choose her? Isn't the son of concubine Shu the nephew of Fang Mingzhu? After a little thought, she smiled and said, Little prince, where is your aunt? Aunt and mother are there. The little hand pointed with a puzzled look on her face. Hey, she was here just now. Seeing that she didn't move, she urged again, I want lotus leaves. Pick them for me. Qinqing Shuang felt that this matter was related to Fang Mingzhu. Unable to resist the little kid's coquetry, she found a branch from the side and prepared to use it to reach it. The branch was long enough to easily touch the lotus leaf. At this time, the little kid reached out and pushed her. And when she reacted, her body fell down uncontrollably. Oh my god! She can't swim. Even if she can swim, she will get home wet. And her elder brother will definitely control her in the future. Help! Before she uttered the word life, a hand grabbed her waist. And then her body was in the air. When she came to her senses, she was held in Gu Jinhao's arms. There was actually concern in his eyes. You? Why are you here? Your Highness? She quickly broke free and calmed down. No. My heart was beating fast. Gu Jinhao's heart was also beating fast. Are you okay? No. She brushed her hair and stood aside. Concubine Xian also saw the commotion here and brought Yiping over. Gu Zi lowered his head as if he had made a mistake, not daring to say a word. Just as he was about to run, he was grabbed by the collar by Gu Jinhao. Ear pays respect to the emperor's uncle. The little kid knelt down obediently and saluted respectfully. But the emperor's uncle didn't let him stand up. He was afraid of Gu Jinhao in the first place. And now he was even more afraid. Why did you push her? Hearing this stern voice, Gu Zi's little body trembled. Auntie. Auntie said that she is a bad woman. She also said that if Ear pushed her into the river, she would give him candy. Uncle, please spare Ear. Ear won't dare to do that again. Qinqing Shuang couldn't say more about someone's sweetheart. But concubine Xian couldn't help it. The little bitch was very brave. Yuping, go get Fang Mingzhu and concubine Shu. Concubine Shu didn't expect her son to do such a thing. And she knew about Gu Jinhao and Qinqing Shuang's affair. So she was uneasy all the way and coughed even more. Fang Mingzhu was very nervous when she saw Yuping. She must have been exposed. Your servant pays respects to the Queen Mother. Your servant pays respects to the Queen Mother. Your Highness the Fourth Prince. The concubine Xian asked concubine Shu to stand up and snorted, You are weak. Sit down. Concubine Shu did not dare to sit down and asked her son, Ear, how could you push your aunt? Gu Zi saw his mother coming and cried aggrievedly, Mother, my aunt said she was a bad woman and asked me to push her. But the uncle saw it. And he was still mean to me. Mother. Concubine Shu was furious. She thought her son was just playing around. But she didn't expect that he was instigated by someone. She was secretly glad that the Empress Dowager and the Emperor didn't agree to Fang Mingzhu entering the palace. Otherwise her son wouldn't live long in her hands after she died. She supported her sick body and slapped Fang Mingzhu hard. Why are you so vicious? How dare you teach Ear bad things? Fang Mingzhu covered her painful face and argued, Cousin, Ear is still young and lied because he was bewitched by someone. How could I teach him like that? Mother, I didn't lie. My aunt said that if I push the bad woman, she will give me candy. Qinqing Shuang felt embarrassed when she heard bad woman all the time. She held her forehead and stopped looking at the baby. The virtuous concubine said coldly, Shufei, Qing Shuang is a guest of this palace. You indulge your cousin and son to commit crimes. How are you going to solve this matter? Xu Fei was shocked and knelt down again. If it were any other concubine, she would not be afraid. But this is the virtuous concubine, Gu Jinhao's mother. She is not like Fang Mingzhu, who has the prime minister's mansion behind her. She only has one brother. But she is still under Gu Jinhao's command, walking on thin ice every day. At that moment, she made up her mind, Madam Concubine. I will let you copy the book 100 times as a punishment. I have no way to teach. So I asked to be confined for 10 days. As for Mingzhu, I will revise the book and discipline her strictly in the Prime Minister's mansion. Chapter 27. This palace is kind-hearted. The virtuous concubine shook her head gently, as if she was watching a joke. Xu Fei, revise the letter to the Prime Minister's residence? Don't bother. Hearing this, Xu Fei looked puzzled, while Fang Mingzhu was terrified. The concubine has always disliked her. Is she going to attack her now? The virtuous concubine looked at her contemptuously, and pointed to the lake with lotus leaves floating on it. Fang Mingzhu, jump in and I will let this go. Jump into the river? Fang Mingzhu was afraid. She couldn't swim. If she jumped in, she would die. Even if she survived and was rescued, she would lose face. She is the daughter of the Prime Minister, of noble status. She cannot? Absolutely cannot. My lady concubine. Mingzhu knows she was wrong. Mingzhu will not dare to do it again next time. Please forgive me this time. The concubine Xian snorted impatiently. Fang Mingzhu, I am not familiar with you. Don't call you Mingzhu all the time. Fang Mingzhu blushed. Yes. I made a mistake. I don't have much patience. Do you want to jump down by yourself? Or go find your father to watch you jump down? Fang Mingzhu looked at concubine Xu for help. But seeing the hatred in her eyes, she lowered her head timidly. My lady, I can't swim. If I fall in, I will drown. The lady looked at Qingxuang with a gentle face. Qingxuang, can you swim? No. The lady brushed the hairpin on her head and smiled. Did you hear that? Fang Mingzhu? This person, really, should have a kind heart. Why? My Qingxuang said that you will have to pay for what you have done. Don't you think that retribution is coming? It's bad enough that you have a vicious mind, but you also want to teach your bad things. How can you let concubine Xu deal with it? At this time, concubine Xu was furious again, and she wanted to slap Fang Mingzhu again. Concubine Xian said again, I am kind-hearted. Don't worry. Someone will save you if you jump down. Yuping, go and call Commander Shen, and ask him to bring a guard who can swim. Shen Qingshu was almost scared to death when he saw Yuping coming. Is the ancestor causing trouble again? He absolutely believed that the eldest brother could kill him. He ran over tremblingly, and only felt relieved when he saw his sister standing well. Your Highness pays respect to the Empress Dowager, the Empress Consort Xu, and the fourth prince. The Empress Dowager Xian raised her hand and showed a kind smile. Commander Shen. Fang Mingzhu instigated ear to push Qingxuang into the river. Fortunately, Jinhao found out in time, and no accident happened. Now, I want Fang Mingzhu to jump in by herself. But she can't swim. So I asked you to come. After she jumps in, you ask someone to rescue her. Do you understand? I understand. Shen Qingshu's eyes were about to spit fire. This woman is really impatient with life. It was she who slapped her sister last time, causing the eldest brother to face the wall and fast for 10 days. It's only been a few days, and she's doing something strange again. Are you trying to make him starve to death? This hatred is irreconcilable. Fang Mingzhu couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and ran to Gu Jinhao. Jinhao, are you really going to watch me being humiliated? Can you help me? Gu Jinhao got a glimpse of Shen Qingshuang's disgusted eyes, and became even more irritated. Miss Fang, I told you to respect yourself. Don't call me that anymore. Also, if you don't want to be humiliated, don't do evil. Shen Qingshuang looked at him in surprise. Is this how the dog prince treats his white moonlight? Aren't they reconciled and reunited? Men are so fickle. Fang Mingzhu saw him so heartless, and all kinds of grievances surged in her heart. Seeing concubine Xian staring at her coldly again, there was definitely no room for maneuver. She made up her mind and jumped. Although it was April, the lake water was still a little cold, which made her shiver. Then, water was poured into her nose and mouth, which was very uncomfortable. She thrashed in the water and shouted help. and Gu Zi was so scared that he hid behind his mother, with only a small head exposed. The guards next to Shen Qingshu were worried. "Commander, will your subordinates go to save people?" Shen Qingshu snorted unhappily. "You are so anxious? Is it your relative?" "No, no." Until concubine Xian felt that it was a bit too much. Shen Qingshu waved his hand slowly. "Go." It's said to save, but it's actually to fish it out. Fang Mingzhu coughed so hard that her face turned pale. Her body trembled. Her teeth chattered. And she looked extremely embarrassed. "Remember this lesson." "Yes. I will never dare to do it again." Concubine Shu asked the maid to take Fang Mingzhu back to the palace. Just as she was about to leave, Gu Zi fell to her knees with a plop. "Uncle, Ear won't dare to do it again. Ear will go back to copy books and doesn't want to jump into the river." Gu Jinhao squatted down. "Then did you miss something?" Gu Zi thought about it, got up, lowered his head, and walked to Shen Shuang. "Auntie, I'm sorry." Shen Shuang was no longer angry when such a baby who knew his mistakes took the initiative to apologize. Smiled. "It's okay. Little prince, do you like candy? I will make delicious candy and bring it to you next time. Okay?" Gu Zi's eyes lit up, and his little head kept nodding. "Okay. Okay. Thank you. Auntie! Auntie, my name is Gu Zi. Remember to find me next time you come. I live in Huaxing Palace." "Okay. I remember. My name is Shen Shuang. I live in General Dingen Mansion. If you leave the palace, remember to find me." Hearing her introduce herself to the little kid in a serious manner, concubine Xian was speechless. Isn't this girl too interesting? The conversation between the big and the small continued. "Auntie, I will never push you again in the future. The emperor's uncle is very fierce. He beat me before. He beat me before too. We are equally pitiful." The little guy immediately showed a sympathetic expression. "Then we should stay away from him in the future." "Okay. He is a bad guy." Gu Jinhao couldn't listen anymore. If she hadn't done that dirty thing, how could he let Qinyan beat her? Now she only remembers that he beat her. But she took all the responsibility away. "Shen Shuang, come with me." Gu Zi's face turned pale. It's over. The emperor's uncle is going to beat his aunt again. He was so anxious that he cried. Xu Fei was afraid that her son would do something bad, so she dragged him away despite her illness, leaving behind shrill cries all the way. Shen Qingshu was also afraid and insisted on following him. The virtuous concubine thought that he was really a fool. "Commander Shen, don't worry. Nothing will happen." Shen Qingshu looked miserable. "My lady, I am worried. It has happened twice. If it happens again, I will have no place to stand in the Shen family. To be honest, the eldest son of the family is very strict, and I dare not take it lightly." Finally, he followed. A 500-watt light bulb never left his side, and Gu Jinhao couldn't say what he had prepared. Shen Qingshuang held her brother tightly, staring at the dog prince's every move. "Shen Qingshu, you do your thing. I won't do anything to your sister. There is nothing that cannot be said to others. Your Highness, just say it. Don't avoid me. Are you going or not?" "No." Gu Jinhao's patience has been exhausted. No more nonsense. Directly attacking him, and pressing his acupoints when he was not prepared. Shen Qingshu watched him take his sister away. "Let my second brother go." Shen Qingshuang broke free from his hand. Did she have to be so deep in the play? Gu Jinhao took her hand again. "I will let him go after you finish talking." Chapter 28. I should like you. "Then tell me." She didn't want to go any further. The further she went, the more dangerous it was. She quickly held onto a tree with her other hand and refused to let go. Gu Jinhao was so angry that he laughed and let her go, seeing that she was more wary of him than a thief. He lowered his head. "I'm sorry for what happened last time. I misunderstood you and thought you were bullying Fang Mingzhu." Shen Qingshuang looked at him suspiciously, but seeing his sincere eyes, she doubted his motives even more. "Then what?" "What then? No then? Just to apologize? Did the dog prince get his head kicked by a donkey?" After thinking for a while, he said, "Although you saved me this time, your sweetheart was the instigator. So let's call it even. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Just took 2 steps. He grabbed her hand. "She is not my sweetheart. Qingshuang, can you forgive me for what you just said?" She looked at him like a fool. "Your affairs have nothing to do with me, and I didn't suffer any loss. What should I forgive?" Gu Jinhao's heart sank. And he whispered, I have made it clear to her that she lied first. And I no longer have any feelings for her. Oh! This still has nothing to do with her. But don't expect me to act again. The Queen Mother's illness has been cured. And I told her that I don't have anyone I like. Her mood is normal. And it won't affect her body. Gu Jinhao nodded and whispered, What about me? She didn't understand again. Was she playing dumb? What do you mean? Gu Jinhao took a step closer and said cautiously, What about me? Can I be the one you like? She was stunned. Was the dog prince stimulated? Tentatively, she put her hand on his pulse. And there was nothing unusual. She felt his forehead again. And it was not hot either. So he was just kidding her. She rolled her eyes. Gu Jinhao thought he was serious. But she didn't believe him. I'm not kidding. I should like you. Shen Qingxuang quickly made a pause gesture. Stop! Your Highness. I'm timid and can't stand being scared. According to my analysis, there are only 2 reasons for your behavior. First, you may see that the concubine dowager is close to me. So you think I'm okay. Second, you and Fang Mingzhu had a quarrel. So you want to find emotional support. You have no memory of your old love for her. Otherwise you wouldn't have been so mean to me last time. You fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. And you will be together sooner or later. Gu Jinhao admitted that it was related to his mother. But after thinking about it carefully these days, it was not entirely like that. He was attracted to her unconsciously. And even jealous of her being nice to the little uncle. If this isn't love, what is it? It's just that this feeling came too suddenly and too violently, catching him off guard. Thinking of the phrase fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. He suddenly laughed. I only sleep with you in the same bed. Shen Qingxuang really wanted to hit her head against the wall. Why did she say that nicely? Gu Jinhao said seriously, Qingxuang, I know my feelings very well. You don't know. You are blind. But I know very well that I don't have that kind of intention towards you. She rejected him without hesitation. And Gu Jinhao's heart seemed to be hit hard by something. And he said in a hoarse voice, What about you for the little uncle? Do you like him? We are friends. Is it just a friend to buy a peace buckle for him? Shen Qingxuang was a little speechless. Brother Yunjian gave me a gift. And it's a matter of reciprocity. Isn't it right for me to give him one in return? As for the peace locket, it's because he was assassinated and I hope he's safe. Gu Jinhao felt relieved. Isn't that a token of love? Love? What love? What are you thinking about? After my 3rd brother, and I saved him that day. He suddenly gave me a gift. I didn't want to take advantage. So I wanted to give him one in return. Gu Jinhao smiled. As long as it wasn't a token of love. By the way, why did he say that you foresaw that he would get into trouble? Could it be that you can also read fortunes? Shen Qingxuang raised her eyebrows. What will happen? What if it doesn't? Gu Jinhao joked. I can too. Dog Prince can also read fortunes? Could it be that he also came here? With this speculation, Shen Qingxuang almost bit her tongue. But he looked at her with his chin in his hand. And then said solemnly, According to my calculation, you don't need me in your life. You don't need me in your life. He said unhappily, Thank you. It's because of you that I can live longer. Let my 2nd brother go. He's almost scared to death. Gu Jinhao came to her and smiled. Qingxuang, let's write off the past and start as friends. Okay? Shen Qingxuang looked at him suspiciously and said in a muffled voice, Can't we not do it? You are moody. You have beaten me and been mean to me. I'm afraid. Gu Jinhao's temples were throbbing. And he sighed. There's no one here. I'll stand still. You can beat me. Are you masochistic? She blurted out. And then stared at him seriously. This king has been replaced with I. Your Highness. Are you sure you're okay? Sure. She scratched her head and ran away. Shen Qingxu saw that his sister was indeed unharmed. So he went back to work with peace of mind. The virtuous concubine felt that the little girl was a little nervous. But she couldn't ask anything. So she was very anxious. After walking around for a while, the group returned to Shouan Palace. Qingxuang, what are you going to do when you get home? Hearing this, Shen Qingxuang was very happy. Go out and play. Go to Yinhui Garden to eat delicious food. Yinhui Garden? The virtuous concubine said, Yuping. Did you say that the new play there is good? Yuping smiled and said, Yes, my lady. I also heard from the eunuch who went out to buy that every show was full, and it was hard to get a ticket. I have never heard of that play. What about Jean Yunu beats the unfaithful lover? The female prince consort. The fairy match. The virtuous concubine was itching to hear. Qing Shuang. Do you have any? Can Lucy get a ticket to Inwi Garden? Qing Shuang looked at her expectant eyes. Does the concubine want to go to the theater? Of course. It's okay to be sick before. But now that you are well, why should you stay in the palace? Be good. I know you will definitely find a way. Qing Shuang smiled and said, it's okay to go to the theater. But you are of noble status. And there are all kinds of people outside. And I am afraid of accidents. The concubine Xian pinched her face and said, don't worry about accidents. The dead boy is here. When she heard that Gu Jinhao was going too, she suddenly felt pressured. But she couldn't resist the concubine Xian's coquettish pleading, and reluctantly agreed. Just don't know if the third brother welcomes these uninvited guests. The four of them took a carriage to Inhui Garden. The concubine Xian was like a child, constantly lifting the curtains and looking at the street scene. I haven't left the palace for many years, and I never dared to think that I could leave the palace alive. Gu Jinhao looked at his mother's happy expression and said thank you to Qing Shuang. She was still willing to pay attention to him when he was not sick. You're welcome, she whispered. The queen must have been very cute when she was young. You are also very cute. Gu Jinhao's eyes were full of seriousness, but he saw disgust in her eyes. Is it possible for the dog prince to recover from his intermittent illness? Thinking of something, she said to concubine Xian, Your Majesty, when we are outside the palace, I will call you madam. How about that? Concubine Xian lowered the curtain and shook her head. It's too distant. Not good. Not good. Then what to call? Aunt? Concubine Xian smiled and moved to her side. Qing Shuang. Call me mother. I like this name. Ah? Qing Shuang didn't dare to agree. Your Majesty, are you recognizing me as your goddaughter? Concubine Xian was stunned. She almost made a mistake. Who wants a goddaughter? What she needs is a daughter-in-law. I want to recognize you as my daughter-in-law. Are you willing? Qing Shuang subconsciously glanced at Gu Jinhao. He smiled without saying anything. After all, his mother is considerate. Sure enough, concubine Xian used the same trick again. Took out a delicate handkerchief from her sleeve and wiped the corners of her eyes. I am old and annoying. I should have known not to come out and embarrass myself. I don't want to be called by an outsider. Yuping. Let's go back. Qing Shuang wanted to die, and advised, my queen, can we change one? My third brother and brother Yunjian are here, and I really can't call them. How about calling them aunt or aunt? Concubine Xian pretended to wipe her eyes again, and folded the handkerchief gracefully. Old 15 is here, so she came for the right thing this time. The final word, aunt. Anyway, she will call her mother sooner or later. Chapter 29. How many surprises do you have that I don't know? Since Qin Qingyan had already told the people in Yinghui Garden, the gatekeeper respectfully called Qin Shuang Miss when he saw her. Has the third brother arrived? Miss, he's already on the second floor, Qin Shuang said and asked, are there any empty rooms on the second floor? My aunt, cousin want to watch it alone. Gu Jinhao couldn't help laughing when he heard the word cousin, and his hands behind his back trembled a little. The concubine Xian didn't want to be alone, so she hurriedly said, Qing Shuang, you're not an outsider. Let's go together. Since she had said so, Qing Shuang took them up with a stiff upper lip. At this time, the stage was beginning to perform Du Shenyang's Wrath and the Sinking of the Treasure Box, and the audience cheered. Concubine Xian was shocked by the lively scene, which was much better than the palace in the past. Qin Qingyan was very happy to see his sister, and pulled her over. Qing Shuang, come on. Try this red bean paste, made according to your method. Gu Yunjian also stood up, smiling at her, and concubine Xian, Gu Jinhao, and Yuping behind her. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. Qin Shuang said embarrassedly, third brother, brother Yunjian. The concubine heard about the play in Yinhui Garden and wanted to see it, so I brought them here. You don't mind? Do you? Qin Qingyan minded, but for the sake of his sister, he could only say no against his will. Just as he was about to salute, he was stopped by concubine Xian. Mr. Shinsan, this is outside the palace, so there's no need to be polite. His eyes fell on the red bean paste on the table. Give me a bowl too? After eating a bowl of red bean paste, a bowl of yellow rice and sesame dumplings, and a cup of honey and tangerine peel tea, concubine Xian finally had some free time. Shin Shuang began to wonder if there was something wrong with the title given by the late emperor. It should be Xian Taifei. Yuping looked at her master, who was always dignified and noble, and became a foodie. And she felt mixed emotions. Gu Jinhao also saw his mother like this for the first time. And his eyes widened in shock. Didn't you say you were here to watch a show? Xian Taifei looked at the cakes in front of Shin Shuang. What is this? Is it delicious? Shin Shuang handed the plate over while eating. Butterfly cake. Please try it. I think it's delicious. Since it's delicious, it's a waste not to eat it. Xian Taifei picked a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. Her eyes narrowed together. Yuping, order another cup of honey tangerine peel tea. Yuping was so upset that she went to order. Xian Taifei was full and satisfied, and leaned back with satisfaction, feeling comfortable. After clearing her throat, she could get down to business. Old 15. Don't you dislike crowds? Why do you come here to watch a play? Gu Yunjian smiled and said, I'm used to quietness, and suddenly I feel that crowds are good. Besides, every play here is very exciting, so I come to watch from time to time. Yuping couldn't help but agree. Madam, the play is really good. The script is good, and the acting is also good. That heartless man makes me hate him so much that I want to go on stage and kill him. Oh, really? I was so busy eating that I didn't even watch the play. Gu Jinhao watched some of it, and agreed deeply. Mr. Shinsan, I originally thought you were only good at martial arts, but I didn't expect you to be good at both civil and military. Shin Qingyan laughed. Mr. C, you are too kind. To be honest, these scripts were all written by Qing Shuang, and I just asked these actors to act them out. Gu Jinhao looked at the little girl, who was only focused on eating butterfly cakes in disbelief. It was said in the capital that she was not good at civil or martial arts. So how could she write such a shocking story? Lianxian concubine was also surprised. When she looked at Shin Shuang again, her eyes were full of pride, as if she was her daughter. Suddenly, she felt that her son was even less worthy of her. Qing Shuang, did you really write it? Gu Jinhao asked. Shin Shuang didn't care, and took another piece of red bean cake and took a bite. Gu Jinhao took the cake from her hand, and she realized that he seemed to be talking to her. What did you say? You wrote the storybook? If I admit it, I feel guilty. If I don't admit it, it seems too modest. Vaguely, I guess so. I saw it before, and I wrote it down because I thought it was interesting. How many surprises do you have that I don't know? He took the half piece of red bean cake and took a bite. After eating it, he found that it was hers. Seeing her flushed face, he felt a different feeling in his heart, as if he had won back a game, and ate the rest as if he didn't know. Gu Yunjian looked at her indifferently, and he couldn't understand his nephew. He had clearly blamed her for Fang Mingzhu before, but now he was shamelessly showing his goodwill. This fickleness is just like his father. Several people had their own thoughts. Only the well-fed concubine Xian was concentrating on watching the play. But after watching it, she was extremely excited. If Yuping hadn't pulled her tightly, she would have gone on stage to beat the actor who played Li Jia. The noise even alarmed the audience on the first floor, and also led to their emotions. The direct result was that the originally scheduled tour ended in one day, and they had to perform the female prince consort a few days ago again. Yuping was afraid that concubine Xian would be too excited, so he persuaded her to return to the palace. But she was addicted to watching it, and refused to go back. This went on until dinner time. Should we keep the meal at this awkward moment? Shin Shuang couldn't make up her mind, and whispered to Shin Qingyan, third brother. Eldest brother said that father will be home before dinner. What should we do? Shin Qingyan was also a little anxious. The eldest brother had strictly ordered his sister not to contact the royal family members, and Gu Jinhao and Gu Yunjian were both like that. But if we run away halfway, it would be too disloyal. How about we don't tell anyone, and just pretend that we are having dinner alone outside? Gu Yunjian suddenly came over and joked, are we so shameless? Shin Qingyan laughed dryly. The eldest brother is already a frightened bird, afraid that this girl will be bullied. But today is my birthday. Qing Shuang, will you accompany me for dinner? Gu Yunjian's eyes were full of expectation. The virtuous concubine was stunned, and then secretly cursed herself for being careless and forgetting even this matter. Gu Yunjian smiled and said, I didn't celebrate my birthday before, so it's normal that I forgot. Sister-in-law, don't mind. Shin Qingyan once asked him why he didn't celebrate his birthday, and he just said that he didn't want to celebrate it after his mother passed away. Now he actually wants to celebrate his birthday. He whispered to his sister, and Shen Qingxuang agreed immediately, then go home after dinner. Anyway, Big Brother is not an unreasonable person. Shen Qingyan. Just be reasonable to you. Okay? Dinner is scheduled at Suiming Tower. Yuping. Is the food in Suiming Tower delicious? Concubine Xian asked. Yuping said truthfully, I heard it is the best restaurant in the capital. The best. So of course you have to eat it. Old 15. Do you mind having 3 more pairs of chopsticks? She asked politely. But whether he minded or not, she was going to eat this meal. Gu Yunjian knew that he couldn't drive him away. So he said against his will, I don't mind. All the dishes served were signature dishes. But Shen Qingyan frowned. Qingxuang, you still cook the best. Do you want to hand over the cooking to the chef? The old rule is 30% profit. Shen Qingxuang was secretly happy. But her face was indifferent. Third brother. We are brothers and sisters. It is too vulgar to talk about money. But it is hard to refuse such a kind invitation. So I reluctantly agreed. Shen Qingyan. Brother Yunjian. You have never eaten the dishes I cook. Right? Do you want me to show you my skills? Gu Yunjian was flattered. Really? She smiled and said, it's your birthday. You have the final say. Besides, the 20th birthday is very important. Soon, 2 dishes and a bowl of noodles were served. The dishes were boiled fish and white-cut chicken. One was spicy and fresh, and the other was salty and fragrant. You can eat less dishes, but you must eat all the noodles. I wish you peace and happiness, and a long future. Gu Yunjian looked at the steaming longevity noodles, and his heart was moved, and he had long forgotten words. If Shen Qingyan hadn't reminded me, I would have lost my composure. Gu Jinhao looked at her enviously and whispered, Can you cook for me on my birthday? Go find Fang Mingzhu. Shen Qingxuang. Did you hear what I said to you today? No. Chapter 30. She is very likely to become your 15th aunt. On the way to send concubine Xian back to the palace, Gu Jinhao no longer had the joy he had when he came. The visible melancholy made concubine Xian quite disgusted. After all, he is her own son. He is so old now, and can't be thrown away. But she felt that she had to stimulate the boy. She pulled out a white handkerchief, symbolically wiped the corners of her mouth, combed her hair, and sighed. Yuping. My lady. I'm here. Yuping discovered that concubine Xian always liked to speak in this sad tone recently. The kind of young woman in the boudoir who doesn't know how to worry. To put it more simply, the kind who has nothing to do after eating. Concubine Xian used a handkerchief to wipe her well-maintained slender fingers. Earlier today, I asked the little girl, and she said she likes the kind of handsome, gentle, patient, loyal and tolerant man who won't be mean to her. Gu Jinhao suddenly looked up at his mother, and met her playful eyes. He cleared his throat, put his hands on his knees, and stopped looking at her. Concubine Xian raised her lips, and said, I thought about her standards. Is the 15th one just right? Seeing that she was winking, Yuping nodded politely. Your Highness, now that you mention it, I think it's true. Miss Qingxuang is 15 years old this year, and the 15th prince is 20 years old. So they are a good match in terms of age. As for status, Miss Qingxuang is the legitimate daughter of General Dingen. So she is totally worthy of him. She lowered her head and smiled again. Moreover, I think the 15th prince is very concerned about Miss Qingxuang. Look at that jade bracelet. When has he ever taken it off in all these years? Gu Jinhao's eyes gradually became deep, forming a sharp contrast with the 2 women who were excited and gossiping. He knew that the intention of giving the jade bracelet was not innocent. He had called him little uncle for so many years. But he actually stole his people, although that dead girl rejected him. At this time, thinking of Gu Yunjian, there are only 4 words, disrespectful to the elderly. Yu Ping laughed in his heart, and said, My queen, since the death of the 15th prince's mother, he has never celebrated his birthday again. Today, he actually took the initiative to celebrate. Isn't it because he wants Miss Qingxuang to accompany him to dine? The prince is such an introverted person. But he took the initiative to do so. I wanted to laugh at that time. The virtuous concubine nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of brilliance. I thought that old 15 was just too enthusiastic. But when I think about it carefully, Qingxuang's clothes and makeup today are obviously carefully dressed up. I think it's for meeting old 15. Oh! And the daughter of a rich family, who has never done housework is so jealous of old 15. I bet that old man Shen Nanfong will never get this treatment. Yu sighed, glancing at her son from time to time. Did the dead boy listen to me? After adjusting to a comfortable position, Yuping quickly stuffed a soft pillow behind her. I originally wanted the girl to be my daughter-in-law. But Jinhao didn't have that intention. And the girl didn't seem to have that intention either. A forced melon is not sweet. And I don't want to be a bad person. In fact, it's not bad to be my brother's wife. The 15th brother grew up by my side. He is gentle as jade. A modest gentleman. And the little girl is beautiful. Lively and cute. They are a perfect match. Jinhao, don't be too harsh on the girl in the future. She may become your 15th aunt. You should be respectful and polite to your elders. And follow the rules first. 15th imperial aunt. Elders, be respectful and polite. That damn girl? Gu Jinhao couldn't help coughing. He had been suppressing his anger and listening to his mother's nonsense. But now, he couldn't bear it any longer. Is she his biological mother? Mother, we have reached the palace gate. I won't see you off. Gu Jinhao's face was darker than the night. And his eyes were full of anger. As long as the goal is achieved. It's fine. No one would be willing to let him see you off. Yuping. Let's go. The concubine Xian raised her head, waved her hand, and walked slowly to Shoan Palace with a graceful manner. The moon is bright in the sky, and walking under the moon is really a pleasure. But in Gu Jinhao's eyes, the cold moon is hanging overhead, and it is still emitting a pale light. My queen, His Highness seems angry. Yuping looked back at the carriage going away, and happened to see that the body of the carriage was unstable, as if it was cushioned by something. She couldn't hold it back anymore and laughed directly. Concubine Xian patted her arm and sighed. Just stimulate her a few more times, and it will be fine. The dead boy is quite capable in other things. But he is an idiot in love. I really don't know who he took after. This palace is very thoughtful. And his father is romantic and passionate. How could he give birth to such a blind thing? Mistaking fish eyes for pearls. Yu Ping was very conscious and silent. Because no matter who he took after, it was disrespectful. In front of Shoan Palace, a little eunuch was looking forward to it. Seeing concubine Xian and Yu Ping dressed in civilian clothes, he was first happy, then panicked, and ran over quickly, almost falling down. Yu Ping frowned. Why are you so flustered? The little eunuch knelt down hurriedly. Madam Concubine, Yu Ping's mother. The Queen Mother is here, and she has been waiting for half an hour. Queen Mother? The Dowager Concubine Xian looked unhappy. They had not seen each other for so long. What were they doing here at this time? What a spoiler. A perfect day was ruined by this imperfect night. A deep sense of loss. Yu Ping suggested changing clothes before meeting the Queen Mother. However, the Dowager Concubine Xian felt that this was her territory of Shoan Palace, and she didn't need to be afraid of anyone. Even if she had to be afraid, she should be afraid of the old woman. After all, that woman had done too many evil things. The Dowager Concubine Xian gently placed her hand on Yu Ping's wrist and entered the palace gracefully. After not seeing her for a long time, the Queen Mother seemed to have aged a little. The powder on her face could not cover the wrinkles. Unlike herself, she was radiant after all the diseases were cured. The corners of the Dowager Concubine Xian's mouth overflowed with a smile. And she performed a salute. Your servant pays respect to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother had been waiting for her for a long time, and was already angry. Now she was stunned when she saw her high spirits. Didn't she say that her health was getting worse? How could she be so energetic? She took a sip of the tea beside her, and then slowly said, Sister, get up. You are weak and need more rest. The virtuous concubine cursed in her heart. She knew that she should rest more. But she still disturbed her rest? She sat down at the lower position, looking at the main seat that originally belonged to her, and smiled slightly. Why would the Queen Mother have such a refined mood to come to Shoan Palace? Could it be that she missed me? The Queen Mother was very upset. This woman said disgusting words without blushing. No wonder the late Emperor's favor lasted for a long time. But she still said, I haven't seen my sister for a long time. I miss her. Now that I see that you look rosy, I am relieved. By the way, why did my sister dress like this? Did she leave the palace? The virtuous concubine took the tea that Yu Ping had just served and sipped it, and wiped the corner of her mouth. Yes, Queen Mother. Jinhao saw that I was too worried every day, so he took me to the outside of the palace to listen to opera. The Queen Mother's eyes showed envy. The same umbrella but different handles. The same person but different fates. Why didn't her son have this heart? Jinhao is really filial. My sister looks like she has recovered now. But according to the imperial physician, the prescriptions for Shoan Palace in the past half-month were not prescribed by the imperial physician. Could it be that another famous doctor was found? He could be accurate to half a month. Which really showed his concern for her. Concubine Xian confirmed her guess. She said lightly, "Where did the famous doctor come from? I just drank the imperial physician's medicine for more than a year without any effect. So Jinhao just found a doctor outside the palace to prescribe a prescription. Let's try it." She suddenly had a hint of sadness between her eyebrows and sighed. I wanted to drink it for a while out of consideration for Jinhao's filial piety. But I felt nothing but bitterness. So I simply stopped. The Queen Mother saw that I was in good spirits, which made me feel that the end was near. "Yuping, do you think this palace is having a last gasp?" Yuping looked at the queen whom she had served for many years, and always felt that the past 10 years had been. I really misjudged her. This is the essence of acting. But I still tried to squeeze out a few tears, and pulled her sleeve. "My queen, don't say that. You will live a long life. Weren't you in good spirits when watching the play today?" The concubine Xian wiped her eyes emotionally and said softly, "With my body, I can watch it a few more times. I just want to stay with Jinhao for a few more days while I am alive." The Queen Mother looked at the deep affection between the master and the servant, and the corners of her mouth curled up. It's good that it can't be cured. She also asked the imperial physician for a new prescription. And the imperial physician said it was just an ordinary medicine. But she didn't know that Xinqing Shuang was worried about being discovered by her at the time. So the prescription was mediocre. What was actually important was the acupuncture each time. The Queen Mother comforted the concubine Xian for a few words, and then changed the subject. "I heard that my sister dealt with Fang Mingzhu today." Chapter 31. What position will the Queen Mother give her? Fang Mingzhu is the daughter of the Prime Minister, and she cannot hide the fact that she was punished. Concubine Xian did not intend to hide it either. She said lightly, "That woman instigated Ir to push the girl from the Shin family into the lotus pond, and almost caused a death. So I used her own way to treat her. Does the Queen Mother think that my handling was inappropriate?" She smiled faintly, as if chatting about family matters. The Queen Mother did not want to stand up for Fang Mingzhu, but wanted to use this as an excuse to find out what concubine Xian was thinking. "Sister, the girl from the Shin family is not in any danger, so your punishment is too harsh." The virtuous concubine frowned slightly. If Jinhao had not acted in time, Xinqing Shuang would have died. The father and son of the Shin family are extremely protective of their children. If they knew that the girl had suffered such an injustice, wouldn't they go to fight with Fang Xiang? I became the villain to avoid discord among the ministers. The implication is that you still have to accept my favor. Isn't it for your son's kingdom? I looked at the Queen Mother with my eyes, and seeing that she didn't comment, I smiled and said, "I am already a concubine, and I should not interfere in the affairs of the harem. But the girl from the Shin family is my guest. She was framed, and I cannot sit idly by." Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she apologized. "Oh, I have been living in Shoan Palace for a long time, and I actually forgot that Fang Mingzhu was the one that the Empress Dowager chose to take into the Emperor's harem. Really, I know I was wrong." After saying this, Ying performed a salute, and before she was done with the salute, she was helped up by Ji Feng Ma beside the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager gritted her teeth. Knowing her mistake? It's better not to know this mistake. It's just causing trouble for her. Originally, Fang Mingzhu's entry into the palace was not a big deal. Just one more concubine. Besides, she is the daughter of the Prime Minister. If she enters the palace, her father Fang Yiping will naturally assist the Emperor with all his strength. But one thing is that Fang Mingzhu and Gu Jinhao had a relationship, although she strongly denied it. This matter has long been an open secret in the capital. Gu Jinhao doesn't want it, so why should her son want it? I wanted to test Fang Mingzhu for a while, but she just got frustrated in Xiangning Palace, and she turned around and found an opportunity to come to Shoan Palace to try to renew her relationship with Gu Jinhao. Isn't this a slap in her face? That kind of woman wants to enter her son's harem. Forget it. Fortunately, there is more than one legitimate daughter in the Xiangfu. The virtuous concubine saw that the Queen Mother frowned, and there was anger in her eyes, and she felt inexplicably happy. This night is perfect again. Queen Mother, what are you thinking about? Although Fang Mingzhu is arrogant and domineering, has no rules, and is hypocritical, I believe that under the guidance of the Queen Mother, she will definitely change her mind and become a new person. I am very curious. What position does the Queen Mother plan to give her? The virtuous concubine looked at her with a smile, and received an expected roll of the eyes. There are more than one famous noble lady in the capital. Fang Mingzhu. Can everyone enter the harem? If she seduces the emperor after entering the palace, it will be a disaster for Dachi. Dachi's disaster? It's your disaster. Right? The virtuous concubine rolled her eyes while drinking tea. Isn't this old woman resentful of her favor in the past? I want to piss you off. Piss you off to death. It's time to divert the blame. With a smile on her face. Her tone was gentle. What the Queen Mother said is very true. Thinking back then, concubine, you used some seductive tricks to confuse and instigate the late emperor all day long, and almost overthrew our Dachi. Thinking about it now, I am really scared. By the way, who sent concubine you to the palace? I can't remember it at all with my poor memory. The Queen Mother gritted her teeth and said, Isn't it Fan Yinping? She can't forget it. Back then, Fan Yinping said that she would send her an obedient and well-behaved maid. But she climbed onto the dragon bed in 2 days and bewitched the late emperor. After giving birth to the prince, she was even more arrogant, and even dared to challenge her. The late emperor didn't like the mother and son, and he disliked them even more after that. It's like a cotton-padded jacket in summer and a cattail leaf fan in winter. Anyway, it's redundant. Fortunately, concubine Yu was as unlucky as her son, so they had a foothold again. But she only had the position of queen, but not the emperor's favor. After concubine Yu died, the emperor continued to favor concubine Xian, who is now concubine Xian. This dead woman. She is good-looking, and her son is better than her in every aspect. And he almost became the crown prince. Fortunately, she used some tricks. Otherwise the person in front of her would be the Queen Mother. The past is sad and cannot be retrieved. But it also reminded her, no woman related to the Prime Minister's mansion is allowed to enter the harem. As for the concubine, it is almost over. The smile on the Queen Mother's mouth made concubine Xian shudder. Is this old woman going to make trouble again? Too lazy to look at her, concubine Xian covered her mouth with a handkerchief and began to cough violently, becoming the same old person who was on the decline before. The Queen Mother stood up and pretended to be concerned. Sister, I won't disturb your rest. If you want to eat or drink anything, let Yuping directly tell the imperial kitchen. And don't let yourself suffer. Listening to her words, concubine Xian suddenly felt like she was about to go to heaven. She said bitterly in her heart, if I go to heaven, I will take you away. However, she also felt that she couldn't let herself down. So she asked Yuping to go to the imperial kitchen now and describe the dishes she had eaten in Suaming Tower today in detail, so that they could be eaten for lunch tomorrow. It was already past dinner time at this moment, and the steward of the kitchen heard that the head nani of Shoan Palace had arrived. So he hurried over again, since he had never made the boiled fish and white-cut chicken that Yuping mentioned. He specially held a small meeting. The food in Shoan Palace has obviously been slack in the past year or so. If you dare to be perfunctory again, I will go directly to the fourth prince. The steward hurriedly said good things and promised that it would be improved tomorrow. Yuping snorted, turned around and walked away with her head held high. After walking 2 steps, she felt that she was too much like her master. So she lowered her head a little and walked normally. On the other side, the carriage of Shen Qinyan and his sister rushed all the way, and the journey that originally took half an hour only took 2/3 of the time. Seeing that his sister was about to rush and after getting off the car, Shen Qinyan hurriedly grabbed her. Silly. Aren't you afraid that the boss will block you? Shen Qingxuan blinked, her eyes blank. Isn't it just a meal outside? Can the eldest brother kill us? Shen Qinyan knocked on her forehead and pointed to another carriage parked at the door. The Fang Xiangfu. It's so late. There must be something big. Hearing the big news, Shen Qingxuang's heart skipped a beat. Is it to ask for justice for Fang Mingzhu? But it was Fang Mingzhu who did the evil first. What does it have to do with her? Shen Qinyan felt that there was a story, and looked gossipy. Tell me, what's the matter? Shen Qingxuang laughed dryly. It's a long story, so I won't say it. Third brother, how about we go to hide first? Only a cold voice was heard. Can you hide? I'm waiting for you. Come in with me. Shen Qinlang arrived at the door at some point. He stood tall and graceful in the moonlight, quietly looking at the two people who were worried. The look of regret for not being able to make a good match fell on Shin Shuang's eyes full of pampering. But in Shin Yan's view, he always felt that he had committed a crime and was caught. But he swore that he had done nothing bad except matchmaking. Brother, I didn't cause any trouble today. Shin Shuang took the eldest brother's arm and first cleared himself of the responsibility. Without listening to his answer, he said, Brother, you have to believe me. Really? Yeah. Shin Qinglang knocked on the door of the study room. And when he heard it come in from inside, the three brothers and sisters walked in. Shin Nanfang and Fang Yanping sat opposite each other, and Shin Qingshu knelt in the middle. Dad, Qing Shuang and Xiaosan are back, Shin Qinglang said, stepping aside and standing. Chapter 32 Stealing a chicken, but losing the rice. Shin Nanfang waved his sleeves. Qing Shuang, meet the Prime Minister first. At a glance, this Prime Minister is also elegant, but his eyes are like Fang Mingju's, revealing many little thoughts. Unlike her own father, he is upright. Shin Shuang performed a greeting very obediently. Meet Prime Minister Fang. Fang Yanping said him. His eyes swept over her, and said with a fake smile, Little niece, there is no need to be polite. Sit down. The elders were standing. She didn't dare to sit, and stood next to Shin Qinglang, and immediately felt much safer. Seeing this, Shin Qingyan stood next to his sister. As a result, Shin Shuang had a strange feeling. Although she was the sinner, she always felt like she was being brought to a public trial. Especially there was someone kneeling on the ground. I stopped imagining and asked tentatively, I wonder why Fang Xiang came to visit so late. Shin Nafang took over the conversation and said, Ming Zhu had a high fever after being sent back to the mansion by the concubine today. She mentioned in a few words that you and Xiao bullied her. Fang Xiang didn't know the reason, so he came here to ask. I don't know the reason. The 5 words were emphasized, and Shin Shuang immediately understood what her father meant. If it's not your fault, you should tell the truth. If it's your fault, make it up, blame it, and don't take the blame. This matter is simple. The little girl is not afraid. I originally planned to say it with a smile, but when I thought about the other person's daughter still lying in bed, I changed my eyes to a melancholy look. Second brother, weren't you there? You haven't clarified it for so long? After all, I have to know his statement first, so as not to give others a handle if the two of them say something wrong. Shin Qingshu said helplessly, I said that it was Fang Mingzhu who instigated the little prince to push you to the lotus pond but failed, and was instead taught a lesson by the concubine. But Fang Xiang didn't believe it. Shin Shuang hadn't spoken yet, but Shin Qingyan exploded. What? You beat my sister before, and you're planning to kill her today? No wonder my eyelids are twitching today. Shin Shuang especially admired her brother's ability to respond. He really deserves to be a businessman. With just this one sentence, he turned the tables. Eyelids are twitching. Eyelids are twitching. Isn't it because you're afraid that the boss will find out later? Fang Yiping heard it, and said seriously, Third master. What are you talking about? When did Mingzhu beat my niece? That time it was obviously my niece who beat Mingzhu. Before he finished speaking, Shin Nafang suddenly stood up and interrupted directly. Let's talk about it one by one. First talk about the beating. What happened? Shin Qinglang said, Dad, I know about this. About 10 days ago, the 4th prince came to the mansion and said that Fang Mingzhu slapped his sister for no reason in front of Shouan Palace. And his sister slapped her back. The prince misunderstood that his sister bullied Fang Mingzhu, so he came to apologize. If Fang Xiang has any questions, he can ask the 4th prince for confirmation. Fang Yinping's old face turned red. But he was tough. How could Mingzhu hit Qingshuang? They are so close. Shin Qingshuang sighed, her eyes full of sympathy. So it's no wonder that I revealed your daughter's affairs. Fang Xiang, don't blame Mingzhu. She wanted to enter the palace, but she couldn't do it. So she wanted to win back the 4th prince. Who would have thought that the 4th prince didn't want to see her that day? So she wanted to see me. Maybe it was jealousy. She slapped me as soon as we met. I thought, this kind of trivial matter is not worth complaining to my father and brother, so as not to affect the court affairs because of the children's trivial matters. So I slapped him back. It's just a small fight, so forget it. Shin Nafang touched his daughter's head and said with relief, my daughter is sensible. Fang Yiping's old face turned red again. Was he saying that he was immature? Mingzhu has never liked the 4th prince. Don't say nonsense to affect her reputation. Shen Qingshuang smiled and said, yes. You are right. She was too lazy to care about so many trivial matters. As long as she didn't throw dirty water on her. What about the falling into the water today? Don't say you have nothing to do with it. Fan Yinping said again. But his tone was much weaker. The girl from the Shen family used to be stupid. But how come she is so clear-headed today? Shen Qingshuang is more confident. Prime Minister Fang. Mingzhu jumped into the river. To put it bluntly, it was her own fault. It is indeed as my second brother said. Mingzhu wanted to harm me. She told the little prince that I was a bad woman. And that he could get candy if he pushed me into the river. The child didn't know anything. So he just listened to her. If it weren't for the fourth prince's rescue, you, Prime Minister Fang, might be in my daughter's mourning hall now. Qingshuang, don't talk nonsense. Shen Nafang couldn't bear to hear these unlucky words, and glared at his daughter. At the same time, he looked at Fan Yinping with a sharp look. This old dog is the first to complain. How shameless. Who knows if it is a false accusation from you two brothers and sisters? Although she was not confident enough, she had to say it. Shen Qingshuang sighed again, as if to say, I really can't do anything about you. Looking at the table, Shen Qinglang smiled and poured her a cup of tea. Thank you, big brother. After drinking the tea, his throat moistened and he felt energetic. He said earnestly, Prime Minister Fang, our family are all law-abiding citizens. We will not offend others if they do not offend us. How can we have the leisure to bully your precious daughter? The Empress Dowager Xian, the fourth prince, the Empress Shu, the little prince, and Madame Yuping were all present. Mingdu admitted it on the spot. Concubine Xian couldn't bear to see such a dirty thing happen in the palace. So she personally ordered Mingzhu to jump into the lotus pond to empathize with her. However, she is luckier than me. After all, my second brother is still waiting to rescue her. And me. Ah! The rescuer knelt beside her with a sad face. I shouldn't have rescued her if I had known. Fan Yinping looked embarrassed. His daughter only said that she was bullied, but didn't say a word about what happened, which made him embarrassed and gave people a chance to talk about her. Brother Shen, why don't we just forget about today? Before Fan Yinping's dry laugh fell, Shen Nafang snorted coldly. Prime Minister Fang, this won't do. Your daughter has repeatedly bullied me. If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let it go. How could the powerful general tolerate his daughter being bullied by others? Looking at the domineering father, Shen Qingshuang's eyes were full of admiration. Then what kind of explanation do you want? Brother Shen? Fan Yinping knew his character. He didn't cause trouble on weekdays, but he was definitely not afraid of trouble when trouble came. Qingshuang, what do you think? Shen Qingshuang always took revenge on the spot. This really embarrassed her. Or, you want Fang Xian to do you a favor? As for when to fulfill it and what to fulfill it with, I'll talk about it when I think of it. Fan Yinping was very upset. How could he agree to this? But if he didn't agree, the father and son of the Shen family would definitely retaliate. The soft ones are afraid of the hard ones. The hard ones are afraid of the strong ones. And the strong ones are afraid of the desperate ones. These four fathers and sons are desperate. It seems that Fang Xiang is not sincere. Shen Nafang said faintly. Fan Yinping made up his mind. Okay, my little niece. Whenever you need to fulfill your promise, just come and find me. Looking at his angry back, Shen Qingyan sneered. He is the one who lost more than he gained. Right? Shen Nafang also smiled, which was better than expected. He glanced at Shen Qingshu, who looked depressed, and said in a muffled voice, Second brother, you just jumped into the river. How could you have a high fever? Shen Qingyan smiled and said, Dad, it must be that the second brother is taking revenge. Shen Qingshu scratched his head and smiled. Just let her soak for a while longer, and delay the catching for a while. Just laughing. He suddenly saw the eldest brother reaching out to him. Big brother subconsciously took a step back. Although he was the commander of the Imperial Guards, his kung fu was the weakest among the three brothers. I just pulled you up. What are you afraid of? Shen Qinglang took back his hand embarrassedly. This guy is not suitable to be nice to him. Shen Qingshu climbed up by himself and pounded his legs. Shen Qinglang said again, Shower, you did a great job this time. I'll ask Xiao San for 1,000 taels of silver as a reward for you later. Shen Qingshu's eyes lit up, and then tears rolled down. After so many years, This was the first time the boss rewarded him. Shin Qingyan was confused. Why did he have to pay for the reward? Was it because he was rich? Chapter 33. Why did you come in that night? In the days that followed, Shin Qingxuang truly experienced what it meant to be rich and leisurely. Apart from handing in the plays to Shin Qingyan on time and in quantity, she spent the rest of her time either eating or strolling. Or either strolling or playing. In the huge capital city, she could find interesting things in every inconspicuous place. Life should be like this. How great it would be if she could live like this for the rest of her life. This was just her wishful thinking. Gu Jinhao believed Qin Yun's slander, saying that girls should be left alone at the right time and not be spoiled too much. As expected, he did not appear in front of Shin Qingxuang for half a month. But God knows how he spent these days. Almost as soon as he closed his eyes, he saw the dead girl smiling with curved eyebrows. She was still smiling at Gu Yunjian. He suspected that he was possessed by evil spirits. The dead girl seemed to have no other advantages except her good looks, excellent medical skills, lively and clever, and cute and playful. But isn't that enough? Gu Jinhao asked himself that he was not a person bound by emotions. He was so rational when he was with Fang Mingzhu. If you like someone, you just like them. If you break up, you break up. How can you miss them day and night like now? Even though he was rejected, he still insisted on sticking to her. He seemed to have lost his soul when dealing with military and national affairs. This person is going crazy. Qin Yun, who was bored, was basking in the sun under the tree outside the study. There were only 2 words, comfortable. Suddenly, he heard a loud shout from inside the room, which frightened him so much that he shuddered and felt a little cold. He ran over and said respectfully, "Your Highness." Gu Jinhao snorted, picked up the cup and took a sip of tea, then put it heavily on the table. Qin Yun glanced at him cautiously from the corner of his eyes. The master was angry, but he clearly didn't provoke him. He was trying hard to search for things that might have been wrong recently. Only to hear Gu Jinhao coldly say, "It's been half a month. Why hasn't she come to see me yet?" She? Who? The suspicious eyes just cast at Gu Jinhao, and instantly sobered up. "Oh, Your Highness. You mean Miss Shen?" Gu Jinhao didn't say anything, staring at him coldly, looking at the eyes. "It's right." Qin Yun cleared his throat. "Your Highness. Maybe Miss Shen is shy. Girls are always embarrassed." Gu Jinhao didn't see that Shin Qingxuang was an embarrassed person. If she was embarrassed, how could she undress in front of him? Of course, he couldn't say this. It was their secret. But when he thought of that scene, he regretted it at this time. If I had known my feelings earlier, if I had gone through with it, would things be different now? Your Highness, why is your face red? Are you feeling uncomfortable? I'll call the imperial physician for you? Gu Jinhao suddenly came back to his senses, looked at Qin Yun's eyes full of curiosity, regained his aloofness, and drank another sip of tea to ease his emotions. He didn't hide it anymore and asked directly, "Do you have any other solutions?" Qin Yun said in embarrassment, "I haven't had a lover either, so I really don't know. As I told Your Highness last time, I asked Lao Qi secretly. Lao Qi is the chef in charge of the kitchen in the palace." Gu Jinhao felt like he was being fooled. He asked Lao Qi. He actually asked Lao Qi. Lao Qi's wife is a real farm woman. She has been a child bride since she was a child. She dared not say anything about Lao Qi's words, using the method that the 7th brother used to deal with his wife to deal with Shin Qingxuang. Gu Jinhao felt that his brain was stuck in the door, unable to vent his resentment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Go and get 30 boards yourself." "No. 50. Qin Yun panicked. 50 boards? Wouldn't that cost him half his life? No. Absolutely not. He knelt down with a plop. "Your Highness, please spare me. I will think of another way for you. If it really doesn't work, I will go to the Shen mansion in person and let Miss Shen come to see you. What's the difference between you going and me going? She didn't come here on her own initiative. Doesn't my face matter?" Qin Yun really wanted to dig out his dog eyes, to see how he was blind to have such a proud and inferior master. Want to see the sweetheart and still have face? But he didn't dare to say it. After all, she just said that he wanted face. Gu Jinhao's eyes became colder and colder, and there was some resentment, which made Qin Yun's heart tremble. "Why did you come in that night?" "That night? Which night was it? Could it be that?" Thinking of this, Qin Yun suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning, and his whole body was burned on the outside and tender on the inside. Is His Highness blaming him for ruining their good fortune? If Mission had been married that time, she might have become his princess. So why would he need to be like a little complaining woman, day and night, and begging for her, but unable to get her? But God and heaven are conscientious. It was obvious that he hated Mission very much at that time. If it was really a done deal, how could he stand here? No. How could he kneel here? He had to save himself. Grabbing his hair hard, thinking hard, before Gu Jinhao spoke, Qin Yin really thought of an idea. After he heard it, he finally saw a smile on his face. In Shouan Palace, Yuping massaged the shoulders of the dozing concubine Xian. The warm sunlight shone in from outside, and she felt at ease. The concubine was in good health and in better spirits, which made her feel that she had hope for the future. Yuping, do you want to go out and play? Concubine Xian sat up straight, yawned, stretched, picked up the cut apple next to her, and ate a piece. Sweet. Yuping smiled and said, Your Majesty, do you think the palace is boring? Concubine Xian sighed leisurely. When has this palace ever been interesting? It's not like the outside world, where the world is so big, and there are so many delicious, fun, and beautiful things. By the way, I miss Qingxuan a little bit, Yuping hurriedly said. I miss Mission too. She said last time that she would make delicious candies, but I don't know how delicious they are. Concubine Xian touched her mouth with hope in her eyes. Yuping, can the master not talk about food when talking about feelings? After all, she was once a favorite concubine of a country, and now she is also a concubine of a country. Her focus is too narrow. Besides, the candy that Mission mentioned is for the little prince to eat. Why is she still thinking about it? Yuping, let's go to Shen's mansion. Yuping thought she wanted to go to Yinhui Garden or Tsuiming Tower, but she wanted to kill directly at the door. How willful. Just after changing clothes and preparing to go out, she saw Gu Jinhao coming in a hurry. There was still a smile in his eyes. It was sunny, and it didn't look like it was going to rain. Your son pays homage to your mother, the concubine Xian said casually, looked at her son and said, Jinhao, you spend your mind on business. You are 18 years old, but you haven't even got married. I'm annoyed by your greetings these past 2 days. Hearing this undisguised disdain, Gu Jinhao's mouth twitched. The look in her eyes not long ago was full of love and pity. Women are so fickle. Mother, since you have nothing to do, go get busy. I and Yuping have something to go out. Gu Jinhao, does he look like he's all right? He quickly caught up with his mother and said, Mother, your birthday is coming, and I want to celebrate it properly. What's the point of celebrating it? The virtuous concubine was obviously not interested. Women, after the age of 30, don't like to celebrate their birthdays. What's more, she is already 38. Gu Jinhao ignored her and continued to speak calmly. According to convention, the noble ladies of the capital will come to congratulate you on your birthday, such as the Xiangfu, Shangshafu, and Ding'an General's mansion. The virtuous concubine stopped abruptly. Isn't the little girl going to come too? She said ungracefully. Then do it. Chapter 34. Did you come here just to post messages? Yinhui Garden. The play White Snake Forever Imprisoned in Leifeng Pagoda was being performed on the stage. Shen Qingyan and Shen Qingxuan were sitting there happily, eating melon seeds and drinking tea. They were enjoying the show while observing the audience's reactions. Seeing that her tea was only half left, Shen Qingyan personally refilled it for her. Sister, the plays you wrote are always sold out. The longer this goes on, the more I feel that I know nothing about your talent. What's in your little head? Shen Qingxuan picked up the tea in front of her and took a sip with satisfaction. What's in your head? As long as you know that it can make you rich, that's enough. Shen Qingyan handed over a small plate full of peeled melon seeds. I know. I always know. Are you satisfied with the new clothes made yesterday? Shen Qingxuan gave her brother high verbal praise, saying that he had good vision and high taste. The business compliments between the brother and sister filled the VIP room with deep warmth. A servant came to report, Third Master. Miss, 2 women outside the door want to come in, but they don't have tickets. The young men won't let them in, and one of them insisted that she was your aunt. Shen Qingyan was confused. His father only had 2 brothers. So where did the aunt come from? Could it be the old man's newly recognized sister or sister? Shen Qingxuan patted the melon seed residue in her hand and said in a muffled voice, Are they here to ask for money? Shen Qingyan said maybe. and asked the servant to drive them out directly. The servant scratched his head, walked a few steps and turned back. But master, their clothes are quite exquisite. It doesn't look like they don't have money to ask for money. Or you can think about it again. Is there a distant aunt? Shen Qingyan didn't know about distant relatives. So he asked his sister, did father mention it to you? Or is it an aunt from mother's side? What aunt? Aunt? You don't know? Let alone me. Before she finished speaking, Shen Qingxuang stood up and ran out the door. It was indeed that ancestor. She called sweetly, Aunt. The concubine Xian nodded with satisfaction and said to the servant, you still don't believe it after I told you? You will be beaten if you do your job like this. Shen Qingxuang secretly thanked herself for her quick reaction. If she was driven out, she might cause trouble in the future. She took her hand affectionately and went up to the second floor. And Shen Qingyan was shocked. The concubine Xian said first, Third master. How are you? Shen Qingyan wanted to say, if you don't come, I'll be fine. Still respectfully said, greetings to the concubine queen. The concubine Xian waved her hand and said in a rather heroic manner, this is outside the palace. Your territory. Why call me concubine? You've made me old. Just follow Qingxuang and call me aunt. Shen Qingyan, aunt. Aunt? Even if he was killed, he wouldn't dare to think that concubine Xian was his aunt. But seeing his sister's embarrassed face, this title is decided for convenience. The concubine Xian sat directly in the seat before Shen Qingxuang, pinching the melon seeds and eating them in a very familiar manner. Third young master. In fact, I also think that the title of aunt will cause misunderstanding. But I said to call mother. And your sister disagreed. Shen Qingyan rubbed his eyes and ears. And he did not see or hear it wrong. He laughed dryly. This aunt sounds better. Afraid that she would say something shocking that he couldn't accept. He hurriedly said, Taifei. Taifei Xian frowned, obviously unhappy, and her hand holding the melon seed stopped in midair. Shen Qingyan had to change the topic. Aunt, what is the matter with you today? The melon seeds fell steadily into his mouth, and he glanced at Yuping, who hurriedly poured her a cup of fragrant tea. After drinking tea, concubine Xian said, Qingxuang, my birthday is in 10 days. You must come. Shen Qingxuang tilted her head to look at her, and said in disbelief, you came here just to post an invitation? Concubine Xian blinked. What else? Of course, there is one more thing. But I am embarrassed to say it. Yuping, you go ahead. Yuping's temples were throbbing. Would she feel comfortable saying it after she said it? Smiling. Miss Shen, can you bring a portion of the candy you mentioned last time as a birthday gift? Candy? Tentatively asked. Is it the candy you promised to give to the little prince? Yuping nodded awkwardly and winked in concubine Xian's direction. Which meant you know. Concubine Xian was so happy to see her smile and agree. The business is done. Come on. Serve the butterfly cakes, red bean cakes, and honey and tangerine peel tea. Recorded in Jinhao's account. Yinhui Garden has set a precedent for accounting since then. After eating and drinking, they went home. Arriving at Shoan Palace, concubine Xian was preparing to rest after bathing and changing clothes. And Yuping came over. Seeing the sadness between her brows, he said lightly, what happened? Yuping whispered, Madam, Xiao Anzi is missing. Xiao Anzi is a young eunuch in Shoan Palace. He has been here for 4 or 5 years, and is considered reliable. Concubine Xian said without any expression change. When did you disappear? Yuping said, I heard from the maid that it has been 5 days. She left the palace to buy things 5 days ago, and never came back. She paused and said, but I suspect that she may not have left the palace at all, but went to another palace. The other palace is most likely Xiangming Palace. Concubine Xian walked to the dressing table and sat down. And Yuping combed her long hair. Although she was nearly 40 years old, she did not have a single white hair. Unlike the Queen Mother, the white hair among her black hair seemed to have a tendency to be covered. My lady, could it be that the Queen Mother suspected that you have recovered? So she tied Xiao Anzi up for questioning? This was Yuping's strongest guess in her heart. Concubine Xian smiled and looked at Yuping in the mirror. I think he was not kidnapped. Maybe Xiao Anzi is from Xiangming Palace. Now he is just reporting to the master. He will not come back. Yuping was shocked. If that was the case, Xiao Anzi was the spy placed by the Queen Mother in Shoan Palace. It was her fault that she was not discovered for so many years. She knelt down immediately. My queen, it was my negligence. Please punish me. Concubine Xian took her hand and said softly, "What punishment? I just thought of it. Don't be nervous. Knowing that I have recovered, the old woman will only be more uneasy, which will not harm us." Yuping worriedly said, "But my queen? The queen mother will use tricks to harm you again. There is no shortage of tricks in the palace. I have suffered a loss once. How can I suffer a second time? If that old woman attacks again, I will not sit and wait for death. I have been in a daze for so long. It's time to do something serious." Yuping nodded slightly. It was true. Although the Empress Dowager is the Emperor's biological mother, the concubine Dowager has 4 princes. If the Emperor had not suddenly changed his mind before his death, the concubine Dowager would be the current Empress Dowager. Concubine Dowager Xian stood up and walked to the couch. "It's just that Xiao Anzi will inevitably betray Qingxuang, and the old woman may embarrass her." As if answering her own question, she said, "But it doesn't matter. The little girl is smart, and she has the General Dingen mansion behind her, so nothing will happen. Who knows? There may be unexpected surprises." Chapter 35. Why did the 4th brother want to bump into his sword? In a few days, the news that concubine Xian was going to hold a birthday party had spread throughout the circle of noble ladies in the capital. All the ladies in the boudoir, who had officials in the court, were looking forward to the invitation. Although concubine Xian had mentioned it in person, Gu Jinhao felt that it was not taken seriously enough. What if she ran into a picky guard who would not let her enter the palace? Concubine Xian was really fed up with this son. He could come up with any lame excuse. Shen Qingshu was the commander of the guards. Not to mention the guards guarding the palace gate. Even the guards guarding the prison. Who could not give his sister some face? "Mother, you have sent out so many invitations. Is she the only one missing?" Gu Jinhao sat next to her and kept pestering her. Concubine Xian, who was just a little sleepy, was woken up by his nagging, waving her hands impatiently. "Yuping, send someone to deliver it. It's so annoying. I have to listen to nagging for my birthday. It's better to be sick than before." Yuping smiled secretly and went into the inner room to get a beautiful note. Just as she was about to tell the maid, the note was snatched away by Gu Jinhao. "Yes, it was snatched. Madam Yuping, I'm going to see General Shen to discuss matters. I'll help you deliver it by the way." Gu Jinhao stood up straight and said seriously. The concubine Xian slowly opened one eye and squinted at her son. "Discuss matters with Shen Qinglang? The military power is independent and the emperor is in charge. What is he going to discuss? Marriage?" This son even deceived himself. "There is no hope." Yuping didn't expose it. She said respectfully, "Thank you so much, Your Highness." After he left, Yuping smiled and said, "My queen, Your Highness seems to be different from before." The concubine Xian closed her eyes and said he said, "Maybe the eyes have been cured." In the carriage, Gu Jinhao opened the note and looked at the name on it, his eyes full of pride. Finally he had a reason to see her. He put the note in his arms and began to close his eyes. After a while, he took it out and looked at it for a while, then put it in his pocket again. This cycle repeats over and over again. Almost going crazy. "Qin Yun, how long will it take?" Qin Yun heard him ask. His head was black. He just left the palace. "How fast will it be, Your Highness?" "About 2 incense sticks." "Oh, so slow." Following such an erratic master, not only Qin Yun is uncomfortable, but even the horse pulling the carriage is uncomfortable. Even though he was running very fast, the whips seemed to be more frequent. "Qin Yun, the carriage is so bumpy. Do you want to die?" Hearing this roar, Qin Yun really wanted to die. He silently thought that this was the master he chose, and he had to persist even if he was tortured crazy. A young man in blue brocade clothes was sitting on the roof basking in the sun and looking at the street scene. Suddenly he found Qin Yun driving. He curled his lips, jumped onto a horse's back, and threw a silver ingot to the master. "I borrow this horse." The young man was full of vigor and vitality, and he rode his horse straight after him. He thought the carriage was going to the Prime Minister's residence, but he didn't expect it to stop at the General Dingen mansion. "Is he here to cause trouble?" Qin Yun lifted the curtain. "Your Highness, we're here." Gu Jinhao opened his eyes and jumped out of the car, looking at the 5 words General Dingen mansion again. It was inexplicably intimate. Just as he was about to go in, he found Shen Qingxuang walking towards the door from not far away. She was wearing a water blue dress and the corners of her skirt were blown by the wind, which was very elegant. She wore light makeup and had black hair down to her waist. Her eyes were bright and lively, which stunned him. Qin Yun curled his lips. Is he so useless? How arrogant he was before. How embarrassed he is now. Your Highness, if you don't speak up, Miss Shen will go in. Gu Jinhao came back to his senses and hurriedly called out, Qing. Shen Qing couldn't help but tremble when she heard the voice. The dog prince is here? Turning her head. It was indeed him. The corners of her eyes and eyebrows were full of smiles. Is he sick again? Although reluctant, she still moved towards him. Gu Jinhao was thinking about how to make an opening remark, when she suddenly saw her face change. With panic in her eyes, be careful. What do you mean by careful? As soon as the words came out, he knew that a young man in blue clothes came out from nowhere and attacked him. He quickly dodged and luckily avoided it. Qin Yun wanted to help him, but when he saw who was coming, he quietly stepped aside and watched the two people fighting. You're not going to help, Shen Qing said in surprise. What kind of a shitty guard is this? He watched his master being assassinated. Qin Yun was very calm. No. He owes you wages? Qin Yun. That's the fifth prince? The two brothers were just joking. Shen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It was a false alarm. Like Qin Yun, she folded her hands over her chest and watched. Good man, shout Qin Yun. Qin Yun, who do you think will win? Let's bet 10 taels of silver. Okay? To show her sincerity, Shen Qing really took it out. Qin Yun's mouth twitched. He thought he was blind and followed the wrong master. But he didn't expect that the master was also blind. What kind of people did he like? But you don't need to guess about this competition. If you don't make money, you are a bastard. Take out 10 taels of silver. I bet my prince will win. Then I bet on the fifth prince to win. The two people fighting had no idea that they had become part of the gambling game, and they were having a lot of fun. However, Qin Yun had already seen that Gu Jinhao had the upper hand, so he stared at the silver in Shen Qing's hand. Miss Shen, this silver. Before he finished speaking, he heard a cry of pain, and Gu Jinhao fell to the ground, and his shoulder was hit by a sword. Qin Yun was shocked. How do you know that the prince will lose? Shen Qing spread her hands. I just don't want him to win. The young man in blue looked at Gu Jinhao, then at the sword in his hand, and was stunned. Why did the fourth brother bump into his sword? Qin Yun quickly stuffed 10 taels of silver into Shen Qing, ran over and helped Gu Jinhao up. Your Highness, how are you? Gu Jinhao covered his bleeding shoulder, skipped him directly, and said to Shen Qing aggrievedly, it hurts. He looked pitiful, but he was very angry in his heart. He was injured, but she was still happily packing silver. Could it be lost? Qin Yun heard that it hurt, and hurriedly said, Miss Shen, is there a doctor in the mansion? Can you take a look at His Highness? Shen Qing finally packed the silver and patted it. Then I'll ask someone to invite him quickly. Gu Jinhao pulled her sleeve. Don't you know medical skills? Treat me. My consultation fee is very expensive. Consultation fee? You still want to charge me for consultation fee? This woman has no feelings for him at all? Shen Qing blinked and said, of course. Our grievances are settled, and now it's natural to handle official business. 500 taels per time. Do you want to treat it? You have to pay first. Qin Yun was quite speechless after hearing such ruthless words. Miss Shen, His Highness is so injured. Should he be treated first? Shen Qing raised her eyebrows and said, don't worry. You won't die with me here. This girl doesn't come to see patients casually. Don't miss the opportunity, and don't come again. Gu Jinhao looked at Qin Yun, but saw that he looked embarrassed. Your Highness, I only have 50 taels a month, and I really can't take out 500 taels. Gu Jinhao just wanted to kill him. Was he protesting against the low monthly salary? Oh, fifth. You injured this king. Take the silver note. It's okay to take the silver note, but the responsibility must be clearly divided. Fourth brother, it was you just now. It's obviously you who couldn't beat me and stab me with a sword. Don't say nonsense. Hurry up. His threatening eyes made people shudder, and the blue-clothed boy handed over the silver note reluctantly. Qin Yun, help him in. After getting the silver note, Shen Qing smiled. He glanced at the blue-clothed boy again. Does your fifth prince want to go in? The boy thought about it and nodded. Suddenly he laughed again. Hey, you are Shen Qing? This sounded interesting. Hesitantly said, Fifth prince knows me? The young man nodded heavily. Fourth brother said you are ugly and annoying. And said you cling to him like a dogskin plaster. So annoying. If it weren't for you being the daughter of General Dingen's mansion and Fang Mingzhu's friend, he would want to strangle you to death. The young man's rapid-fire words made Gu Jinhao's legs tremble. And he glanced at the little girl from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, there was a cold light in his eyes. He smiled and said, misunderstanding. Qingxuang. It's really a misunderstanding. The little girl looked at him coldly, gnashing her teeth and saying, it's incurable. All of you, go! Gu Jinhao finally had a chance to see her. But he was beaten by his fifth brother. If it wasn't for pretending to be pitiful, he could have crippled the young man. After much persuasion, he increased the consultation fee to 3,000 taels, only to get a muffled groan. Finally agreed. Gu Jinhao's teeth were about to break. Gu Binghe. Banknotes. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will strangle you to death now. No. No. After taking the banknote and folding it, Shen Qingxuang asked curiously, the fifth prince's name is Binghe? Gu Binghe, yes. What can I teach you? Miss Shen? Do you know Saya and Iki? She suddenly laughed. No. I don't know them. Chapter 36 in your heart. He is better than me. Right? Gu Jinhao really wanted to know what the relationship between Binghe, Saya and Iki was. But when he met Shen Qingxuang's disapproving eyes, he swallowed the words that were on his lips consciously. Be you? Shen Qingxuang called a little maid in crimson clothes, looked around, and whispered, are my father and brothers at home? Whether they are at home or not is related to the next handling method. So Shen Qingxuang asked first. Biyu said, Miss, the master went out early in the morning and didn't come back. The eldest and third young masters went to Yinhui Garden together. Shen Qingshu was naturally on duty in the palace. Needless to say, Shen Qingxuang felt relieved and ordered, take the fourth prince to the green smoke pavilion. He is injured. I will go get some things and come back later. Biyu recognized Gu Jinhao and hurriedly saluted respectfully. Fourth prince, please follow me. Gu Jinhao muttered, why not Chuani Pavilion? The little maid said without thinking, Chuani Pavilion is the young lady's boudoir, and Green Smoke Pavilion is the guest room. So naturally we should go to the guest room. Suddenly realizing that something was wrong, she blinked and asked, Your Highness wants to go to Chuani Pavilion? Gu Jinhao felt that this little girl looked like a fool, and Qin Yun was not much different. There were two people with shining eyes next to her, so she couldn't say it even if she wanted to go. Clearing her throat, she said in a muffled voice, of course not. But the name sounds good. Gu Binghe quietly pulled Qin Yun and kept a distance from Gu Jinhao. Can you explain to me what's going on? I'm confused. I've been confused since I was at the door until now. What Qin Yun wanted to say was that he had been confused for almost a month. If I were to explain, I really didn't know where to start. I just told him that the concubine dowager was very fond of Miss Shen, and even His Highness was like a possessed person, not knowing how to eat and not sleeping at night, and trying to create an encounter, seeing them whispering all the time. Gu Jinhao changed his face and coughed, and Qin Yun immediately became honest. When Shen Qingxuang took back the golden wound medicine and the bandage cloth, he felt that the atmosphere in the room was a little weird. The silence was terrible. Gu Jinhao smiled. Qingxuang, you are here? Shen Qingxuang glanced at him. Your Highness, this is my home. After receiving the silver, you have to do things. Right? Take off your clothes. Gu Jinhao obediently undressed, and the water in Gu Binghe's mouth sprayed out directly. Fortunately, Qin Yun dodged quickly. Otherwise it would have been on his face. That? Miss Shen, do you always speak so bluntly? Qin Yun looked at his inexperienced look with a look of disgust. He was really surprised. Shen Qingxuang asked suspiciously. His wound is on his shoulder. How can he apply medicine and bandage without taking off his shirt? Suddenly, her face turned red, and she spat. Can the fifth prince's thoughts be simpler? You don't think I have any improper thoughts about him, do you? Gu Binghe chuckled twice and joked. My fourth brother is handsome and unrestrained. It's not impossible. Gu Jinhao agreed deeply, and the corners of his mouth were naturally raised. It's not like he had never done it before. Shen Qingxuang raised her eyebrows and said leisurely, the fifth prince thinks too much. Even if the fourth prince looks okay. This girl has seen the world. Gu Jinhao's face was unnatural. Okay. Does this mean that his appearance is very reluctant in her world? Gu Binghe said with interest, I would like to hear more about it. Shin Shuang looked at Gu Jinhao seriously, and seeing that he was staring at her in a trance, she retracted her gaze. She took a towel soaked in wine and gently wiped his wound. The man in a trance immediately cried out in pain, perhaps because he felt embarrassed. So he endured it. But a thin sweat broke out on his forehead. Gu Binghe was watching the fun and asked more questions. Qin Yun's eyes were about to be squeezed blind, but he couldn't stop his unbridled curiosity. Shin Shuang wiped it and said, "Let's not talk about the distant ones. Just talk about my third brother, who is as beautiful as a jade tree, handsome, and a real gentleman in the world. Have you heard of the poem? Raise the cup and look up at the blue sky, as bright as a jade tree in the wind. It's about him." Gu Binghe looked at his fourth brother, whose face was almost distorted, not knowing whether he was in pain or angry. Feeling unsatisfied, he said, "Shin Qingyan is your third brother, so you naturally side with him. There is no comparison. How about you tell me another story?" Shin Shuang put down her towel and sprinkled the prepared powder evenly on Gu Jinhao's wound. But in Gu Jinhao's opinion, she was rubbing salt on his wound. She wiped her forehead, picked up a clean white cloth and slowly wrapped it, saying, "Then let's say Yun, the 15th prince, elegant and gentle, like a gentle breeze and drizzle." Gu Binghe was surprised. "Do you know the little emperor's uncle?" Shin Shuang hadn't spoken yet, but Gu Jinhao's voice was cold. "Get out." Qin Yun got out first. Gu Binghe saw that it was not about him, and just wanted to laugh. Gu Jinhao said in a deep voice, "Didn't he say you? Get out. Get out now." Shin Shuang instantly felt the danger approaching, and the speed of her hands immediately increased, just hoping that the dog prince would not get angry before she finished. What she feared came true. When she was tying the knot, she suddenly felt a pain in her arm, and then she was pulled to Gu Jinhao's legs. She was so close to him, and the room was so quiet that she could even hear his breathing. She was shocked and wanted to stand up, but he held her waist tightly. "Let me go! If someone sees me, I can't explain it." Gu Jinhao's heart was beating hard, but seeing her helpless look and smelling her fragrance, he was unwilling to let go. Shin Shuang cursed his ancestors 1,000 times in her heart, but she had to bow her head under the eaves, and her tone was softer. "Your Highness, let's talk it over. Let me go first. The wound is not wrapped up yet." Gu Jinhao glanced at his shoulder, and blood oozed out again because of the force just now. "But these are all trivial matters. The little emperor's uncle is elegant and gentle. Gentle. In your heart, he is better than me. Right? Is there any need to ask this?" Of course it is. But she didn't dare to say it, especially seeing his deep eyes were filled with pain. She suspected that she had seen it wrong. "Speak." She shuddered and shook her head like a rattle. No. We are just discussing our appearance. Actually, look at you again. You are also very good, very good. Really?" Her innocent eyes were mixed with panic, and her hands tightly grasped her clothes. "Are you afraid of me?" "Yeah." She nodded subconsciously, and then shook her head. "No." "You are? What is there to argue about this issue? Whatever he says is what it is, as long as he is emotionally stable." "Yeah. I am afraid. You let Qin Yun beat me. It hurts." The small dark room full of torture instruments. The clothes on my arms were torn. Shadow. Gu Jinhao was speechless for a moment. How long would she remember? He gave her a chance to take revenge, but she ran away. He really didn't know what to do. He hesitated. "Shuang, I don't know how to please girls. Are you talking about Fang Mingju? She likes power." Gu Jinhao was angry. "Why did you mention Fang Mingju again?" Shin Shuang, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? I'm talking about you." Shin Shuang was also angry. "Fourth prince. Is there anyone who bullies people like you? You said I was ugly. Annoying. And I was clinging to you like a dog-skin plaster. If it weren't for me being Fang Mingju's friend, you would have strangled me to death. In fact, you did want to strangle me to death at night. If Qin Yun hadn't stopped you, how could I have lived until now? Now you tell me that you like me. Do you think I'm stupid?" Gu Jinhao really wanted to strangle someone now. Gu Binghe, who was listening to Qin Yun's emotional gossip outside the door. Chapter 37. The Queen Mother ordered you to enter the palace. Taking advantage of his distraction, Shin Shuang quickly stood up. Gu Jinhao was afraid that the relationship would become more and more strained. So he stopped while he was ahead. Pointing at the wound, he said in a muffled voice, "The silver has been collected, and it needs to be bandaged." Shin Qingchuan said him, applied the powder again, and wrapped it up with a new piece of white cloth. Her long hair fell on his face, itching, and his heart felt like it was growing grass. He secretly glanced at her from the corner of his eye. She was concentrating on the matter at hand. Her skin was very white. Her eyes were very bright. Her eyelashes were very long, and her black hair hung on her shoulders, making her look more charming. As my mother said, I was blind before, but she was really like a fangirl before, which was totally different from now. When Gu Jinhao was thinking about it, he suddenly heard her call Your Highness. He quickly said to him, "What's wrong? Am I really ugly in your eyes?" She asked him seriously, with a very serious expression. She really couldn't believe that this face was ugly. This question confused Gu Jinhao. He scratched his head and whispered, "Not ugly. Actually, very beautiful. Moreover, warm, kind, lively and cute." She smiled and felt much better. "In fact, you are also very beautiful, but you have a bad temper. I just deliberately pissed you off because you said I was ugly and annoying." Gu Jinhao felt that his heart was suddenly enlightened and relaxed a lot. "Okay, you can put on your clothes." She handed him the clothes, and her eyes fell on his lower back. Gu Jinhao looked at her strange eyes and asked, "What are you looking at? Shouldn't there be a scar there?" I remember that the book mentioned that Gu Jinhao was assassinated by an assassin from a neighboring country before. He was shot in the lower back and had to lie down for a month before he recovered. Could it be that I broke the setting in the book? Gu Jinhao also looked behind him and suddenly smiled evilly. Maybe it was because the room was too dark that night that you saw it wrong? Take a closer look now? I don't mind. She finally understood what he meant and glared at him fiercely. The dirty things the original owner did will follow her for the rest of her life. Something fell from his clothes. Shin Qingchuan picked it up, opened it, and saw that it was an invitation to the birthday of concubine Xian, with her name on it. "You didn't come here specially to give this, did you?" The arrogant prince would of course not admit it, just saying that it happened to be a coincidence. Shin Qingchuan didn't doubt it, thanked him and put it away, calculating the time. There are only 4 or 5 days left, so the gift should be taken quickly. But when asked what Gu Jinhao's mother liked, he couldn't tell the reason. His mother wanted her to be her daughter-in-law. Would she be happy? At this time, the storyteller was sitting cross-legged under a sycamore tree and happily breaking the news, while Gu Binghe held his chin and listened attentively, fearing that he would miss every detail. "Qin Yun, according to what you said, what will happen later?" "I guess." Qin Yun was only halfway through his words when he heard a cold voice. "Do you think 50 lashes are enough?" 50 lashes? Qin Yun's heart was charred, and he slowly raised his head. Gu Jinhao was already standing in front of him. His eyes were terrifying, making his legs tremble uncontrollably. It was still Gu Binghe who spoke. "Fourth brother, these 50 lashes will have to wait. The envoys from the state of Chu will arrive the day after tomorrow, and you will be very busy." Shin Qingchuan asked, "What are the envoys here for?" Gu Jinhao said, "The letter from the country says that they are here to see the prosperity of the country. But there is another rumor that they are here to bring their little princess to choose a husband." After they left, Shin Qingchuan kept thinking about the visit of the Chu envoys. Could the little princess be the Qin Youyu who deliberately framed her third brother? If so, the plot is moving too fast. She began to have a guess that what was supposed to happen would still happen. But the time was different. In any case, she should be more careful. As long as her family is fine, the rest can do whatever they want. Until the evening, her father and 3 brothers did not come back. I don't know what they are busy with. Just as they were preparing for dinner, Bu brought a little eunuch. "Mission. I am Xiao Quanzi from Xiangning Palace. I am summoned to the palace by the Queen Mother's order." Shin Qingchuan was confused. "Eunuch? Are you talking about the Queen Mother?" "Yes. Please follow me." "Mission." Shin Qingchuan was worried. The Queen Mother was a villain in the book. She knew she was full of bad intentions from the fact that she had harmed concubine Xian. Summoning her suddenly must be a trick. I told Bu to go to Yinhui Garden to inform her 2 brothers, changed her clothes, and went with Xiao Quanzi. I wanted to ask him some questions, but he wouldn't say anything, so I didn't say much. You will know when you get there. The road to Xiangning Palace was quiet and deep, with trees on both sides and birds singing from time to time. Shin Shuang felt creepy. Xiao Quanzi led the way quickly with his head down. Shin Shuang looked around and tried to find some familiar people. I felt uneasy and ignored my feet. I accidentally tripped over a branch and stumbled and almost fell. So stupid. A childish voice. Clapping his hands. Shin Shuang recognized the voice and looked in the direction of the sound. It was indeed Gu Zi. He was squatting on the ground playing with stones. His face was still a little dirty. Little prince. She was happy and waved her hand. And Gu Zi ran over. After seeing her clearly, she called out softly, "Auntie, where is your mother? My mother is sick and keeps coughing." She asked the maids to take me out to play. But they ignored me after leaving Huaxin Palace. The little kid's face was full of frustration. And he pulled her hand. "Auntie, will you play with me?" Shin Shuang smiled and said, "I'm going to Xiangning Palace. Little prince, there are delicious foods at Yuping Mama in Shoan Palace. Go find her and tell her that I asked you to go. And she will give you all the delicious foods." Gu Zi was very happy. Really? Really? Xiao Quanzi listened to them talking and reminded them. "Miss Shin, the Queen Mother is still waiting." Shin Shuang patted Gu Zi's little head. "Go quickly." Seeing the little kid running towards Shoan Palace, Shin Shuang felt at ease, brushed her hair, and continued to go to Xiangning Palace. Xiangning Palace, from the outside, is much more magnificent than Shoan Palace. But as soon as I stepped into the hall, I felt cold all over, like a draft. Shin Shuang tightened her clothes and corrected her attitude, not wanting to make any mistakes. "Miss Shin, the Queen Mother is inside, so I won't go in." Before she could say anything, Xiao Quanzi closed the door, and the cold feeling became stronger. There were many candles lit in the hall, so it was not dark. But Shin Shuang's heart was already dark. Even if you are afraid, you should have a proper tone. She performed a standard greeting to the elegant woman on the main seat. "Your servant Shin Shuang pays respects to the Queen Mother." The Queen Mother glanced at the kneeling girl and raised her eyelids slightly. She looks more majestic than Fang Mingzhu. Although she didn't know why she was compared with Fang Mingzhu, she was praising her anyway. So she said respectfully, "Your servant thanks the Queen Mother for the praise." Perhaps the Queen Mother's aura was too strong. She didn't dare to ask what it was about. Anyway, she would tell it. "Shin Shuang, I summon you here to ask you, did you cure the illness of concubine Xian?" Chapter 38. Are you interested in entering the palace as a concubine? Shin Shuang did not answer directly, but looked surprised. The Queen Mother said that the body of the concubine Xian has recovered? This question made the Queen Mother a little surprised. She said seriously, "Whatever I ask, you should answer. Don't try to lie. I don't like people who lie." Shin Shuang guessed that concubine Xian would definitely not tell the Queen Mother about her physical condition. But since she came to me, she must have some evidence. So she said sincerely, "Reply to the Queen Mother. I have prescribed a prescription for concubine Xian. But the prescription is extremely ordinary, and I think it will be useless." The Queen Mother naturally knew that the prescription was useless. But why didn't the woman in Shoan Palace look like she was on the verge of death? She was actually planning to hold a birthday party in the past 2 days. Which made her heart, which had just been put down, rise again. "You get up first." The Queen Mother raised her hand, and Shin Shuang stood aside respectfully. Jin Feng changed a cup of tea for the Queen Mother and whispered, "Queen Mother, do you want to summon Xiao Anzi?" The Queen Mother nodded. Asked the girl standing there, "Shin Shuang, do you know Xiao Anzi?" Queen Mother, "From the name, he should be a little eunuch." Queen Mother, "Does she need to say that?" After a while, a handsome but timid little eunuch came in and knelt down. "Your servant pays respect to the Queen Mother." Xiao Anzi, "Tell Miss Shin what you saw." Xiao Anzi said respectfully, "Yes. When I was working in Shoan Palace last month, I saw the 4th prince bring Miss Shin into Shoan Palace with my own eyes. He came once every 5 days. A total of 4 times. Each time he came, he stayed for several hours. When he left, the virtuous concubine was in high spirits and very happy." Shin Shuang waited for him to continue, but he stopped. So what? There was no conclusion. What was the point? Xiao Anzi was stunned, hesitating. "So, I think it was Miss Shin who cured the concubine dowager." Shin Shuang was surprised and smiled. "Little eunuch, I went into Shoan Palace with the 4th prince. Why don't you think it was the 4th prince who cured the concubine dowager? The 4th prince doesn't know medical skills. Then do you think the prescription I prescribed is better than the imperial physician's? It cured her anyway. Thank you. Thanks for your good words. Should I be rewarded? Listening to this messy conversation, the Queen Mother felt pain in her ears and asked Xiao Anzi to leave first. Xinqing Shuang was not afraid, because when she was giving acupuncture, except for the concubine dowager and Yuping, no one else was there. Secondly, even if she really cured it, she has a father, and her father said in person, then cure it. Then cure it. It means that someone will take care of it if something goes wrong. The Queen Mother looked at the girl with no worries or fears on her face quietly, and said lightly, whether it is you who cured it or not, I am relieved to see that the virtuous concubine has improved. Relieved? Xinqing Shuang felt that she was short-sighted and really didn't see it at all. The Queen Mother continued, Miss Shen, since you know medical skills, why don't you come and take my pulse? Take the pulse? What the hell is this? Have all the imperial doctors died? Xinqing Shuang didn't dare, and said timidly, Queen Mother, in fact, my medical skills are really not up to par. The Queen Mother has a noble body, and I am afraid of misdiagnosis. The Queen Mother looked indifferent and arrogant. It doesn't matter. Come over. Yes. She took a deep breath and walked over in small steps, trying to maintain a dignified image. She put her hand on the Queen Mother's wrist. Her expression changed slightly, and her brows furrowed. What's wrong? The Queen Mother opened her red lips and looked at her intently. Queen Mother, wait a moment. Let me hold it for a while. Finally, she took her hand off. What's wrong with me? The Queen Mother's eyes were sharp, and she shuddered. At the same time, she noticed that her fingers were trembling slightly, which confirmed her guess. No wonder the book mentioned that many imperial doctors in the palace died inexplicably. Could it be related to the Queen Mother? Life is precious. Life is precious, Xinqing Shuang said silently. She quickly calmed down, replying to the Queen Mother. I didn't diagnose it. To be honest with the Queen Mother, I only know about diseases such as colds and flu, and I learned it from a country doctor. The Queen Mother's disease is beyond my knowledge. The Queen Mother snorted coldly, her eyes full of doubt. You lie. Xinqing Shuang knelt down quickly. I dare not. The Queen Mother can check the prescription I gave to the concubine Xian. In fact, it is just for treating colds, and some tonic herbs are added, which is harmless to the body. The Queen Mother stared at her eyes. She looked innocent. Just wasting time like this. Whoever can hold on to the end will win. After a long time, she heard a voice. You get up. Xinqing Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, but her face was still terrified. She felt that if she entered the entertainment industry, she would definitely be a good actor. Are you interested in entering the palace as a concubine? A concubine, a concubine. She stuttered. Queen, I have been naughty since childhood and have a bad reputation. I am not worthy of entering the palace at all. The Queen Mother said faintly, she is naughty. Just teach her a lesson. As for the reputation, it is just what others say, not to be trusted. And the fact that concubine Xian likes you is enough to prove that you are not so bad. You are the legitimate daughter of General Dingen, and your family background is not low. So you are qualified to be a concubine. This is not to find a concubine for her son, but to make trouble for concubine Xian and stabilize her son's kingdom. Xinqing Shuang is absolutely unwilling. What a good thing the emperor is. He has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and he is unfaithful. She can't enter the palace even if she doesn't marry for the rest of her life. The ancient palace is desolate, and the palace flowers are lonely and red. The white-haired palace maids are there, sitting and talking about Xuanzong. If she really enters the palace, this poem is about herself. Right? The bleak and miserable life in the palace is scary to think about. Xinqing Shuang didn't dare to think about it anymore. Pinched herself, and tears came out immediately. I am very grateful for the Queen Mother's love. But what do you mean? Just when Xinqing Shuang was about to make up a story, Ji Feng came to report, Queen Mother, the 15th prince wants to see you. The Queen Mother's eyes darkened. Didn't he always stay away from Xiangning Palace? Go ahead. She straightened her clothes, brushed her hair, and sat dignified and graceful. Gu Yunjian was having a small gathering with the brother Xinqingyan, and suddenly heard Biyu say that the Queen Mother summoned Xinqing Shuang to the palace. So they followed. Xinqingyan had no official position, so it was inconvenient for him to speak. And Xinqing Lang was a major general, and his status was sensitive. If he had a conflict with the Queen Mother, it would not end well. So the three of them discussed. Gu Yunjian entered the palace, and the other two stayed outside the palace. Your humble servant greets the Emperor's sister-in-law. Gu Yunjian bowed slightly, and the Queen Mother immediately raised her hand. Please stand up. Prince 15. Shen Qingxuang also bowed and saluted. Your humble servant greets Prince 15. Gu Yunjian smiled and nodded. We were supposed to have dinner together. Why did you come to Xiangning Palace alone? Shen Qingxuang then realized that he came for her, and was grateful in her heart. She followed his words and said, the Queen Mother summoned you for something. But I forgot to tell you. Gu Yunjian nodded again. Sister-in-law. If there is nothing else, I will take Qingxuang back first. The Queen Mother was surprised at the close relationship between the two and deliberately said, 15th Prince. I haven't finished talking about Miss Shen yet. Since you are here, why don't you listen together? Gu Yunjian said, Sister-in-law. Please speak. The Queen Mother glanced at Shen Qingxuang and smiled. I think Miss Shen is smart and clever, and I want her to enter the palace as a concubine. What do you think? Gu Yunjian was stunned, and saw the little girl looking at him as if asking for help, indicating that she should not worry. Smiled slightly. Sister-in-law. The Emperor has only been on the throne for a year, and the affairs of the court are enough to bother him. Qingxuang's personality is too willful. If she enters the palace, I'm afraid she will cause trouble. The Queen Mother smiled and said, I am still here, and I have time to discipline her. What trouble can she cause? Gu Yunjian said, Sister-in-law is right. In this case, I have something to trouble you. Sister-in-law, I wonder if it's convenient. The Queen Mother didn't expect him to wait for her here, and she looked unhappy. Just say it. My brother was assassinated outside the Imperial Mausoleum a few days ago, and almost died. After investigation, the assassin was related to a young eunuch in the palace, and this young eunuch was serving a lady in the harem. Chapter 39. It seems we are a step late. The word stopped here, and the Queen Mother's calm eyes suddenly became restless, looking straight at Gu Yunjian. Gu Yunjian's eyes were indifferent, just like his usual smile. But this smile clearly meant that he knew something, but he just didn't say it. Finally, the Queen Mother said slowly, I have been feeling unwell recently, and I am afraid I am powerless even if I want to help. As for Miss Shen's entry into the palace as a concubine, the 15th Prince is right. If it causes trouble and is difficult to deal with, just pretend that I never said it. Shen Qingxuang and Gu Yunjian bid farewell to the Queen Mother and left Xiangning Palace one after another. As soon as they went out, they saw Shen Qinglang and Shen Qingyan surrounding them, looking up and down at their sister, and only felt relieved when they saw that she was safe. Leave the palace first. You can't stay in a place of right and wrong for a long time, Gu Yunjian said. The Shen brothers and sisters nodded and walked towards the palace gate. After walking a short distance, they ran into concubine Xian and Yuping, who came hurriedly when she saw Shen Qingxuang. Concubine Xian held her hand and said, Are you okay, girl? Did the Queen Mother embarrass you? Yuping and I just returned to the palace. When we heard Ear say you were here, we hurried over. Glancing at Gu Yunjian, she said resentfully, It seems we are a step late. Gu Yunjian smiled and said, It doesn't matter who comes earlier or later. I'm glad Qingxuang is okay. Concubine Xian nodded, thinking that since she was here, it would be a waste of time if she didn't enter Xiangning Palace. The Queen Mother hadn't retracted her fierce eyes yet, but Concubine Xian arrived with a graceful manner. At a glance, the woman looked better, with a rosy complexion. Although she was nearly 40, she looked like she was in her early 30s. Your servant pays respect to the Queen Mother. The graceful salute and the pleasant voice made the Queen Mother feel even more upset. She said, My sister is weak. Please get up. The concubine Xian was not polite. She took Yuping's hand and stood up. She found a chair and sat down directly. I hope I didn't disturb you by visiting the Queen Mother so late? She brushed the hair beside her temples, her eyes full of smiles. The Queen Mother said in a muffled voice, Sister, you are joking. I am so happy. It will be your birthday in a few days. It has been a long time since we had such a lively time. The concubine Xian laughed even more happily. Yes. Time flies. I am already 38 years old in a blink of an eye. People grow sentimental as they grow old. These days, I have been dreaming about the Queen Mother's support and teaching to me when I first entered the palace. I still remember that I was only 16 years old when I first entered the palace. The Queen Mother was 26 years old at that time. She taught me everything carefully, which made me what I am today. After being threatened by Gu Yunjian, the Queen Mother felt a tightness in her chest after hearing the ambiguous words of concubine Xian. This damn woman said so much nonsense just to say that she was 10 years older than her. Subconsciously, she touched her hair. Although Jin Feng didn't say it when she was dressing her up every day, she knew that her white hair could no longer be covered. Is this what my sister came here to say? Resisting her anger, she said indifferently. Concubine Xian still had a smile on her face, and she seemed to be smiling even more happily. Empress Dowager, every one of the beauties in the harem is young and active, and the only one I can talk to is you, old man. She slapped her lips lightly. Look at me, Empress Dowager. You are so beautiful. How can you be an old man? I am the one who looks old. Not only am I old, but I am also in poor health. The Queen Mother couldn't bear to watch. She really wanted the heaven to take this evildoer away as soon as possible. I see that my sister has recovered. How can she still be sick? The concubine Xian was even happier. She quickly stood up and saluted again. The Queen Mother's words are golden. I will borrow your good words. It's strange to say that since the Queen Mother came to Shoan Palace to see me last time, I felt comfortable all over. Yuping said that I was like a good person. So I have always said that the Queen Mother is the noble person in my life. Noble person? The Queen Mother swore that she didn't want to know this pretentious dead woman at all. If it weren't for the face, she didn't want her to step into Xiangning Palace at all. The concubine Xian saw her anger clearly, and she was so happy. She gestured to Yuping, and Yuping hurriedly took out a food box. Empress Dowager, this is the butterfly cake I brought from outside the palace. Qingshuang recommended it to me. I think it's delicious and want to share it with you. Try it. The Empress Dowager just looked at it but didn't eat it. Seeing this, concubine Xian took a piece and ate it first. Don't worry, Empress Dowager. My love for you is clear as the sun and the moon. I will never be two-faced like some people with ulterior motives. Kind on the surface, but secretly using tricks. The Empress Dowager looked at her suspiciously. Was this dead woman talking about herself? But her eyes were sincere. She gestured to her while eating. If she didn't eat it, it would be mean. She took a bite, and the fragrance lingered on her teeth and cheeks. It was good. She ate a piece directly. Concubine Xian said, if the Empress Dowager likes it, I will bring you something delicious in the future when I find it. You are thoughtful. Concubine Xian smiled. It is Qingshuang who is thoughtful. Whenever she finds something delicious and fun, she will be filial to me. Queen Mother, what do you think if she marries our Jin Hao? The Queen Mother then knew the real reason why she came. She was here to protect her child. She smiled slightly. As long as you think she is good. It's just that the little girl has won the favor of many people, and Jin Hao doesn't seem to have much chance. The concubine Xian also smiled slightly. This just shows that I have a good eye. Alas, the Queen Mother looks very tired. It's better to rest and take care of yourself early. I will take my leave first. After performing the retreat ceremony gracefully, concubine Xian led Yuping out of the palace gracefully. The Queen Mother's eyes flashed with hatred, and she waved hard, and the food box was knocked to the ground. The pieces of butterfly cakes flew everywhere like fluttering butterflies. Back to Shoan Palace, Yuping saw that concubine Xian was unhappy, so she poured her a cup of tea. My queen, the Queen Mother speaks like that. Don't take it to heart. The concubine Xian sighed, her eyes full of regret. It's a pity that my box of butterfly cakes is gone. Yuping, go out of the palace tomorrow and buy some back. Yuping. After arriving at the Shen mansion, Shen Qingshuang told Shen Nanfang everything about Xiangning Palace, which made Shen Nanfang furious. Let you into the palace as a concubine? Are you kidding? Shen Qinglang said in a deep voice. The emperor is a playboy and moody. Don't even think about it. The palace is not a good place. There are so many dirty things all day long. Dad, just find a marriage for my sister, so that she won't be remembered by others. These are Shen Qingshu's words, and Shen Qingyan praised them as soon as they came out. Dad, what do you think of Yunjian? If it weren't for him tonight, Qingshuang would have a hard time getting away. Gu Yunjian's face was slightly red. He was willing, but he didn't know her feelings, and it would be bad if he was abrupt. So he glanced at Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan thought that he was giving him affirmation and hints. So he hurried to his sister's side. What do you think? Shen Qingshuang said without thinking. Definitely not. What a bad idea. Besides, The Queen Mother has given up. Why bother to affect Brother Yunjian's marriage? It's not this way to cheat a friend. In fact, Gu Yunjian wanted to say that he was very happy. But since the goddess had no intention, he would wait until she was willing. Shen Nafan also felt that his son was making trouble. Gu Yunjian was the emperor's uncle, and it was impossible for him to marry a princess so casually. So he also denied it. It was getting late, and Shen Qingshuang took the initiative to send Gu Yunjian off, which made him flattered. When they arrived at the door, she saluted him. Brother Yunjian. Thank you. Gu Yunjian's smiling face was shining under the moonlight, becoming more gentle. We are friends. There is no need to do this. Shen Qingshuang smiled. But the price he used to exchange with the Queen Mother was too high. If it weren't for me, you could have avenged the assassination. She actually understood, which made him look at her with new eyes. He patted her shoulder and smiled warmly. I'm glad you're okay. Go to bed early. Chapter 40. Whoever gets it will own it. The next day, the emperor went straight to Xiangning Palace after leaving the court, which was beyond the Queen Mother's expectation. Why is the emperor here? She glanced at her son lightly, and told Ji Feng to serve tea. The emperor lifted his skirt and sat beside her, with a playful look in his calm eyes. What did your mother tell Shen Qingshuang about last night? It was about Shen Qingshuang again. The Queen Mother was angry in her heart, but her face remained calm. What kind of charm does that girl have that even the emperor was alarmed? The emperor was slightly startled and smiled. Your mother misunderstood. I just heard that after Shen Qingshuang entered the palace last night. The little uncle and the virtuous concubine also came to Xiangning Palace one after another. I was just curious, so I came to ask my mother. The Queen Mother snorted and touched her long nails. Last night, she specially observed the virtuous concubine's nails, which were painted in a beautiful pink color, which matched her still beautiful face. But mine has no luster and looks dull. How can it compare? Sighed, I just want to ask if the good health of concubine Xian has anything to do with her. The emperor's eyes lit up. I met concubine Xian once by chance, and she was in high spirits. Could it be that Shen Qingshuang cured her? This is getting more and more interesting. In the past, I only heard that she was beautiful but not smart, and she was obsessed with Jin Hao. Since the last time I saw her, I felt that it was very different from the rumors. Now she can even do medicine. The Queen Mother said in a muffled voice. This matter has not been determined yet. I asked the imperial physician to look at the prescription, and it was mediocre. I also tried it last night. The girl's medical skills don't seem to be very good. According to her, it is limited to wind and cold. As for the reason why concubine Xian's condition has improved, it needs further investigation. Suddenly, his eyes were cold, and his nails dug into his flesh. If it's really good, just do it again. One more time. The emperor understood. After thinking for a moment, he said calmly, I have been on the throne for a year. The overall situation has been decided. Mother, please don't make trouble. To do it again. How easy is it? Even if it succeeds, how can Gu Jinhao let it go? Besides, there is also a 15th uncle who is close to Shouan Palace. At this time, Ji Feng brought tea over. Your Majesty, please have tea. The emperor took a sip. Mother, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. By the way, Qin Xiaojun and his sister will also attend the birthday banquet of the concubine. Mother, let me know. Qin Xiaojun, the third prince of Chu, is also the prince that the Chu emperor values most. Hearing this, the Queen Mother lost her temper and frowned. Does the birthday of a mere concubine have to be so grand? Her birthday was not so grand. The emperor glanced at her, his eyes dark and unclear. She is not an ordinary concubine. She is Jinhao's mother. As long as Jinhao is here, the status of the virtuous concubine will be stable. Let's not talk about this. Mother, I heard that the princess of Chu has reached the age of marriage. If you like her, why not recommend a husband to her? The Queen Mother understood what he meant, nodded slightly, and after a little thought, she had a candidate. In order to prepare birthday gifts for the virtuous concubine, Shen Qingshuang dragged Shen Qing in to many shops, but they still couldn't find one they liked, and they were unhappy. Seeing her pouting, Shen Qingyan suggested, the concubine has seen all kinds of good things. Why not give her something special? What is special? She did specify candy and cakes, but that's a bit too simple. At that time, everyone will give expensive jewelry, antiques, calligraphy and paintings. But she will only bring out a food box. It's embarrassing to think about it. She hasn't completely gotten rid of the reputation of being a flower maniac. And she can't even think about having another foodie. Shin Qingyan imagined that scene and couldn't help laughing. He casually threw away the fan, fanned her sister and pointed to a shop on the corner of the street. Anyway, there is still time. Brother will pick a piece of jewelry for you. When you are in a good mood, you will naturally have more ideas. If you want to say who among the three brothers pleases her the most, Shin Qingyan is undoubtedly it. He is handsome and rich, and every gift he gives can touch her heart. Shin Qingxuang swept away her displeasure and pulled him to run into the shop. She has a gold hairpin and a jade bracelet, but she doesn't want gemstones. Her eyes fell on a pair of pearl earrings. The thin silver line is dangling milky white, crystal clear and round pearls, elegant and agile. Shin Qingyan came over and asked the clerk to take it out. He smiled and said, "Do you like this one?" She blinked her eyes, full of joy. "I like it. This is it," Shin Qingyan said. "Why don't you pick an expensive one? 1,000 gold coins cannot buy what you like. Besides, it takes time. If you spend too much at once, what if I don't give it to you next time? Little girl, you are so sharp-tongued. When has your brother ever been stingy with you?" He tapped her head with a folding fan and asked the shopkeeper, "How much?" The clerk didn't expect the deal to be so fast, and smiled and said, "Sir, this one is 300 taels of silver." Shin Qingyan said and just took out the banknote. The brocade box containing the earrings was snatched away by a pair of white hands. "I want this." Shin Qingxuang felt a sense of déjà vu. She remembered that the last time she bought a peace locket for Gu Yunjian, she was also robbed by Gu Jinhao in the middle of the way. Is she a natural robber? Looking up, she saw a little girl in a bright red pomegranate skirt, with big eyes, long eyelashes, a white face, and a very upturned nose. She was pretty, but she didn't know the rules. Didn't she know who came first? This made a bad first impression on her. Beside the little girl in red stood a young man in purple brocade clothes, about the same age as Shin Qingyan, and he was also handsome, but his eyes were as arrogant as that girl's. Shin Qingxuang was not willing to tolerate the robbery in broad daylight. If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. If someone offends me, I will fight back. Besides, the third brother is so good at fighting. This, just after saying one word, Shin Qingyan followed up, "This girl. We saw the earrings in your hand first. Give them back to me." The little girl's attention was on the earrings, and she became impatient when she heard his voice. Then 2 red clouds flew up on her little face. This young man is so handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, black hair, and orchid-like temperament. Plus, he is dressed in white, and looks like a god. Then he looked at the girl next to him, who was wearing a lavender dress, with bright eyes and white teeth, looking at him with her head tilted. Could she be the sweetheart of this young man? Unhappy again, straightened his waist and held the brocade box tighter. Whoever gets it will get it. Shin Qingyan frowned slightly, and his tone was still gentle. "Oh, is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, the brocade box was in his hands. The girl in red didn't even see when he started. "Brother, he stole my things." The little girl begged the young man next to her with a crying voice, asking him to take it back. The young man couldn't bear to see his sister disappointed, so he reached out to grab the brocade box. Shin Qingyan smiled slightly, leaned to the side, and then grabbed the man's wrist. He took advantage of his distraction to attack him with a palm. The man staggered back several steps, but luckily he stabilized in time, and Shin Qingyan's hair was not messed up at all. Shin Qingxuang clapped excitedly. "Great." The girl in red saw this and urged, "Brother, you haven't taken it back yet." The arrogance in the young man's eyes had long gone. He knew that Shin Qingyan had not used his full strength, and he would be the only one who would suffer if he continued to fight. He turned to the waiter and said, "This pair of earrings costs 300 taels, and I will pay 500 taels for it." Shin Qingyan remained calm. 800 taels. Chapter 41. This is not like the Chu state. Don't act too ostentatiously. Hearing this, Shin Qingxuang's heart skipped a beat. Even if you have money, you can't do this. How heartbreaking. The young man's face changed slightly, and he said seriously, 1,000 taels. Shin Qingyan, 2,000 taels. 2,500 taels. 3,000 taels. Even the clerk was confused, and couldn't help but re-examine the goods in the store. Are they really worth that much? They even began to regret that they had asked for less before. There are bowl in the world. And then, there are pearls. Pearls are common. But bowl is rare. Simply took a cup of tea and sat aside to drink while watching. Shinching Shuang whispered, brother. It's too expensive. Let's not take it. Shall we? Shinchingen said loudly, you said that 1,000 gold can't buy the good in your heart. It's rare to give you a gift. I must buy it. Rare. These clothes and jewelry are given every few days. Is it really rare? Could it be that he has some misunderstanding of the word rare? Hearing what he said, the girl in red became more anxious, pulling her brother's arm and shaking it. Brother, I don't care. I want it. The young man had to continue to raise the price. 5,000 taels. Shin Qingyan continued to raise the price with a smile on his face. And Shin Shuang saw something. With curved eyebrows, she hugged her brother's arm and started to act coquettishly. I want this pair of earrings. If you can't take them down, I will ignore you. Seeing his sister so enthusiastic, Shin Qingyan's eyes were full of doting smiles. Don't worry. I promise you. I won't let you down. The girl in red was full of jealousy. Such a handsome boy was so nice to her. At this time, it was not just for the earrings, but for inexplicable anger. She started to bid directly. 6,000 taels. Shin Shuang tilted her head and shouted out a price of 7,000 taels. The girl in red, 7,500 taels. Shin Shuang, 8,000 taels. The girl in red stamped her feet anxiously. 10,000 taels. Shin Shuang, deal. Then he handed the brocade box to her. Yours. The girl in red was stunned. And her brother was also stunned. Why didn't she play by the rules? Didn't she swear that she would win? The clerk was afraid that the girl in red would regret it. So he smiled and said, Miss, thank you for 10,000 taels. The girl in red felt cheated. But the words had already been spoken. And she couldn't regret it. She looked up at her brother. The young man sighed silently, shook his head, and handed the banknote to the clerk. The two of them left unhappily holding the brocade box worth 10,000 taels. Before leaving, the young man looked at Shin Qingyan and his sister meaningfully. The clerk held the 10,000 taels of silver note, looked at it several times in a row, and hurriedly ran in to report to the shopkeeper. Shin Shuang touched his brother's arm. You opened this shop? Shin Qingyan nodded proudly. How smart. The one just now is not a fine product. I have another shop that sells pearl jewelry. The pearls are bigger, rounder and smoother. Go there to choose. Just as he was about to leave, the shopkeeper came out. Third master. When I heard the clerk say that a fool was cheated, I knew it must be you who came. Shin Qingyan shook the fan. Although this sounds awkward, just think of it as you praising me. By the way, this is my sister. Whenever she comes, she can choose whatever she wants and put it on my account. Okay. Third master. When they arrived at another shop, they really chose more beautiful pearl earrings. Shin Shuang's eyes narrowed together. After all, following my brother means I can eat meat. I will follow you from now on. Shin Qingyan patted his chest. Don't worry. I will protect you and ensure that you will be rich and prosperous and live a happy life. She said him repeatedly, blinking, and said, I will ensure that you will be safe for the rest of your life. Safe for the rest of your life? He has a good family background and good martial arts. How can he not be safe? But seeing his sister's sincere and resolute eyes, he still felt warm in his heart and pinched her face. Then I will rely on you to protect me. The girl in red pouted and went into an inn with her brother, throwing the brocade box on the table. He sighed with his cheek in his hand. Brother, do you think we have been deceived? The young man glanced at her sideways. Is there any need to ask? It's so obvious. He poured 2 glasses of water, one for himself and one for his sister. Yulan, this is not like Chu. Don't act too ostentatious. The girl in red exploded when she heard it. Qin Xiaojun, are you teaching me a lesson? You clearly said that Dichi can let me play and make trouble as I want. I just stole a pair of earrings. And you said I was ostentatious. Qin Xiaojun smiled helplessly. Can't I just pretend that I was wrong? I just think that the 2 people I met are not ordinary people. The man was extraordinary and calm in the face of danger. The key is that the man's martial arts were so high that he had no power to resist. Qin Yuan snorted. Of course she knew he was not an ordinary person. How can she be ordinary when she is so beautiful? She put on the earrings that she got at a high price and looked at them in the mirror. It was beautiful. But it was only 10,000 taels, which seemed too expensive. He sighed, glanced around the room, and said in a muffled voice, "Brother, why don't we go to the inn? This inn is really shabby." Qin Xiaojun looked at his picky sister and sighed, "My little princess. If you didn't want to play for a day first, I wouldn't have to tell Qigua that you would arrive tomorrow. So just make do with it. I heard that the capital of Qi is very lively at night. You take a rest, and we will go out for fun in the evening." Qin Yuan pouted and said and called the maid in. In the evening, Qin Yuan knocked on Qin Xiaojun's door. But he was gone. We agreed to go out together. But he disappeared. She shook her handkerchief and said to the maid, "Xiao Pu, let's go." Xiao Pu didn't dare to, and quickly advised, "Princess, the third prince has told you not to go out alone. Why don't we wait a little longer?" Qin Yuan frowned and twisted her ear. "Who is your master? Why? Do you only have the third prince in your heart?" Xiao Pu quickly knelt down. "I dare not. The princess is my master. Why don't you leave?" Xiao Pu rubbed his ears and quickly followed. This princess is a troublemaker, and she can't relax at all. As she shopped along the way, Xiao Pu had a lot of things in her hands. If she continued to buy, she would have to hire someone to help. "Princess." Fortunately, she reacted quickly and changed her words. "Miss, why don't we find a place to rest? I'm not tired." Qin Yuan's steps seemed to be faster, and Xiao Pu's steps were heavier. Seeing her stop, a glimmer of hope rose in Xiao Pu's heart. "Xiao Pu, someone is setting off lanterns by the lake. Let's go set off one too." Xiao Pu's heart sank again, afraid of having his ears twisted. So he took a deep breath and quickly followed, setting off river lanterns regardless of the year or festival. This G state is really interesting. Putting the things aside carefully, he went to buy river lanterns. "Miss, they all wrote their wishes. You should write one too." Qin Yuan pursed her lips, thinking about the young man in white she had seen during the day. And two red clouds flew across her face again. Holding the pen, she wrote while blocking, then quickly folded it and put it in the river lantern. Then put the lantern into the river, and breathed a sigh of relief. Put her hands together and pray, and make sure she sees the young man again before she leaves. Of course, it would be better if there were follow-up developments. As soon as she stood up, she heard the voice of a little girl next to her. "Miss, our river lantern is blocked, so this wish will not work." Following the sound, a little maid in a green shirt was gesturing to a woman in luxurious clothes and beautiful appearance. The woman looked anxious and scolded the little maid. "Can't you push it over?" the little maid said, and quickly found a long branch to push the one blocking the road over. And she was happy now. Qin Yuan's face was dark, and the one that was pushed over was hers, and it was blocked by other lanterns at this time. And she was motionless. How could she tolerate these two women who wanted to prevent her from seeing the young man in white? Chapter 42. A wild girl must be taught a lesson. Qin Yuan personally took the branch from the maid and fiercely pushed their lights into the crowded area. Because she pushed too hard, she almost knocked them over. Ignoring the two pairs of angry eyes, she slowly cleared her own lights, looked at the vast road ahead, and smiled triumphantly. The pretty woman said coldly, "Where did you come from? Wild girl, dare to touch our lights." Qin Yuan was not to be outdone. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at her with the other hand and said, "I am a wild girl. And you are a wild girl who doesn't know how to live or die. You were the first to pull my lights, and I just gave them a taste of their own medicine." Hearing the last sentence, "give them a taste of their own medicine," the woman's eyes became more and more angry, as if touching the unspeakable pain in her heart. She clenched her fists and suppressed her anger. "Your lamp blocked my lamp first, so it's only natural for me to move it away." Qin Yuan snorted and raised her eyebrows. "Let the lamp solve its own problems. You insist on interfering. How can I let my lamp be bullied?" Xiao Pu was stunned. The princess's angle of quarrel was really fresh and refined. But this is also like her. Seeing that the woman's maid also joined the quarrel, Xiao Pu rolled up her sleeves and began to speak sweetly. The rich vocabulary made the other party's eyes straight, and the angry look was really relieved. The people around were attracted by the excitement, and they spontaneously gathered in a circle to discuss in groups of 3 or 2. More and more people came, and it became more and more embarrassing. The lady was angry and said, "Who are you? This unruly girl? Dare to be rude to me. Be careful not to get into trouble." Qin Yuan is not afraid. After all, no one here knows her. Even if she exposes the truth, what can she do? Hee, she said with her head tilted. Are you so confident? Then tell me your name first. The little maid said loudly, My lady is Fong Mingju, the eldest lady of the Prime Minister's mansion. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and apologize. When they heard the name Fong Mingju, everyone sighed and sympathized with Qin Yuan. The Prime Minister's mansion is not easy to mess with, Qin Yuan said. For a long time, she thought it was someone else. With disdain on her face, Are you Fong Mingju? Rumor has it that she is dignified and virtuous, beautiful and intelligent. But it seems that the rumors are not credible. Xiao Pu, didn't you say that the fourth prince admired her? It seems that his vision is questionable. Fong Mingju's face turned red and white, and she wanted to tear this woman's mouth. You wild girl must be taught a lesson. Cui Tao. Slap her in the face. Yes, miss. Slap her in the face? Xiao Pu got angry first. A little daughter of a prime minister dares to slap her princess? She immediately stepped forward and slapped Cui Tao in the face, making her forget to cry. Fong Mingju could no longer bear it and was furious. She raised her hand and slapped Xiao Pu in the face, then pushed her away and slapped Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was stunned. When she came to her senses, she pulled Fong Mingju's clothes and tore them. The spectators, who were originally whispering, were directly blown up. In broad daylight. No. In broad night. Two young ladies fought like this? The clothes were torn and wrinkled. The hair was pulled like a madman. And the eyes were red as blood, which showed that the battle was fierce. Cui Tao and Xiao Pu were shocked when they saw this. The young lady had already joined the battle. How could they let her down? So, the poetic and picturesque lakeside was surprised to see women fighting each other, which was rare in a century. Being dragged by Qin Yuan, Fong Mingju couldn't stop, nor could she take advantage. But she could hear the laughter of the onlookers. She looked to the side. Her eyes were stern, and she took the opportunity to push Qin Yuan into the river. Qin Yuan felt that her center of gravity was unstable, and she subconsciously grabbed Fong Mingju's clothes. With two plops and plops, both of them fell into the river. It stirred up circles of water. Shen Qingxuang and Shen Qingyan were strolling leisurely with two candied haws in their hands, and suddenly saw the excitement not far away. So they pulled her brother and ran over. This made her eyes pop out. Two women were floundering in the river like water ghosts, while the other two women were holding a branch and handing it to them, saying, Miss, grab it. But it seemed useless. Shen Qingxuang felt that the two people seemed familiar, and when she looked at them carefully, she was stunned. Brother, isn't that woman the one who stole my pearl earrings? Shen Qingyan only saw two women with long hair covering their faces and looking miserable, and couldn't see their faces clearly at all. But if she said it was, then it was. And he said randomly, Hey, brother, isn't the other one Fong Mingju? Shen Qingyan became interested after hearing this, and after a closer look, it was indeed. Do you want to save them? Shen Qingxuang thought for a while and said, Save the woman who stole my earrings. Shen Qingyan asked suspiciously, Don't you blame her? Why blame her? We cheated her out of so much money, and we should give her back. Besides, people who can go against Fong Mingju are not bad. Oh, third brother, hurry up. It looks like she's almost done. Hearing this, Shen Qingyan jumped directly into the river to pull Qin Yuan. Seeing this, Cui Tao hurriedly asked the onlookers to save Fong Mingju, and took a hairpin in return. And then someone jumped into the river. When the two were rescued, they were both unconscious. Cui Tao and Xiao Pu were each pulling at the other and crying heartbreakingly, and the grief was as if the person had already died. Shen Qingxuang squatted beside Qin Yuan and checked her breath, and she was still breathing. Carefully recalling the steps of first aid, she first performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on her, and then quickly cleared the foreign objects in her mouth. Then, she pinched Qin Yuan's nose and began artificial respiration. This scene, the whole audience was silent. Even Shen Qingyan stood there as if struck by lightning. What is my sister doing? How could she do this to a woman? Such a thing that is immoral. Is this the reason why she rejected Gu Jinhao and Gu Yunjian? Oh my god. No way. No. No. Definitely not. Qingxuang. Qingxuang. Get up. Get up. Shen Qingyan blushed and persuaded her sister. His voice was very low. Shen Qingxuang ignored him and continued her own business. Finally, Qin Yuan coughed a few times and woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Shen Qingxuang kissing her, and she almost fainted again. What are you doing? Shen Qingxuang saw that she woke up, breathed a sigh of relief, and wiped her mouth. You have stopped breathing, and you will die if I don't give you air? She sat aside and gasped. Save me? Qin Yuan scratched her head. Is there such a way to save people? I've never seen such a thing in my life. Xiao Pu hurried forward and said, Miss. Really? You were unconscious just now. If it weren't for this lady, I don't know when you would wake up. Cui Tao looked at Shen Qingxuang timidly. Miss Shen, can you save our lady? Shen Qingxuang glanced at Fang Mingzhu, who closed her eyes tightly. She asked herself if she was so kind. What if she was treated as a donkey again? She simply explained the steps, and let Cui Tao do it herself. Although the movements were rather stiff, Fang Mingzhu woke up anyway. After waking up, she slapped Cui Tao. What are you doing? Save you. Another slap. Cui Tao felt wrong, but didn't dare to cry, and quickly followed her lady to escape from the place of right and wrong. Shen Qingxuang was glad that she didn't save Fang Mingzhu. Otherwise the slap wouldn't have reached her face. Qin Yuan witnessed the whole process of Fang Mingzhu's treatment, and instantly knew that she had misunderstood. Just as she was about to thank him, her eyes suddenly lit up. Aren't you the girl who stole my earrings at noon? Shen Qingxuang's mouth twitched, and she said in a muffled voice, You stole mine. Oh, yes, Qin Yuan said embarrassedly. Anyway. Thank you anyway. No, it's just a piece of cake. After saying that, she turned to Shen Qingyan and said, Third brother, your clothes are wet. Let's go back. Wait. Hearing the surprise behind her, Shen Qingxuan was shocked. But seeing Qin Yuan running over excitedly pulling her hand, Are you the sister of this young master? Chapter 43 Young Master. Your clothes are wet. What a coincidence. Mine are too. Shen Qingxuan gently pulled her hand out, with disgust in her eyes. She didn't know what this nervous little girl wanted to do. Seeing this scene, Shen Qingyan was relieved. It turned out that his sister didn't like girls. Qin Yuan saw that she didn't speak, blinked and begged, Please, tell me. Shen Qingxuan looked at Shen Qingyan suspiciously, but seeing that he was also confused, she shrugged and said, Qin Yuan jumped 3 feet high with joy. You should have said it earlier. She glanced at Shen Qingyan shyly, and the third young master Shen got goosebumps all over his body. Qingxuang, she seems to have a problem. I wonder if it is. He pointed his finger. Third brother, do you say she has water in her brain? Shen Qingyan cleared his throat. This thing that can only be understood but not expressed in words was said openly by his sister, which was very embarrassing. But after a closer look, it seemed that only he was embarrassed, and the two girls were quite calm. Xiao Pu felt embarrassed when she saw the princess staring at Shen Qingyan like a fangirl. Quietly pulled her clothes. Miss, your clothes are soaked. Hurry back to the inn to change clothes. If you get sick, the third master will kill me. Qin Yuan didn't want to go back. She finally met the young master in white. How could she leave so quickly? Oh, my clothes are wet. Young master, your clothes are wet. What a coincidence. Mine are too. She twisted the handkerchief, her face full of shyness. Shen Qingyan looked at his clothes and said lightly, If it wasn't for saving you, why would my clothes be so wet? Qin Yuan suddenly looked up and looked at him in disbelief, her voice trembling. Sir, you mean, you jumped into the river to save me? If I didn't jump into the river, could you climb up by yourself? Feeling that talking to her was insulting, Shen Qingyan directly pulled his sister away. Qin Yuan stared at the tall figure walking farther and farther away until it disappeared from her sight. Xiao Pu pulled her clothes again. Miss, it's time to go back. Well, go back. She still didn't take her eyes away. After a long time, she pinched Xiao Pu's face and sighed. Xiao Pu, Qi is really a good place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. As soon as this lantern was lit, the wish came true. We will come again tomorrow night, and I will make another wish. Xiao Pu. Okay. Mississippi. Qin Yuan suddenly slapped her head and regretted it very much. I actually forgot to ask the name. What a pity. But since the river lanterns are so powerful, I believe we will see them again. She returned to the inn happily, only to find that her brother was waiting impatiently in the room. Seeing her come back like a drowned chicken, he immediately said angrily, Xiao Pu, what happened to the princess? Xiaopu quickly put down her things and knelt down. Your Highness, I went with the princess to release river lanterns and had an argument with a woman. And then the princess and the woman started fighting. And then the two fell into the river. Xiaopu's heart was in turmoil. And as expected, she was kicked to the ground by Qin Xiaojun. Didn't the king say that you are not allowed to go out alone with the princess? Fortunately, I was rescued this time. If something happens, how many lives will you have to bear? I know my crime. Please forgive me. Your Highness, forgive me. It's impossible. Just when Qin Xiaojun was about to make the decision, he was stopped by Qin Yuan. Brother, forget it. It's no big deal. It's not Xiaopu who's wrong. It's Fang Mingzhu. Too arrogant. Fang Mingzhu? The daughter of the Prime Minister of Daqi? Qin Xiaojun had heard of this name and was surprised. Did you fight with her? Qin Yuan said him. And smiled, but I didn't suffer any loss. Xiaopu whispered, Princess, I suffered a loss. She slapped you. Hearing this, Qin Yuan was angry. Yes. I almost forgot. Maybe I was dizzy from the blisters and affected my memory. Brother, this revenge must be avenged. Qin Xiaojun's eyes darkened and patted her shoulder. Don't worry. She will definitely go to the birthday of concubine Xian. And then brother will help you vent your anger. Qin Yuan shook her brother's arm and said shyly, Brother, help me find two people these days. My lifesavers. The life-saving grace must not be forgotten. Which two people? Let's go to thank them. They are the handsome young man and beautiful young lady who snatched the pearl earrings from us at noon. Qin Xiaojun had been planning to find out the identities of those two people. Now that his sister said so, it was even more necessary. When Shen Qingyan arrived at the door of his house, he first asked the guard whether the eldest young master had returned home. He felt inexplicably panicked when he learned that he had returned. Third brother, we didn't do anything bad, and the eldest brother won't scold us. When Shen Qingyan heard this, yes, he didn't make any mistakes this time. Why was he afraid? Sure enough, the eldest brother became his lingering shadow. The two of them walked in with their heads held high. As soon as they arrived at the yard, they saw Shen Qinglang standing under the tree, seemingly waiting for them. Shen Qingyan's confidence just now was gone in an instant. Before he could speak, he said, Brother, I got my clothes wet because I was saving someone. Shen Qingshuang quickly followed up, Brother, I'll testify. Shen Qinglang, did I say anything? I thought you were going to punish me to face the wall and fast. Shen Qingyan chuckled. Brother, I'll go change my clothes first. Well, go ahead. Shen Qinglang asked his sister, Have you eaten? I ate 2 candied haws. He smiled. What's the use? Let's go. I'll eat some with you. The food was still hot, and she was hungry, so she ate very quickly. Shen Qinglang asked her to eat slowly, and picked up some food for her while she ate. Qingshuang, you have to be careful on the birthday of concubine Xian. Don't go to places with you people alone. Shen Qingshuang raised her head and asked in confusion, Why did you say that? Brother? Shen Qinglang wiped the rice grains from her mouth with a handkerchief and said, I found out that there seems to be a force around the Chu delegation, and I don't know who is commanding them. Those people are secretive, and brother is worried that something will happen. Brother, you even know this? Her eyes were full of admiration. Shen Qinglang smiled. Do you think that, big brother? This young general is just a name. Shower is the commander of the Imperial Guards. If something happens in the palace, he can't escape responsibility. I have already told him that I am not worried about your erratic temper. I can't enter the palace to protect you that day, so I can only remind you now. Oh, I know. Big brother, don't worry. I will behave properly. Shen Qinglang nodded and said, You can't drink much, so don't drink. If there is something, find Shower if he is here, and find Gu Yunjian if he is not here. From the last time he rescued you from Xiangning Palace, it can be seen that he is still trustworthy at present. Listening to his chattering, Shen Qingshuang couldn't help but laugh. Brother, I'm not a child anymore. Shen Qinglang knocked on her head, in front of Dad and brothers. You will always be a child. Anyway, you should listen to what your brother says. Okay. The eldest brother is like a father. I will listen to you. After eating and drinking, she returned to Chuani Pavilion and suddenly heard a gentle knock on the door. She thought it was Biyu. So she hung up her coat and said to the outside, Come in. The door was pushed open, but it was not Biyu who came in, but Gu Jinhao. Xin Shuang was startled. But fortunately her clothes were still neat. So she quickly put on her coat again. Why are you here? Gu Jinhao didn't see the surprise he imagined. And was very disappointed. Are you going to sleep? Get ready for a bath, she said unhappily. Your Highness, if you suddenly break into my room in the dead of night, it will cause misunderstanding. Gu Jinhao, you let me in. Xin Shuang. Chapter 44. Do you live by the sea? Why are you so nosy? She opened the door as wide as she could and dragged him to the door. Okay. Tell me what's going on. Gu Jinhao found it funny that she was more wary of him than thieves. So he reached out and brushed off the few hairs on her head. She opened it with disdain. She still rejected him. A strong sense of frustration. This road is still long. Clearing her throat. She pretended to be nonchalant and said, You didn't change my dressing today. Change the dressing, change. But it was said that the consultation fee was a one-time fee and did not include the dressing change. Besides, there was no medicine in his house. Given that this was an extremely ambiguous time, she was afraid of calling her father and brother. So she didn't intend to argue with him and just endured it. She took the medicine powder and white cloth and took him to the green smoke pavilion. After unbuttoning the clothes, the blood stains on the cloth were dark and stuck to the skin. She pouted and took a breath of cold air. Fortunately, she was not injured. Bear with it. It hurts a bit. Is she caring about him? He said happily. Who would have thought it really hurt? The kind that made me sweat. Xin Shuang didn't look at him, and quickly removed the cloth, applied medicine, and bandaged it, all in one go. Gu Jinhao thought it was as slow as last time, and wanted to watch her for a while longer. But it was so fast. She put on her clothes slowly and said slowly, The person you saved tonight is the fourth princess of Chu. Qin Yulan. What did you say? Xin Shuang was shocked. Is it such a coincidence? I said. You saved the princess of Chu. Gu Jinhao repeated. It's just a princess. Why are you so surprised? He is still a prince. And he has never seen her so excited. Xin Shuang thought that it was fortunate that she didn't save Qin Youyu. Otherwise she would have thrown the woman back into the river overnight. She thought of something again and rolled her eyes at him. You followed me? Gu Jinhao smiled. No. I just want to see you. When the dog prince spoke normally, his smile was still pretty good. Although he didn't say normal words. He looked good. But now was not the time to look at handsome guys. She knew the difference between right and wrong. The medicine has been changed. Your Highness, is there anything else? If you are fine, go. This familiar words reminded Gu Jinhao of his mother, concubine Xian, who was exactly the same. He didn't give people a chance to speak and added if you are fine. Go. Did he look like a person who was fine? He obviously took time out of his busy schedule to see her. Although she was dissatisfied, she had to bow her head. After all, she liked gentle men. A smile appeared on her face again, as bright as fireworks in the dark night. I have something to do. Qing Shuang. Don't use your method of saving people on others. Especially men. By method of saving people, does he mean artificial respiration? She glared at him fiercely. Gu Jinhao. Are you crazy? That's a stopgap measure. You can't let her die of suffocation. Right? And what nonsense are you talking about? I have nothing to do with men. Her face flushed. And she rushed. Besides, what does it have to do with you? You are not allowed to do that. You live by the sea. Why are you so nosy? Gu Jinhao was provoked by her, and was about to get angry. But he suppressed it. After all, she didn't like to be mean to her. If she continued to talk, she was afraid that something would happen. So she threw out a sentence. Anyway, I don't like it. No more talking. I'm leaving. Seeing that he was going in the wrong direction, Xin Shuang hurriedly shouted, You're going the wrong way. The gate is over there. He turned around and smiled. I climbed over the wall to get in. Go to bed early. Climbing over the wall. Sure enough, he jumped and floated to the roof. Gave her another big smile. Turned around and disappeared into the night. Xin Shuang was petrified instantly. Is she crazy? Laughing so much. It seems that I have to talk to my brother about raising the wall. When Gu Jinhao arrived at the gate of the palace, he saw a woman in a red cloak standing outside the door. Is she here to find Qin Yun? He glanced at her lightly and went into the study. There were still many things to deal with. Qin Yun thought he was not there. So he pushed the door in and prepared to clean up. Met his unfriendly eyes. Are you the head of the palace? Qin Yun could only sigh that he was unlucky. When he was respectful, his master didn't see it. When he let himself go a little, he was caught. Your Highness misunderstood. And I am ready to clean up. Gu Jinhao said, so it was me who delayed your work. Qin Yun. It seems that he was angry again. The master abused him 1,000 times. And he will abuse him thousands of times again. Stay calm. Very consciously poured him a cup of tea. And finally thought of something to divert his attention. Your Highness, the lady of the Prime Minister's mansion wants to see you. The lady of the Prime Minister's mansion? Fang Mingju? Gu Jinhao didn't know why he hated the name now. At the beginning, she was wholeheartedly showing her kindness to him. And he was moved and prepared to treat her well for the rest of his life. But she ran to the emperor's arms without hesitation for power. And even plotted against him. How could she be as sincere as Qing Shuang? When she liked him, she was devoted to him. And was not afraid of being looked down upon. And even gave up her reputation as a girl just to be with him. Now she doesn't like him anymore. And she doesn't even smile. She is so straightforward. Not dragging her feet at all. How cute. No. He threw out 2 words coldly. And his attention was focused on the memorial on the table. Although the memorial would eventually be presented to the emperor, most of the court officials would still be reviewed by him first. Qin Yun conveyed his instructions to the woman and read outside the door. The woman bit her lip. Her eyes slightly wet. Your Highness really said no? Am I lying to you? Qin Yun said unhappily. The woman nodded slightly. Can you please inform me again? I have something important to see His Highness. Qin Yun said, His Highness is busy now, and will not see you. Fearing that she would come again. He simply said, Miss Fang, since you have no relationship with His Highness, you should respect yourself in the future. The eyes of the woman in red lit up. And she raised her head and said, I am not Fang Mingju. Qin Yun had not looked carefully before. And this time, it was indeed not. The pretty girl. Her eyebrows and eyes are a bit like Fang Mingju. She should be her sister. The woman smiled and said, I am Fang Mingju's sister. Fang Ninger. Please help me ask again. After saying that, she took out a silver ingot. And Qin Yun refused. Then I will go again. Although he likes silver, he doesn't like to offend bad luck. He returned to the study again and said respectfully, Your Highness, the person outside is called Fang Ninger. And she said, she has something important to see you. Gu Jinhao slammed the letter shut. Are you done yet? Did you accept the bribe? Qin Yun shook his head repeatedly. No. No. I am upright and incorruptible. And I get a clean monthly salary. Wiping her sweat. She luckily didn't take the silver. Bring her in. What a hassle. Fang Ninger was immediately delighted when she heard that Gu Jinhao wanted to see her. And she quickly followed Qin Yun. Your Highness, your servant Fang Ninger pays respects to you. Gu Jinhao glanced at her. Miss Fang, please get up. What are you here to see me for? Fang Ninger glanced at Qin Yun, hesitant to speak. There is nothing you can't tell others. Miss Fang, just speak directly. Gu Jinhao didn't express his trust in Qin Yun. But this guy's mouth was too fast. And he was afraid that he would guess and deduce something out of thin air with only a half understanding. Which would make Shen Qingxuang feel that she was not upright, and would change her mind. The little girl's love flower hasn't even sprouted. Don't let a heavy rain kill the seeds directly. Chapter 45 let him discipline his daughter well. Seeing his indifferent expression, Fang Ninger felt disappointed. She pursed her lips. Her eyes were pitiful. Your Highness, my sister fell into the water today. Gu Jinhao still looked at her indifferently. Then what? Fang Ninger was stunned. So calm. Then, she went home, drank the medicine and fell asleep, and called your name in her dream. Gu Jinhao glanced at Qin Yun. And sure enough, his eyes widened and his mouth couldn't close. How could he not be excited when the melon was so big? But this excitement was fleeting. And his head slowly drooped. Listen to what you should listen to. And don't listen to what you shouldn't listen to. Even if you listen, you have to forget it. Even if you can't forget it, you can't spread it. Gu Jinhao retracted his terrifying eyes and returned to indifference. So? Fang Ninger couldn't believe his indifference. After all, she and her sister had been in love. So why did it sound like she was listening to a stranger story? But this was exactly what she wanted. And she couldn't help but feel happy. But she still asked carefully, I wonder if your Highness can condescend to go and see my sister? No. The two words were so clear and powerful that Fong Ninger smiled. It seemed that he really had no feelings for her sister. She wanted to try again. So she knelt down and cried, "Your Highness. My sister had a wrong thought at the time. So she abandoned Your Highness and chose to enter the palace. Now she knows she was wrong. I think she was obsessed with Your Highness and called your name in her dreams. Now she was framed and fell into the water. Which is really pitiful." Gu Jinhao couldn't listen anymore. "Are all the daughters of the Fong family good at acting?" he said in a deep voice. "Your sister fell into the river because of an argument with a girl over the river lanterns. How come you said she was framed?" Fong Ninger's eyes were filled with fear. How could he know? Although Fong Mingju said she was framed, she secretly asked Cui Tao. And it was consistent with what Gu Jinhao said. "Okay. Go back. Don't blame me for being rude if you waste my time on such boring things again. Qin Yun. Send her out." "I thought it was a big deal. A waste of time," Qin Yun said. "Miss Fong. Please." Fong Ninger didn't leave. She took a few quick steps and knelt in front of Gu Jinhao. Gu Jinhao saw the affection in her eyes and quickly stepped back as if to guard against thieves. He asked coldly, "What do you want to do?" Fong Ninger twisted her handkerchief, her face shy, and said softly, "Your Highness, I have admired you for a long time. Before, my sister deliberately suppressed her feelings. Now that Your Highness and my sister have no relationship, I want to stay with you." Gu Jinhao seemed to be listening to a joke. "You want to stay with me?" Fong Ninger thought he was willing to give in, and nodded continuously. "Your Highness is handsome and elegant, and I admired you when I first saw you. My greatest wish in this life is to enter the palace and become your person. Even if I can't be the main wife, I would like to be a concubine." Her eyes were sincere and full of emotions, which made Gu Jinhao speechless. "So you didn't come to see me for your sister tonight, but to enter the palace?" Fong Ninger blushed. The words had already been said, and there was no need to hide them. "Yes." Gu Jinhao sat back down at the table and said sternly, "Miss Fong, please go back. I will pretend that what happened tonight never happened. And you have never been here." "Never been here?" Fong Ninger was stunned. "Your Highness doesn't like Ninger?" Hearing this, Gu Jinhao got goosebumps. "Call yourself minister in front of me. Didn't your father teach you? Slap yourself." Fong Ninger's tears fell again, and she called out tenderly, "Your Highness. Qin Yun. Send her back to the Prime Minister's mansion. Tell Fong Yinping what happened tonight, and let him discipline his daughter well. If he can't take care of it, I will send someone to take care of it." He slammed the letter shut and walked away. A good night was ruined. Gu Jinhao felt indescribably irritated. It would be great if Qing Shuang said those words. "Forget it. I won't dream anymore. I'll go back to my room and sleep." Qin Yun could have slept. But now he has to send Fong Ninger home. And he is furious. Even though Fong Ninger begged him not to tell her father about the matter, Qin Yun refused. If she hadn't come in the middle of the night, why would he have to be scolded? Fong Yinping had already gone to bed. And when he heard that Qin Yun had brought his second daughter, he was confused for a moment. "Madam, didn't Ninger go to bed early? Why is she with Qin Yun?" Madame Fong was also puzzled. After a long time, she hesitated and said, "Does Ninger like Qin Yun and go to see him in the middle of the night?" "Nonsense! What's the matter with the daughter of the Prime Minister arguing with a guard?" She threw off the quilt, threw on her coat, and walked angrily to the main hall. Qin Yun stood there expressionlessly, while the second daughter's eyes were red. Obviously she had cried. "Prime Minister Fong." Qin Yun bowed. Before he could speak, Fong Yinping yelled, "Qin Yun, where did you take my daughter in the middle of the night? It doesn't matter to you as a man, but she is a boudoir lady. If someone with ulterior motives finds out, what will happen to Ninger? Do you want the whole city to laugh at me for not keeping a strict family tradition?" Qin Yun agreed with Fong Yinping's theory and had a deep self-awareness. But what did this have to do with him? "Mr. Fong." Fong Yinping interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Ninger is beautiful and talented, and it is understandable that you admire her. But marriage requires a good match. Don't blame me for being straightforward. You are just a little girl. Little guard. You are not worthy of Ninger at all. You'd better give up this idea as soon as possible." Qin Yun finally understood and glanced at Fong Ninger. "Shouldn't you explain it?" Fong Ninger was already ashamed and said softly, "Dad, actually the thing is like this." Fong Yinping snorted and said angrily, "Ninger, I don't care what your feelings are for him. Anyway, Dad is telling you that it is impossible for you and him. Little guard. You dare to dream of eating swan meat. You are crazy. Eating swan meat? No matter how little Qin read. He knew that he was calling himself a toad. And his face was very ugly at the moment. Unexpectedly, Fang Yiping was still not satisfied, and began to persuade his daughter, Ning, be obedient and break up with him. You have been used to a life of luxury since childhood, and Dad can't let you suffer. Although he is the guard of the fourth prince, he is just a guard after all. He sighed and muttered, if it is the fourth prince, it is another matter. Even a concubine is better than other people's main wife. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yun said leisurely, it's a pity that our prince has no such intention at all. Hearing this sarcastic remark, Fang Yiping was furious and pointed at him and cursed, Qin Yun. This is the Prime Minister's residence. It's not your turn. Qin Yun said, Prime Minister Fang, I think you'd better find out what happened first. Without waiting for him to speak, Qin Yun took out the energy of telling stories to Gu Binghe and told the story of how Fang Ninger offered herself to Gu Jinhao under the banner of her sister. And Fang Yiping's old face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Fang Ninger wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but she couldn't find a hole. She was slapped hard on the face by her father and fell directly to the ground. Qin Yun had finished his business and had to go back to sleep. He said goodbye politely and left. What a relief. Behind his ears was Fang Yiping's angry curse of unfilial daughter. Chapter 46. Qing Shuang still understands my feelings. The birthday banquet of concubine Xian was arranged in the Fangfei Palace next to the Imperial Garden. It was a palace dedicated to royal banquets. Magnificent and gorgeous. When the palace door was open, the fragrance of flowers came in, which was particularly refreshing. Yuping looked happier than concubine Xian. She was picking clothes and jewelry, while her master was lying on the chaise longue and rocking leisurely. Yuping, it's almost okay. Look at your pickiness. It's almost as picky as the day I married into the palace. She pinched a piece of candied fruit and put it in her mouth, then spit it out, with a look of disgust. Too sweet. If you say that this imperial chef is really useless. The candied fruit is still delicious in Suaming Tower. Suddenly she remembered something and pointed to the silver-red brocade skirt. This is it. Yuping took a look. This was the first one she eliminated. It was old-fashioned and could not match her charming master. Persuaded, Your Majesty. Wear this pine flower peach red one. It's elegant. The concubine Xian stood up from the chair, walked slowly over, and insisted on the silver red one. She raised her eyebrows and said with a little disdain, Yuping, you said you are not young anymore, and you have been with me for such a long time. Why don't you consider things carefully? Yuping felt that it was very thoughtful. She didn't know what her master meant by this, and immediately corrected her attitude and prepared to listen to the teachings. Seeing that she didn't understand, the concubine Xian had to explain it more clearly. Qing Shuang is going to give me candy and cakes today. If your pine flower color is stained with cake crumbs, will this palace still have face? Yuping. She really thought a lot, but she forgot that her master was a foodie. After bathing, changing clothes, and dressing up, Yuping helped the graceful master to Fangfei Palace. Thinking back to the past, when the late emperor was still alive, the most lively time in Fangfei Palace was the master's birthday banquet. What a scene! On the way, she met Gu Jinhao, and concubine Xian was in a good mood, so she went with him. Jinhao, mother reminds you that the princess of Chu is also coming this time, so you should stay away from her. Gu Jinhao, what is far? Just be restrained according to your usual virtue. Gu Jinhao. Concubine Xian heard him sigh, and then said, look at your terrible understanding. It's really embarrassing for your mother. If you really don't understand, just be as blind as before. Gu Jinhao. He really didn't need to ask that question. When they arrived at Fangfei Palace, except for the emperor, the queen mother, and Qin Shaojun and his sister, all the others who should have arrived had arrived. The virtuous concubine raised her hand to let the people who were paying respect stand up, and looked around for the birthday gift for the little girl she missed. Qing Shuang wore a tea-white moonlight skirt today, which was very low-key, but it highlighted her beauty. Considering that Qin Lang had told her to be careful before entering the palace, she felt like a sheep in the tiger's mouth, ready to be assassinated at any time. She sat in her seat very honestly, like Lin Dayu when she first entered the Jia mansion, unwilling to say a word or take a step. The silence surprised Gu Yunjian, who thought the little girl was wronged. Don't you like this kind of occasion? Gu Yunjian walked up to her and asked softly. Xin Shuang heard the voice and realized that he was here, and subconsciously raised her head. Gu Yunjian was directly amused. The little girl was eating cakes. Her mouth was bulging, and there were some crumbs at the corners of her mouth. No wonder it's so quiet. He pointed at the corner of her mouth. And she understood, smiled embarrassedly, and wiped it with a handkerchief. She swallowed the cake in her mouth and took out a piece from the box beside her. Brother Yunjian, do you want to eat? I tell you, you can't eat enough at this kind of banquet. Don't starve yourself. Gu Yunjian took it and put it in his mouth. Did you make it? Yes. She pointed to two beautifully packaged boxes, one large and one small. The big one is for the concubine Xian, and the small one is for the little prince. I promised last time, and I can't break my promise. Do you want more? I still have some. Give me a piece. Gu Jinhao came over at some point, and his eyes were very dissatisfied. He stretched out his hand, and Xin Shuang had to put a piece in his hand. If he eats one more piece, she will eat one less piece. Come out. I have something to tell you. Gu Jinhao took a bite of the cake and said to her. Xin Shuang did not move, and said in a muffled voice, My elder brother told me to behave myself and not run around. I really listened to your elder brother. Gu Jinhao ate the remaining cake in one gulp. My mother asked me to come to you for a birthday gift. Now? Are you in such a hurry? Looking up at concubine Xian. She was smiling and waving at her. She followed Gu Jinhao with the box in her hand. But before she got there, the concubines and noble ladies in the harem all rushed over, looking at the carefully dressed flower-like people and the brocade boxes in their hands. Xin Shuang suddenly felt that she was a little shabby. Golden hairpins, golden step-shaking, jade bracelets, jade pendants, jade rui, dazzled. And she looked at what she had in her hand with a guilty conscience. The concubine Xian was surrounded by these beautiful women and was almost breathless. She looked at the gifts that were so vulgar that they couldn't be more vulgar. And she had no interest at all. Do you think she is a nouveau riche who has never seen the world? Yuping looked at the birthday gifts piled up like a mountain, and was very worried. He had to start planning the expansion of the warehouse again. There are so many repetitive things every year. Boring. Qing Shuang. What about yours? Glancing at the little girl with a pout on the outside, the concubine Xian hurriedly pulled her in. Seeing that she was so valued, those women whispered to each other, and most of them were disdainful. Xin Shuang ignored everyone's gaze and presented the gift box. The concubine Xian couldn't wait to open it. The box was full of beautiful cakes and candies, enough to eat for 3 days. Her eyes narrowed into a slit, and the little girl still understood her feelings best. Everyone's eyes were straight. Can this also be a birthday gift? Several people even sneered. The first to speak was concubine Wan, who smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Miss Shen, your gift is really unique, and you have done all the work of the imperial kitchen. Concubine Liang followed closely. Isn't it? Miss Shen gave cakes as birthday gifts, which is so shabby and obviously disrespectful to the concubine dowager. Concubine Xian listened to the sour words and said bluntly, You two can shut up. You are singing the same tune and deliberately making me unhappy. This cake is so good, but people in the palace can't eat it even if they want to. Concubine Wan and concubine Liang were frustrated and had to bow their heads to admit their mistakes. Gu Jinhao reached out to the box to take a piece of cake, but before he touched it, he was hit on the back of his hand by concubine Xian. Dare to take her treasure. Do you want to die? Fong Ninger saw that concubine Xian valued the gift given by Xin Shuang so much, and the jade bracelet she bought at a high price was drowned in the pile of birthday gifts, and she was jealous. Qing Shuang, you won't just give a box of cakes, will you? Xin Shuang saw that it was her and smiled. Of course not. There is also a small gold medal. After that, he took it out from his sleeve and handed it to concubine Xian. A box of cakes and a gold medal? Fong Ninger smiled. General Dingen's mansion is not so poor that it can't even afford a decent gift. Right? There was another round of whispers in the crowd. Fong Mingju smiled. She knew that she was not liked by concubine Xian, so she kept silent. But she didn't expect her sister to vent her anger. Xin Shuang was not afraid. She smiled slightly. Ninger, you call this poor? I can't help but be curious about the assets of this Fu. Fong Ninger's face changed, and she said angrily, What do you mean? Xin Shuang smiled. I'm joking. Gifts are not about value. But about the thought. The Queen Mother is in a high position. So I think she is not short of gold and silver jewelry. So I made some cakes for her to taste. As for the brand, you can eat at Quimingla for free within 1 year. Quimingla, the most luxurious restaurant in the capital. A meal of the most ordinary meal costs hundreds of taels. 1 year free. This gift is more valuable than any of the pile. The crowd sighed, thinking it was bronze. But it turned out to be king. After all, it was Ding and General's mansion. And it was generous. It has both inside and outside. Fong Ninger's face was embarrassed, and she stopped talking. Concubine Xian smiled happily and patted the little girl's hand. Qing Shuang still understands my feelings. This is the best gift I have ever received. As long as the queen likes it. Concubine Xian smiled from ear to ear. I like it. But why is it 1 year? Gu Jinhao said faintly. Because our Qing Shuang is a little lazy. If she is free for 10 or 8 years, she will have to think about gifts in the next few years. Right? Qing Shuang gave him an approving look. He really understood her. But what nonsense did the dog prince say? Who is your family? She said in a muffled voice. Your Highness, please be careful with your words. Chapter 47. My sister is a princess of a country. How could she falsely accuse you? Gu Jinhao smiled and said nothing. Just take advantage. He changed his strategy now. Stop when it's enough. Don't push too hard. Just flirt with her from time to time. She will be tempted sooner or later. His smile fell into the eyes of a group of noble ladies in the capital. And they all fell. Oh my God. The fourth prince can actually smile. And smile so beautifully. But this smile is not for Fong Mingju. The prince didn't even look at her. And it feels like the jealous fire in her eyes can burn herself. Does the prince like Qing Shuang who sticks hard? Remove the maybe? Isn't it obvious enough? Is Fong Mingju really out of the game? I think we all have more chances than her. Fong Ninger glanced at her sister. Then at Qing Shuang. Her eyes darkened. Did Gu Jinhao reject her for Qing Shuang? But that woman is a fool and has no brains. She has been played around by her sister for so many years. How could His Highness like this? Just because she can make cakes? The atmosphere was really awkward. Qing Shuang squeezed out of the crowd and met Gu Yunjian's friendly eyes. She smiled helplessly. When you are free, take care of your nephew. Don't be so outspoken. Gu Yunjian also smiled helplessly. I'm afraid I can't control him. Just hearing the emperor is here. The queen mother is here. Everyone returned to their seats. Fong Mingju was still thinking about what Gu Jinhao said just now. So she reacted a little slowly. When she lowered her head and walked quickly, she bumped into someone and her arm hurt. Don't you have eyes? She cursed angrily. And when she saw the person clearly, the fire in her eyes was about to come out. Wasn't it the wild girl who fought with her by the Lantern River? Although she changed into gorgeous clothes, she recognized her at a glance. It's you. How dare you come here with your status? Fong Mingju didn't dare to be too presumptuous in the palace. But she thought that the status of this woman would not be higher than hers. So her tone was very arrogant. Unexpectedly, the woman smiled mischievously, then fell to the ground, holding her arms and crying directly. She looked miserable as if she had suffered a great injustice. And the crying became louder and louder, more and more heartbreaking, and undoubtedly became the focus of the whole audience. The emperor saw the scene as soon as he sat down, and asked curiously, what happened? The woman choked and said, Your Majesty. She bumped into me. Fong Mingju knelt down hurriedly and said respectfully, Your Majesty. It was this woman who bumped into me and deliberately fell down in an attempt to frame me. The emperor looked at her in surprise and asked suspiciously, You said she wanted to frame you? Fong Mingju nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of grievance. Yes. Your Majesty. Please help me. Only a joking male voice was heard. My lady. My sister is a princess of a country. How could she frame you? I advise you to think before you speak. Princess? Fong Mingju was confused. How could a princess appear? She is a princess? The emperor looked at her astonished look and said seriously, This is Qin Yulan, the fourth princess of Chu. Fong Mingju. Why don't you apologize to the princess? Apologize? Fong Mingju felt aggrieved. And when she saw the smugness in Qin Yulan's eyes, she was even more angry. However, due to the huge difference in status, since the emperor had spoken, she could only humbly say, I didn't recognize the princess and bumped into her. Please forgive me. Qin Yulan looked at her brother sadly and said aggrievedly, Brother, I was hurt and can't get up. Seeing this, the emperor said to Fang Mingzhu, why don't you help the princess up? Fang Mingzhu saw that everyone in the palace was pointing fingers at her. So she endured the humiliation and went to help Qin Yuan, who knew that she deliberately used force. Fang Mingzhu's body was unstable, and she fell to the ground, and the hairpin on her head fell off. The whispers just now turned into laughter, and Fang Mingzhu just wanted to hit her head against the wall and die. Qin Yuan pretended to be kind and squatted down to hold her hand. Miss Fang, are you okay? It hurts a lot. Fang Mingzhu glared at her angrily, but she still said, thank you, princess. She thought the matter had come to an end. But Qin Shaojun scolded his sister, Yulan. This is not like Chu. You must be careful in everything and not be willful. Now you have the emperor and brother to make the decision for you. But what if you are bullied by others outside the palace? The emperor heard the meaning of the words and smiled. Why do you say that? Third prince? Is there someone bullying the princess outside the palace? Fang Mingzhu's heart was lifted, and she was even more uneasy when she saw Qin Shaojun's meaningful smile. Fang Ninger saw her sister's panic and immediately thought of something. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Qin Shaojun glanced at Fang Mingzhu and said, Your Majesty, to be honest, on the evening when my sister and I first came to the capital, my sister and her maid sneaked out to release water lanterns. Unexpectedly, she had an argument with a savage woman. The woman not only beat my sister and the maid, but also pushed them into the river. If no one rescued her, my sister might have. The emperor was shocked and angry when he heard this. Not only was the princess beaten, but she was also pushed into the river. If something unexpected really happened in the territory of Qi, she and Chu would inevitably fight. Princess, do you still recognize the woman who bullied you? Don't worry. As long as you tell me, I will take care of it for you. Fang Mingzhu's heart was in her throat, and her face was frighteningly pale. Fang Ninger held her hand. Coldly, Qin Yuan pulled Qin Shaojun to Fang Mingzhu and pointed at her. It was she who beat me and pushed me into the river. Xiao Pu can testify. Xiao Pu stepped forward, Your Highness. It was her. She not only beat the princess and the slaves, but also called the princess a wild girl. The emperor was furious. Such a rude woman wanted to enter his harem. She was dreaming. Hands were shaking. Fang Mingzhu, do you know your crime? Fang Mingzhu hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, it was a misunderstanding. In fact, I was also scolded and fell into the river. Qin Yuan said, You scolded me first, and you pushed me into the river first. I accidentally grabbed your clothes and you fell in. Otherwise, call your maid and ask her. The virtuous concubine who had not spoken for a long time smiled and said, Princess, there is no need to find someone to testify. This palace believes you. After all, it is not the first time that Miss Fang has pushed people into the river. Yuping, is it? Yuping nodded, yes. Madam, it was Miss Fang who tricked the little prince into pushing Miss Qingxuang into the river. Fortunately, the fourth prince rescued her. Fang Mingzhu's head could not be lowered any lower. She used to be the most dazzling noble lady in the capital. How could she become the target of public criticism in just 1 month? Since concubine Xian had spoken, she naturally had no way to defend herself. The emperor did not expect that concubine Xian's birthday banquet would become a special occasion for criticism. He was really embarrassed. When he was thinking about a solution with his hand on his forehead, he suddenly saw Qin Yuan's eyes light up. He took Yuping's hand and said in surprise, Qingxuang? Which Qingxuang? Is it the Qingxuang who has a handsome brother? Qin Shaojun was shocked by his sister's shocking words. He wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. As if the princess was a crazy girl. Yuping was also confused and said awkwardly, In my opinion, Miss Qingxuang's 3 brothers are all handsome. I wonder which one the princess is talking about. Shen Qingxuang couldn't sit still anymore. She was afraid that the princess would say something scary again. She stood up and said, Madam Yuping, the princess is talking about my 3rd brother. Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Yuan jumped to Shen Qingxuang and hugged her arm and refused to let go. Qingxuang, I finally found you. I haven't thanked you and your handsome brother for saving my life. Chapter 48. This prince does not believe that there is such a brother. Is this the girl's excuse? Shen Qingxuang was a little uncomfortable with her familiarity, and pulled her arm out with a dry laugh. Princess, you are too polite. It's just a small favor. It is true that he saved her life, but it was mainly because he cheated her out of money. And she felt bad. She sold the earrings for 300 taels for 10,000 taels, cheating her out of a full 9,700 taels. Looking at the pearl earrings on Qin Yuan's ears, she felt even worse. She bought such a thing for 10,000 taels. And she was cheated. Qin Yuan had forgotten about this matter long ago. Anyway, her brother had plenty of money. She was thinking about her handsome brother. The handsome brother with a handsome face and a heavenly appearance. She looked around Shenqing Shuang, but did not see Shenqing Yan. Her bright eyes were full of disappointment. Brother. Handsome brother didn't come, she said to Qin Xiaojun with a pout. Qin Xiaojun whispered, stop calling me handsome brother all the time. Okay? Be more reserved. He then walked to Shenqing Shuang, smiled and nodded. Miss, and your brother saved my sister. I am very grateful. I don't know where the lady lives. I and my sister want to come to thank you and your brother for saving my life. Hearing that they came to thank her, Qin Yuan smiled again. Sure enough, her brother understood her intentions. Shenqing Shuang saw that the two were looking at her eagerly, and smiled. Third prince, you are too polite. It's not a big deal. There is no need to come to visit. To be honest, my eldest brother is very strict at home. If you go, he will think that my third brother and I have caused trouble, which is not good. The book records that Princess Qin Youyu of Chu deliberately framed her third brother, so she didn't want to have anything to do with anyone related to the royal family of Chu. Qin Xiaojun didn't expect that she would reject him directly in front of the emperor, and his face turned ugly. At the same time, Gu Jinhao and Gu Yunjian looked better and drank tea leisurely. What is the intention of a prince who is like a butterfly asking a little girl where she lives? Everything should be done according to the first come first served principle. Does this guy want to cut in line? Qin Xiaojun put one hand behind his back and said in a deep voice, Miss Qing, is it not good to keep people away like this? Shenqing Shuang nodded and said, please forgive me. Third prince, it's really my eldest brother who has a bad temper. He punishes us to face the wall and fast when he is not satisfied. I am really scared. Qin Xiaojun snorted. I don't believe there is such a brother. Is this the girl's excuse? Then ask him. Shenqing Shuang didn't waste any more words and pointed to Shenqing Shu who was standing beside the emperor. Second brother? Tell the third prince. Qin Xiaojun looked in the direction of her hand and saw a young man dressed in the uniform of a guard leader, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a heroic appearance. Are you her second brother? Qin Yuan believed the words of concubine Xian. Sure enough, all her brothers were handsome and pleasing to the eye. Shenqing Shu nodded. Your Highness, I am Qing Shuang's second brother. And she did not exaggerate. My eldest brother is always unreasonable and does things based on his mood. In this month, I have been punished twice. So you really don't need to thank me for saving my life, so as not to bring disaster to Shaosan and implicate us again. The emperor was happy to hear this. I only know that General Shen is fair and just, and has strict military discipline. I didn't expect him to be so willful in disciplining his brothers and sisters. Shenqing Shu said helplessly, Your Highness, it is true, but there is no way. Apart from other things, Shaosan and I can't beat him in martial arts, so we can only obey his discipline. If you don't obey, you still have to listen after being beaten. Why should you take another beating? The emperor smiled and nodded, and said to Qin Xiaojun, Third prince, don't go to the Shen mansion, lest the life-saving grace become a revenge. Qin Xiaojun also smiled, and suddenly remembered something, and asked, Your Majesty, the Shen mansion you are talking about is not the Ding'an General Mansion? Which eldest son of the Shen mansion in our great Qi can be called a young general? The emperor's eyes are full of pride. Shen Qinlang is a young hero. He has been fighting with Shen Nafeng since he was a child. He is famous at a young age. Although the Chu state is rich in resources and people, it has no good generals. Unlike his Qi state, the Ding'an General Mansion is enough to deter the surrounding areas. Qin Yuan is even more disappointed because she can't meet her handsome brother. Then let's take revenge first. Your Majesty, how do you deal with her? Qin Yuan pointed at Fang Mingzhu, who was trembling on the ground, and pouted her lips. She must have an explanation. Because of the little episode just now, the atmosphere has become much more harmonious. So the emperor smiled and said, What do you think, Princess? Then let Miss Fang write I'm sorry 1,000 times, and then face the wall and fast for 3 days. This punishment won't be too severe. Right? Facing the wall and fasting. Shenqing Shuang likes this little girl a little. She is good at applying what she has learned. Fang Mingzhu almost collapsed to the ground. Her nails were embedded in the flesh. Qin Yuan blinked her innocent big eyes. How could the emperor not agree? Shen Qingshu sent a guard to send Fang Mingzhu home and accurately conveyed the emperor's will. Fang Yanping had an impulse to die. His 2 daughters took turns to make trouble for him during this period, and each one was more outrageous than the other. Originally, he wanted to use the birthday banquet of concubine Xian to gain favor, but he directly offended the princess of Chu and angered the emperor. What a misfortune for the family. He was so angry that he changed the 3-day fasting from facing the wall to 5 days. And he remained unmoved no matter how his wife begged. If he was not punished, sooner or later his life would be scrapped in their hands. The interlude ended, and the banquet entered the main topic. Qin Xiaojun and his sister presented a box of night pearls to concubine Xian as a birthday gift. Concubine Xian smiled from ear to ear, and handed it to Yuping in a blink of an eye, and then ate the box of cakes. She secretly counted while eating, fearing that the inventory would not be able to catch up. Yuping saw all the little thoughts, and she was really unwilling to admit that this was the master she had served for many years. The Queen Mother naturally saw it, raised her eyebrows and snorted lightly. This dead woman eats so much. Why doesn't she grow meat? She obviously restrained her diet. But the circle around her waist can't be hidden. Comparing people to others will make you die, and comparing goods to others will make you throw them away. She stretched out her hand to beckon Ji Feng and whispered something in her ear. Ji Feng nodded and left. When she came back, she was holding a white jade lotus bracelet in her hand. This was given by the late emperor. The Empress Dowager has always cherished it and never took it out to wear. Princess, I like your straightforwardness and cuteness. This lotus bracelet is for you. Qin Yuan saw this and hurried forward to thank her. The Empress Dowager personally put it on her fair wrist and nodded frequently. The virtuous concubine glanced at her. As long as the old woman gave something, she must be trying to win people's hearts. She knew this routine well. It's just that the cost this time was big. Could it be that she wanted to take this little princess into the emperor's harem? With narrowed eyes and chewing in her mouth. This play was a bit interesting, although it is not as good as the one in Yinhui Garden. Qin Xiaojun smiled and said, The Queen Mother gave such a generous gift on our first meeting. I am flattered. The Queen Mother smiled slightly and said, The 3rd prince is too kind. I like the 4th princess. By the way, I wonder if she has been promised. If not, we have many handsome and talented young men in Daki. Qin Yuan was not interested in the handsome and talented young man she mentioned. After seeing Shen Qingyan, who would still like a mediocre woman, just as she was about to refuse, she heard her brother say, In this case, I will trouble the Queen Mother to worry. Qin Yuan's bright eyes darkened. What does her brother mean? He looked serious and didn't look like a joke. Could he really mean it? Could it be that, as my sister said, women's marriages have always been sacrificed for power? The Queen Mother was obviously very satisfied with Qin Xiaojun's answer. She glanced at Ji Feng, and the master and servant smiled knowingly. Shen Qingshuang suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Qin Yuan. But it was only for a moment. She had only met her twice, and didn't know her character. She must not let her emotions get in the way when she should be thinking, lest a single thought ruin the Shen family. Her father and brothers were the ones she should care about and protect. The banquet was full of laughter, singing and dancing, and it was lively and peaceful. Shen Qingshuang ate and drank comfortably, and when she was tired of eating and drinking, she would enjoy the singing and dancing. It was a banquet, so she could have fun as she pleased. Suddenly, her eyes widened and fell on the guard beside Qin Xiaojun. He was dressed in green, had a cold look, and had a gold ring on one ear. The original book mentioned that the assassin who assassinated Gu Jinhao was sent by him. Could it be tonight? Chapter 49. You really know how to read faces. Shen Qingshuang instantly felt that she was not good enough, although she was not as obsessed with Gu Jinhao as the original owner. To be fair, the dog prince was not a bad person. At most, he had a bad temper, and was a little crazy from time to time. And he was the son of concubine Xian. Concubine Xian was close to her, and she felt that she could not leave him alone. Moreover, if he got into trouble in the palace, her second brother, the commander of the guards responsible for the safety of the palace, would not be well either. According to the original book, Gu Jinhao was seriously injured and lay in bed for a month. And Shen Qishu was in bed for 3 months. A quarter of a year was spent lying in bed. So scary. She held her chin and concentrated on recalling the plot in the book. It seemed that Gu Jinhao was assassinated and injured on the night of the fire in Huaxin Palace. There was no news of the fire so far. Maybe she was too nervous. She is a cannon fodder. But she is worrying about the screenwriter. That's enough. Gu Yunjian has been paying attention to her silently. When he noticed that she looked different, he came over and sat next to her. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Why are you sweating so much? Shen Shuang was startled by his sudden arrival and patted her chest. No. You are still not scared after being so scared? Gu Yunjian reached out and touched her forehead. She didn't look like she had a fever. But her mood was obviously wrong. Shen Shuang saw that he was suspicious. Poured a cup of hot tea and drank it. Forcing a smile. I will be fine after a while. How about I take you home first? Although she said she was fine, she couldn't hide the panic that flashed in her eyes. Shen Shuang didn't want to leave. She wanted to wait and see. It was just that she was very entangled whether to remind Gu Jinhao. After all, she was not sure. If she told the dog prince that someone was going to assassinate him without thinking, he would definitely think she was crazy. Gu Jinhao was drinking with Gu Binghe, and he saw from the corner of his eye that the little uncle sat next to his little girl without knowing when. And the feeling of being coveted came again. He stopped drinking and strode over with a dark face. At this time, a panicked guard suddenly broke into Fangfei Palace and winked at Shen Qingshu. Shen Qingshu walked over quickly, and the guard whispered something in his ear. He was shocked and stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Huaxin Palace is on fire. Huaxin Palace is the palace of concubine Shu. The palace was suddenly quiet and silent. Shen Shuang's heart was in her throat, and she subconsciously looked at Qin Shaojun. The man in blue had a faint smile on his face. The emperor asked, Are there any casualties? Shen Qingshu said, It's not clear yet. The patrolling guards have already started to put out the fire. I'm going over there now. Qin Shaojun asked if he needed help. The emperor declined, but his eyes gradually deepened. Who exactly wanted to harm concubine Shu and her son? The queen mother glanced at the concubines in the palace. Under the calm water, there was an undercurrent. The harem started to become restless so quickly. She glanced at concubine Xian and smiled. Sister's birthday is ruined. I'll make it up to you later. Concubine Xian pouted in her heart. Is there still a birthday to make up? But she was mainly here to collect cakes. Since the little girl gave it to her, the purpose of the birthday was achieved. She looked respectful. Thank you, Queen Mother. But the birthday is not a big deal. Anyway, there are many years to come, so there is no rush. Putting out the fire is important. Jin Hao, Binghe, you also go to help. Ensure the safety of concubine Shu and her son. Gu Jinhao nodded, glared at the disrespectful young uncle, and turned to walk out of the palace. Shen Shuang noticed that the man in blue also went out. So she stood up and ran out. Gu, fourth prince? Wait for me. Gu Jinhao called him, feeling strange, and smiled. It's dangerous there. You stay here. She was a little touched that the dog prince was worried about her. But did he know that he was about to face a disaster? Your Highness, you have to be careful. Especially. She wanted to say be careful of the man in blue. But she was not sure whether the man would do it himself, so as not to point in the wrong direction. So she said seriously, it's hard to guard against hidden arrows. Gu Jinhao heard that she cared about him, and his unhappiness just now was swept away. What kind of hidden arrows could there be when putting out a fire? But he was still very happy in his heart. He looked down at her with a smile on his face. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Just wait for me. I'll take you home later. Shen Shuang thought. It's so easy to say. You have to live to send me home. He twisted his purse nervously, and suddenly touched something. His eyes lit up. She took out a small gold medal and gave it to him. The same one she gave to concubine Xian. Put it in the belt behind your waist. Gu Jinhao didn't understand what she meant. What was this for? But he still did it as she said. But the position was always wrong. You're so stupid. After hesitating for a while, Shen Shuang did it herself. And after putting it in place, she tightened his belt. This action was as natural as a wife tidying up her husband's clothes. Gu Jinhao was stunned there. Blushing, he wanted to hold her in his arms. But it was obvious that he had misunderstood. She really just put the sign, and there was no trace of affection in her eyes that he wanted. If there was any affection, it was disdain. The little girl looked at him like a fool. What are you looking at? Are you shy? Shy? What are you shy about? Of course he didn't admit it. She said in a muffled voice, Why do you want to put a gold medal? Shen Qingxuang said domineeringly, Don't worry. You are not allowed to take it down anyway. Go! Gu Jinhao smiled and turned to Hua Xinhao. Gu Yunjian saw her intimate action just now and felt sour in his heart. Didn't she dislike him? Shen Qingxuang waved her hand in front of his eyes. Brother Yunjian, what are you thinking about so absent-mindedly? Gu Yunjian was slightly startled and smiled. Nothing. After a pause, he still asked, Did you tidy up Jinhao's clothes just now? Tidy up clothes? Are you kidding? She answered directly no, thinking that it might be the angle of the gold medal that caused the misunderstanding. She said, I just put a medal in his belt. Gu Yunjian was surprised. Why? There are so many questions. 100,000 whys? Pulled him aside and whispered, I saw that his forehead was black. I thought he would be in danger. And we are friends. So I helped him. Gu Yunjian widened his eyes, and immediately thought of the time when he was assassinated. It was also because she insisted that Shen Qingyan go to the Imperial Mausoleum to save him that he escaped. It was just a joke at the time. But now thinking about it, it is full of mysteries. Qingxuang, can you really tell fortunes? Shen Qingxuang made a gesture to keep quiet, a little. Don't tell anyone. It won't work if you do. Gu Yunjian nodded. I definitely won't tell anyone. When Gu Jinhao arrived at Huaxin Palace, he saw a fire all over the sky, a red glow, and the guards, led by Shen Qingshu, were carrying water to put out the fire. Everything was busy and orderly. Have you seen the little prince and concubine Shu? When Shen Qingshu turned around, his whole face was covered with smoke ash. He wiped his forehead, and his voice was hoarse. Your Highness, the fire is too big. I went in once just now, but was smoked out halfway. But according to the maids in Huaxin Palace, concubine Shu took the little prince to rest after dinner. And if nothing unexpected happens, she is still inside. Please keep an eye on her outside, Your Highness, while I go in again. After saying that, he picked up a bucket of water and poured it on himself. Then covered his mouth and nose with a wet cloth, took a deep breath, and plunged into the sea of fire. Shen Qingshu, be careful, Gu Jinhao reminded him for some reason. Perhaps because he was her second brother. The fire gradually became smaller, but it was still impossible to get close. Gu Jinhao couldn't help but worry about Shen Qingshu. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come out yet? Shen Qingshu, can you hear me? Shen Qingshu, where are you? Say something. After shouting a few more times, Gu Jinhao's heart sank. What would happen to her if something happened to her second brother? He didn't wait any longer, and also picked up a bucket of water to pour on himself. The moment he threw the bucket, he caught a glimpse of a sneaky little maid by the palace wall, who was carefully watching the situation here. You, go and catch that maid. Chapter 50. I was injured to save your brother. You can't just ignore me. Upon hearing this, the guards next to him immediately went to catch people. The little maid didn't expect to be discovered and turned around to run. But she was caught after walking a few steps. Binghe, lock her up and interrogate her after the fire is out. Gu Binghe nodded, waved his hand, and the little maid was taken away. Seeing his brother was wet all over, he guessed that he was going to go in, and hurriedly stopped him. Fourth brother, the fire is so big. It's too dangerous for you to go in. Gu Jinhao looked solemn. Shen Qingshu is still in there, and he has been in there for a long time. If I don't go in, he may never come out again. He poured another bucket of water on himself and rushed in. Gu Binghe looked at him in amazement. What did his brother say? Shen Qingshu is in there? He thought he was trying to save the little prince and the concubine. It seems that what Qin Yun said before was true. Not only did it bloom, but it also loved the whole house. Fifth prince, hurry up and put out the fire. Why are you laughing? Qin Yun was already exhausted with 2 buckets of water hanging on one arm. After all 4 buckets of water were poured out, he found that Gu Binghe was smiling mysteriously. That smile was mean. Gu Binghe restrained his smile, and then thought that his fourth brother had gone in. He ordered the guards, palace maids and eunuchs to put out the fire quickly. He thought they were too slow and worried about Gu Jinhao's safety. So he called a lot of people over. About half an instant's stick of time, Gu Jinhao rushed out of the fire holding the unconscious Gu Zi, and Shen Qingshu rushed out of the fire holding the dying concubine Shu. The two people were like being pulled out of the bottom of a pot. They were exhausted physically and mentally, and they were supported by a breath of true energy. After trembling and putting down the person in his hand, he almost fell headfirst. Binghe. Call the imperial physician. The imperial physician had been called by Gu Binghe a long time ago, and hurried forward to check on concubine Shu and her son. Shin Shu could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground without any strength. Seeing this, the guards beside him quickly handed him water. Boss, drink some first. Gu Jinhao also drank the water, stood up slowly, and staggered towards Fangfei Palace. Fourth brother, you take a rest. You don't have to rush back. Gu Binghe hurried to support him. Gu Jinhao said, Qing Shuang will worry about me. Gu Binghe felt like a villain, and let go of his hand. But he didn't believe that Miss Shen would worry about his moody brother. Gu Jinhao didn't bother to pay attention to him, and walked quickly towards Fangfei Palace. Just after walking a short distance, I always felt something was wrong, but I couldn't tell what was wrong. While hesitating, many arrows suddenly shot from all directions. He was startled and quickly turned over to avoid them. Shin Shu was the first to find that something was wrong. He immediately raised his sword and shouted, "There are assassins. Protect His Highness." Everyone rushed up and joined the battle. The strange thing was that all the arrows were aimed at Gu Jinhao, as if they were determined to kill him. But at this time, Gu Jinhao was obviously not strong enough, and he was unable to dodge. Finally, he was careless, and an arrow hit his lower back, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, the assassins retreated instantly and disappeared without a trace. Shin Shu sent some capable guards to chase them, and quickly asked the imperial doctor to check on Gu Jinhao's condition. In Fangfei Palace, Shin Shuang frowned and prayed secretly that nothing would happen. Finally, the eunuch who reported the news came. "Your Majesty, the Queen Mother, the Queen Mother, the Queen Mother, and the little prince have been rescued." The emperor was relieved and said "good" repeatedly. Shin Shuang also breathed a sigh of relief and thanked all the gods and Buddhas. Then the eunuch said, "It's just that the fourth prince and Commander Shen were injured." Shin Shuang's heart, which had just been relieved, was lifted up again. She didn't care about being reserved and dignified, and ran to Huaxin Hall with her skirt lifted. After running for a while, she realized that she didn't know the way, and was so anxious that she almost cried. Gu Yunjian saw her running out and hurriedly followed her. But the more he followed, the more he felt that the route was wrong. Then he realized that she was lost, and quickly turned around. It took a while to get to the place. Shin Shuang saw Shin Shu leaning against the wall with his head drooped. His face was dark, and he looked exhausted. How could he be the young man who was full of vigor and vitality just now? She felt so distressed that she choked and said, "Second brother, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Shin Shu looked up and saw that it was her. He forced a smile and said, "It's okay. I was just burned by the fire. I just encountered an assassin. I'm exhausted. I just need to rest for a while." "Assassin?" She was shocked. There really was an assassin. God's will cannot be violated. Yes, an assassin. He was shot by an arrow to assassinate the fourth prince. Shin Shuang was stunned. Shot by an arrow? Even after all that, he still couldn't defend himself? Wouldn't he have to lie down for a month? Where is he? She was a little anxious. She couldn't tell why she was so anxious. Shin Shu pointed to the opposite side, where a circle of imperial doctors were surrounding them. She panicked. "Is it that serious?" She ran over quickly. Gu Jinhao's eyes were closed. His face was as dark as her brother's. His hair seemed to have been burned. "Imperial physician. How is His Highness Gu?" she asked cautiously. One imperial doctor said, "His Highness was shot by an arrow." Shin Shuang's tears fell. She couldn't escape for a month, and her brother couldn't escape for 3 months. Another imperial doctor said unhappily, "Oldly, can't you speak in full?" "Miss Shen, His Highness was shot by an arrow, and it happened to hit the gold medal on his lower back. He is fine, but he fainted because of exhaustion." "Really? Was it really blocked by the gold medal?" She wiped away her tears, with a look of surprise in her eyes. "Yes. So it is said that the prince is blessed by heaven." "Bah! What is the blessing of heaven?" It was obviously she who helped him change his fate. "Okay, Miss Shen, don't worry. The prince will wake up soon." Shin Shuang blushed. "Why should I worry? Don't talk nonsense." "I didn't." The imperial doctor smiled meaningfully. It has spread all over the palace that Miss Shin and the prince are in love with each other. There is nothing to be shy about. The prince is fine now, so we old men won't gather here. It's quite a spoilsport. In love with each other? Are rumors so persistent? She cursed no old and no respect, turned around and prepared to leave. Her hand was held. The fourth prince, who was in love with her, woke up and stood up with her help. But his steps were shaky and his body was unstable. So he just hugged her directly. Reliable, at ease, and a sense of happiness. He thought he would never see her again. She was at a loss and pushed him subconsciously. But he said, "My arm is injured." It was hit by the beam that fell from the roof. When he noticed that she was not moving, he smiled again. "I was injured while saving your brother. You can't just ignore me." "My brother?" Gu Jinhao nodded. His voice was calm and gentle. "With some grievance. When I went in, he was holding concubine Shu and Yi. But the fire was too big and the beam fell down. I was afraid that you would be sad, so I used my arm to block it for him. It hurt a lot. I didn't tell anyone. Only you. You didn't go in to save my brother, did you?" She had a guess, but she felt it was unlikely. Gu Jinhao whispered, "You can't tell others. The emperor will make trouble for me. To the outside world, I am still saving his concubine and son." Shin Shuang was a little moved. The dog prince would not play for real, right? She was a little speechless. "Are you afraid that the emperor would make trouble?" "No." When concubine Xian heard that her son was injured, she didn't eat the cakes and hurried over. On the way, she met Gu Yunjian, who looked not very good and said that he was not feeling well. Wasn't he comfortable before? Why did he feel uncomfortable after a while? The concubine Xian asked Gu Yunjian to go to Shoan Palace to rest for a while, but he walked faster. She thought that the dead boy's eyes were gloomy and could eat people. And she also thought that he was half dead and unconscious. But she never dreamed that her son would hug Shin Shuang as if no one was around. And he hugged her so tightly. Chapter 51. I can change my temper until you like it. And the little girl actually stood straight like a wooden stake and let him hug her. Were these two enemies poisoned? Suddenly I understood why the old 15th was not feeling well. Who would feel comfortable? Yuping. "Come. Pinch me." Yuping didn't dare, but couldn't resist the urging of the master. So she had to pinch lightly. "Are you not full?" Harder. Yuping was speechless and simply went all the way. When she did it, the tears of concubine Xian burst out instantly. "You woman. You hit me so hard. It hurts me to death." Yuping. Hearing her voice, Shin Shuang hurriedly pushed Gu Jinhao away and brushed her hair. "My lady concubine." Concubine Xian nodded with a smile, her eyes full of love. Gu Jinhao looked at his mother with resentment. She really knew how to pick the time. "I don't know when I can hug her next time, so I won't risk my life to save her brother again." Concubine Xian held Shin Shuang's hand and looked at her for a long time before she turned her eyes to her son. "You little bastard. Are you okay? If you are okay, go back to the mansion and rest." Gu Jinhao. "Besides, I feel embarrassed if there is something wrong. What is the purpose of his mother's coming? Is it just to make things difficult for him?" Shin Shuang said, "Concubine, His Highness's arm is injured. Let's send the imperial physician to Shoan Palace to treat his wound first. If it takes too long, it may get worse." Concubine Xian smiled and touched her hair. "Qing Shuang is still caring for people. Then I will let him stay for a while." Gu Jinhao. "Is he adopted? Even if he is wild, you can't treat him so harshly, right?" Shin Qishu recovered and came over to thank Gu Jinhao for saving his life. Gu Jinhao waved his hand proudly. "It's a small matter." Although he said it was a small matter, it was not a small matter in Shin Qishu's eyes. He saw such a thick beam fall down with his own eyes, and he was still frightened. "Qing Shuang, the imperial doctor is rough and clumsy, so you should bandage his highness." It was really impossible to ignore Gu Jinhao's fiery eyes, so Shin Qishu had to help him. As soon as he said this, he actually saw gratitude in Gu Jinhao's eyes. Is this guy really so obsessed with his sister? But what did he do before? The brother spoke, and Shin Shuang agreed directly. The concubine Xian smiled happily and pinched a piece of cake to put it in her mouth. Gu Jinhao then noticed that Yuping had not forgotten to hold the cake box. Was he afraid that someone else would take it? And there was a small box. Shin Shuang recognized it. It was prepared for the little prince. Yuping smiled awkwardly. The concubine dowager was afraid that it would be lost. So she asked me to take it with me and send it to the little prince tomorrow. Shin Qingxuang laughed dryly. The concubine dowager is still thoughtful. The concubine dowager Xian took it as a compliment and took her hand and walked toward Shouan Palace. Qingxuang. There is only one thing in my life that I didn't think about carefully, and now I regret it. Guess which one it is. How can I guess this? Seeing her eyes fall on Gu Jinhao, Shin Qingxuang smiled all of a sudden. The concubine dowager Xian showed an approving look. That's right. It's because she gave birth to a blind thing like Jinhao. When the girl had him in her eyes and heart, he didn't cherish her. Now it's good. He shamelessly tries to please her all day long but can't get a smile in return. Do you think he is stupid? Gu Jinhao felt the blow from his mother, and he looked like he had no desire to live. Shin Qingxuang understood what she meant and said with a smile, My lady, the past is over. Please don't mention it. If I were His Highness, I would not like myself in the past. Unless one is mentally ill, he would like the original owner. According to the plot of the original book, Gu Jinhao married the original owner as a concubine and then got tired of each other, and the lives of both of them were wasted. Concubine Xian was surprised by her words. I don't know you in the past, but since I met you, I think you are smart, clever and cute. Qingxuang, I like you. Do you want to consider it? Shin Qingxuang interrupted at the right time and said with a smile, My lady, His Highness is a dragon among men. Many talented ladies want to marry him. He will be a good match. Don't worry about it. Gu Jinhao's eyes darkened. She rejected him? Rejected him again. The concubine Xian was not giving up. What about you? Since you speak so highly of the dead boy, why don't you try to get along with him? I will definitely be a good mother-in-law. Good mother-in-law? Shin Qingxuang thought the concubine Xian was too cute, and took her hand and said, My lady concubine, I absolutely believe it. It's just that Your Highness and I have different temperaments, and it's not easy to be friends peacefully. Gu Jinhao hurriedly said, I can change my temper until you like it. There's no way to chat today. Just put it directly. My eldest brother doesn't like me to associate with the royal children, and I don't want my future life to be full of intrigues and deceptions. I just want to live a rich and leisurely life like my third brother. The concubine Xian had no choice. If she hadn't married the late emperor, who knows? Shouan Palace. Yuping found something to bandage. Shin Qingxuang rolled up Gu Jinhao's sleeves. Half of his arm was covered in blood, and her heart trembled. Concubine Xian couldn't bear it, so she sat aside and continued to eat cakes. As usual, Shin Qingxuang dipped some wine with a clean towel, but couldn't do it when she was about to wipe it. Seeing her hesitation, Gu Jinhao smiled and said, Last time you didn't hesitate at all. She smiled embarrassedly. That time you said I was ugly, and I was angry. This time you are saving my brother. The nature is different. It's okay. He turned his head away so that she wouldn't worry. Shin Qingxuang took a deep breath and wiped it quickly, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. It wasn't as easy as she said, and there were fine beads of sweat on her forehead. What kind of cakes do you like? Gu Jinhao turned around. I don't like cakes. Later, he realized. If you make them, I like them. Then I'll make some for you tomorrow. Okay. The two chatted casually, and the bandage was done in a short while. Qingxuang, I have something to deal with tomorrow morning. Can I go to your house to get it in the afternoon? Gu Jinhao asked while getting dressed. Shin Qingxuang tilted her head and said, What? The cakes you just mentioned. Did you forget so quickly? Shin Qingxuang smiled and said, That was to distract you. There are no cakes. But this visit will not be charged. She wants to charge for saving her brother's injury? Is this dead girl obsessed with money? Just as she was angry, she stretched out her hand. Give me the gold medal. Gu Jinhao grabbed it tightly like protecting food. No. If you give it to me, it's mine. Gu Jinhao, do you have any shame? I saved your life, but you still hold my badge? You don't want the face, but I'll keep the badge. He vowed to be a rogue to the end. How shameless. I don't care. It's my third brother's anyway. When he heard it was Shin Qingyan's, Gu Jinhao didn't want it anymore and stuffed it into her hand. After thinking for a while, he whispered, You gave the ruby ping and buckle to the little uncle. I want it too. Shin Qingxu was worried about not being able to repay the life-saving grace, and hurriedly said, Your Highness, I'll buy one for you. Gu Jinhao's temples were throbbing. Was he short of money? Is it a hobby? It's love, he said in a muffled voice. I don't want it anymore. Shin Qingshu. Did he say something wrong? Chapter 52. Why should my sister give herself to him for saving my life? Perhaps because she felt that the mother-son relationship was too fragile. Concubine Xian accepted Yuping's suggestion and reluctantly let Gu Jinhao stay overnight in Shoan Palace to avoid running back and forth and affecting the recovery of his wounds. Gu Jinhao was also very tired, so he reluctantly agreed. Yuping went to the side hall to clean up in person with great hope. He thought he would see a warm picture of a loving mother and a filial son when he came back. Unexpectedly, the mother and son ate quietly and drank quietly, each thinking about their own things. And no one spoke. To ease the embarrassment, Yuping found some topics to talk to them from time to time. But it had little effect. In the end, she took it all by herself, including all the embarrassment. Shin Qingshuang wanted to take a nap in the carriage, but her second brother kept holding his chin and staring at her intently. His hesitation made her feel uncomfortable. It was impossible to sleep. So she forced herself to be energetic. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold it in. Shin Qingshu seemed to have received an order, and quickly moved to her side, smiling as brightly as a flower. Sister, do you feel that the fourth prince is not as cold as he seems to be? He is actually a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Shin Qingshuang glanced at her brother. Was he bought off? She said faintly. If I remember correctly, you were the one who looked down on him the most at the beginning. Shin Qingshu laughed dryly. You remember correctly. But sister, people need to get along slowly. Based on his disdain for you at the beginning. Who would like you? He straightened her head and said, it's different now. After my careful observation, he seems to really care about you. Otherwise, why would he go to protect me from disaster? There's nothing wrong with his brain. Do you want to reconsider it? Shin Qingshuang listened to him getting more and more excited, and felt like being nagging by Tang Sung. He stopped directly. Commander Shin, please tell your brother what you just said later. Shin Qingshu was startled. Did he want to offend the boss? He closed his sister's eyes. Just a joke. Just a joke. Go to sleep. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I don't know how long she slept. When Shin Qingshuang opened her eyes again, she was lying on her bed. The white sunlight shone through the window paper. It was considered modesty to say that the sun was high in the sky. Bu? She stretched and lay down again. Shin Qingshuang felt that there was a lazy muscle in her body. Otherwise, why could she sit instead of standing? And lie down instead of sitting? Bu was watching the birds fighting in the yard. When she heard her call, she pushed the door open. Seeing her lazy look, she covered her mouth and smiled. Miss, you finally woke up. The third young master has asked you no less than 5 times. Shin Qingshuang yawned and tilted her head. Why didn't you wake me up? Bu smiled and said, the third young master wouldn't let me. He said you should wake him up first. Miss, I'll get you some water to bathe. The third young master said he wants to take you out to play today. Going out to play? Shin Qingshuang was in the mood, and her laziness disappeared instantly. Hurry up. When Shin Qingyan drank the 6th cup of tea, he finally waited for his sister who was late. This fresh and pretty look is more comfortable than the dead silkworm last night. Joke, you slept so deeply last night. People who don't know would think you put out the fire in Huaxing Palace. Shin Qingshuang rolled her eyes at him. Although she didn't put out the fire, she saved people. Directly saved Gu Jinhao. Indirectly saved Shin Qingshu. Shin Qingyan said again, second brother said that the fourth prince saved him. I really didn't expect it. Not only him. Shin Qingshuang didn't expect it. And now thinking about it still feels incredible. If it's not a seizure, then it's a seizure. He took the tea that Shin Qingyan had just poured and took a sip. Half of the fourth prince's arm is covered in blood, and the bandage is wrapped with a thick layer of cloth. It hurts to look at it, Shin Qingyan said. No wonder the second brother was so grateful that he was so dead. And from his tone, it seems that he intends to match Gu Jinhao with his sister. Why should his sister give herself to him for saving his life? Besides, what about Yunjian? Seeing that he was thoughtful, Shin Qingshuang stretched out her hand and waved it in front of him. Where are we going to play today? Inwi Garden? Shin Qingyan said. Go to Lun Garden. Lun Garden? It sounds cold, but it's just right for this kind of weather. Going to escape the summer heat? Yunjian's mansion. Let's go and get to know the place. When Shin Qingshuang heard that it was Gu Yunjian's home, she felt a little abrupt. Are we going just like that? Shen Qingyan said with a smile. What else? Do we need to send an invitation first? Although Yunjian is a prince, he doesn't have so many rules. Of course, it depends on the person. No more than 5 people can enter his garden. And I, your third brother, am one of them. I haven't been there for half a year. If it weren't for the second brother who kept praising Gu Jinhao, he wouldn't have wasted his time making money to look for him. The carriage drove for half an hour and finally stopped outside a garden with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Beyond the green willows and smoke, on the branches of red apricots, with a strong poetic and picturesque atmosphere, Shen Qingshuang felt it was very suitable for Gu Yunjian. If Gu Jinhao lived in such a courtyard, she would only feel that it was a waste. Shen Qingyan got out of the car and knocked on the door, and a white-bearded old man opened the door. When he saw him, his expressionless face showed a smile. Mr. Shensan, you haven't been here for a long time. Shen Qingyan nodded and smiled. Uncle Wu, how are you? Is the 15th prince at home? Uncle Wu nodded repeatedly. Yes. But the prince seems to be in a bad mood. The princess came to see him, and the prince only accompanied her for a while and left her sitting alone. Shen Qingyan smiled and said, Then I came at the right time. Qingshuang, come here and meet Uncle Wu. Shen Qingshuang hurried over and called Uncle Wu. She had a clear and sweet voice and looked pretty and lovely. Uncle Wu asked quickly, Who is this? Shen Qingyan said, My sister Qingshuang. Come with me to see the 15th prince. Uncle Wu smiled and said, It turned out to be Miss Shen. Forgive my poor eyesight, and I didn't recognize her. But the prince usually doesn't see outsiders. Let me go and inform him. Shen Qingyan felt that it was a waste of time to go back and forth. So he smiled and said, Uncle Wu, don't worry. The 15th prince will never blame you. Uncle Wu knew that he and Gu Yunjian were close friends. Since he said so, he agreed and led the way. Uncle Wu, why is he in a bad mood? Shen Qingyan asked casually. But Uncle Wu didn't know. If he knew, he wouldn't worry. During this period, the prince was sometimes worried and sometimes happy. He had never had this in so many years, which made him worry about him all day long. For an old man like him, it was really too cruel. Gu Yunjian, dressed in white, sat on a bamboo chair by the lake, holding a book in his hand, his eyes cast thoughtfully at the center of the lake. Uncle Wu stepped forward and said respectfully, Your Majesty, Mr. Shensan is here to see you. Gu Yunjian did not move, nor did he raise his eyelids. Take him to serve tea. I will go there later. Shen Qingyan crossed his arms and stepped forward to snatch the book from his hand. You even held the book upside down. It seems that you are very worried. Gu Yunjian snatched the book and said in a muffled voice, Qingyan, I am in a bad mood. You sit alone for a while. If you are bored, go and chat with Ling Yan. Shen Qingyan waved his hand quickly. He would not go. The eldest princess is married. And I, a single, handsome and promising young man, do not want to cause trouble. In fact, I came here today mainly to recognize the door. Gu Yunjian said unhappily, Everyone in this garden knows you. And you recognize the door. But I don't know you. Gu Yunjian was surprised and happy to hear this haunted voice. When he turned around, he saw Shen Qingshuang standing there with a smile on her face. She was wearing a light yellow silk dress and smiling sweetly. The sunlight passed through the gaps between the leaves and fell on her body, making her look even more gentle and lively. She pushed Shen Qingyan aside and ran over, her eyes full of joy. Qingshuang, why didn't you inform me before you came? I haven't prepared anything. Are you tired? Sit down and rest for a while. Uncle Wu, why don't you serve tea? Chapter 53 Princess Ling Yan. Uncle Wu looked at his prince's excited look and suddenly had a guess. Looking at the jade bracelet on Shen Qingshuang's wrist, the wrinkled old face was full of joy, like a dead tree coming back to life. It turns out that the prince is happy and sad for her. Alas, the child has grown up, has become smart, and has a girl he likes. The girl he likes is the sister of the third son of Shen. Is this a close relationship? Uncle Wu, why don't you serve tea? Seeing that the old man could only smile but not move, Gu Yunjian felt embarrassed as if his thoughts were seen through, and his tone became more serious. Uncle Wu hurriedly left and soon personally delivered some cakes and fragrant tea, some of which were intended for the princess, but were intercepted by him. After arriving, he started the chattering mode. Miss Shen, try this lotus cake. It's fresh and soft. Miss Shen. This glutinous rice cake is also delicious. Sweet but not greasy. Miss Shen. Drink this year's new tea. It tastes sweet and fragrant. And it's the most suitable for a cute girl like you. Shen Shuang was flattered and thanked him repeatedly. I have to say that Uncle Wu is quite discerning. Knowing that she is cute. Shen Qingyan on the side frowned and sighed. Uncle Wu. You are biased. Why do you say we are old acquaintances? So you ignore me like this? Uncle Wu's eyes still fell on Shen Shuang. Without turning his head. Mr. Shen, you can do whatever you like yourself. Why do you need me? An old man? To greet you? Miss Shen is in Ling Yuan for the first time. So of course, I have to treat her well. Feeling embarrassed by Uncle Wu's look. Shen Shuang had to speak up. Uncle Wu. I'm not used to you looking at me like this. Uncle Wu said hi. He said. And restrained his joy. Miss Shen. You must come to Ling Yuan more often in the future. When you come? The old man is in a good mood. You don't know that when you didn't come. Our prince didn't say a word. It was so boring. We lived cautiously. Gu Yunjian almost choked on the water. And his originally calm face suddenly turned red. Uncle Wu. Did I make your life difficult? Uncle Wu realized that he had said something wrong and said with a smile. No. No. I am just worried about you. By the way. You. Would you like to invite the eldest princess over? Gu Yunjian did not answer. But turned to Shen Shuang and said, the eldest princess is the third daughter of the late emperor and the elder sister of Jin Hao. Do you want to see her? You are the master. I will listen to you. She smiled, thought for a while, and whispered, does she have a good temper? Gu Yunjian could not help laughing. You said I am the master. How could I let the guests be wronged? Don't worry. Ling Yan has a good temper. She is 2 years older than you. You should be able to talk to each other. Gu Lingyan heard that Gu Yunjian asked her to come over, and wondered, isn't the little uncle in a bad mood? Uncle Wu smiled. The brothers and sisters of the third son of Shen are here, and the prince is in a good mood again. Brother Qingyan is here? Gu Lingyan's cheeks were slightly red, and she stood up immediately, a little at a loss. She came to Ling Yuan once a month, but had never seen him. She didn't expect to meet him today, and she was immediately excited. When she arrived at the lake, she saw the three of them talking and laughing, and even the air was filled with joy. She brushed her hair, adjusted her sleeves, and ran over quickly holding the hem of her skirt. Little uncle, brother Qingyan. Shen Qingyan stood up and nodded. The eldest princess. Shen Qingxuan also performed a salute. The eldest princess. Gu Lingyan suppressed her excitement and nodded with a smile. No need to be polite. Shen Qingxuan looked at the eldest princess. She was beautiful and noble. After all, she was the daughter of the royal family. She was different from the other noble ladies. Gu Lingyan was also looking at her. It was hard to look away from her bright eyes and white teeth. No wonder Jin Hao was attracted to her. Miss Shen. This palace. Before she finished speaking, she heard Gu Yunjian say, Lingyan. Qingxuang is my friend. Be careful with your words. Gu Lingyan blushed and twisted her handkerchief unnaturally. When did the little uncle pay attention to these things? Changed her words. I have always heard your name, but I have never met you. Shen Qingxuang thought about the ridiculous things the original owner did, and always felt that this sentence was meaningful. Embarrassed. Where did the princess hear my name? Gu Lingyan said. From concubine Xian. Every time she mentions you, she is very happy. And so is Nanny Yuping. Shen Qingxuang breathed a sigh of relief. And then, there was no worry. Gu Lingyan said again. The concubine has received birthday gifts for so many years. But yours made her so happy last night. Shen Qingxuang smiled with her head down. For a foodie, it is natural to give her food to make her happy. Cats eat fish. Dogs eat meat. And Ultraman fights monsters. It is best to cater to their preferences. Of course, she can't say that. Otherwise the lady in Shoan Palace will say, people are old and disliked. The concubine has a child's mind. I just hit it by mistake. But the sign was the idea of the third brother. I just borrowed flowers to offer to the Buddha. Shen Qingyan smiled dotingly and touched her long hair. Princess, you don't know that we have been thinking about the birthday gift for several days. Finally, the heavens will not let down those who work hard. It is not in vain that it can catch the eyes of the Queen Dowager. Seeing that his sister and Gu Lingyan got along well, Shen Qingyan took Gu Yunjian for a walk around the lake. Tell me, what's the matter? Haven't been here for half a year. So there must be something wrong when he suddenly came. Shin Qingyan patted his shoulder. Okay. Yunjian, I have no secrets in front of you. Gu Yunjian smiled slightly. I'm not interested in knowing your secrets. Oh. Really? Tell me why you are in a bad mood first. Gu Yunjian's smile disappeared. And his heart ached again when he thought of the scene he saw last night. Nothing. Shin Qingyan smiled. It's nothing? Are you kidding me? Ignore him. And talk to yourself. Last night, the fourth prince of Huaxing Palace saved my second brother. And then our second son was grateful. And the direct result was that he changed his original intention and wanted to match the prince with Qingxuang. Gu Yunjian stopped and said in surprise, Really? Shin Qingyan said, So you think I'm not making money to tease you? Putting his arm around his neck. He said earnestly, Yunjian, we have been friends for many years. And I naturally hope that you will be with my most precious sister. Knowing each other well, there will be no trouble. But shouldn't you take the initiative with your gentle personality? Gu Yunjian looked confused. I have given Qingxuang the jade bracelet given by my father. She is so smart. She should understand it. Right? Shin Qingyan laughed. She only knows that the jade bracelet is valuable. So she wears it every day, so as not to lose it at any time. Besides, you said it was a gift for meeting. So she gave you a peace lock. Gu Yunjian was speechless. If he confessed now, he was afraid of scaring her. What if she got angry and didn't want to see him again? Let Shin Qingyan come up with an idea. And he really had one. I tell you, take down my eldest brother. As long as he agrees, this matter will be settled. Although there is still a father. This father is basically the position of honorary chairman. And the actual person in power is still the eldest brother. As long as the eldest brother nods. 2-1. It's a done deal. Although the eldest brother opposes his sister's relationship with the royal children. After the incident in Xiangming Palace, he has changed his mind about Gu Yunjian a little. And the chances of winning are greater. Gu Yunjian understood and thanked him repeatedly. When they returned to the lake, they were both very happy. Qingxuang, what do you want for lunch? I'll ask Uncle Wu to prepare it. Qingxuang didn't care. She thought the food in the palace wouldn't be bad. So she asked Gu Lingyan. She didn't care either. But she was just worried that she couldn't stay here for dinner. Sure enough, Uncle Wu came. Prince. Princess. The son of the Marquis of Changyi is here to take the princess back to the palace, and is waiting outside the door. Chapter 54. Can the Prince Jiang not even take a joke? Gu Yunjian pondered for a moment, and said slowly, Let him in. Shin Qingxuang was surprised at his attitude. Changyi Ho's Prince Jiang Haobai was Gu Lingyan's husband. So why was Gu Yunjian's reaction so indifferent? It was obvious that he didn't welcome him. But he was restraining himself. Did they have a feud? She glanced at Gu Lingyan secretly. Her hands were tightly holding the handkerchief. And she seemed very nervous. After a while, Jiang Haobai came in, with a happy face. Shin Qingxuang saw clearly that this legendary handsome prince consort was just average in appearance. Far inferior to her third brother. It was also much worse than Gu Jinhao. She touched her forehead. Are you crazy? How can you compare with the dog prince? I pay my respects to the 15th prince. Jiang Haobai saluted respectfully. He was tall and slender, with a standard posture. Shin Qingxuang felt that he was born to perform salutes. Gu Yunjian said him casually, and said casually, Get up. Thank you. The 15th prince. Jiang Haobai stood beside Gu Lingyan. And then he noticed Shin Qingyan and his sister. And a complicated look flashed across his eyes. Shin Qingxuang couldn't tell what it was. But it was certain that this person was hostile to them. To be more precise, he was hostile to her third brother. The third son of Shin is here too. Jiang Haobai said lightly. Shin Qingyan nodded slightly. I came to Lingyuan to sit when I had nothing to do. I didn't expect to meet the prince. It's really fate. Jiang Haobai looked at Gu Lingyan thoughtfully and smiled. It's fate. Gu Lingyan's face became more unnatural. With her head down, silent, Jiang Haobai said again, This prince really envies the third son of Shin, who can enter and leave Lingyuan at will. Unlike me, I have been to Lingyuan many times. But this is the first time I have the honor to enter it. I think it is all thanks to the blessing of Mr. Shinsan. Shin Qingyan was stunned, then smiled and said, Then the prince should reflect on himself. Jiang Haobai's face changed, pointing at him and said, Shin Qingyan, you have no official title. Why do you say that to this prince? Shin Qingyan said leisurely, I just followed what Mr. Jiang said. Mr. Jiang can't even take a joke. Right? Joke. Who is joking with you? Jiang Haobai pointed at him angrily. Shen Qingyan looked at him with disdain and gently pushed his hand away. If you can't take it, don't take it in the future. Jiang Haobai grabbed his wrist with his backhand and was about to pull him forward. But he stumbled and almost fell. Shen Qingxuang couldn't help laughing at his embarrassed look. Gu Yunjin smiled and shook his head to indicate. And she quickly returned to her previous seriousness. Jiang Haobai was angry and attacked Shen Qingyan again. But he couldn't get past him. He was getting more and more angry. And he even grabbed the cup on the table and threw it at Shen Qingyan. Gu Yunjin shouted coldly, Jiang Haobai. You are so presumptuous. Do you still have me in your eyes? Jiang Haobai was only concerned with fighting with Shen Qingyan, but ignored his master, and knelt down quickly. It's my fault. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. Gu Lingyan felt more and more uneasy when she heard it. She also knelt down. Little uncle. Please forgive him this time. Gu Yunjin snorted, for Lingyan's sake. Let's forget it this time. If you do it again, I will punish you severely. Jiang Haobai was sweating profusely and kept saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Lingyan said goodbye to Gu Yunjin in fear of causing trouble again. Little uncle, I've been out for a long time today. I should go back. Don't you want to stay for lunch? Gu Yunjin looked at her and said. Gu Lingyan's eyes were bitter. No. Seeing this, Jiang Haobai said, Lunch has been prepared in the mansion, all of which are the princess's favorites. With a smile in his eyes, he put his hand on Gu Lingyan's waist. She stood up suddenly, her eyes full of panic. Mr. Shensan. Miss Shen. I'm leaving first. The two nodded and watched them leave. Gu Yunjin said, Qingyan, are you okay just now? Shen Qingyan picked up the tea in front of him and drank. What can happen to me? In this capital, no one can beat me except my eldest brother. But this kid is crazy. I didn't provoke him for no reason. Why is he crazy at me? If the princess wasn't here, I could have ruined him. Gu Yunjin smiled but said nothing. Seeing through but not saying it. It's better to have less trouble than more. Seeing Shen Qingxuang holding her chin in thought, she smiled and said, What are you thinking about? I always feel that the princess is afraid of this Jiang Shizi. Besides, I feel that this man is not as considerate as he seems on the surface. As if he is acting. The original book did not mention the relationship between the two. But Gu Lingyan died in the Chang'e Marquis' mansion in the end. A good girl died at a young age. And her life was not much better than the original owner. Shen Qingyan didn't care. And didn't care. Why bother so much about other people's affairs? Gu Lingyan and Jiang Haobai got on the carriage and sat quietly. With wooden eyes. There was no relaxation in Ling Yuan. Jiang Haobai sat opposite her, and stared at her coldly. I said why you always like to come here. Saying that you are here to see your little uncle. But actually to see Shen Qingyan. Right? Gu Lingyan said lightly, you misunderstood. This is also the first time I met Mr. Shensan. Jiang Haobai raised his head and smiled. And when he looked at her again, his eyes were sinister. He suddenly grabbed her neck and said viciously, Who would believe it? Gu Lingyan, you are married. Don't always think about other men. Gu Lingyan felt breathless and struggled. I didn't. I had nothing with him. Nothing? Why were you indifferent when he hit me? Thinking of being played by Shen Qingyan, but unable to fight back. Jiang Haobai's humiliation became more and more serious. And this feeling could devour him. A slap hit Gu Lingyan's fair face. And a red palm print suddenly appeared. Gu Lingyan held the wall of the carriage, and didn't fall down. Her tears fell. But she didn't cry out. Just leaning over. Motionless. Do you hate me? Hating is useless. You can only be my wife. Jiang Haobai. And do your duty as a wife. You have to watch me have fun with other women. As for Shen Qingyan, I will not let him go. Gu Lingyan closed her eyes, and remained silent. Her reaction undoubtedly angered Jiang Haobai. He grabbed her shoulders hard. What do you mean? Do you despise me? Gu Lingyan looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar face, and said lightly, Why don't you let him go? This sentence hurt Jiang Haobai. Shen Qingyan has a good family background, good martial arts, and good looks, while he seems to have nothing else except the title of the son of Chang'e Ho. Although he is a son-in-law, he is also the son-in-law of an unpopular princess. He laughed a few times, and the laughter sounded creepy. I can torture you. I can make you live in fear and anxiety every day. and make you live in despair and pain every day. Gu Lingyan curled her lips and smiled bitterly. This is my life now. What is there to be afraid of? She returned to her wooden state. What's more, he doesn't like me at all. So how can he care about what kind of life I live? Jiang Haobai. You are so pitiful. I am pitiful too. Chapter 55 Handsome Brother. Don't you remember me? The carriage stopped at the Changyu Marquis' mansion, and Jiang Haobai returned to his gentle appearance, and considerately helped Gu Lingyan get off the carriage. Gu Lingyan had long been accustomed to it, and cooperated with his acting. As soon as he entered the yard, he met a high-spirited young man, wearing a black brocade suit and a white jade crown. Brother, sister-in-law. The young man nodded in greeting. Gu Lingyan called second brother. Jiang Haobai smiled and said, Bili, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going? Jiang Bili sighed heavily. My aunt sent someone to summon me to the palace, saying that there was something important. But the eunuch who delivered the message was like a piece of wood and couldn't ask anything. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, Does sister-in-law know? Gu Lingyan shook her head. I don't know. But since the Queen Mother summoned you, you should go quickly. It's not good to be late. Jiang Bili said him, and noticed the red mark on her face. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with your face? Gu Lingyan covered it with a handkerchief and smiled. I was bitten by a mosquito when I went on an outing with your eldest brother just now. I will apply some medicine later. Jiang Haobai smiled and held her hand. I'll help you apply it. Gu Lingyan nodded gently. And even though she was extremely disgusted, she still tried her best to cooperate. If he was unhappy, there were many ways to torture her. Shen Qingyan and his sister stayed in Lingyuan until the evening before leaving. When they left, Uncle Wu looked reluctant to leave, as if they were parting forever. He kept talking to Shen Qingxuan until she got on the carriage. Miss Qingxuan, you must come to play when you are free. Uncle Wu will make you delicious food. His eager look made Shen Qingxuan immediately think of empty-nest elderly people. She couldn't bear to refuse and smiled. If Brother Yunjian doesn't find me annoying, my third brother, and I will come to play often. Before Gu Yunjian could speak, Uncle Wu answered. The prince likes you so much. How could he find you annoying? Send someone to tell him to prepare well before coming. Shen Qingyan crossed his arms and squinted his eyes for a stick of incense. He yawned more than a dozen times. But Uncle Wu's farewell words were not finished. Unable to bear the nagging, he ordered the driver, Let's go. Uncle Wu was in a mess and cursed. You are getting more and more naughty. He sighed, walked back with a smile, and met Gu Yunjian's resentful eyes. Uncle Wu, what do you mean by I like her too much to wait? Uncle Wu curled his lips. Doesn't the prince like Miss Qingxuan to come to our place? I like her, but I should be more reserved. Right? Uncle Wu added. I heard that the fourth prince is chasing her closely. If the prince is still so timid, the princess will become his niece's wife. Watching him walk away proudly, Gu Yunjian shook his head helplessly. Such an old man who is not an elder, and a servant is not a servant, is really a headache for him. In the carriage, Shen Qingyan glanced at his sister from time to time, and his hesitation and attempt to cover up made Shen Qingxuan feel uneasy. Third brother, are you possessed by the second brother? He looked at me like this last night. Shen Qingyan rolled his eyes at her and moved closer to her. Before he sat down, Shen Qingxuan hurriedly said, Don't say it. The words on his lips were blocked by her. Do you know what I'm going to say? He smiled. Shen Qingxuan snorted. You brought me to Lingyuan for no reason and always let me be alone with Brother Yunjian. I'm not stupid. Shen Qingyan was happy. He was really smart. He didn't have to think of an opening speech. Sister, Yunjian is really good, handsome, and extraordinary. Although he is a little inferior to me, he has a good personality and is devoted to you. She raised her eyebrows. Third brother, do you and second brother have a bet? Why do you all come to act as matchmakers? Brother Yunjian has only met me a few times. How can he be said to be devoted to me? At most, we are like-minded. I am still young, and I haven't had enough good days. I don't want to think about these things. You should take a break. Shen Qingyan said, even if you get married, you can still live a good life. The two are not contradictory. Shen Qingxuan didn't believe it and raised her eyebrows. Look at the life of the eldest princess. Is it a good life? Shen Qingyan thought for a while, although Jiang Haobai, the playboy, is a little overconfident. I think he is still very considerate to the eldest princess. That's just appearance. But it has nothing to do with us. so don't meddle in other people's business. She closed her eyes and didn't want to pay attention to him. I'm sleepy. Don't mention that anymore, or I'll tell my eldest brother that you bullied me. Shen Qingyan pinched her face and said angrily, brother provides you with food, drink, play and money. But you still complain to the eldest brother. Are you happy that he beat me? You are a conscienceless little ungrateful wolf. But he didn't mention it again. Anyway, she was still young. Since she didn't mean to, he just had to be on guard against the second brother. He adjusted his sitting position, leaned her head on his shoulder, and began to close his eyes to rest. Just after getting off the carriage, the surprised voice, like a corpse, came out again. Shen Qingxuan was shocked and looked back. Sure enough, Qin Yuan ran over with Xiao Pu with an excited look on her face. The light in her eyes was about to illuminate the evening sky. Third brother. This is Qin Yuan, the princess of Chu. Shen Qingxuan whispered to her brother. Shen Qingyan had long forgotten Qin Yuan and only thought that his sister was introducing a friend to him. So he nodded and said, Princess. Qin Yuan saw that he was calm and asked curiously, Brother Inghan, don't you remember me? Shen Qingyan was confused. Should I remember you? The light in Qin Yuan's eyes went out, and she almost burst into tears. She shook his hand and said, Brother Inghan, think about it again. Shen Qingyan retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. Princess, I admit that I am handsome, but I don't admit that I know you. He looked at her carefully again and said to his sister, But she looks familiar. Shen Qingxuan was speechless about this brother and pointed quietly. Shen Qingyan remembered and said, Oh, you are the girl who has water in her brain, the one who fell into the river? Qin Yuan was not annoyed by people saying that she had water in her brain. Instead, she felt that it was something to be proud of to be remembered by handsome brother. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Brother Ingjun. That's me. I thought I would never see you again. But I didn't expect to meet you so soon. It's fate. Xiao Pu was very upset. And Shen Qingxuan was also very embarrassed. This artificial fate was so obvious. Could it be that they were blind? But she said whatever she said. Who would care about a little princess who was obsessed with love? Although Shen Qingyan was embarrassed, he still smiled and said, Princess, is there something you want to see me for? Qin Yuan nodded repeatedly. Something. I haven't thanked you for saving my life yet. Brother Ingju. This is our Chu country's night shining pearl. Last night, I stole 2 from the box that my brother gave to concubine Xian, and gave them to you and Qingxuan. Steal 2? Shen Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. His smile was as bright as the stars and the moon. Qin Yuan was stunned. But he didn't accept the night pearl. He smiled and said, Princess, saving you is just a matter of convenience. No need to thank me. Have you been waiting for a long time? If you don't mind, come in and have a cup of tea. Qin Yuan was so excited that she couldn't help herself. Handsome brother, can I really come in? Of course. After drinking tea, Shen Qingyan asked someone to send them back to the inn. Shen Qingxuan looked at him leisurely, staring at him embarrassedly. What's wrong? Weird. Third brother. Do you like the little princess? Why are you so good to her? Shen Qingyan knocked on her forehead. What nonsense. How could I like her? I just thought of you when I looked at her innocent eyes. Putting myself in other people's shoes, I just hope that one day, if my Qingxuan likes someone again, whether he likes you or not, he can treat you gently. If my sister is sad, I will feel distressed. Chapter 56. Is this what you have been planning for a long time? Shen Qingyan's warm smile was like a stone that opened the sky under the water. The little girl was deeply moved. Just for his kindness, she must not complain to the boss. My conscience will hurt. She ran back to Chuani Pavilion and heard a lazy voice as soon as she opened the door. Why did you take so long to come back? There was no light in the room. Only a few rays of moonlight came in. With a weak light, Shen Qingxuan widened her eyes. The dog prince was sitting here openly and drinking tea slowly. Where is the tea? Gu Jinhao put the cup to his mouth and stopped there. The corner of his mouth twitched. Shouldn't you ask me first? Such a big man sat here waiting for her for so long. But she only had a cup of tea in her eyes. Did the dead girl want to charge? Before she could get angry, she heard footsteps coming from far away. Miss. Bu stopped at the door, holding a candle in her hand. Please come in later. The room is dark. The candlelight illuminated the room, and the face of the dog prince turned from dark to bright. Bu screamed as if she saw a ghost. and the candle in her hand trembled and fell to the ground. It went out. The dog prince's face turned from bright to dark again. Your servant. Your servant pays respect to the fourth prince. The little maid fell to her knees with a plop. When did he come in? How come she didn't notice it at all? Gu Jinhao glanced at Bu. Did he take him for a ghost? Is there a ghost as handsome as him? He said unhappily. Why are the maids in the general's mansion so impatient? No wonder the master they serve has a strange temper. Shin Shuang looked at him suspiciously. Did he take her into it too? Helping Bu up, go light a few more candles. Make sure they are bright. Otherwise, the dark heart of the fourth prince cannot be illuminated. Yes. Mississippi Bu covered her mouth and ran away with her head down. Gu Jinhao felt uncomfortable. He was just joking. Why did she insult him like that? He stood up slowly, walked to her side, and said with a smile, Where did you go? Ling Yuan. The smile disappeared. His eyes were full of disdain. And he snorted. What are you doing there? To see my disrespectful little uncle? Why is this guy talking so weirdly? As if he was stimulated? Yes. But brother Yuan Jian is not disrespectful to the elderly. Your nephew is too disrespectful to the elders. Gu Jinhao. This dead girl's bias is too obvious. Bu quickly brought back the candles. Gu Jinhao secretly counted them. There were 10 in total. Was she going to illuminate his soul directly? After putting them down, he asked carefully, Miss, is it enough? Enough? Enough. If it is not enough, the dog prince will get angry. Shin Shuang can clearly see the anger in his eyes. Hand touched the pot on the table. It was cold. So he asked Bu to bring another pot of hot tea. Miss, should we send it here, or to the green smoke pavilion? Gu Jinhao had never been so annoyed by a little maid before, and said in a deep voice, Send it here? Bu was startled again, lowered her head, and responded respectfully. But she left the door wide open before leaving. If she could tear down the wall, she would have done it long ago. Am I so unbearable in the eyes of this little girl? Gu Jinhao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Shin Shuang said him to show respect. Before he got angry, she changed the subject. Didn't you say you were busy today? I said I'll be busy in the morning. Not all day. I've been waiting for you since the afternoon. And you've gone to see another man. The resentful tone made Shin Shuang feel like a scumbag who cheated on a decent woman. What do you mean by another man? He's so nervous every day. Not as cool as before. At least he's more normal. Let's get to the point. What are you doing here? Change the dressing. Afraid that she would refuse. He added, It's for your brother's injury. You can do whatever you want. Oh. Then sit down. The tone softened a lot. And he quickly went to find the medicine and clean cloth. Gu Jinhao rarely saw her so well behaved. I remember that the last time she was scared by thunder and lightning. She hugged him and wouldn't let go, crying with tears and snot. It's a pity that I didn't get it at that time. Alas, it's too late to regret. God gave him 2 chances, but he missed them both. The most important time was when he blamed Qin Yun for being a chatterbox. It just so happened that he went to jail at a critical moment. He saved his innocence, but he broke his fate with a little girl. Who wants this damn innocence? Isn't it better to let her cook the rice before it's done? Wouldn't it be better to marry her when the mistake is made? Why does he have to be unhappy all day and sleepless at night? And have to find ways to prevent the little uncle from stealing his wife? Look carefully. She is still cute when she is not fighting. Of course, she is also cute when she is fighting. Think about it another way. Is it because she doesn't treat her as an outsider that she is rude to him? Otherwise, why doesn't she be rude to the little uncle? Shin Shuang has rebandaged him, but he seems to be thinking about something, frowning from time to time, curling his lips from time to time, and looking stupid. Your Highness, it's done. She had to interrupt Gu Jinhao's imagination, and that guy became more normal. Oh, it's done. Then let me think about it. Aren't you leaving? You should be very busy. Go back quickly. Don't delay things. It's dark and the road is slippery. People's hearts are complicated. Have a good trip. Goodbye. Gu Jinhao was really speechless with her. Just like his own mother. She drove him away without saying a word. I'm hungry. He stopped the door from closing and repeated, I'm hungry. Do you want her to take care of the meal? Sighed, wait for you in Green Smoke Pavilion. I'll ask Bu to prepare the meal for you. But he stopped her. Let's eat in Suiming Tower. Then go. You go with me. He dragged her away without saying anything. She held on to the door tightly. My eldest brother is at home. I can't go out with you. Gu Jinhao reached out and flicked her forehead. Don't worry. He won't know? Shin Qingxuang thought he had some great ideas. But he directly put his arm around her waist. Before he could come to his senses, he had climbed up the wall and then landed steadily outside the wall. She was stunned. She had to climb over the wall to leave her home. Since ancient times, climbing over the wall has always been associated with some kind of unclean things. And it was a shame. What made her even more confused was that there was a carriage parked there. Have you been planning this for a long time? Sitting in the car, she said angrily. Gu Jinhao showed a nice smile. It's really harsh to say that. I have spent a long time preparing for this. It's the first time to have dinner alone with you. So I have to think carefully. Shin Qingxuang's temples throbbed. Do you mean climbing over the wall? As luck would have it, as soon as she got upstairs, she ran into Shin Qingyan. He had changed his clothes and was fanning himself leisurely. When he saw his sister and Gu Jinhao together, his eyes widened. Third brother. What a coincidence, Shin Qingxuang said with a stiff face. Shin Qingyan came over and was a little confused for a moment. It's a coincidence, but it's not unexpected. Didn't you say you were tired? Why are you here? Shin Qingxuang said him. Aren't you tired too? Why are you here? Shin Qingyan said, shouldn't I come to take care of the business? As a qualified boss, it is necessary to patrol the store. Shin Qingxuang felt that this was indeed a very reasonable reason. I'm hungry, and there's no food at home. I just happened to meet His Highness. So we came together. She said the excuse she made up lightly, and she didn't believe it herself. Shin Qingyan didn't doubt it, and pulled his sister aside. This meal can't be free with a sign. Let him treat. Order more expensive food, and we will share the money we earn. Chapter 57. Do you think the treasury belongs to me? Gu Jinhao's first feeling was that Shin Qingyan was saying bad things about him. He wanted to stop him. But if he stopped him this time, there would be another time. He just smiled and watched, which made Shin Qingyan feel uneasy. He told his sister, wait for me after dinner. We will go home together. Gu Jinhao said, I will send her. Does the third young master not trust me? Although Shin Qingyan didn't say it directly, his eyes clearly showed that he didn't trust her. While thinking about how to phrase it, someone suddenly patted his shoulder, and the second child appeared out of nowhere. He looked flattering. Then I will trouble you to Shin Qingxuang. Commander Shin is polite. I am honored. With such a powerful assist, Gu Jinhao felt that the injury on his arm was worth it. If the same situation happened again, he would risk his life to save him again. The light bulb was gone, and he could finally have a meal in peace. What do you want to eat? Shin Qingxuang said. Are you treating me? Gu Jinhao. I don't have the habit of letting girls pay. She suddenly smiled. Brother Yunjian said the same thing before. They are indeed uncle and nephew. Gu Jinhao was unhappy. Hey, Shin Qingxuang. We are having a meal together. Why do you mention the little emperor's uncle? He is only 3 years older than me. He is taking advantage of his seniority and bullying me. Don't mention it again. Order whatever you like. Just consider it as repaying your life-saving grace. A meal is enough to repay your life-saving grace? His life is too worthless, isn't it? But she accepted it, so as not to have to pay it back on the mortgage. Who knows when it will take to pay it back? According to Shin Qingyan's spirit, Gu Jinhao didn't frown at all after receiving the expensive greetings. On the contrary, he was very happy. The girl was willing to spend his money, which proved that she had already treated him as her own. Good thing. In between serving the dishes, the waiter did not forget to promote the new cider. Gu Jinhao was not interested. The sour and sweet stuff was not like wine, nor tea. What was the point? But Shin Qingxuang was interested, so she asked for 2 bottles directly. This taste seemed really good. The taste of wine is not about the taste, but about who you drink with. Qingxuang. Actually, I want to ask you, did you know that there would be an assassin last night? After drinking a few sips of wine, Gu Jinhao talked more. He looked straight at Shin Qingxuang, subconsciously thinking that she knew something. And she knew a lot. Otherwise, why would she suddenly put a gold medal between his belt? And it just happened to protect him from a disaster. Shin Qingxuang drank silently, pretending not to hear. Tell me. I want to know, he urged. Shin Qingxuang glanced at him, cleared her throat, and held her forehead and said, I just saw that your forehead was black last night, and I thought you would have a disaster. So I helped you for the sake of the concubine dowager. Gu Jinhao snorted. For the sake of your mother? Am I not worthy of your help? Xin Shuang was choked by the apple cider and coughed repeatedly. After recovering, she said, worth it. Anyway, it's sunny now, and lying won't be struck by lightning. Who would want to make trouble for no reason? Gu Jinhao snorted again. Can you tell fortunes? It's just a small matter. Sometimes it's accurate, and sometimes it's not. She was vague. But you saved the little uncle last time. And you saved me this time. It can't be such a coincidence. Right? Gu Jinhao's eyes were cunning. I remember you mentioned that I have a scar on my lower back before. Are you referring to the scar from the assassination last night? Xin Shuang stopped drinking. But the dog prince was smart and laughed. You said it was because the light was too dark and I saw it wrong. Are you going to let me eat or not? It's like you're interrogating a criminal. Gu Jinhao stopped and decided to quit while he was ahead. After eating a few bites, he tentatively asked, Shuang, can you help me? No. I want you to. What? No. I'm so sad that you refuse so readily. The dog prince actually learned to act cute. And Xin Shuang felt that she was going blind. Your Highness, can you please talk nicely? If you help me with one thing, I'll talk nicely. You can say whatever you want. Focus on eating and ignore him. It's up to him. Seeing that she ignored him, Gu Jinhao said in a friendly way, it's not for nothing. 5,000 taels of silver. Xin Shuang put down her chopsticks in a cowardly manner, as if she was struggling to make a decision. After a while, she continued to eat. I can't help. I don't want to cause trouble. And I have always been indifferent to fame and reputation. Fame is indifferent, but profit is a bit difficult. Gu Jinhao smiled slightly. 10,000 taels. And this is not all to help me. If you can't find out the mastermind behind the fire in Huaxing Palace and the assassination of me last night, your second brother will also be blamed. This is the beginning of family kidnapping, involving Shen Qingshu. She had to think carefully. How far have you found? Gu Jinhao was just trying it out. But he didn't expect her to ask about the progress. He simply sat next to her and whispered, when the fire in Huaxing Palace started, I found a sneaky little palace maid. But after a whole morning of interrogation, all kinds of punishments were used, and the little palace maid was covered with bruises and dying. But her mouth was not pried open. If we continue to fight, we will die, and the clues will be cut off. The emperor only gave us 3 days. You know what he meant. Xin Shuang said. Did the second brother also participate in the interrogation? Gu Jinhao said, yes. Didn't you see that there were bloodshot eyes just now? I couldn't bear it. So you helped him. Xin Shuang looked at the dog prince suspiciously. Isn't this a bit shameless? He cleared himself. Wait for me. She suddenly stood up and ran out, and found Shen Qingshu. Second brother, are you responsible for tracking down the arsonist and assassin last night? Shen Qingshu sighed when he heard this, and rubbed his head. Oh, headache. There was no result in 1 day, and the emperor only gave 3 days. But I see that the fourth prince is under more pressure, and the emperor handed this matter to him, and I assisted him. I think it's better for him to be assassinated and unconscious last night, so as to save trouble. If you can't find out, will you be punished? This touched Shen Qingshu's heart, and he sighed. Do I need to ask this? I guess I can't be the commander, so I'll give him another 100 boards. I've thought about it. When I recover from my injury, I will come to Xiao San's place as a long-term worker to keep the place in order. Xin Shuang bit her lip and said nothing, turned around and ran back. 20,000 taels of silver. I will recommend someone to you. Go and check it out. Gu Jinhao's hand was fixed there, frowned and said, Miss, 20,000 taels. Do you think the national treasury is mine? Isn't it too much? I thought this little girl was a money grubber. But she was a money grubber with a huge appetite. Xin Shuang raised her eyebrows and smiled. The pocket money that my third brother gave me starts at 10,000 taels. And it doesn't include clothes and jewelry. Your Highness, forget it if you can't afford it. Gu Jinhao felt like he had encountered a robber. He only had one clue, and didn't know if it would work. He asked for 20,000 taels. But it was rare that she was willing to pay attention to him. He was not without money. He curled his lips and said, Silver is too vulgar. How about I give you a jade pendant? It won't be less than 50,000 taels. Xin Shuang shook her head. I don't want it. The owner of the jade shop said that the jade pendant is a gift between lovers. I won't cause trouble. The dead girl was clear at this time. Why didn't she say it when she received the jade bracelet from the little emperor's uncle? It's obviously treated differently. Gu Jinhao took a deep breath and smiled again. I'll ask Qin Yun to deliver the banknote tomorrow. Xin Shuang smiled with curved eyebrows, as if she was looking at a brother. What's the name of the maid you caught? What's Bao? Gu Jinhao was happy. The 20,000 taels of silver didn't go to waste. He was very good at predicting the future. Seriously? Bully? Xin Shuang took a sip of cider and was a little tipsy. She rubbed her head. There's a maid in Changwei Palace named Julian. She's Bully's biological sister. Start with her. Chapter 58. The one before was not me. Gu Jinhao felt relieved. But Xin Shuang seemed to be addicted to fruit wine and would not let go. Anyway, he would take her home. So it was okay for her to drink more. However, as he watched the little girl's face getting redder and redder, he had an idea. People say that people speak the truth after drinking. So why not give it a try? With a curled corner of his mouth, he asked softly, Qin Shuang? Who am I? Xin Shuang put down the cup, rubbed his hot face, pointed at him and said, Are you stupid? Gu Jinhao smiled. Just treat me as stupid. Tell me. Who am I? Xin Shuang covered her mouth. Her eyes curved with smile, and shook her head, No. Gu Jinhao took her hand. You won't forget me after drinking? No way. She rubbed her face again. You are the dog prince Gu Jinhao. Dog prince. Gu Jinhao wanted to die. This damn girl called him Your Highness in front of him, and actually called him dog prince in her heart. And it was so smooth. It can't be so natural without 100 or 80 times. He really wanted to knock her forehead and twist her face. He silently said to himself, Calm down. Don't bother with a drunk person. But he still couldn't swallow that breath. Why did you scold me? Scold me that. He really couldn't say the 3 words dog prince, which was a blatant insult to him. Xin Shuang snorted angrily. Because you hit me. I was beaten by you when I just got here. You hit women. You are not a good thing. Then tears came out. And she said aggrievedly, You even whipped me. It hurt so much. Gu Jinhao. You are a bastard. Qin Yun is also a bastard. A big bastard leading a little bastard. You sided with Fang Mingzhu. Accused me for no reason. And then you shamelessly said that you like me. I don't believe you. I won't be fooled. Gu Jinhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She called him son of a bitch before. And now asshole. How could she call him anything vulgar? Although she asked for the whip, she remembered it on his head. It seems that if the whip issue is not resolved, he will never be able to marry her in this life. It's a headache. He sighed and said softly, I was wrong. Don't always remember it. He paused, felt something was wrong, and asked again, Why did you say you were beaten as soon as you arrived here? Haven't you been staying in Beijing? He still remembered that she always secretly followed him, and smiled at him like a fangirl. Xin Shuang made a gesture to silence and said mysteriously, That was Xin Shuang. Not me. No. That was another me. Gu Jinhao was shocked. What does this mean? Is this girl possessed by a ghost? He couldn't help but sit up straight, feeling a chill on his back. He closed the window and slowly walked to her side. Little girl. You are not Xin Shuang? The little girl ignored him and lowered her head to drink a full glass of apple cider. It was sour and sweet. Delicious. But it made her dizzy. Why is the dog prince always shaking? It's so embarrassing that he can't stand steadily after drinking a little wine. He is not as good as her. Gu Jinhao didn't know what was funny about him. He sat beside her and shook her gently. Qin Shuang. Tell me. Who are you? Xin Shuang's head was dizzy, and she leaned directly on his shoulder, closed her eyes and murmured, I am Xin Shuang. But not Xin Shuang who has improper thoughts about you. I am the one who was beaten by you. I don't know how I got here, but I became her. She suddenly raised her head and looked at him seriously. It was she who took off your clothes. And she was also the one who looked at you. It really has nothing to do with me. But I was beaten. Gu Jinhao. Do you think I am wronged? Gu Jinhao was frightened by her words. No wonder he felt that she was completely different from before. But this was too incredible. It felt like he had lived in vain for the past 17 years. He could encounter such strange things. Scratching his head again. Still couldn't figure it out. I don't understand. Where did you go before? Will you stay here now? The little girl was annoyed and shook her head. I don't know. The butterfly dreams of Zhuangzhou. Zhuangzhou dreams of the butterfly. I'm not a fairy. How can I know? Anyway, I am my father's daughter, and my brother's sister now. Oh! I have to go home. My brother will be unhappy if he can't find me. She stood up with the help of the table, her steps wobbling. Gu Jinhao quickly supported her. It was impossible to ask her in this state. Fortunately, there was still a long way to go. She was still cute now. So he was not blind before. He liked the one in front of him. He rubbed her hair. So what if your big brother is unhappy? Will he punish you to be confined and fast? She giggled. No. Big brother only punishes the second and third brothers. And he won't be angry if I just act coquettishly. I tell you. I kissed his face that time. And he was shy. Gu Jinhao's face darkened. And he said seriously, don't kiss him in the future. Why? He is my big brother. Even the eldest brother can't do that. Why? What's it got to do with you? The alcohol made her bolder. And she raised her head, acting like she was the boss. Gu Jinhao himself didn't expect that he would lower his head and kiss her lips directly, which were soft and sweet with the sour taste of apple cider. I originally just wanted to touch her lightly. But after the kiss, I realized that I had overestimated my self-control. When he thought of her smiling at Gu Yunjian and kissing Shenqing Lang, he hugged her tighter, and the kiss gradually deepened, beginning to have the flavor of punishment. Shenqing Shuang felt that she couldn't breathe well, and subconsciously pushed him hard. When she struggled, she touched his injured arm, and he had to let go. When he looked up, the little girl was staring at him angrily, her eyelashes trembling. He quickly argued, you are drunk. There is water on the ground. I was afraid that you would fall, so I hugged you. She looked down and really saw a small piece of water. He would not tell her that he had just splashed it secretly. She scratched her head and stared again. Then why did you kiss me? Now there was no reason. And whispered, I couldn't help it. I'm not Fang Mingzhu. Why can't you help it? She raised her sleeve and wiped her mouth hard. Her lips were rubbed red. Gu Jinhao was immediately furious. That was his first kiss. And she hated it? I felt that my fragile heart was hit by 10,000 critical points. Putting his hands on her shoulders, he said in the most serious tone of his life, I have never kissed Fang Mingzhu. And I will never do so in the future. My relationship with her ended the day you came here. In the future, only you will be related to me. Qing Shuang, I like you. I like you now. Can you try to get along with me? He stared at her blankly. And the little girl gradually became tearful. Gu Jinhao's heart moved, and his eyes were wet. She was moved and planned to accept him. Just when he was about to hug her, she pushed him away, yawned a long time, and there were more tears in her eyes. Gu Jinhao's mouth twitched. It was in vain. In order to lay a good foundation for the masses, Gu Jinhao did not stay any longer, and sent the little girl back home. He also said goodbye to the third young master of the Shen family, and promised not to let her drink so much in the future. Shenqing Lang did not comment. Shenqing Yan was dismissive. And Shenqing Shu personally sent him to the door, and welcomed him to visit often in the future. Chapter 59 I Don't Recognize Her. The next day, Qin Yan really brought 20,000 taels of silver notes. Shenqing Shuang smiled, and praised the dog prince for his credibility. Qin Yan watched her count them one by one, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Miss Shen, don't worry. It will definitely not be less. Shenqing Shuang smiled and said, I'm afraid you will give too much, which will be embarrassing. Qin Yan glanced at her and lied without thinking. Shenqing Shuang counted the silver notes, and saw that he was still there, and asked curiously, why don't you leave? Qin Yan said, Your Highness invites you to go to the prison together. What do you mean? Do you want me to participate in this interrogation process? She curled her lips. It was just one more thing. Qin Yan said, His Highness said he had agreed with you. She had no memory of this. So she asked him, when did he say that? Last night when you were drunk. Well, there is no evidence. Looking at the banknotes in his hand, he compromised. Where is my second brother? Commander Shen is already in the Tianlao. Then let's go. Put away the banknotes and got on the carriage. The Tianlao is a prison cell of royal scale after all, which is more magnificent than the small dark room in the palace. The guard's attire alone is inspiring, majestic and solemn. How do I get in? Shenqing Shuang asked quietly. Qin Yan calmly took out a gold medal. His Highness asked me to take Miss Shen in. The majestic and solemn guard immediately changed to a flattering face. Mrs. here? Please come in. The boss is inside. Qin Yun. Is this token just his pass? Shin Shuang was flattered. Thank you. Brothers. Miss. You are too polite. I will lead the way for you. After all, she had someone in the court to help her. So Shin Shuang walked out of the steps of not recognizing her relatives. Qin Yun followed her silently, and put the token in his pocket silently, following the guard to a dark cell. Through the iron bars, he could see a woman with torn skin and messy hair. I think it was the little palace maid named Bali. Shin Shuang whispered to Qin Yun, if I had no tricks at the beginning, would this be the end? Qin Yun didn't dare to answer, and his eyelids rolled. His Highness had warned him not to gossip. If he told the truth, it would obviously be worse than Bali. Shin Shuang knew the answer from his expression, and was glad that she was smart and didn't resist. Boss, the young lady is here. Shin Shu was surprised to see his sister. Why are you in the prison? You were so drunk last night. Didn't you sleep a little longer? Shin Shuang chuckled. The fourth prince sent a message. Shin Shu was even more surprised. What are you doing here? It's dirty here. Little girl. Don't go here. You will have nightmares at night. Brother will take you out. Qin Yun hurriedly said. It was really the prince who invited Mission to come, saying that he was going to the trial. Looking for Qin Shuang to attend the trial? Shin Shu didn't understand. This prince has been acting more and more strangely recently, as if he was possessed by a demon. Qin Yun. Where is the prince? He entered the palace early in the morning, and should be here soon. After a while, Gu Jinhao arrived with a palace maid. The palace maid followed carefully, but from her face, it can be seen that she was afraid. Shin Shu went up to him and said, Your Highness, who is she? Zhu Lian, a maid from Chongwei Palace. Gu Jinhao said to Qin Yun, move a chair for Mission to sit on, and make a pot of fragrant tea. Tian Lao. Fragrant tea? How can these two things be linked together? Qin Yun felt that his master was enough. When the guard of Tian Lao heard this, he just said to leave it to him. It didn't take much time for a pot of fragrant tea to be brought, which diluted the bloody smell in the prison. Gu Jinhao sat next to Shin Shuang and smiled. Did you sleep well last night? Shin Shuang drank a sip of tea and shook her head. No. I can't remember a lot of things. I just remember that you promised to give me a banknote. Gu Jinhao was both relieved and disappointed. So heartless. Did you really find Julian? She whispered. Gu Jinhao raised his eyebrows. Of course. The name bought with 20,000 taels of silver. She couldn't help laughing, and his mood became happy. Julian, do you recognize this person? Shin Shu pointed at Bali, who was beaten to a pulp. Julian lowered her head and stammered. I don't recognize her. Really? You said you didn't recognize her without even looking at her. Isn't that a guilty conscience? Shin Shu pulled her in front of Bali, pinched her chin, and let her see clearly from a close distance. Julian's eyes were downcast. She didn't dare to look directly at Bali. Her feet unconsciously stepped back. She wanted to escape. Shin Shu was just trying it out, but he didn't expect her to really react. And hope ignited in his heart. She has admitted that she was the one who set the fire in Huaxin Palace the night before. Do you have anything to add? For example, who was behind the scenes? Julian lowered her head even more, and her voice became even lower. I don't recognize her, let alone the mastermind behind her. Commander Shin, I still have to go back to serve Lady Liangyan. Please let me go back. Shin Shu snorted coldly and brushed away Bali's long hair covering her forehead. Bloody and shocking. How can this still be a girl's face? Even if it is cured, the appearance is ruined. Shin Shuang felt sick and looked in another direction. Bali, do you recognize the person in front of you? Shin Shu said sternly. Bali raised her head with difficulty. The moment she saw Julian, her pupils suddenly dilated, and in an instant, her eyelids drooped down. I don't know her. Shin Shu didn't have much patience. Since she didn't accept the toast, she would be punished. With a wave of his hand, a guard came. Boss, Shin Shu said, tie her up and clamp her fingers. The guard tied Julian up quickly and fixed the clamp on her hands. This was just a routine job for him. Julian screamed miserably one after another, and Shin Shuang's heart trembled. She had never seen such a cruel second brother, but she also knew that this was his mission, and he could only do this. Shin Shu saw her shoulders shrugged, and walked over and said, Why don't you wait until the execution is over before coming in? She pretended to be calm. It's okay. Pointed at Bali. She seems to have something to say. Shinchingshu waved his hand, and the guards who were executing the execution stopped. Bali, don't you confess? Bali raised her head slightly, and the tears in her eyes streaked across the wounds on her face, looking even more terrifying. Commander Shin, it was done by the slave, and it has nothing to do with others. Why do you have to implicate innocent people? Please let her go. She seemed to have used up all her strength when she said this, and her head dropped again. Gu Jinhao looked at her indifferently, and when he drank the third cup of tea, he finally spoke. Bali, is Julian someone else? If I am not wrong, she is your biological sister, right? As soon as this sentence came out, everyone except Shinching Shuang was shocked, especially Julian. Her face was pale, and her eyes were full of panic with tears. No, she has no connection with me. Bali quickly denied it. Gu Jinhao raised his eyebrows. This king has a way to prove it. But after confirmation, Julian must die. Bali immediately became excited, and her bound hands oozed blood, soaking the rope red. Due to nervousness, her voice was hoarse. Your Highness, you can't do this. She didn't know anything at all. Everything was done by me. Gu Jinhao smiled slightly. Then tell me why you set the fire. I was punished by the concubine Shu, so I have a grudge. Gu Jinhao slammed the table. Do you think this king is empty? Since you are stubborn, this king doesn't need to waste his breath. Come on. Beat. Chapter 60. I have implicated her. Hearing that she would suffer physical pain again, Julian was so frightened that she was at a loss. Her face was frighteningly pale, and she said to Bali, Sister, let's talk. If we continue like this, we will all die. Bali said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? His Highness wants the truth, not a confession under torture. You don't know anything. Are you trying to deceive him? Julian's lips moved, and finally closed again. Shinching Shuang admired Bali a little, who suffered so much and still protected her sister. She couldn't bear it anymore and asked Gu Jinhao, Besides beating, is there no other way? Qin Yun said from the side, How could it be? His Highness is afraid of scaring you. Think about the small dark room in our palace. The small dark room. The hurtling Gu Jinhao's heart was now brought up again by this gossip, and murderous intent was revealed in his eyes. Qin Yun shuddered and poured a glass of water for Shinching Shuang. Miss Shin, drink tea. Drink tea. Facing such a bloody scene, Shinching Shuang couldn't drink it. She smiled and said to Gu Jinhao, Your Highness, 3,000 taels. I'll make them confess. Will you do it? Can you stop talking about money to me? You little girl? The dog prince felt like a sucker. Is his banknote a piece of straw paper? Can't you help him for his infatuation with her? Just ask for money. This heart is broken. Shinching Shuang obviously didn't understand Gu Jinhao's sadness, and rolled her eyes. What else can you talk about if you don't mention money? Just say whether you will do it or not. You can't ask your brother for money. I can't pay for it all. When Shinchingshu heard this, he knew that his sister was not an outsider, and it was just a matter of money going into the left pocket and taking it out of the right pocket. He took out all the money and counted it, which was only 300 taels. Shinching Shuang felt a little sorry for her brother. He was too poor. Looking at Gu Jinhao, he said, Why don't you make up the remaining 2,700 taels? I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. Gu Jinhao lost his temper and took out a stack of banknotes from his arms. Take it. Shinching Shuang glanced at it, and her eyes widened immediately. There were at least 10,000 taels in it. How could the dog prince be so rich? She smiled and pointed out 3,000 taels, and returned the rest to him reluctantly, and also gave him Shinchingshu's 300 taels of miscellaneous money. A gentleman loves money, and gets it in a proper way. Proper way? Gu Jinhao didn't see it. This was robbery. Shinchingshu felt that their behavior had seriously affected the solemnity of the heavenly prison, but he could only pretend not to see it, because his sister gave him half of the banknotes. She saw Gu Jinhao's black eyes like a chicken, and she was very happy. After all, she is a real sister. She knows how to feel sorry for her brother. Shinching Shuang put the banknotes in her pocket, walked to Bali's side, and brushed her hair behind her ears again, so that she could see her eyes clearly. Such a broken body. Only a pair of eyes can see. Bali, you set the fire, but you obeyed someone. Your master threatened you with Julian's reputation and life. Am I right? Bali and Julian looked at her at the same time, as if they saw a ghost. Shin Shuang smiled and said, "You are determined to die to take responsibility. But after you take this crime, Julian will not live. Because she is a thorn in that person's heart. And he will not be happy unless he removes it. I tell you again, not only Julian will not live, but Jiang Sheng will not live either." The two sisters looked at him in astonishment. Especially Julian, whose heart was in her throat. "How do you know Jiang Sheng?" Shin Shuang smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this. You just need to know that although it is a serious crime for a palace maid to have an affair with a man, it is not punishable by death. But if you shield a murderer who murdered a concubine, the case will not be resolved. Our fourth prince can kill you directly. He is ruthless and kills without blinking an eye. Qin Yuan, Miss Shin is right. Gu Jinhao." Shin Shuang looked at Julian again, as a sister. "You not only fail to protect your sister, but also waste the life that your sister fought for you with her life. Don't you feel ashamed?" Julian bit her lip, looked at Boli with tears in her eyes, and murmured, "It's my fault. I implicated her." She suddenly pleaded with Gu Jinhao, "Your Highness, I will tell you what happened. Can you let my sister go? I will bear all the blame." Bali shook her head, and her blood-stained long hair fell down again, covering her face. "Your Highness, if you save my sister and Jiang Sheng's lives, I will tell you everything." Gu Jinhao was full of admiration for Shin Shuang. In just a moment, the two of them rushed to confess. After signing and sealing, Shin Shu handed the confession to Gu Jinhao. "Your Highness, please take a look." Gu Jinhao handed it directly to his sister. "Take a look. If you want to review it, charge less." Gu Jinhao couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed her hand. The little girl felt guilty and quickly pulled it out. "Free. Free." She glanced at it and said lightly, "Nothing to add?" Julian and Bao Li looked at each other and shook their heads. Shin Shuang smiled slightly. "Why don't you mention Jiang Sheng's crime at all?" Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng was not involved. Bao Li's eyes evaded, but she pretended to be calm. Shin Shuang said, "Bao Li, Julian is the one in charge. Can't you see clearly? Jiang Sheng approached your sister, and it was arranged by your master. But he just wanted to threaten you to do things for her. It's hard for you sisters to treasure a playboy and protect him with all your life." This was like a bolt from the blue for the two sisters, and they both widened their eyes. Especially Julian, who kept repeating, "How could it be?" Shin Shuang was not interested in this kind of bloody love story, and sighed, "It's up to you to say it or not. But this dark and humid place is not suitable for a pregnant woman. Julian, you can do it yourself." Bao Li looked at her sister in astonishment. "You?" After a long time, Julian nodded in shame. Gu Jinhao threw the matter to Shin Shu and went to chase the girl himself. "Shuang, wait for me." Shin Shuang turned her head and said, "What are you doing?" "I took money from people and helped them get rid of disasters. My mission is completed." He tapped her forehead and smiled. "Yes. But where do you know so many things?" What he didn't say was that he even knew that she was having an affair and was pregnant. Shin Shuang scratched her head. "I heard someone mention it by accident." Gu Jinhao didn't believe her and turned her around. "Who told you that?" "I don't remember." She laughed. "Your Highness, I'm sleepy. I'm going home." Gu Jinhao held her and hummed, "Are you used to calling me your Highness? Don't you call me Dog Prince?" Shin Shuang's face turned pale. "Can the Dog Prince read minds?" She immediately changed to a sweet smile. "How could it be? Your Highness? You have always been a lofty and noble existence in my heart. How could I be so disrespectful?" "It's not true." "Really? You believe me?" "I don't believe it. You called me Dog Prince last night." As he questioned her, his expression was aggrieved. Shin Shuang regretted drinking with him. This time, she was screwed. She actually said the truth. "Your Highness, I was just kidding you." Gu Jinhao rolled his eyes at her. "But why do I feel that you don't treat me as a human being?" "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding." She smiled awkwardly and said cautiously, "What else did I say?" "You are not Shin Shuang." Gu Jinhao observed her reaction while speaking. Sure enough, her face turned even paler, and she almost lost her balance. He added, "You said it was not you who took off my clothes, but you were the one who was beaten." Shin Shuang cursed herself for saying everything. Now that things have come to this, she can only cheat to the end. "Your Highness, what I mean is that I am not the same person I was yesterday. I understand that the past cannot be changed, But the future can be pursued. I have grown up, and am no longer the childish me. Gu Jinhao approached her and said with a sly smile, but I didn't hear that last night. That's what you meant. Really? Your Highness. Please hurry up, and do the next thing. There is only 1.5 days left. I don't feel well. I need to go home and rest for a while. Hearing that she was not feeling well, the dog prince stopped smiling. He felt his hand was a little cold. And there was even cold sweat on his forehead. Chapter 61. It's obvious that she was just trying to prevent him. What's going on? He stopped playing around, his eyes full of nervousness. The little girl was also nervous. Not only nervous, but her cheeks were also red. This unnatural look was the first time in front of him. Where do you feel uncomfortable? I'll call the imperial physician for you. When she heard the imperial physician, Shen Qingxuang's face became even redder, and she shook her head like a rattle. Your Highness, don't ask anymore. You won't understand even if you ask. Just take me home. Gu Jinhao was flattered that she actually asked him to take her home. But seeing her weak appearance, he began to worry again. He quickly called Qin Yun to drive, and rushed to the Shen mansion. As soon as Shen Qingxuang entered the yard, she drove Gu Jinhao away, asked him to go to the boss for tea, and called Biyu herself. Biyu hurried over after hearing the anxious voice, and was relieved after finding out what happened. Shen Qinglang learned from Gu Jinhao that his sister was not feeling well, and hurried to Chuani Pavilion. As soon as he entered the door, he saw her curled up on the couch like a dead silkworm, and was immediately frightened. Her little face was pale, her little hands were cold, and her little mouth that usually kept chattering had lost its color. Your Highness, didn't she go to the prison with you? How did she become like this? Shen Qinglang said in a bad tone. What did you do to her? Gu Jinhao swore that he did nothing. Shen Qinglang temporarily suppressed his anger and touched Shen Qingxuang's forehead with a worried look, even though she was still in high spirits when she went out. Qingxuang, shall I ask the doctor to come and see her? She closed her eyes and shook her head, her voice weak. No need. Brother, I'll be fine after a good sleep. Shen Qinglang disagreed. It was really heartbreaking that the good sunflower had become a bitter vegetable flower. If something happens, how can he explain to his dead mother? The old man is not at home. If he comes back and finds that he has not taken good care of her, he will definitely punish him to face the wall in fast. He was afraid that Xiao Er and Xiao Sen would see him. Shen Qingxuang saw that he insisted, so she had to whisper in his ear with a red face. Her brother suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief. She whispered, lie down well. I'll ask Biyu to prepare some red date soup for you. She smiled and said, she has gone. Are you hungry? Xiao Sen brought back some red bean cakes you like at noon. I'll get them for you. Okay. What else do you want? Just after taking 2 steps, Shen Qinglang turned back. Shen Qingxuang blinked and didn't say anything, just kept laughing, which made him confused. What's wrong? Brother is so considerate. I'm wondering which girl will be lucky enough to become my sister-in-law in the future. What kind of woman do you like? I'll keep an eye out for you. In the original book, Shen Qinglang died on the battlefield and never married. It's sad to think about it. Such a good brother must have the best love. Shen Qinglang scratched her nose. As long as I don't worry about you as much as you do. Seeing her pouting, he laughed and said, just kidding. My sister is the cutest. Be good. Sleep for a while. I'll get you some red bean cake. Tucked her quilt in, only to find that Gu Jinhao was leaning against the door with a sour look, and took him out directly. He didn't avoid suspicion in the woman's boudoir at all, and there was no rules at all. Gu Jinhao also frowned. There were only 3 people in the room, and they whispered to each other, obviously to prevent him. Hey, what are you 2 siblings whispering about? What can't you tell me? What happened to Qingxuang? Gu Jinhao expressed his dissatisfaction directly. Shen Qinglang thought he was really interesting. Who was he? Why did he have to tell him everything? He said seriously, Your Highness, it's not convenient for you to listen to girls' affairs. The dog prince was anxious. Why is it convenient for you? Are you a girl? I'm her brother. The 4 concise words left Gu Jinhao speechless. Is it her brother who is amazing? He is really amazing. Thinking that the little girl was asleep, he simply went back to the palace to deal with the arson first. When they arrived at the Tianlao, Shen Qingshu had already completed the new confession, and the 2 went to Changwei Palace together. Compared with Huaxin Palace, Changwei Palace is in a relatively remote location, but because Lianbin has been very favored by the emperor recently. Even the palace people have become more and more arrogant. A group of eunuchs surrounded a guard, who was curled up on the ground and punched and kicked him, beating and scolding him, humiliating him to the extreme. Dogs rely on people's power. And the air is foul, Shen Qingshu scolded, tightening his sword. Gu Jinhao was always indifferent, and just glanced at them. The eunuchs saw them coming and saluted. Your servants greet the fourth prince. The guards who had finally escaped also ran over. Your servants greet the fourth prince. Glancing at Shen Qingshu's angry face, he called out guiltily, Boss? Gu Jinhao said, What's the fuss? The guard was about to speak when a young eunuch spoke first. Your servant. When Yaoqing gave the jade ruby to concubine Liang, he actually broke the cup of Changwei Palace and scared the concubine Liang. Didn't he deliberately make trouble for the concubine Liang? That's why we are teaching him a lesson. When Yaoqing heard the slanderous words, he hurriedly explained, Your servant. It was not broken by me. It was a palace maid who bumped into my cup when she was serving tea to concubine Liang. Your Highness. He is making excuses. He did it on purpose. The young eunuch refused to give in, and became more and more excited. Your Highness. Boss. I really didn't do that. Gu Jinhao had a headache after hearing this. Waved his hand, and said to the young eunuch, I am not interested in investigating who is right and who is wrong. But if the guards made a mistake, it should be handled by Commander Shen. When is it your turn to teach them a lesson? Each of you will be beaten with 50 boards. And then go to the chores room to work. The chores room is not a place for people to stay. The young eunuchs knelt down together. Your Highness. Please forgive me. Your Highness. Please forgive me. I don't forgive you here. If you dare to say one more word, you will be beaten with 100 boards. The young eunuchs were silent, and reluctantly bowed and left. Your people. You deal with them yourself. Gu Jinhao pointed at Yao Qian. Shen Qingshu looked at his anxious younger brother with a look of regret, and cursed, You have been bullied by a group of eunuchs like this, and you have lost all the face of our brothers. Boss. They are the people of concubine Liang, and I dare not fight back. Shen Qingshu was angry, pointing at his head, and angrily said, You are a guard in front of the emperor, but you are afraid of a woman in a harem. What kind of guard are you? Just be a eunuch like them. Boss. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Yaoqing knelt on the ground, knocking his head loudly. It would be better to kill him than to be a eunuch. Shen Qingshu was unmoved and said in a deep voice, I don't accept people without seeds. Waving to the side, a guard came running. Your Highness. Boss. Shen Qingshu said, Take him to get 100 boards, and drive him out of the palace after the execution. Pass the order down, and if anyone is timid, weak-backed, and loses the face of the guards in front of the emperor. This is an example. Gu Jinhao watched quietly, with a smile on his lips. The young master of General Dingen's mansion is really a tiger when he is out of the cage. Lianbin was taking a leisurely nap on the soft couch at this time, and the palace maid Xinlan and Xiling were massaging her shoulders and legs. Everything was peaceful. But suddenly a delicate cry came out. Your hand is so heavy. Do you want to die? The two little palace maids stopped their hands at the same time, and looked at her in fear. Then Xiling's fair face was slapped loudly, because Lianbin's nails were very long. They directly scratched her face with a bloody mark. Lianbin hummed and felt better. Suddenly, she found that her nails were broken, and raised her hand to slap again. Xiling covered her face and sobbed. The crying made Lianbin more irritable. She stretched out her hand and twisted her face hard, and a circle of deep red marks appeared immediately. Xiling's face was burning and painful, and as Lianbin exerted force, the pain became more and more severe. She couldn't stand it anymore and cried for mercy. You heard me, and you still dare to beg for mercy. Xinlan, take me down and give me 20 slaps. Xinlan stood up quickly, and almost fell on Lianbin due to panic. She met her vicious eyes, and knelt down quickly. Madam, please forgive me. I didn't mean it. There is no doubt that she was slapped on the face. But she didn't dare to cry. If she cried, Xiling might end up like her. Lianbin touched her slightly bulging belly and cursed, If you hurt the emperor, I will kill your entire clan. Why don't you take this slut down to receive the punishment? Yes. Yes. At this time, someone reported, Madam, the fourth prince and Commander Shen are here. Lianbin's face changed. She was hesitating whether to let them in, but the two had already arrived. Gu Jinhao was dressed in black brocade and had a deep face. Just standing there gave her a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 62, he has full authority over this case. Gu Jinhao nodded slightly. Lady Liangpin. Shen Qingshu didn't have his domineering attitude. So he bowed. I pay my respects to Lady Liangpin. Lady Liangpin stretched out her hand. And a little palace maid came up quickly to support her. She returned the bow. Fourth prince. Is there something you need to do in Changwei Palace? Gu Jinhao's face was indifferent. And he put one hand behind his back and handed her something. This is the confession of Bali and Julian. Please take a look first. Lady Liangpin. Confession? Lady Liangpin almost couldn't stand. And if it weren't for the little palace maid's quick eyes and hands, she might have fallen. Your Highness said Bali and Julian? Gu Jinhao glanced at her. His eyes deep. Your Highness did not hear it wrong. It was Bali from Huaxing Palace and Julian from Changwei Palace. Liangpin frowned and sneered. Your Highness. Did you make a mistake? Julian is clearly here. Where did the confession come from? The little maid next to her whispered, Your Highness. Julian disappeared early in the morning. Missing? Liangpin's face was pale. Her nails pinched the flesh tightly. But she could no longer feel the pain. Gu Jinhao found a chair and sat down directly, staring at her intently, his eyes revealing a playful look. Your Highness. Don't worry. Julian is real. And the confession is also real. It shouldn't be difficult for me to find someone in Changwei Palace. Well, let's stop talking nonsense. Your Highness. Take a look at the things in your hand first. Liangpin opened the confession nervously. And the more she looked, the more panicked she became. At the end, she felt dizzy and fell to the ground even though the maid was supporting her. She crumpled the confession into a ball and wanted to tear it into pieces. But she didn't dare to. So she could only throw it on the ground in hatred. Fourth prince? Those two bitches wronged me. I and concubine Shu are like sisters. There is no way I can harm her. Murdering a concubine is a capital crime. Your Highness. You must not listen to the words of a villain and wrongly accuse me. Gu Jinhao looked at her panicked appearance as she collapsed on the ground, and said coldly, There are witnesses and testimonies. And you still say that I wronged you? I am not saying this. Your Highness. I just hope that your Highness will see clearly. Liangpin said with courage. Even though she was a favorite concubine, she was afraid of Gu Jinhao from the bottom of her heart, who even the emperor was afraid of. Gu Jinhao snorted and pointed at the little maid next to her. You. Go and find Jiang Sheng. Hearing the name Jiang Sheng, Liangpin's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she stared at the little maid with a threatening look. But the little maid was obviously more afraid of Gu Jinhao, and said respectfully, Yes. Gu Jinhao said to Shen Qingshu again, Go and find the evidence. Yes, Your Highness. Liangpin lowered her head and bit her lips. Her hands clenched tightly. Suddenly she felt a pain in her abdomen, and she endured the pain and said, Fourth prince? I am still pregnant with the emperor's child. But you are here to stir up trouble for no reason. If the emperor's child is in trouble, can you bear the responsibility? Gu Jinhao looked at her with interest. The emperor's harem is really full of talents. Sometimes he was respectful, and sometimes he threatened. He said calmly, I came to Liangpin with the confession to discuss the case with you. Liangpin. And you fell to the ground because you were guilty. Everyone in Changwei Palace saw it clearly. How could it be that I was the one who stirred up trouble for no reason? If the child is in trouble, it is also Liangpin's fault as a mother. Pointed you. Help her up, and then find an imperial doctor to see her. A little maid stepped forward quickly, and carefully helped Liangpin sit on the chair. Why don't you go to the imperial hospital? Didn't you hear what I said? Gu Jinhao was furious when he saw the maid standing still. The maid knelt down quickly, and said with her head down, Your Highness. Calm down. It's just that the queen's pregnancy was examined by the imperial physician Jiang. Just now. Luin has been ordered by Your Highness to find him. Liangpin pinched the maid fiercely and scolded, Hanshao. Answer whatever Your Highness asks. Why are you talking so much? Hanshao wiped her tears. I know I was wrong. Gu Jinhao's eyes were full of inquiry. Mr. Jiang. Imperial physician Jiang. This is interesting. Seeing that Liangpin was really uncomfortable, Hanshao poured her a cup of hot tea and helped her calm down. Liangpin's complexion was slightly better. But when she saw the purse, gold hairpin and gem bracelet in Shen Qingshu's hand, she began to panic again. They were all given to Julian by her. Gu Jinhao pointed at those things. Do you know them? Liangpin was absent-minded when Hanshao reminded her again, My lady. The fourth prince is asking you. Liang was startled, brushed her hair, and pretended to be calm. These are my things. I lost them before. I didn't expect that, Julian. That slut stole them. Steal? Commander Shen, do you think Changwei Palace is interesting? Shen Qingshu nodded very politely and smiled. Not only interesting, but also funny. I didn't mention that I found it at Julian's place. But Lady Liangping could say it with certainty. Liangping's eyes flashed with resentment. She wanted to kill him. She couldn't afford to offend Gu Jinhao. But she had the capital to be superior to Shen Qingshu. She pointed at him and said angrily, Shen Qingshu, you are just a small guard commander. And you dare to ridicule me. I can punish you for disrespect. Shen Qingshu's eyes were even colder than Gu Jinhao's. And he turned around and faced her. Your Highness, you are seriously suspected of murdering concubine Shu and the little prince. I am ordered to investigate this case. There is no respect or disrespect until your suspicion is cleared. Liangping was furious and began to cover her abdomen again, shouting, I want to see the emperor. Gu Jinhao sighed. Why are the women in the harem so annoying? If I had known, I would not have taken this case. He said to Shen Qingshu, take this confession to see my brother, and see what he says. Shen Qingshu went to the council hall as he was told. And Fan Yinping was there. What's the matter? The emperor asked. Shen Qingshu said, Your Highness, the arson case of Washing Hall points to concubine Liangping. And she wants to see the emperor. This is the confession of the maid Baoli and her sister Julian, who set the fire. Please take a look. Your Highness. The emperor's eyes showed disbelief. And he quickly glanced at it, and was immediately furious. Xu Fei is Fan Yinping's niece. When she heard that the arson case was related to Liangping, her eyes became gloomy. Your Majesty, if it is true, please make the decision for Xu Fei and the little prince. The emperor took a deep breath. Tell Jinhao that he has full authority to make the decision on this case. Shen Qingshu said respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. As soon as he walked out of the palace gate, he saw Zhang Digui running in a panic. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. It's not good. Xu Fei died. Shen Qingshu brought the emperor's oral order to Gu Jinhao. And Liangping's eyes darkened. Like a pool of stagnant water. She reached out to grab the cup. But because she was distracted, she grabbed nothing and fell directly from the chair. After that, she heard Hongxia scream. And Liangping's body was red. At the same time, Jiang Sheng came. To be more precise, he was carried here. There was a red spot on his pants. His face was pale. His lips were bloodless. And there was an imperial physician beside him. Even Gu Jinhao was shocked by this situation. He looked at Shen Qingshu and had the same expression. Heal concubine Liang first. Gu Jinhao ordered. The imperial physician came to take care of Jiang Sheng. He was a little hesitant when he heard Gu Jinhao's order. Your Highness, concubine Liang's pregnancy has never been allowed to be treated by our ministers. Gu Jinhao said, I will let you treat it now. Yes. Yes. Your Highness. After taking concubine Liang's pulse, the imperial physician's face changed and his hands trembled. He didn't dare to look directly at Gu Jinhao's eyes. But he didn't dare to keep it a secret. He invited him outside the palace and knelt down directly. Your Highness, please save my life. Gu Jinhao had a guess in his mind and said lightly, Isn't the child in her belly my brother's? The imperial physician wiped his sweat and nodded in acknowledgement. It is said that concubine Liang is 2 months pregnant. But actually, it is 3 months. Besides, because of the fall just now, the baby in her belly is in danger and may not be saved. Gu Jinhao said to him, If it can't be saved, don't save it. Save your head first. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Chapter 63 Your Highness. I will tell you everything. Gu Jinhao returned to the palace and dismissed everyone else, leaving only Shen Qingshu. Are you Jiang Sheng? Yes. A weak voice came out of Jiang Sheng's mouth. And it was obvious that he was enduring great pain. Gu Jinhao said to him, Let me guess. Your injury was caused by Liangping? Jiang Sheng looked at him in fear, not daring to speak, neither admitting nor denying. Gu Jinhao stood up and walked in front of him, his tone extremely calm. If you investigate the matter between you and Liangping carefully, it won't take much time. Don't you think so? Jiang Sheng remained silent, but his pale lips kept shaking. And so did his hands. He tried to stay calm, but in vain. Gu Jinhao added, You are the imperial physician. and you know your physical condition better than others. This king is not a long-winded person. So I will only say 2 things to you, and you will listen to them. 1. Julian is pregnant. 2. Liang Pin's child cannot be saved. How to choose? You decide for yourself. This king does not have much time, and will only give you 1 stick of incense. Commander Shen, come and have some tea. Shen Qingshu saw him pouring tea himself, and was very terrified, and took it with both hands. Before finishing a cup of tea, Jiang Sheng struggled to kneel down. Your Highness, I will tell you everything. After leaving the palace, Gu Jinhao was rarely relaxed, and so was Shen Qingshu. Such a complicated case was solved in 2 days, and it was worth celebrating. Gu Jinhao did not mention the affair between Liang Pin and Jiang Sheng to Shen Qingshu. Such a bloody thing was really an insult to the dignity of the royal family. Thinking of his royal brother, who was so romantic, he was actually cheated by a concubine one day, which was really ironic. It's also very interesting. When the report was submitted to the emperor, it was only said that Liang Pin's crime was exposed, and she was afraid of miscarriage. The emperor did not feel much regret, but said that she deserved it. As for the treatment of the parties involved, under Gu Jinhao's suggestion, Bali was executed. Jiang Sheng and Julian were tattooed and expelled from the palace. The emperor originally considered that Liang Pin had just miscarried and planned to let her leave the palace to practice. But Fang Yinping insisted on seeking justice for the deceased Shufei, and finally granted a white silk. The emperor was in a bad mood because 2 concubines died in a row. He went to Xiongning Palace and sat for a while, but his mood did not improve. Instead, he became more depressed. Zhang Degui suggested, Your Majesty, do you want to go out of the palace for a walk? The emperor glanced at him and snorted, I would like to go. But can you handle so many memorials? Zhang Degui smiled awkwardly, Your Majesty, I don't dare to do what you said, and I don't have the ability to do it. I just heard that the virtuous concubine always goes out of the palace to play from time to time, and she always smiles when she comes back. It's not because Your Majesty is too tired that I have this idea. The emperor thought for a while, and finally returned to the council hall to handle government affairs. The court officials were not very convinced of him, and there was a mess in the harem, so it's better to be more content. After returning home, Shen Qingshu went to Shen Qingshuang to report the good news. But she didn't have much energy, and at most gave him a hum or oh, which reduced his surprise by 50%. Sister, I finally solved this case. Please give me some encouragement. The concubines in the harem are so scheming that they are killing each other. Isn't that exciting enough for you? Shen Qingshuang glanced at him. Is this rare? Do you have a case that you haven't solved yet? Shen Qingshuang was relieved. Who says he wasn't? I originally thought that the assassination of Gu Jinhao was more or less related to the arson of Huaxin Palace. But no one knew that no one mentioned it. When the guard said to track down the assassin came back that night, they really came back. Nothing has been found. Did the emperor give you this case? Let me assist. But there is no clear order. It still depends on the opinion of the 4th prince. As long as he doesn't force me, my position as the head of the guards is still stable. Since that's the case, Shen Qingshuang won't get involved in that muddy water. Isn't it better to eat, drink and have fun? Shen Qingshu looked at her listless appearance and touched her forehead. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? She took his hand away. No. I'm just sleepy. Why are you sleepy? I'll talk to you. Otherwise you'll spend your best youth sleeping. Hey sister. How did you know about Julian and Boli? The moment you told me today, I was shocked. I guessed it. Just to trick them. Who knew it would be revealed? She evaded the question. Shen Qingshu didn't believe it. You can even trick Julian into being pregnant? I know medical skills. I can tell, Shen Qingshu said. But how do you know Jiang Sheng and Julian have an affair? I've been working in the palace for so long, and I didn't even know there was a Jiang Sheng. Shen Qingshuang was choked and covered her with a quilt and shouted, I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. Don't disturb my sleep. Shen Qingshu's question was not answered yet. Staring at her gossiping. Hearing a cough, he stood up reflexively. Big brother. Shen Qingshuang showed her head from the quilt and said aggrievedly, Big brother. I'm sleepy. But second brother keeps talking to me. I want to sleep. Shen Qinglang glared at the second brother fiercely, and he went out consciously, fearing that he would say go and face the wall. During dinner, Shen Qingshuang came back to life, and her complexion was much better, as if the dead silkworm-like person at noon was not her. She originally wanted to go to Inhui Garden to watch a play, but was stopped by Shen Qinglang, who insisted that she have a good rest and ordered Bu to keep an eye on her. So she had no choice but to give up. Back in the room, bored, she picked up a pen to write a storybook. It is always good to have a draft in reserve, so as not to have no time to write one day and cause a gap in the work. It would be a loss if it affected her share of the work. While writing, Bu ran over and whispered, "Miss, there is a Miss Qin outside the door looking for you." "Miss Qin? I don't know her." She didn't even raise her head and continued to recall the story. "But she said she knew you. And I think you look familiar. It seems, by the way, the third young master brought her to the mansion for tea. And you were there that time. Did you drink tea together?" Shen Qingxuang immediately thought of someone. Could it be that crazy little princess? Putting down the pen, she walked towards the door with Bu. On the way, she met Shen Qinglang, who was frowning. "Want to sneak out again?" The little girl was speechless. Is the eldest brother really so idle? Is he following her? Pulling his arm, she said, "Brother, someone is looking for me. I just go out to see. If you are free, go out with me." Shen Qinglang really went out with her. As expected, it was Qin Yuan. When he saw her, he was so surprised that he kept waving his hands. There was also an expressionless young man standing next to him. He was wearing purple clothes and his eyes were deep. It was the man in green standing next to Qin Xiaojun that day, with a gold ring hanging on one ear. Shen Qingxuang subconsciously tensed up and held her brother's arm tightly. Seeing her panic, Shen Qinglang patted her hands and his eyes fell on the man in purple. "Qingxuang, I want to ask you out tomorrow." Qin Yuan got straight to the point. When she saw Shen Qinglang beside her, her eyes froze again. Who is this handsome man? When she heard the word handsome from her mouth, Shen Qingxuang knew that she was obsessed with him again. Chapter 64. Who knows if he is just a name for nothing? This handsome young man is my elder brother Shen Qinglang. Shen Qinglang heard that she also added handsome young man. Smiled and touched her hair. Naughty. Shen Qingxuang smiled. She is handsome. Brother. She is the fourth princess of Chu. We met in. It's a long story. Anyway. Qin Yuan's eyes were full of envy when she heard that this handsome young man was her brother. Why doesn't she have such good luck? Hello, Mr. Shen. I am Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan has always been very polite to handsome young men. This politeness permeates her bones, which makes the purple-clothed young man next to her surprised. Shen Qinglang was slightly startled, and nodded in return. Princess. Qin Yuan saw that their eyes were always on the attendant beside her, and hurriedly introduced. Tang Shi is my brother's guard. It's because I fell into the river before, and he didn't let me go out alone. So he let Tang Shi follow me. Tang Shi saluted expressionlessly. It was already dark at this time, and Shen Qingxuang felt that the gold ring on his ear was particularly dazzling, which made her head ache, and she didn't want to stay outside. Princess, do you want to go in and sit for a while? It's not a good thing to always stand outside the door, and standing is not as comfortable as sitting. Qin Yuan whispered, Is the third young master at home? Shen Qingxuang shook her head. He hasn't come back yet. Then I won't sit. Qin Yuan refused very straightforwardly. Shen Qingxuang was a little skeptical. Did she really come to see him? Then are you leaving? Qin Yuan was stunned. She was going to chase her away right after she arrived? But she was not the kind of person who was embarrassed. So she said straightforwardly, No. Shen Qingxuang. Princess, you won't sit down or leave. May I ask what you are doing here? Qin Yuan got to the point and took her hand and began to beg, Please accompany me to the appointment tomorrow. You are my only friend here. Shen Qingxuang was a little confused. They became friends after only 3 meetings? And she became her only friend here? At best, she just got acquainted with him. Right? It's not that I hate her, but I just don't think it's necessary to make friends with her. After all, this princess has a sister who will frame her third brother in the future. She politely declined, Princess. I'm not feeling well these days. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Qin Yuan was anxious when she heard this. But if you don't accompany me, I'll have no one. Qingxuang, you don't know? Your queen mother insisted that the son of the Marquis of Chang'e take me out to play tomorrow. And I don't know him. What's fun? But my brother insisted that I go. So I had to come to you. You won't stand by and watch me die. Right? Looking at her expectant eyes, Shen Qingxuang said with certainty, I will. Qin Yuan. She sighed. You are so beautiful and so cute. Why don't you have sympathy? Humph. She hummed and secretly glanced at Qin Shuang, which made her laugh. You mean the son of the Marquis of Chang'e? Qin Yuan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice when she heard that there was a chance. Qin Shuang asked her brother, why would the Queen Mother let the eldest princess husband play with her? It's so strange. Qin Yuan was stunned. And then got angry. You're already married and you're still messing with me? Who are you looking down on? Qin Lang didn't think so, and asked suspiciously, could it be Jiang Bieli? Qin Yuan nodded solemnly, yes. Yes. That's what Bieli is. Qin Lang understood and said with a smile, the eldest son of Chang'e Marquis, Jiang Haobai, married the eldest princess. And the second son, Jiang Bieli, is still unmarried. Perhaps the Queen Mother intends to match them up. Qin Shuang suddenly thought of the Queen Mother's words at the birthday banquet of concubine Xian. It turned out that the follow-up was here. Qin Yuan snorted disdainfully, I am not from Daqi. And she can't be my master. Then she was short of breath, but I can't disobey my brother's words. Qin Shuang, just accompany me for a day. Otherwise I will be embarrassed. Qin Shuang twisted her handkerchief and looked entangled. Qin Lang said, if you don't want to, don't go. Rest at home. Qin Yuan's tears were about to come out. What should I do? I only heard Tang, she said in a deep voice, Miss Shen. Our princess is a golden branch and jade leaf. Since she has spoken, you better not refuse. Best? These two words directly made Qin Lang angry. He pointed at him and said coldly, look carefully where you are before you talk. A small guard dares to be so presumptuous. Tang Shi's eyes. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his face. And then he smiled. It's just a small general's mansion. We have many of them in Chu. Qin Yuan was shocked. On the night of concubine Xian's birthday, Qin Shaojun had told her not to provoke General Dingen's mansion. Tang Shi dared to be so rude. Isn't this asking for trouble? He shouted, Tang Shi. What nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you apologize to the young general and Qin Shuang? Tang Shi's eyes were arrogant. Princess. I'm telling the truth. He is called the young general. But who knows if he is just a person with a false reputation? Whether he is just a person with a false reputation. You will know after fighting him for a few moves. But boy, don't cry. Hearing this joking voice, Qin Yuan was happy in her heart. She turned around and saw that it was Qin Yin who came back. He was dressed in moon-white brocade, walking with another young man in white. Both of them were handsome and unrestrained, like the breeze and the bright moon. Young Master Shinsan. What a coincidence. She hurried to meet him. Because of nervousness, her hands tightly grasped her skirt, and two red clouds flew on her face. Qin Yin held the fan against his chin and smiled. It's a coincidence. Princess. Is this boy your guard? Qin Yuan nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. He looks down on my eldest brother? Qin Yuan nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Qin Yin said leisurely. You really know how to choose people. Said to Qin Lang, boss. Since the provocation has come to the door, why don't you open his eyes? Isn't it a pity that you only use your kung fu to teach me and my second brother a lesson? Qin Lang glared at him, and he immediately shut up, thinking of how Qin Yin had beaten Qin Shaojun so badly that he had no chance to fight back. Qin Yuan asked tentatively, Third young master, according to you, the young general's kung fu is better than yours? Qin Yin shook his head. Qin Yuan was relieved a little. Not better than me, but better than me and my second brother combined. Ah! Qin Yin comforted her very considerately. Princess, don't worry. As the saying goes, a skilled person is bold. Your guard is so confident that he won't be beaten to death. By the way, Princess, how does his kung fu compare to your brother's? Qin Yuan gave a relatively conservative answer, probably lower than my brother's. Oh! Then you'll be on your own. He may be beaten to death. It depends on my boss's mood. According to my understanding of him. Although he is smiling now, he is actually very angry. The fan was opened elegantly. Yunjian, come and enjoy the painting. The boss doesn't teach people a lesson easily. It's rare. Gu Yunjian smiled and nodded. Walked to Qin Shuang, and suddenly frowned. Why do you look so bad? Are you not feeling well? Qin Shuang shook her head. It's fine now. Brother Yunjian, why did you come here? Gu Yunjian found an excuse. Qin Yin asked me to appreciate the paintings. I couldn't refuse, so I had to come. It happened that Shen Qingyan arrived, and he was confused when he heard this. Seeing Gu Yunjin winking at him again, he smiled meaningfully. Yes. Appreciate the paintings. Appreciate the paintings. Appreciate the paintings. What paintings? Real paintings? I couldn't refuse. It was obviously his initiative to come. How can the men of the royal family be more shameless than each other? If this continues, will the Qi still have a future? After chatting for a few words, Tang Shi, whose eyes were on his head just now, fell heavily to the ground, covering his chest with his hands and coughing out blood. Shen Qinglong's body was spotless, and his eyes were as calm as ever. How pitiful. Shen Qingyan's face was full of sympathy. Boy, remember, General Shen is not just a name for nothing. Chapter 65 Fate is something that is 30% determined by heaven and 70% by human effort. Tang Shi struggled to stand up, wiped the corners of his mouth, and said nothing more, thinking that it was getting late and that she had lost face. Qin Yulan had to hurry back to the inn to report to Qin Shaojun. So she hurriedly begged Shen Qingshuang to accompany her to the appointment tomorrow. Princess, forget it. It's obvious that the second young master wants to communicate with you about his feelings. It would be so embarrassing if you brought me along. It was so uncomfortable to be a light bulb. So she wouldn't go. Qin Yuan hugged her arm and said coquettishly, It's not embarrassing. Tang Shi will be there too. When she heard that this violent boy was there, she didn't want to go even more. If he could assassinate Gu Jinhao, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to kill her? What's more, he had just been beaten up by his elder brother. So why didn't he seek revenge on her? Unable to resist Qin Yulan's coquetry and roguery, she had to find Shen Qinglang. Brother, how about you come with us? Shen Qinglang didn't care, but he had already made an appointment with the people from the Ministry of War. It was rare for his sister to ask him for something. So he said helplessly, Forget it. I'll postpone the appointment tomorrow. Shen Qingshuang was very happy. This way, she was not afraid anymore. And she could also take the opportunity to monitor Tang Shi, just in case he had any conspiracy. Shen Qingyan quietly pushed Gu Yunjin, his eyes blinking. Which meant you know. Gu Yunjin understood, although it was a bit abrupt. But the opportunity still had to be seized. He said to Shen Qinglang, General Shen, I am free tomorrow. How about you take care of your business? And I will accompany Qingshuang? Afraid that he would not agree, he added, Don't worry. I will bring her back safely. Shen Qinglang was a little surprised and glanced at his brother. But Shen Qingyan pretended not to see it, raised his head to study the celestial phenomena, and muttered something from time to time. Very focused. Qingshuang, what do you think? Let's ask for my sister's opinion first. Shen Qingshuang scratched her head, looked up and asked, Brother Yunjin, will it be too much trouble for you? No. It's an honor. Gu Yunjian's eyes were as gentle as ever, like the stars. She pulled him aside and whispered, The guard named Tang Shi doesn't look like a good person. Neither of us knows martial arts. If we fight, we will be at a disadvantage. Or you should not go. And I won't go either. He finally escaped an assassination. Who knows if there will be another one in the future? So don't take this risk. It's not like she will give it back to him just after saving his life. Gu Yunjin finally had a chance to get along with her. He can't just let it go. He also lowered his voice and said, After the assassination, Uncle Wu rearranged the secret guards I withdrew. Although their martial arts are not as good as your elder brother, they are more than enough to deal with these, and will never hurt a hair on your head. Now there is no worry. Shen Qingshuang couldn't hide his excitement. You told me such a secret? What else? If you feel insecure when you are with me, it will be my failure. Reliable. Shen Qingshuang patted his shoulder. Then it's settled. He said to Shen Qinglang, Brother, I will go with Brother Yunjin tomorrow. Shen Qinglang nodded and agreed, and said, 15th Prince? She has been feeling unwell these days. Don't let her eat raw and cold food. Don't play too late. Bring her back before dinner. Gu Yunjin nodded, definitely. Looking at Shen Qingyan again. The guy had finished studying the astronomical phenomena and secretly gave him a thumbs up. In order to cover up his lie, Shen Qingyan really dug out a painting for Gu Yunjin to appreciate. Gu Yunjin actually talked about the unknown painting for nearly an hour. Shen Qingshuang was amazed in her heart. It was good to be cultured. He quoted classics and made the dead come alive. What was even more admirable was that when she thought about it carefully, it was really the case. It was just that she felt subconsciously that the painting was familiar. as if she had seen it somewhere. But where did she see it? She held her chin and thought hard. But the more she thought, the more she couldn't remember. It was only when Shin Lang urged her to go to bed that she saw it and asked curiously, "Xiao San, why did you take the old man's drunken graffiti?" He himself was ashamed and wanted to destroy it, but couldn't find it. Shin Qingyan and Gu Yunjian were more embarrassed than each other. Shin Qingxuang couldn't help it anymore, and the three of them laughed together. After seeing Gu Yunjian off, she stretched lazily and went to Chuani Pavilion. When she was almost at the door, she heard a sad voice. "What are you talking about with the little uncle?" Shin Qingxuang was almost scared by him, and it took her a while to recover. "Your Highness, can you stop hiding in the dark and scaring people? Like a ghost." Gu Jinhao walked out from under the shadow of the tree, sighed, and looked helpless. "Shin Qinglang won't let me into your room, and there's no light in your yard. What can I do?" "This makes some sense. Then why can't you come during the day? Do you have to choose a dark and windy time?" Gu Jinhao said, after the trial of the arson case. "I had something urgent to do and couldn't come, so I had to come at night." She set him and asked him to go to the green smoke pavilion first, and then took the medicine and cloth over. Gu Jinhao asked suspiciously, "What for?" "I'm not here to change the medicine." Shin Qingxuang was surprised. What else could she do besides changing the medicine? He took out a food box from his back and gave it to her. "It's for you. Drink it now. It's still hot." "Drink? What to drink?" She opened it doubtfully and was shocked. Gu Jinhao took out the soup bowl inside and handed it to her, saying seriously, "Longan, lotus seeds, and red date soup. Shin Qinglang didn't tell me what disease you had, but only said it was a girl's thing. I asked my mother, and she asked Yuping to cook this for me to bring." Shin Qingxuang could imagine the reaction of concubine Xian. She was embarrassed and her face was red. "What's wrong with you? Drink it quickly." She just sat there without moving. Gu Jinhao frowned. "You don't suspect me of poisoning, do you?" "No." She knew better than him whether it was poisoned or not, and was a little restrained. "Your Highness, you don't have to do this." Gu Jinhao understood what she meant. When he thought of the scene he had just seen, he felt inexplicably bad. "Drink quickly, and change the medicine for me after you finish." She stopped talking, holding the spoon and lowering her head to drink. The soup was still hot. When she thought about bringing it out of the palace, she could imagine how fast the carriage was. And Qin Yun must have been scolded a lot. "Thank you. No need." When they changed his medicine, both of them were silent. The room was very quiet, and only the rustling of powder and bandage could be heard. "Okay. Put on your clothes." She packed her things, and was about to leave when he called her. The voice was a little nervous. Are you free tomorrow?" She said truthfully. "Jiang Bili has an appointment with Qin Yulan tomorrow, and the princess asked me to accompany her. And I agreed." Gu Jinhao felt lost for a while, thought about it and said, "Won't it be awkward for you to accompany them?" "I'll go with you. Brother Yunjian will go with us." For some reason, she felt guilty looking at him, as if she had done something wrong. But she had done nothing wrong. Gu Jinhao's heart sank, and the loneliness in his eyes became deeper and deeper. He walked forward slowly, held her shoulders, and whispered, "You are unfair, Qingxuang. You are really unfair." His eyes were as deep as an ancient well, making her feel like she would sink into it after just one look. She lowered her head. "Your Highness, believe it or not, we don't have the kind of fate you want." Then there was a deathly silence, and he let her go. After a long time, the dog prince smiled again. For things like fate, 3 parts are destined by heaven, and 7 parts depend on human efforts. Shin Qingxuang was petrified instantly, and she admired his ability to build up his own psychology very much. "What do you like about me? I'll change it." Gu Jinhao crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows and said, "I like you but you don't like me. Change it. Change it now." Shin Qingxuang's teeth were about to break. It's a talent to be such a scoundrel. Chapter 66. All the talk of brother-sister love is fake. The next morning, Jiang Bili just opened the door and saw Jiang Haobai standing in the yard, seemingly waiting for him. "Brother," he stretched. "Looking for me?" Jiang Haobai nodded, patted his shoulder, and smiled. "Go to see the 4th princess of Chu today?" Jiang Bili sighed. He didn't want to go, but the queen mother insisted. She also asked him to perform well, and it would be best if he could win the prince's heart. so that the Chungi Marquis mansion would have a stronger support. Since my aunt values the help of Chu so much, why doesn't she let the emperor marry the princess? Jiang Bili snorted. The emperor has countless concubines in the harem, and he doesn't care about having one more. Jiang Haobai laughed again. You are childish, aren't you? The queen is still the queen even if she is not favored. Although the princess of Chu is not a legitimate daughter, she is very favored by the emperor and empress, so she must be the main wife. Jiang Bili looked up at the sky. The white clouds really looked like his love that died before it even started. Brother, I envy you very much. You are the prince, and you married someone you like. Sister-in-law is gentle and virtuous. You two are in harmony. This is a good marriage. Jiang Haobai's expression was complicated. Is it really a good marriage? He once thought that Gu Lingyan was willing to marry him because she liked him. But who knew that she just succumbed to fate? She was a princess born out of wedlock and never won the favor of the late emperor. Her mother was born as a palace maid. If the late emperor had not been drunk and did not see clearly, I am afraid she would not even have the status of a noble. Although she was a princess, no one cared about her feelings. She could only listen to the arrangements of the queen at that time and the current queen mother. He asked his aunt to grant him a marriage. Even though his aunt was reluctant, she still fulfilled his wish. At the beginning of their marriage, she would smile at him and care about him. But it was always indifferent. Not as lively and smart as he saw her before she got married. Until one day, he understood the reason. It was not that she had changed, but that he was not the one she liked. That night, she was unconscious due to illness, and he carefully fed her medicine. She stared at him blankly, and reached out to touch his face, with joy in her eyes. It was the first time that she was so gentle to him. Gentle from the heart. He was very excited and held her hand. But she called brother Qingyan. He was stunned there on the spot, humiliated and angry. He silently hated Shen Qingyan. He also hated her. Since then, he was as affectionate to her as always in front of others, but often spoke ill of her behind her back, and even hit her. After the first fight, Gu Lingyan was too lazy to even smile, and the indifference turned into indifference. He was worried that she would not be able to bear it and proposed a divorce. But later he found that his worry was unnecessary. She was the eldest princess, representing the face of the royal family. If people knew that she was a married woman but was thinking about other men, that she would not tolerate her. Not only would she be humiliated, but the entire royal family of De Qi would regard it as a disgrace. Moreover, he had in his hand the practice writing she had done when she was bored and lonely. It was full of Shen Qingyan's name. Jealousy made him more and more unscrupulous. He tortured her without scruples and vented his anger. Every time he got drunk, he asked her to serve him to bed. As long as she was not satisfied, he would slap her in the face. He would also have sex with other women in front of her. And if she did not feel anything, he would still beat her. Jiang Haobai felt that he was going crazy. He didn't know how long he could last in this marriage that was only in name only. He would just hold on for one day. He only knew that she was his in life and his ghost in death. She would never leave Chang'e Marquis Mansion. Jiang Bieli was also shocked when he saw his eyes becoming more and more gloomy, as deep as an ancient well. He said carefully, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Haobai came back to his senses and smiled again. "It's okay. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Hurry up and change clothes and go to the inn. It's not good to keep the princess waiting for a long time." Jiang Bieli nodded. He turned back after walking a few steps, wanting to say something but stopping. "Just say whatever you want." Jiang Haobai smiled. To this half-brother, he has always been a caring brother. At least he showed it. Jiang Bieli stammered. "Brother, if you have time, please take care of my sister-in-law. I accidentally saw her crying last night." "Crying? Okay. I see." Jiang Haobai smiled. Lingyan is soft-hearted. She might be sad because a little rabbit she just raised died. Jiang Bieli was relieved and smiled. "Brother still understands my sister-in-law. Anyway, I'm going out to play today, so I'll just bring her one when I come back." "Brother, I won't accompany you. I'll go wash and change clothes first." Jiang Haobai nodded, and his eyes darkened as he turned around. In the inn, Qin Xiaojun stared at the sleepy Qin Yuan, and he was almost impatient. "I'll give you one stick of incense to get dressed." Qin Yuan tilted her head and held her cheek. "Why are you in such a hurry? Has Jiang Bieli arrived?" Qin Xiaojun said. He's already drinking tea in the front hall. Yulan. He is the son of the Marquis's mansion, and the nephew of the Queen Mother. How can you be so rude to him? Qin Yulan snorted and changed her sitting posture. You tricked me into coming to Qi State. But you actually want to form a marriage alliance. Right? Qin Xiaojun was hit on the point. And he looked around and said, You are not young anymore. You will get married sooner or later. Since you are going to get married, why can't you marry in Qi? Marry in Qi or marry a family that can help you? On the night of the birthday banquet of concubine Xian, you colluded with the Queen Mother. Right? Qin Yulan stared at him straight, with disdain in her eyes. Qin Xiaojun said angrily, What collusion? The second young master is also a handsome man. He will not humiliate you. What you said about the deep brother-sister love is all fake. If you don't make me happy, you can't expect to be happy. Qin Yulan walked to the dressing table and sat down. Xiao Pu, do my makeup. Qin Xiaojun heard that her words seemed to have a hint, and was afraid that it would be more difficult to end if he angered her. So he snorted and left. Jiang Bili listened to Qin Xiaojun's apology and said with a smile, Third Prince, you are too kind. It takes time for a girl to dress up. I am fine anyway, so I will wait. Qin Xiaojun saw that he was full of energy and spirits, and he had a good impression of him, and he appreciated his gentle and measured words even more. After the two drank 2 cups of tea, Qin Yulan came late. Are you Jiang Bili? Jiang Bili stood up and nodded. Yes. He had seen Qin Yulan at the palace banquet a few days ago. He remembered that she was willful and lively at that time. Why is she so lazy now? And seems to have no interest in anything. This is just right. Anyway, he has no interest. And he is in a good mood immediately. Qin Yuan pointed to the young man in green behind her and briefly introduced him. Third brother's bodyguard. Tang Shi. Tang Shi bowed respectfully. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Bieli returned the greeting and said to Qin Yulan, Princess, the carriage is outside. Shall we go now? Of course. Are you staying here for lunch? Qin Xiaojun's face turned dark, and he just suppressed his anger when his sister said, Can you eat in front of my brother? Who is so sullen? Jiang Bieli tried hard to hold back his laughter, took a few quick steps, and led the way. Tang Shi and the driver sat in the front, while Jiang Bieli and Qin Yulan sat in the car. Seeing the little girl's reluctant face, he curled his lips. So good. Qin Yulan glanced at him. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Jiang Bieli suppressed his smile and said seriously, No. The princess saw it wrong. I just didn't sleep well. Qin Yulan yawned. I didn't sleep well either. It's all your fault that you came too early. Yudaki is not without women. Do you have to come so early? Jiang Bieli. This is really not what he meant. That Jiang Bieli? Let's go to Inwi Garden. Inwi Garden? Jiang Bieli asked curiously. Princess likes to watch dramas? Qin Yuan yawned again. What dramas to watch? Haven't you seen enough palace fights since childhood? I thought that we were not familiar with each other when we met for the first time. So I made an appointment with good friends. You don't mind? Right? I don't think you will mind either. After all, it's for your consideration. I'm afraid you will be embarrassed. Jiang Bieli. Is there a chance that he will mind? Chapter 67. If you need someone, go to Lin Garden. Only when he reached the second floor of Inhui Garden did Jiang Bieli see the good friend she mentioned. He was stunned. This gentle, handsome, and elegant young man is not. His knees softened, and he bowed respectfully. Jiang Bieli greets the 15th prince. Gu Yunjian raised his hand lightly. Stand up. Jiang Bieli is Gu Lingyan's brother-in-law. He has heard her mention him several times. The young man is a good person and very kind to her. He stood up, but Jiang Bieli stood quietly aside, not daring to breathe. Although this prince is young, he is the younger uncle of the current emperor. According to the seniority of his sister-in-law, he is 1 generation younger. He knew that Gu Yunjian had always lived in seclusion and rarely went out, except for the palace banquets that he had to attend. He stayed in Ling Garden under other circumstances. What's the wind blowing today? Actually attending his blind date? Does it count as having to attend? But he doesn't know Qin Yuan well, so it's obvious that he didn't come for her. No. There's a girl next to him. Jiang Bieli glanced at her secretly, and then he saw the girl's appearance clearly. I saw her at the birthday banquet of concubine Xian, and she seemed to be the daughter of General Dingen. How could they be together? Isn't it said that Mission and the fourth prince are in love? Is the rumor wrong? Qin Yuan ran to sit next to Shin Shuang and said with a smile, "You keep your promise." Shin Shuang raised her eyebrows and said, "You said that I'm beautiful and cute but lack sympathy. I also want to be a perfect girl." Qin Yuan laughed. As expected. As long as a woman doesn't like praise. Brother Yunjian, why don't you smile a little? It's not a problem for Master Jiang to stand all the time. Shin Shuang saw the confusion in the boy's eyes and reminded him in a low voice. Gu Yunjian was embarrassed by what she said and gestured, "Sit down." Jiang Bieli then found a seat that was not too far away and sat down. However, this seating arrangement was a bit like Gu Yunjian and Shin Shuang were on a blind date, and he and Qin Yuan were like guests. One on each side. Shin Shuang whispered to Qin Yuan, "This Mr. Jiang is quite handsome, and he is a good match for you." Qin Yuan pinched her face and said in an even lower voice, "Do you want it? I'll give it to you." "Are you kidding? You were joking first." Considering that there was some silence at the scene, Jiang Bieli pointed to the stage. "What play is being performed today? It seems quite interesting," Shin Shuang said. "The Governor Qiao is randomly matching couples." Qin Yuan clapped her hands and cheered. "It's appropriate. It's appropriate." Jiang Bieli also clapped excitedly. "Indeed. Indeed." The girl who was clapping stopped and frowned. "Jiang Bieli, what do you mean? Judging from your attitude, you seem to be very dissatisfied with this princess?" Jiang Bieli asked back. "I don't believe the princess is satisfied with me." Although Qin Yuan was not interested in him, it was still a bit embarrassing to hear him say that. She moved closer to him. "I say, how about this? You tell the Queen Mother that you don't like me, and let her give up this idea." Jiang Bieli shook his head in disgust. "Princess, you tell your brother that you don't like me, and let him give up this idea. How about that?" Qin Yuan snorted. "Even if I break off the brother-sister relationship with him, he can't give up this idea." Jiang Bieli also sighed. "That's it? My aunt will not give up this idea even if she kills me. The eldest brother's marriage is of no help to the Marquis's mansion. Now everyone is staring at him. It's so sad." The atmosphere tended to be silent. Shin Shuang felt embarrassed and anxious. She lowered her head and picked up a cup of tea. Just as she put it to her mouth, she was intercepted by Gu Yunjian and poured another cup for her. She was a little surprised. "Why can't I drink that cup?" Gu Yunjian smiled and said, "Your eldest brother said that you have been feeling unwell these days. That cup of tea is cold. Drink this hot cup." Shin Shuang then thought of what Shin Qinglang told him last night. It was hard for him to remember. He thanked him and picked up the tea and drank it slowly. Compared with their gentle breeze and drizzle, Qin Yuan and Jiang Bieli looked at each other like fighting cocks, and neither of them was willing to compromise first. Fortunately, the waiter brought some fruit snacks to break the deadlock. Qin Yuan was still in a bad mood while eating cakes and drinking tea, glancing at the jade bracelet on Shin Shuang's wrist. His eyes lit up. "Qin Shuang, this bracelet is so beautiful. Let me see it." Shin Shuang held her hand out to her. Qin Yuan's mouth twitched. "Can't you take it off?" "No." Gu Yunjian's eyes were full of joy. The little girl treasured the bracelet he gave her so much. Did she care about him? "Why?" Qin Yuan pouted. "Very unhappy. Because it's very expensive. What if it falls or gets hurt? Asking you to compensate will affect our relationship, and I will feel uncomfortable if I don't ask you to compensate." Gu Yunjian. After all, it's self-indulgent again. He couldn't help but think of Shin Qingyan's words. She only knew that the jade bracelet was very valuable, so she wore it every day, so as not to lose it at any time. Besides, you said it was a meeting gift, so she gave you a peace buckle, Qin Yuan said in a muffled voice. The banknotes were all on Qin Shaojun. She had broken up with him, so she couldn't bring herself to ask for the money. She only heard a cold voice. "It's just a bracelet. Mission is so stingy." Shin Shuang was furious when she heard this voice, and she was even more angry when she saw the young man in green, wearing so much green. Can't you just be a background? He's everywhere. This is Guard Tang, right? It's easy to talk when you're standing. Come, put 100,000 taels of silver here, and I'll take it down immediately to show your princess. If you don't have it, don't talk. It's annoying. 100,000 taels of silver. Tang Xi's face changed. The people of Qi are arrogant, and they dare to ask for a sky-high price for a bracelet. Shin Shuang snorted. The people of Chu are ignorant, And a guard pretends to be knowledgeable. Qin Yuan clapped her hands excitedly. Qing Shuang said it well. Tang Shi. Did the princess change her position? When she was angry, her eyes were stern. And she actually stabbed Qing Shuang with a sword. The little girl was scared. And she was bickering. But why did she fight when she disagreed? Qin Yuan was shocked, and quickly scolded Tang Shi to stop. But Tang Shi didn't listen at all. And his sword became faster. And his eyes became obviously vicious. Gu Yunjian's eyes flashed with a ruthless look. And he pulled the panicked little girl into his arms, whispering, "Don't be afraid," to comfort her, while reaching out to stop the sword. "Don't overestimate your own abilities." Tang Shi had just said this when an arrow hit his chest steadily. He looked at it in disbelief. And then, the second arrow hit him not far away. And he finally couldn't hold on, and knelt down. The sword also fell to the ground. Then a young man in black came up like a swallow, and knelt down to Gu Yunjian. "I failed to protect you, and caused your highness to be injured. Please punish me." Gu Yunjian glanced at the wound on his palm, and said lightly, "Jueyun, you haven't been on duty for a long time. Are you slacking off?" Jueyun was terrified. "I know my crime. Go back and get 50 boards. Take Tang Shi to Lingyuan. And then notify Jin Hao and Shin Qingshu to go there." "Yes, your highness." Jueyun waved his hand. And two other young men with the same agile figures came over, and dragged the semi-conscious Tang Shi away from Yinhui Garden. It was as if they had never been there. Qin Yuan was terrified, and it took her a while to recover. "Your highness, Tang Shi is too impulsive. Can you?" Gu Yunjian's tone was unquestionable. "No. Committing a crime in broad daylight is no longer impulsive. Princess, please explain this matter to your brother truthfully. If you need someone, go to Lingyuan." "Go to Lingyuan? Do you still want to get someone?" "It's Tang Shi's fault for being so suicidal. He has been causing trouble again and again. But he has done more harm than good." He said goodbye in a hurry, and went straight to the post house to find Qin Shaojun. Seeing her leave, Jiang Bieli naturally had no need to stay. So he quickly left. Shin Qingshuang looked at Gu Yunjian's bleeding hand, feeling guilty and sad. She asked the waiter for some golden wound medicine, and took out a handkerchief to bandage him carefully. "You don't know martial arts. Don't be so stupid in the future." If the arrow had been a little later, his palm would have been cut off. Gu Yunjian comforted her. "Jueyun and the others are here. Nothing will happen." "Then why did you block the sword?" She raised her head, her eyes red. "You know you don't have any martial arts skills. But you still block it. Aren't you stupid? I can't stay calm when you're around. I'm afraid that sword will touch you." He smiled at her, his voice as gentle as ever. What surprised him was that the little girl was worried about him. He drank tea to hide his excitement. And under her surprised gaze, he realized that he had taken the wrong cup. What a shame! He had to shift his gaze elsewhere, and finally landed on his injured hand. Her handkerchief had a faint lotus fragrance, which reminded him of the scene when she put a peace lock on him. He also wanted to protect her safety. Seeing that she was unhappy, he smiled and said, "Don't be unhappy. Don't you think this incident is just the beginning?" "What do you mean?" Shin Qingshuang didn't understand. Gu Yunjian explained, "Tang Shi has been provoking from last night to today, as if he was afraid that there would be trouble. I guess it may be related to the assassination of Jin Hao. There are even other unknown secrets." Chapter 68. This fellow is going further, and further down the shameless road. After Jiang Bieli returned to the mansion, he first went to find Jiang Haobai. The servant said that the prince had left after he left, and had not returned yet. "Is the princess here?" "She's sitting in the small garden." When Jiang Bieli arrived at the small garden, he saw Gu Lingyan staring at the flowers in the garden. She leaned against the bamboo chair, and her thin figure made people feel lonely. "Sister-in-law?" Gu Lingyan turned around when she heard his voice. This brother-in-law was simple-minded and respected her. He was her only friend in this mansion. "Second brother? Are you looking for me?" She smiled slightly and stood up. Jiang Bieli nodded, walked over, and gave her a rabbit in his hand. The rabbit's 2 ears were pulled by him all the way, and its eyes were dull. Gu Lingyan asked in surprise, "Why give me a rabbit?" Jiang Bieli looked at the rabbit, and then at her. "I accidentally saw my sister-in-law was sad last night, so I asked my eldest brother about it. My eldest brother said that it was because the rabbit you raised died, so I bought one for you." Seeing her absent-minded, Jiang Bieli said again, "Sister-in-law, although this rabbit is not yours, the dead are gone, so just use this one instead. If you like these little things, I will catch a puppy for you to raise someday? Puppies are more fun than rabbits. His serious expression seemed to be talking about something extremely important. Gu Lingyan smiled slightly and said gratefully, "This rabbit is very cute." "Thank you, second brother." Seeing her smile, Jiang Bieli was relieved and asked a little maid to find a cage. Stuff the rabbit that had no desire to live into it, and stuff some vegetables and radishes into it. Gu Lingyan teased the little rabbit and asked him, "Why did you come back so early, second brother? Didn't you have a good chat with the princess?" Hearing this, Jiang Bieli sighed, "Sister-in-law, I don't know. Today was a thrilling day." "What do you mean?" Jiang Bieli pouted, "The princess doesn't like me. And I don't like her either. Which is a good thing. But I don't know what happened to her guard. He couldn't win the argument with Shen Qingxuang and actually drew his sword against her." Gu Lingyan was shocked and stopped teasing the rabbit. "Is Miss Shen injured?" "No. The guard was captured by the 15th prince's secret guard. But the 15th prince injured his hand while trying to save Shen Qingxuang." "Is the little emperor's uncle injured?" Gu Lingyan was worried. "Second brother, I'll go to Lin Garden." The maid next to her whispered, "Princess, the prince said he would come back to have dinner with you." Gu Lingyan's face changed, and she twisted her handkerchief unnaturally. "I will be back before dinner." Jiang Bieli glared at the little maid. "It's just a dinner. What's the big deal? Sister-in-law, go without worry. I will talk to my eldest brother." Gu Lingyan's mouth was bitter. "Thank you, second brother. No need to talk to him. I'll be back soon." Lun Garden. Wu Bo opened the door and saw that it was her, and guessed the purpose of her visit. Smiled, "Princess, don't worry. The prince is fine. Just a superficial injury." Wu Bo is the one who cares about the little emperor's uncle the most. He can say it with a smile, which means there is no problem. When she got to the courtyard, she looked like she had won a prize instead of being assassinated. She couldn't stop smiling. "Little uncle." Gu Yunjian saw her puzzled expression and said with a smile, "Lingyan is here? Sit down." "Yeah. I heard from my second brother that the young emperor uncle was injured, so I came to see him." Gu Yunjian raised his hand. "It's nothing. Qingxuang has bandaged it for me." But in his heart, he thought that if the injury was more serious, she might come to see him more often. "It's just a minor injury. It will heal in a few days." Alas, Gu Lingyan didn't know what he was thinking. She just thought that he risked his life to save Shen Qingxuang because she was his best friend's sister. She smiled at Shen Qingxuang and said, "This wound is better bandaged than the imperial physician." "Thank you, Miss Shen," the little girl said awkwardly. "Brother Yunjian was injured because of me. If the princess says thank you again, I will be ashamed." Seeing that she looked bad and her lips were pale, she approached her and said, "Is the princess having her period?" Gu Lingyan blushed. "How do you know?" "Because I am too." She smiled and took out a small porcelain bottle from her purse. "Here, take one when you feel uncomfortable. Does it work?" Open the lid, and inside are crimson small pills with a faint smell of medicine. "Of course. Yesterday I was like a dead silkworm. But now I am fine?" "Thank you." Gu Lingyan took one and put it in her mouth. Just as she was about to return the rest to her, she pushed it over and said, "I have more at home. This is for you." Gu Yunjian saw the two girls whispering and laughing from time to time, and asked curiously, "Can't I listen?" The two said in unison, "No." Gu Yunjian was not annoyed. He took a sip of tea. He had said that the two little girls could chat well. This harmonious atmosphere did not last long, and soon Gu Jinhao and Shen Qingshu came after interrogating Tang Shi. "Qingxuang, why are you here? I thought you went home." Shen Qingshu lifted his sister's chin and looked around, then looked at her body. "It's good that you're not injured." Shen Qingxuang pointed at Gu Yunjian's hand. "The injured part is here. I thank the 15th prince for saving my sister." Gu Jinhao lifted his skirt and sat down, drinking Shen Qingxuang's tea directly. "What are you thanking me for?" The little uncle volunteered to accompany Qingxuang to the appointment, so he must ensure her safety. "If I go, I won't even get my hands hurt." Shen Qingshu. It's better not to respond. Shen Qingxuang silently took a new cup and handed it to Gu Jinhao, wanting to exchange her own. But the dog prince pushed the new cup to her and said with a sly smile, "You want to use the cup I used?" "I don't mind, Your Highness. Can you be more serious?" She rolled her eyes at him fiercely. This guy is going further and further on the shameless road, and he is about to become a road of no return. "No." Gu Jinhao held the tea in one hand and held his chin with the other hand, looking at her with a smile. Gu Lingyan couldn't bear to watch. This brother was always known for being aloof. How could he become so shameless? Jin Hao. The little uncle likes quietness. If you have nothing to do, go back. Gu Jinhao's mouth twitched. Why do all the women around him think he is idle recently? Mother is. The dead girl is. Even this sister is. He didn't even raise his eyelids. Still maintaining the original posture. That smile can bloom a flower. The wind blew his voice to Gu Lingyan. Third sister. Is the Changyi Marquis mansion built on the seaside? You are so nosy. Besides, it was the little uncle who invited me here. Not me who took the initiative to come here. If you have nothing to do, go back to the mansion. It's just a scratch. It's worth it for you to come all the way here. Gu Lingyan and he didn't get along well. Thinking that she had to go back early. So she didn't say anything more to him. Said goodbye and left. Did you find out? Gu Yunjian didn't want to listen to Gu Jinhao's nonsense anymore. So he got straight to the point. Gu Jinhao sighed. It didn't come out. But it can be said that it did. But little uncle, you don't care about worldly things on weekdays. How can you guess that Tang Shi is related to my assassination? Since he is your uncle, he can naturally see things that you can't see. Well, he started to take advantage of his age. And Gu Jinhao regretted asking him that question. Gu Yunjian smiled. On the night of the Queen Mother's birthday banquet, when the guards came to report that Huaxin Palace was on fire, I noticed that Tang Shi quietly left the table. And then you were assassinated. But Jin Hao, I didn't call you here specifically for your assassination. Gu Jinhao sat closer to him and raised his eyebrows. This is what I said about both the trial and the trial. Little uncle, that guy admitted that he sent someone to assassinate me. But he didn't admit that it was Qin Shaojun who ordered it. Do you think it's interesting? Shen Qingshu said, but who else can order him except Qin Shaojun? Is there no one behind the scenes? Or he is afraid that his family will be retaliated by Qin Shaojun and concealed it for him? Shen Qingshuang, who had been silent all the time, listened to their profound but meaningless conversation, and said lightly, just wait and see. What we want is that the Chu people confess their guilt. And it doesn't matter who ordered it. Qin Shaojun is more anxious than us. He is more eager to use this incident to defeat someone. Chapter 69. Go ask her how to please the girl. Gu Yunjian was slightly startled when he heard this. Then his eyes showed appreciation. I tend to agree with Qingshuang's statement. This is most likely the result of the internal power struggle in Chu. We should wait and see what happens. Gu Jinhao rubbed the little girl's hair. Qingshuang, what is in your little head every day? Listening to your words. It's like a revelation. Shen Qingshuang opened his hand with disdain. Just talk. Why do you do it? I'm not you. Stupid as hell. Listening to your words. Just like a word. It's useless. Hey damn girl. I have no benefit in your heart. Gu Jinhao's eyes were full of threats, making him lose face in public, especially in front of his love rival. You are not in my heart at all. Okay? She smiled smugly, seeing that he was anxious. He ran behind Shen Qingshu, second brother. Help me. Jin Hao. Can you be more stable? Gu Yunjian also looked disgusted. Go back if you have nothing to do. Don't bother me here. Gu Jinhao snorted. Little uncle. Can you be a little bit like an uncle? What else have you done besides using seniority to pressure me? Okay. I'll go back now. But I want to take this dead girl with me. Shen Qingshuang saw his fierce look and grabbed Shen Qingshu tighter. Gu Jinhao didn't do it. And Shen Qingshu couldn't do it either. Otherwise it would be disrespectful. The only way now is to be a peacemaker, Your Highness. Calm down. Calm down. Sister is teasing you. Gu Jinhao didn't think that teasing him was not in her heart. So what was there to play? Gu Yunjian shook his head and said coldly, strong wind. Mountain rain. Send the fourth prince out. Rainstorm? What is it? Gu Jinhao was confused. While he was wondering, two black-clothed teenagers suddenly appeared in front of him. Fourth prince. I'm sorry. Gu Jinhao was stunned. And then he reacted. He said angrily, little uncle, you actually used the secret guards left to you by the emperor's grandfather to deal with me? Isn't it inappropriate? He heard from his mother that the old emperor secretly trained a group of secret guards to protect Gu Yunjian. These people are not very old, but they are superb in martial arts. This is the first time he has seen them. The two teenagers had deep eyes, as if they had no emotions. Each of them attacked Gu Jinhao with a sword. Gu Jinhao saw that they were serious, and did not dare to take it lightly. After a while, he found out their martial arts foundation and understood a fact. I can't beat them. Shen Qingshu, why don't you help me? The injury on his arm had not healed yet, so he did not dare to fight hard. Gu Yunjin glanced at Shen Qingshu. This is a matter between the prince and Jinhao. It's better for Commander Shen not to get involved. Shen Qingshu wanted it. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if he offended either party. Yes, Your Majesty. Gu Jinhao was defeated in the end, but he didn't want to beg for mercy, so he could only hold on. Gu Yunjin wanted to teach this kid a lesson to prevent him from being too presumptuous. Anyway, the goal was achieved, and he said lightly, "You can retreat." The two young men took the order, put away their swords and flew away. Gu Jinhao took a deep breath. He had never been so embarrassed. The dragon swims and dives. The tiger falls into the plain. Sooner or later he will take revenge. When Wu Bo saw Gu Jinhao leave in a huff, he laughed so hard that his beard stood up. Oh, it's so refreshing. Gu Jinhao returned to the palace with a belly full of anger, and he didn't like anything. In the end, he beat Qin Yun up. The reason was why his martial arts were not as good as Gu Yunjin's hidden guards. Qin Yun looked at him aggrievedly. I have never seen those hidden guards, nor have I competed with them. How do you know that I am not as good as them? Gu Jinhao asked him. Can you beat me? Of course not. Qin Yun was realistic. He was convinced by his master's martial arts and was devoted to him. Isn't that okay? Still quibbling, watching him walk away, Qin Yun sorted out his thoughts. After a long time, he understood. It turned out that he was angry because he couldn't beat him. Following such a master, Qin Yun felt that he had done a lot of murder and arson in his previous life. Otherwise, why would God let him suffer such torture? Forget it. I'll do a good deed in this life and look forward to the next life. Gu Jinhao thought about it and threw away all the pens, ink, paper and inkstone in the study. But he still felt aggrieved. It's not because he can't beat the hidden guards. He is a prince, not a thug. So it doesn't matter if he can't beat them. What he cares about is that Shen Qingshuang actually said that she doesn't have him in her heart. What to do? What to do? The little uncle's hidden guards are so powerful, and he can still get hurt. It's obviously a self-torture. He really did everything to pursue the girl. She is almost as good as him. Is it really as his mother said? That she may become his 15th aunt? No. That's too terrible. He can't stand it. He can't even think about it. She is the girl he likes. The girl he kissed for the first time. And she can only marry him. He broke another cup and called Qin Yun. Qin Yun's little heart was relieved when he was called again, and his little eyes were full of uneasiness. Your Highness. His tone became more respectful. Get up and sit. Sit? He was thankful to be able to kneel safely. I'll kneel down. I like kneeling. Gu Jinhao glanced at him. It's up to you. Qin Yun. Go ask her how to please the lady? Qin Yun was delighted. Is it Miss Qingshuang? Gu Jinhao hit him on the back of his head. Did you call Miss Qingshuang? Call her Miss Shen. Yes. Yes. I'll go ask her. He hurriedly got up, only to hear a cold voice behind him. If you dare to ask the chef again, I'll burn you like firewood. Yes. Yes. Qin Yun wiped his forehead covered with cold sweat and thought of someone. In another palace? Gu Binghe's eyes were full of gossip, and he laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. Fourth brother asked how to please the girl. Qin Yun looked bitter. Fifth prince, please save me. Your Highness's mood swings are too big, and I feel it's hard to live. Gu Binghe laughed. Qin Yun, why did you think of looking for me? Fifth prince is handsome, suave, and everyone loves him. He is the admirer of many girls in our daki. I think your understanding of love must be higher than that of ordinary people. Except for the fifth prince, I think no one has this ability. Qin Yun made up a story blindly, and Gu Binghe listened to it very well. He smiled like a peony flower, always blooming. Patting his shoulder, he said earnestly, Qin Yun, I am not bragging. The girls chasing me can line up from the palace to the city gate. Just as you said, I am the one that the girls love. So I have always been the one being chased. I have never spent any time thinking about girls. Qin Yun's mouth twitched. He was panting when someone said he was fat. And he even showed off. Is there any way? Let me think about it. You know, there is no shortage of girls around me. So, Qin Yun said faintly, if you can't think of a way to report to me within one stick of incense, I will tell His Highness that you also have ulterior motives for mission. Gu Binghe exploded. Qin Yun, do you want to die? Gu Jinhao didn't dare to touch Gu Yunjian, but he was ruthless when dealing with him. Qin Yun broke the jar and threw it away. Anyway, if I can't report back, I'll die. It's the same death. It's better to have a companion. Fifth Prince? Don't you agree? Qin Yun, I'll strangle you to death. Chapter 70. Xiao Jun came here to apologize to Brother Jinhao. Qin Yun was lucky to have fulfilled his mission and brought Gu Binghe's trick, although he didn't know if it would work. But he felt that it would definitely work better than what Old Seven told him before. Of course, he didn't dare to say this to Gu Jinhao. Old Seven. These two words are now a switch. As long as they are mentioned, Gu Jinhao can beat him up again. Touch the arm. Touch the leg. Touch the butt. It still hurts. Gu Jinhao listened to him talking excitedly for a cup of tea, and touched his chin and thought for a long time. After a long time, he stood up and paced while looking at him. Is it really useful? Why do I feel a little silly? Will it affect my good image in front of Qing Shuang? Qin Yun's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. And it was still beautiful? Where did his illusion come from? He didn't ask himself. Since the night when the rice was not cooked, his original full of high and cold domineering had already become shameless in front of Miss Shin. The girl didn't even want to pay attention to him, and he still wanted to maintain a non-existent personality, being a high and cold flower to attend the wedding of the 15th prince? Just as he was thinking hard, he was hit hard on the back of his head. Qin Yun? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Qin Yun nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Your Highness, I heard it. Don't worry. It will definitely work. Seeing how confident he was, Gu Jinhao felt better and couldn't help wondering. Who taught you this idea? It couldn't be hidden. So Qin Yun said honestly. It was the 5th prince. He said if it doesn't work, his life will be yours. Gu Jinhao's mouth twitched. If the 5th prince knew, it would be a big deal. Just when he was about to get angry, he heard Qin Yun say, Your Highness, although the 5th prince is a bit of a chatterbox, I think it's just right. Chatty? Who is more chatterbox than him? The pot calling the kettle black. Right? He repeated to Gu Binghe word for word, without missing a word. The hurtful words he said about Shin Shuang being ugly and annoying 800 years ago. And then Gu Binghe repeated to Shin Shuang word for word, without missing a word. These two chatterboxes killed his unbudding love flower with their own strength. It's a misfortune for the family. He still has the nerve to take credit before he's even got his revenge. But he's never been good at romantic things. So just listen to him for now. Qin Yun became more energetic, with gossipy eyes. Your Highness, this is what I think. If the 5th prince doesn't tell anyone, it will be good for our plan to chase the girl. If he tells anyone, it will create a kind of public opinion pressure. Gu Jinhao's eyes lit up. This kid has something in his stomach. Hiding his excitement. Go on. It has been rumored in the capital that Miss Shin has been pursuing Your Highness, although we all know that it is a thing of the past. Who can tell whether it is true or false? We have all seen the 5th prince's ability to spread rumors. If he says it through his mouth, hey, everyone will think that Your Highness is moved by Miss Shin, and her unrequited love has turned into mutual affection. People's words are terrible, and the public's words can melt gold. Your Highness, who in the capital dares to show his love to Miss Shin? Gu Jinhao, my little uncle Will. Qin Yun, the 15th prince is a special case. It doesn't count. He stays in Lingyuan all day and has never seen the girl. It is possible that he was in a whim. After all, he is an elder. Can he lose face and compete with his nephew for the girl? Gu Jinhao, I can do it. Qin Yun, how can we chat today? Anyway, it's better than doing nothing. So Gu Jinhao decided to try it as he said. Qin Yun patted his heart and passed the test. Just as he reached the door, Gu Jinhao called him again. He turned back carefully and said with a smile, Your Highness, do you have any other instructions? It's not our plan to chase the girl. It's my plan. It has nothing to do with you. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. The master's eyes were filled with warnings and threats, and Qin Yun was petrified instantly. He swore that the words were simply to increase the master's empathy, to make him believe that he was wholeheartedly standing on his side to consider this important matter. Still thinking about it, he was already living in fear and treading on thin ice. Unless he wanted to die immediately, he would provoke Shin Shuang. He became more respectful and more resolute in his statement. Don't worry, Your Highness. I am devoted to Your Highness. I think about what Your Highness thinks and worry about what Your Highness worries. What Your Highness doesn't like, I don't like. What Your Highness likes, I will do my best and use whatever means to make Your Highness succeed. He had a firm look in his eyes, clenched his fists tightly in front of his chest, and silently shouted, "Come on! Get out! Don't insult my pure love." Qin Yun rolled happily, but he didn't roll far before he bumped into Lao Qi, who was holding a big spoon in his hand, and almost hit him on the head. "What are you doing? Can you be more stable?" Qin Yun jumped back. His tone was extremely unfriendly. He was not scared. But when he saw Lao Qi, he thought of the bad idea he had come up with. Lao Qi put the spoon behind him, pouted, and said in a rough voice, "Guard Qin, look at what you said. Lao Qi, I am not stable with my big body? Who in our palace is as stable as me?" Qin Yun had nothing to say to this uneducated man. He said in a muffled voice, "Looking for His Highness? Looking for you." The seventh brother held a spoon in one hand and pulled him with the other. "There is a man at the door who said he is the third prince of Chu. His Highness has been emotionally unstable recently, and we don't know if we can let him in." Two brothers stopped him at the door. "Let me ask you." Qin Yun ran over and saw that it was really Qin Shaojun. He was wearing a crimson-purple brocade, a jade crown and black boots, with one hand behind his back, arguing with the guard, and his face was obviously impatient. Qin Yun waved his hand, and the two guards retreated. "See His Highness the third prince." Qin Shaojun had seen him at the birthday banquet of concubine Xian, and knew that he was Gu Jinhao's confidant. He suppressed his anger and said, "This king wants to see Your Highness. Please lead the way." Qin Yun asked him to wait and quickly reported. Gu Jinhao raised his eyebrows slightly. "I thought he would go to Ling Yuan first. Please ask him to come in and serve a pot of tea." Qin Shaojun saluted to Gu Jinhao as soon as he entered the study, and Gu Jinhao hurriedly supported him with both hands. He smiled and said, "Your Highness is of equal status to me. There is really no need to do this." Qin Shaojun looked embarrassed and sighed. Shaojun came here to apologize to brother Jinhao. Qin Yuan had told him about Tang Shi being arrested in Ling Yuan. The two charges of assassinating the daughter of a senior official of Daqi and injuring the royal family were enough for him to get into trouble. So he changed his clothes and apologized as soon as possible. Gu Jinhao asked him to sit down, and Qin Yun poured a cup of fragrant tea. "Which one did brother Shaojun say he was asking for? Was it assassinating me? Assassinating Qingshuang? Or injuring the little uncle?" Qin Shaojun's face turned pale, and the cup he was holding shook unconsciously. Qin Yun had deliberately poured more tea before, so some of the tea splashed out. Qin Shaojun suddenly put down the cup. "Brother Jinhao, are you saying that it was Tang Shi who assassinated you that night? Is there a misunderstanding?" "Oh, really? But Tang Shi has already pleaded guilty," Gu Jinhao said lightly, looking at Qin Shaojun as he spoke. He added, "He admitted all three." Qin Shaojun's eyes became obscure. "Then can he tell the reason? Or who instructed him?" Gu Jinhao smiled faintly. "He said that he was instructed by his master." "Who is his master?" Qin Shaojun asked, his hands unconsciously grasping the chair. Seeing that his smile seemed to have a deep meaning, he was surprised and said, "Brother Jinhao, don't you think it was me?" Gu Jinhao took a sip of the tea and smiled without saying a word. Qin Shaojun stopped drinking tea and said sincerely, "Brother Jinhao, you and I hit it off right away. It's the first time I met Miss Shen and the 15th prince. There is no reason to harm you. This is Tang Shi's slander. Can you take me to Ling Yuan and I will interrogate him in person?" "Brother Shaojun, why don't you go there directly?" Gu Jinhao smiled thoughtfully, his eyes always on him. Qin Shaojun sighed. "The 15th prince of your country is the emperor's uncle and has a noble status. It is said that Ling Yuan is more difficult to enter than the palace. So I came to find brother Jinhao first." Chapter 71. Do you need to have an attitude? At the gate of Ling Yuan, Gu Jinhao took a deep breath and knocked on the door. It was Uncle Wu who opened the door again. The old man's expressionless face immediately changed when he saw him. Disgust? Disgust from the heart? Didn't the little bastard run away? Why did he come back again? "Fourth prince? You?" Gu Jinhao was afraid that he would say something embarrassing. So he smiled and said, "Uncle Wu, I am here to see the little uncle." The old man's status in Ling Yuan was second only to Gu Yunjian. and he was also the confidant of the emperor's grandfather. Therefore, in front of him, Gu Jinhao was very honest, and never put on the airs of a prince. Uncle Wu said, and only knew that the prince asked Ji Fengshan you to drive the little bastard away, but didn't say to let him in again. It would be annoying. So he had to ask for instructions. Gu Jinhao glanced at him, feeling embarrassed, and whispered, Uncle Wu, give me some face. There are outsiders here. Pointing at the absent-minded Qin Shaojun behind him, he raised his voice. This is Qin Shaojun, the third prince of Chu. If you have something to ask, please find the little uncle. Uncle Wu looked at Qin Shaojun, and anger flashed in his eyes. It was his guard, who wanted to kill Miss Shen and stab the prince. Qin Shaojun nodded slightly. Please inform Uncle Wu, since Gu Yunjian had already told him. And Gu Jinhao winked at him. The old man raised his eyebrows, since it was brought by the fourth prince. Please follow me in. After saying that, he opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. Qin Shaojun didn't expect it to be so smooth, and his face showed joy. Thank you, Uncle Wu. He whispered to Gu Jinhao again. Thank you, Brother Jinhao. Wait a moment. The third prince? The old man has something else to do. Uncle Wu narrowed his eyes, raised his head, and stretched out his hand to stop him. Qin Shaojun asked in confusion, what does this mean? Uncle Wu said with a stern face, Third prince. Your guards hurt my prince. Don't you have to have an attitude? Attitude? What attitude? Qin Shaojun didn't understand. Thought about it, and smiled. I will order someone to send some supplements when I go back. Uncle Wu laughed and snorted. It's just as Miss Qingxuang said. The Chu people are ignorant. Who cares about your supplements? Let's be straightforward. Our prince's precious body was hurt by your guards. If the servants make mistakes, you, as the master, can't get away with it. With a wave of his hand, the servant behind him presented a sword with both hands. Third prince, our prince's injury is on his left hand. And so is yours. Just make a cut. Choose a position. Qin Shaojun was shocked. How could this gatekeeper be so arrogant? He was angry. I respect you because you are the 15th prince, so I treat you with great respect. Don't push your luck. Turning to Gu Jinhao, Brother Jinhao, are the servants of your Qi country so rude? Gu Jinhao shrugged, indicating that he could do nothing to help. Brother Shaojun, Uncle Wu is not an ordinary servant. I dare not provoke him. Since he said so, just do it. Qin Shaojun couldn't swallow this breath, and said angrily, I won't. Let's see if he can stop me. Anyway, the door was already open, and he didn't believe that an old man could stop him. His eyes were stern, and he reached out to push Uncle Wu. Gu Jinhao's face changed when he saw this. The old man was already old, and if anything happened to him after being pushed so hard by Qin Shaojun, he would never come again. But he didn't expect that before he could do anything. Qin Shaojun fell heavily to the ground with a cry of pain. Gu Jinhao's eyes were wide open. What happened just now? Uncle Wu brushed his clothes. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Qin Shaojun punched the ground heavily, got up, and wiped the dirt from his mouth. It's really bitter. Old man, I let you go, but you're still serious. He paused for a while, and felt that he could play another round. Uncle Wu didn't indulge him. He looked at him with a disdainful look. With his sword raised, Qin Shaojun's left palm had a long cut. It formed a straight line with the middle finger, which was quite beautiful. Okay. A small punishment and a big warning. Follow me to see the prince. The revenge has been avenged. Uncle Wu threw the sword to the servant, clapped his hands, and led the way in front. Qin Shaojun was stunned, looking at his bleeding palm. It hurt so much. What happened just now? How did it happen? Gu Jinhao saw him looking at him blankly, and shrugged. To be honest, I didn't see it clearly. Brother Shaojun, those who abandoned you yesterday's day cannot be kept. Those who disturbed your heart, today's day is full of worries. Don't think about it. Seeing the little uncle is important. Qin Shaojun swallowed his breath and followed him resentfully. One day, he will vent this resentment. Uncle Wu seemed to be able to see through his mind, turned his head and snorted, his eyes full of contempt. In the study, Gu Yunjian was reading a book, and there was a cup next to him, with tea smell. Your Majesty, the fourth prince is here with the third prince of Chu. Uncle Wu looked respectful, completely different from his arrogance just now. He sighed, and went forward to take his book. He said earnestly, "Your Majesty, Miss Qingxuang said that you need to rest more. If you don't obey, I will tell her right away." Gu Yunjian frowned. He became more and more pretentious as he got older. Now that he knew his weakness, he would be able to control him. "You are so long-winded at your age. Can't I just stop looking?" "Okay." Uncle Wu went out in a hurry, not forgetting to close the door. Qin Shaojun had seen Gu Yunjian from a distance before, and was amazed at his immortal demeanor at that time. Looking at him from a close distance, he was so elegant and graceful, like a jade tree in the wind, and he looked so vulgar in front of him. "My young prince greets the 15th prince." Qin Shaojun's attitude was extremely respectful, not only because he had something to ask of him, but also because Gu Jinhao was much more restrained in front of him. Gu Yunjian raised his hand and said, "Third prince, you don't have to be polite. Please sit down." Seeing that his hand was wrapped in a circle of cloth, he felt strange, thinking of Uncle Wu's flushed face just now. He shook his head helplessly. The old man has been protecting his calf for 20 years, and he still treats him as a child. If anyone hurts him, no matter who the other party is, he will definitely take revenge. Gu Jinhao paced back and forth in the study, flipping through books and touching paintings, which made him feel annoyed. "Jinhao, if there is nothing else." Gu Jinhao's mouth twitched. "This is another order to expel guests." Okay, little uncle. I'll go back now." He was too lazy to stay here. He still had to find the little girl. Qin Shaojun saw him leave and felt inexplicably flustered. Gu Yunjian smiled and said, "Third prince, do you want to see Tangxi?" Qin Shaojun did not hide it. "Yes." "Do you want to interrogate in person?" Gu Yunjian said again. "Yes. This matter involves a lot of things, and the little king does not want the Chu and Qi countries to have disputes because of it. If possible, the little king wants to find out in person." Gu Yunjian nodded and raised his voice a little. "Jifeng, bring Tangxi here. Let Commander Shen come with us." Gu Jinhao left the study and went to find Uncle Wu first. The old man was fiddling with flour in the kitchen, all over his body and face. "Uncle Wu." Hearing this voice that sounded like a spoiled child, Uncle Wu shuddered all over. He said him in a muffled voice, and his hands were still struggling with the sticky flour in the basin. Gu Jinhao looked flattering. "Uncle Wu, you are really good at martial arts." Uncle Wu rolled his eyes at him, and he knew he couldn't hold it back. He raised his sleeves and wiped his face. "Not as good as before. Recently, I have been busy studying cooking to please Miss Qingxuang, and I have almost forgotten how to use a sword after being used to holding a kitchen knife. How can you still use it so smoothly after forgetting it? Uncle Wu, can you teach me when you have time?" The old man stretched out his battered hand and beckoned, and Gu Jinhao hurried over. "Want to learn?" "Yes, I do. When Miss Qingxuang marries our prince, I will teach you whatever you want to learn." Gu Jinhao snorted. The old and the young all want to steal his girl. Chapter 72. We are old friends after all. You just watch me die. Qin Yun was waiting there bored after leaving the cold garden. God knows how many leaves he counted, and how many stones he threw. He only knew that he would fall asleep if His Highness didn't come out. Qin Yun. Gu Jinhao frowned when he saw his lazy look from a distance. He was still living a good life. Qin Yun became energetic in a second and ran to him. "Your Highness, are you going to the Shen Mansion?" Gu Jinhao looked up and stared at the sky. If he didn't go now, when would he go? He waved his hand. "Let's go." "Okay." Qin Yun got on the carriage happily, whipped the whip, and left the wind far behind. "Okay." After a while, when Gu Jinhao closed his eyes and gradually got into the mood, Qin Yun suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Your Highness, I saw a sneaky guy outside Ling Yuan." Gu Jinhao opened one eye and saw that he was looking at him with joy, as if asking for praise. He sighed. "Can you tell me the next part? Do you want me to guess?" Qin Yun's mouth twitched. Why is he getting more and more irritable? He smiled. That guy turned out to be the son of Chang Yiho. "What's his name?" "Yes. Jiang Haobai." "What is he doing here?" Jiang Haobai rarely came to Ling Yuan. If he came, it was to pick up Gu Lingyan. Gu Jinhao closed his eyes again. Qin Yun said, "I don't know. Maybe he came to visit the 15th prince?" Then he denied it. "It's unlikely. The prince seems to have never let him enter the cold garden." Suddenly he laughed again. "If he is not the husband of the princess, I suspect that he is colluding with the assassins of Chu. He looks like a decent person, but he looks like a villain. His brother looks more righteous than him. Qin Yun turned his head and rode his horse while speaking. He must not forget his duty. If he upset this hot-tempered master, he might get a good beating again. All tears. Gu Jinhao couldn't sleep, thinking about Qin Yun's words. If he wasn't the eldest princess' husband, he would suspect that the guy was colluding with the assassins of Chu. But this matter is not urgent. As Shen Qingxuang said, there are people who are more anxious than him. Since Qin Shaojun has arrived at Lingyuan, the young uncle will deal with it. The carriage stopped in front of the Shen mansion. Gu Jinhao got off the car and sorted out his hair and clothes. The guard hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. See the fourth prince. Gu Jinhao said, Is the young general here? It's embarrassing to say that he is looking for their young lady directly. So he uses Shen Qinglang as a cover first. Unexpectedly, the guard said, Your Highness, the young general is not here. Not here? That's too bad. Shen Qingshu is on duty, and Shen Qingyan should be out making money at this time. It's really difficult. Just thinking about how to get away with it. I heard the guard say, Is the fourth prince here to see the Queen Mother? The Queen Mother? Gu Jinhao was a little confused. There are 3 Queen Mothers in Dachi, all of whom are the only ones who survived the previous palace fight. I haven't heard that any of them has any relationship with the Shen family. And from the tone of the guard, could it be that this Queen Mother is his biological mother? Sure enough, the man said, Yes. The Queen Mother arrived an instant stick ago and is discussing matters with the master in the study. Oh my god! Gu Jinhao was speechless. Why did his biological mother, a Queen Mother, come to see Shen Nafang? And discuss matters? It's not to discuss his marriage. Right? Lead the way. He hurried to the door of the study and heard a hearty laugh from inside. One after another. Gu Jinhao was very upset. One of them was a widow, and the other was a widower. Didn't they avoid suspicion at all? He cleared his throat and gave them time to adjust their emotions. He thought he had done a good job. But the laughter inside showed no sign of stopping, but became louder. Alas! Qin Yun, you stay outside. Qin Yun didn't plan to go in. It was so dangerous inside. What if he saw something he shouldn't see? What if he spread it out? He didn't believe his mouth. Gu Jinhao pretended to walk in as if nothing had happened, and saluted, Your son. I pay my respects to my mother. The smile of his mother froze the moment she saw him, as if a switch had been turned on. Seeing him coming, Shen Nafang hurriedly stood up. Your respects. The concubine dowager waved her hand and gave him a reproachful look. Old Shen, this is your home. Jinhao is a junior. No need to be polite. Gu Jinhao looked at his mother suspiciously. No matter where they are, don't they talk about the monarch and the minister first and then talk about other things? Besides, who is old Shen? Is she familiar with him? However, they are not outsiders. And he also wants to leave a good impression on Shen Nafang. So he smiled and helped him up. General Shen, please get up. I heard that my mother came to the Shen mansion, so I came to see. I hope I didn't disturb you. Concubine Xian raised her eyebrows. Except for the guards guarding the palace gate, no one else knew that she and Yuping had left the palace. This dead boy actually used her as a cover, seeing through it but not saying it. After all, she is her own child. Just rolled his eyes at him. What is the purpose of my mother coming here? Gu Jinhao looked at his mother warily, always suspecting that it was not simple. Concubine Xian said, Talk to old Shen and let Jingshuang go to Shoan Palace to stay with me for a while. Then he looked at Shen Nafang with a smile. Old Shen, you haven't agreed to me yet. Do you agree or not? We are old friends after all. You just watch me die. I don't believe you are so hard-hearted. Old friends? Watch her die. How can this rosy face and bright face be associated with the word death? Isn't it funny? Gu Jinhao has every reason to suspect that his mother is suspected of moral kidnapping. And why does it sound like she's acting like a spoiled child? Looking at Shen Nafang again, he sighed. Helpless, the concubine said so. How can I not agree? But I'll tell you the truth. Qingshuang's medical skills are really a bit confusing. And it's still unknown whether she can solve your problem. The concubine Xian waved her hand quite heroically. As long as you agree to let my daughter go with me, you don't have to worry about the rest. Even if it can't be solved, I'm happy to see that girl. And when I'm happy, all my illnesses will naturally disappear. Okay. I'll do whatever you want. Concubine Xian. When Shen Nafong first heard that Concubine Xian was coming, he was still nervous. After this contact, he didn't expect that she, who had always been aloof to the outside, was surprisingly lively. As soon as she came, she appealed to her emotions and reasoned with her. When she didn't achieve her goal, she started a series of rainbow farts, using those words and phrases at will, and forced them to become old friends. Gu Jinhao was also confused by the word old friend. How could his mother, a woman in the deep palace, become an old friend of the general who fought on the battlefield? Moreover, the interaction between the two was very confusing, and it seemed like they were still hiding their true feelings. Could it be that they had a relationship in the past? Gu Jinhao had a bad feeling, which made him feel uneasy. While they were chatting, he secretly asked Yu Ping. Yu Ping's face was embarrassed, hesitant to speak, and it seemed that he was a little difficult to say, which made his terrible guess even more uncontrollable. Is it true? Gu Jinhao lowered his voice. Yu Ping nodded helplessly. Isn't it just a story made up by the master? She felt very sympathetic to the fourth prince for having such a speechless mother. Gu Jinhao felt his head buzzing, and he almost couldn't breathe when he looked at the two people who were talking happily. Then, whose son is this king? Could it be that this king and Qingxuan are brothers and sisters? Looking at the prince, who was struck by lightning, Yu Ping hurriedly said "Pooh" a few times and pulled him aside. He said seriously, Your Highness, what nonsense are you talking about? You are definitely the son of the late emperor. The concubine dowager has only you as her child. How can you be a brother and sister with Miss Shen? Gu Jinhao patted his chest. He was scared to death. Then, what about the old friend? Yu Ping sighed and secretly glanced at her master. What old friend? The concubine dowager made up a story, saying that on the day she married the late emperor, the carriage suddenly got startled and crashed, and General Shen rushed up to subdue the horse and saved her life. That's it. Is it an old friend? Gu Jinhao. His mother is really a talent. Seeing his thoughts, Yu Ping sighed again. The queen explained this past event with full emotion, which did not exist at all, and tried to rely on the old friend. Our queen is so eloquent. How can General Shen, a mere warrior, get around her? I had to admit it. Chapter 73. You said I was lovely before, but it was all a lie. Shen Qingxuan was bored after returning from Lingyuan, so she started to tinker with all kinds of medicines, such as those for treating colds, insomnia, vomiting and diarrhea, and most importantly, some drugs that were not presentable. Although she didn't intend to harm others, she had to protect herself. She didn't know martial arts and had no hidden guards, so she had to take good care of herself. Thinking that some plots in the original book mentioned love potions, she secretly made some antidotes. After all, there are many women who are infatuated with love, and she didn't want to be the innocent victim. There was a knock on the door, and Biyu's voice. Miss, the master is calling you to the study, Shen Qingxuan said, sorted the powder and pills into small porcelain bottles, combed her hair a few times, and ran to the study. Dad, what do you want to talk to me about? The voice came before the person arrived. Shen Nafong smiled and shook his head. My lady concubine, will you really not consider my noisy daughter? The face of concubine Xian was full of smiles. I like this. After Shen Qingxuan arrived, she found that concubine Xian and Yu Ping were there. When she turned around, the dog prince was there too. What is this for? A trial in 3 courts? She had never done anything bad except angering the dog prince in Lingyuan. She saluted obediently. Your servant greets the lady concubine. The 4th prince. The concubine Xian pulled her to her side, and the love in her eyes was something Gu Jinhao had not seen for a long time. Qingxuan, this time I came here to ask you to stay in Shoan Palace for a few days, and Old Shen has agreed. Shen Qingxuan looked at Old Shen suspiciously. Dad? Shen Nafong waved at her. Go. Don't make the queen angry. Also, the palace is complicated. Don't make trouble. Oh. She nodded. But queen, why did you suddenly ask me to go to Shoan Palace? The virtuous concubine looked aggrieved, to be honest. After the birthday banquet, I always suffer from insomnia at night, and have little energy during the day. Sometimes I always feel that there is noise in my ears, which really tortures me to death. Qingxuan, you are a good doctor, and you are close to me. You can't watch me die? I don't believe you are so hard-hearted. Listening to these familiar words, except for the 2 parties involved, The rest of the people lowered their heads silently. How many people has she said this set of lines to? Yuping thinks that if the master goes to Inhui Garden to perform, he will definitely be a star. Shin Shuang had no doubts. It was not surprising that someone in the inner palace was making trouble. There was nothing to do, so she could stay there for a few days. Concubine Xian smiled brightly, as if she was looking at her own daughter. I know you want to write a play script for Inhui Garden. You will definitely delay business after going to Shoan Palace with me. Let me give you a gift to make up for your loss. Shin Shuang's temples were throbbing. She liked money, but she didn't dare to take it from anyone. Your Majesty. Don't. I have a lot of manuscripts in my bank. It won't delay. Shin Nafan was embarrassed. Your Majesty treats Shuang very well, and it is her duty to take care of you. How can she accept your things? Concubine Xian was speechless to Shin Nafan. Why was he meddling in her affairs? Did he really treat her as an old friend? Sighing, I'm old. I'm disliked. I can't even give things away. Yuping. I feel bad. Yuping looked at this drama queen and really wanted to find a way to get in. But she couldn't, because she had to act with her. Queen, don't be like this. Mission is afraid that you will spend money. Does this mean that I'm poor now that I've become a concubine? Can't even afford to give anything? Don't you dislike me? You said I'm cute before, but it was all a lie. Yuping. Shin Nafan couldn't stand this drama queen, so he pushed his daughter and winked. Shin Shuang laughed. Queen, you give it away. Can I keep it? The virtuous concubine smiled for a second, looked at herself, and it seemed that there was nothing suitable. She looked at Yuping, and there was nothing suitable either. Finally, it fell on her son. She stood up and walked in front of him, pulling off his jade pendant. I came out in a hurry and didn't bring any decent gifts. Just this jade pendant. Wear it. It's very valuable. You didn't bring any gifts, but you still mentioned giving gifts? Shin Shuang didn't know what to say. What the hell is giving her the dog prince's things? And she has to wear them. Gu Jinhao finally understood what his mother meant. It turned out that she was still thinking about him. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he was in the mood to drink tea. Shin Shuang really didn't want to accept it, so she pushed it over. The troublesome concubine began to tear up again. An idea came to her, and she smiled and said, Your Majesty, I don't like jade pendants. I like the gold hairpin in your hair. Can you give it to me? The virtuous concubine obviously didn't expect her to be like this, and was stunned for a moment. It's not that I feel sorry for her. All the jewelry on her head can be given to her. But the little girl wore the bracelet of the 15th son every day, and she had nothing of her sons. She lost at the starting line. Shin Shuang saw her stunned look and was secretly happy. She pretended to be aggrieved and said, Your Majesty despises me, and I am not worthy of your gold hairpin. And you said you like me? But it's all lies. Concubine Xian was petrified, while Yuping tried to hold back her laughter and tried not to look at her master. The gold hairpin was finally taken off. Shuang, this gold hairpin is not worth much. How about this jade pendant? It's also good to give one and give one. It's hard to buy what you like. It doesn't matter whether it's worth money or not. I'm not greedy. Just one is okay. Shin Nafang, no matter how unromantic he was, saw Concubine Xian's purpose and smiled bitterly. Concubine Xian sighed and stuffed the jade pendant back to her son, glaring at him with disgust. No one wants your things. Reflect on yourself. Gu Jinhao had no choice but to take it back, looking at the smug little girl with resentment. She doesn't want people, and she doesn't want things either. Must they be clearly distinguished? After leaving, Concubine Xian grabbed Shin Nafang. Old Shin, we get along so well. What do you think of me? Shin Nafang was shocked and stared at her in amazement. He felt strange from the moment she changed from calling herself eye to eye. And now, the lady had just passed away for half a year, and he definitely had no intention of remarrying, especially since she was the concubine. He would never be so rebellious. Concubine Xian frowned at his panic. What's wrong with you? Don't you think I'm kind and warm? Shin Nafang said him. It's just too much. The concubine Xian said happily. Then do you intend to let Shuang marry my Jinhao? The old man was relieved, and couldn't finish his words. I almost sent him away. My queen, I don't care about the affairs of my children anymore, and I've handed them over to Qin Lang. The eldest brother is like a father, and you have to ask him about this marriage. If you don't cheat your son, why raise him? the concubine Xian said, muffledly. The father is still alive. What's the point of the eldest brother being like a father? She whispered. But your young general has said that he doesn't like your sister to contact the royal family. Then why don't you ask Qingxuang? Shen Nafeng didn't want to offend her, so he asked her to ask the person concerned. The son always loves his sister, and if the daughter is willing, it may be possible, the concubine Xian said, muffledly, and said, but Qingxuang said she would listen to her eldest brother's opinion. Shen Nafeng spread his hands, unable to help, but she still comforted him. Your Highness is handsome and elegant. He will definitely find a good match. The concubine Xian glanced at her son's back with a look of disappointment, and said bitterly, what's the use of being handsome and elegant? You are so blind. I really don't know how I gave birth to such a thing. Forget it. Take my daughter back to the palace. Shen Nafeng. That's obviously his daughter. Chapter 74. I want to take this opportunity to apologize to you. Gu Jinhao originally thought that the illness his mother mentioned was just an excuse to drag Shen Qingxuang to Shouan Palace. But he saw her leaning tiredly as soon as she got on the carriage. Her originally radiant face wilted directly. Mother, are you really not feeling well? Hearing the words of this unfilial son, concubine Xian was furious. Are you blind? Gu Jinhao. Then you just... Even though she was powerless, concubine Xian still tried her best to give her son a look. Don't I have face? I can lose anything but my aura. She sighed, looked at the little girl who pressed her forehead and said, why didn't I give birth to a daughter back then? How considerate. Shen Qingxuang raised her eyebrows and smiled lightly. It was she who was considerate, not the original owner. Gu Jinhao moved closer to her. Do you not want my jade pendant because you don't like me? Shen Qingxuang looked embarrassed, and the nagging concubine answered for her. Do you still need to ask? Of course. The atmosphere became quiet. When they arrived at Shouan Palace, concubine Xian said she was a little tired and wanted to rest for a while. But she got up again after a while. Her brows were tightly knitted together, and she was quite irritable. I can't sleep, and my ears are ringing all the time. Shen Qingxuang felt her pulse after hearing this. The pulse was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes smooth and sometimes astringent, and her brows were wrinkled. After thinking about it, she felt it again. Sure enough, it was a sign of poisoning, but it was very mild, and it didn't last long. She was afraid of scaring the conspiracy-theorizing concubine, so she suppressed it for the time being. My lady concubine, you said in the carriage just now that you were uncomfortable because of your ears? Not all of it. I haven't slept well these past few days, so I'm not energetic during the day. The ear problem only occurs when I sleep, and the quieter the situation, the stronger it is. The concubine Xian took a sip of the tea handed over by Yuping. I summoned the imperial physician, but the old guys prescribed some messy medicine. I took a lot of medicine, but the symptoms did not ease. I woke up the next day and felt more tired. Girl, do you think the old woman in Xiaoning Palace will try to murder me again? Shen Qingxuang couldn't tell. It was only mentioned once in the original book, and she had resolved it. Is it because she disrupted the plot that new situations will emerge? The author has never written a sequel, so let's take it one step at a time. Don't worry, concubine Tai. I'll prescribe some medicine for you to relieve your pain, but it's more important to find the source. Otherwise it will only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. And this kind of thing will become the norm in the future. When concubine Xian heard that the solution was available, she immediately felt relieved and knew that it was right to find the little girl. Shen Qingxuang did not write a prescription this time, but wrote a bunch of medicine names. And Yuping went to the Imperial Hospital to get the medicine in person. After getting it, she selected 6 of the medicines and boiled them herself, and threw the rest aside. Yuping watched and laughed on the side. Miss Shen was really smart. She knew how to hide her tracks. Concubine Xian drank the medicine and fell asleep quietly, and Shen Qingxuang carefully checked the bedroom. Everything was normal. What went wrong? Could it be outside? But she went around for several times, and only saw flowers blooming, trees growing lush, insects chirping, birds singing, fragrant grass, and green water, and she didn't find anything suspicious. Scratching his head, he asked, Madam Yuping, have you paid attention to the daily diet of the queen? Yuping nodded. There are people who taste the food. The people who tasted the food were healthy, but the queen was like this. I think it's not the food. Shen Qingxuang nodded. It was so meticulous, which showed that the other party was doing it secretly. I wanted to go to the Imperial Hospital. But if it was the same as before, she would definitely alert the enemy by asking that question. Which would be even worse. Gu Jinhao saw her frowning and thinking hard but couldn't figure it out. So he suggested taking her out to relax. She didn't want to go. This was the Imperial Palace. And the water was too deep. It would be better for her to stay in Shoan Palace. What if there is a new discovery? Gu Jinhao didn't pull her directly this time, but asked for her opinion. He kept in mind what Qinyan said. To stay neither too far nor too close to the girl. You can't be too distant, nor too attentive. And you can't be strong. You must obey her wishes. Gu Jinhao's words touched her, and she raised her eyebrows and said, the road in the palace is slippery, and people's hearts are complicated. If something happens, can your highness guarantee my safety? Gu Jinhao lowered his head and smiled, and nodded. Actually, I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to you. What are you apologizing for? She asked suspiciously. Did you do something to let our family down? Gu Jinhao's mouth twitched. Who did he take him for? No. I'm apologizing for what happened in the past. He looked sincere. This serious and gentle look is really rare. Why don't you tell me? She found a bamboo chair and sat down. She was so tired after working so hard. Gu Jinhao sat down opposite her. First, I shouldn't have let Qinyan beat you that night. It left a shadow on you. Shin Shuang looked up suddenly. The dog prince actually swallowed his breath and bowed to her? Although she hated him for beating her, she knew that he was taking the blame for the original owner. To be fair, he was actually quite wronged. He was drunk by Bai Yuedwang, and then stripped by the woman he always hated, and tried to do that with him. Who could bear it? She said. What about the second one? Gu Jinhao stared at her with guilt in his eyes. Second, the time you went out to see Fang Mingzhu. I came late and didn't hear your conversation. I only saw you hitting her. In fact, from the day you started to treat my mother, I felt that you were a different person. But that slap immediately reminded me of the unreasonable person before. I couldn't accept it at the time, so my tone was bad. After that, you scolded me, and I realized that it was a misunderstanding. You haven't changed. You are still the same. I regretted it at that time. But you left with the little uncle without even looking at me. I was sad, but I didn't dare to chase after you to explain. After that, I apologized, but you didn't believe it. Shin Shuang glanced at him. You don't believe it. But you still say it? He said seriously. I have to say it. If I don't say it, you will always remember it. I'm afraid. Your Highness. Are you afraid of something? She teased. Isn't this guy always arrogant? Gu Jinhao smiled. Yes. There are many. Afraid that she would always distance herself from him. But get close to the little uncle. Thinking of what he said, she muttered, what about the present and the past? There is only me. The truth after drinking was remembered by him clearly. So she had to make a mess. Gu Jinhao did not argue with her, but just smiled. She didn't want to admit it. Third, I apologize for other things that offended you. I didn't mean to bully you. I just wanted to get your attention and tease you. Shin Shuang was a little overwhelmed. What had provoked this guy? Tease her? Is she a puppy? Your Highness. Are you okay? Gu Jinhao shook his head. Nothing. I don't want you to remember my bad deeds all the time. Do you think this is okay? I will stand still and let you hit me. After hitting me, you will forget all my bad deeds. Hit him? She dare not. He has intermittent neurosis. He will have an attack now. What should he do when he gets better later? Gu Jinhao saw that she kept holding her chin. Her eyes were sometimes solemn, sometimes puzzled, and sometimes inquiring, and he was a little confused. Speak. He was not good at guessing girls' thoughts. He only knew that not speaking meant that the matter was serious. Shin Shuang blinked. Are you really apologizing to me? Of course. He didn't want her to remember it for the rest of her life. Calling the little uncle brother Yunjian. Calling him dog prince. Asshole. Turtle bastard. Shin Shuang smiled and said, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it? Looking at this malicious smile, I felt that it would not be a good idea. But I still let her talk about it. The little girl looked at him expectantly. 3 things. You pay me 30,000 taels of silver, and we will write it off. Chapter 75. No wonder the concubine dowager likes Miss Shin. What she said is really pleasing. Gu Jinhao wanted to die. Was the dead girl a poor ghost in her previous life? With a brother who has countless silver? Why is she still obsessed with money? But it seems that there is no other way to solve it. Sighed. The deal was made on the spot. But Gu Jinhao was a little petty. He wanted to keep a record and settle it all at the end. It's not that he has no money. But if he pays it all at once, what reason does he have to approach her? If there is no debt, how can we meet? Although it is not as good as cash, it is still a windfall. Just treat it as a deposit. Shin Qingxuan agreed very readily. Pen, ink, paper and inkstone were served, and the IOU was written on the spot, and pressed the handprint. The fourth prince wrote the first IOU in his life in a daze. Looking at the bright red fingerprints, it was like a contract to sell his body. And he felt bad. If it was really a contract to sell her body, it would be fine. But she only wanted the money and not him. I caught a glimpse of the little girl holding the IOU and praising it. The light in her eyes was like fireworks at night. Your Highness, you use your good handwriting to write this. It's really, people are used to their full potential. Things are used to their full potential. Gu Jinhao patted his forehead helplessly. It was not easy to have a good point that caught her eye. Okay. Let's go to the Imperial Garden for a walk. The lotus pond in the Imperial Garden has half of the lotus in bloom. The pink and white lotus petals, the emerald green lotus pods, and the breeze with the fragrance of lotus. Shin Qingxuang's mood has improved a lot. She likes lotus, so the sachets are all lotus fragrance. The lotus pond is good, but there is a bad memory here. I almost lost my life because of Fang Mingzhu's design. But she saved her life. She brushed her long hair and looked at Gu Jinhao standing beside her. He was her savior anyway. He was dressed in a dark green brocade robe, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the lotus pond, as if thinking about something. From her angle, she could only see his profile, with clear contours, handsome and unrestrained, and a little indifferent and distant. I have to admit that the dog prince is still quite attractive when he is not crazy. No wonder he is loved by so many women in Daki. Your Highness, she called softly. Gu Jinhao came back to his senses and smiled at her. What's wrong? Last time here, you saved me, and I haven't thanked you yet. Gu Jinhao smiled, reached out to touch her face, and took his hand back in the air and put it behind his back. Qin Yun's strategy said that before the girl's feelings were clear, he must not touch her. It's my duty to save you. No need to thank me. This was his true words. He hoped that he would never need him, and that he would live in peace and quiet. Shin Qingxuang felt that the dog prince was very strange today, and he was completely different from before. She didn't ask, fearing that he would return to his old ways. He lowered his head and thought for a while, as if he was struggling to make a decision. After a long time, under Gu Jinhao's puzzled eyes, he slowly handed him the IOU. How about changing it to 20,000 taels? Gu Jinhao, I can still afford 30,000 taels. Little money grubber. The two walked slowly in the garden, and Gu Jinhao kept a distance from her that was not too far or too close, so that he could hear her words clearly, but not too close to make her uneasy. Shin Qingxuang glanced at him from time to time with her peripheral vision, and when she met his eyes, she was greeted by his smile. This smile is really beautiful. She was startled. She must not be obsessed with sex. As the saying goes, lust is like a knife above your head, and you can't escape death under the pomegranate skirt. She turned her head in panic and took a few quick steps to hide her embarrassment, but accidentally bumped into a woman. The two looked at each other. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old, and was dressed luxuriously. She had fair skin and a pretty face, but her eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, without the spirit that should be at this age. What surprised her even more was that there was a scar on the woman's face, although it was not long, but it was very eye-catching. There were still some flower ornaments on the scar, but some of them fell off. It is very likely that she had just knocked it off. She suddenly thought of a person mentioned in the book. Could it be? She had to behave properly in the palace. She didn't dare to recognize it randomly, and looked at Gu Jinhao for help. He smiled slightly, motioned her not to worry, and walked forward to salute. Your humble servant greets the emperor's sister-in-law. Shin Qingxuang sighed silently. It was really her, and she also leaned over to salute. There is not much about this queen in the book. We only know that she was born in a noble family, and was just a prince when she married the emperor. After marriage, She and the emperor were in love and harmony. But later she angered him because of one thing. The matter was not big. But it was not small either. Once she was playing with Gu Zi, who was still a baby, and she accidentally bumped him. The emperor did not believe her carelessness, and believed that she was jealous of concubine Shu's child, and took her anger out on the child. In order to prove her innocence, she pulled out her hairpin and cut her face in anger. Although the matter was eventually left unresolved, the relationship between the two was like the scar on her face, and it could never go back to the past. The emperor was romantic and passionate, and after ascending the throne, there were new people constantly. There was a gap between them, and her face was ruined. So he became more and more alienated from her. However, due to the power behind her, they dared not depose her. The queen, who was originally as gorgeous and bright as a peony, gradually became like a dead tree in this palace. The queen asked the two to stand up and smiled faintly to Gu Jinhao. Your Highness, are you going to the palace to see the Queen Dowager? Gu Jinhao nodded, yes. The queen said and turned to Shen Qingxuang, looking at her from head to toe again. Her black hair reached her waist. Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque. And when she stood there, people could not take their eyes away. I didn't see Miss Shen clearly on the night of the Queen Dowager's birthday banquet. Now I look closely, and you can see that she is really beautiful, like a lotus petal in a pond. It was a compliment. But Shen Qingxuang couldn't see the meaning of her compliment. Her eyes were as deep as an ancient well, and the little smile just now disappeared. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. It's just that her face has aged in the blink of an eye, and her beauty is only fleeting. In my opinion, the most precious thing for a woman is the grace and elegance that the queen exudes from the inside out. The queen's eyes lit up a little. No wonder the Queen Dowager likes Miss Shen. What she says is really pleasing. I am telling the truth. Shen Qingxuang breathed a sigh of relief and performed a salute. I was reckless just now and offended Your Majesty. Please punish me. The queen hadn't spoken yet, only to hear Gu Jinhao say seriously, Sister-in-law, this is my fault. Please don't hold Qingxuang accountable. Although he was asking for forgiveness, his eyes never left the girl beside him. He had never given this look to anyone else. The queen took all of this in her eyes, and knew that if she really punished him, Gu Jinhao would definitely not let it go. A year ago, the most powerful contender for the throne was the fourth prince in front of him. He smiled faintly. Your Highness, you are too kind. It's not a big deal. Miss Shen rarely comes to the palace, so I won't bother you. After she left, Shen Qingxuang said, thank you just now. He smiled. I took you to visit the Imperial Garden, so I naturally have to take responsibility for you. After a pause, he said, she appears to be indifferent to the world, but I always feel that she is very thoughtful. If you meet her again in the future, it's better to avoid her. Chapter 76. You are the first person in history to bring cheat sheets when chasing girls. Gu Jinhao. She agreed with him. People who look simple on the surface are not necessarily simple. Let alone this person, who looks not simple on the surface. When she raised her foot, she was suddenly hit by something. She looked down and found that it was the gold hairpin she asked from concubine Xian. It should have fallen when she bumped into the queen just now. This is embarrassing. She stepped on the hairpin worn by her old mother in front of her son. Gu Jinhao wanted to help her pick it up, but she squatted down. Shen Qingxuang didn't care and accidentally touched his slender fingers. She blushed and subconsciously retracted her hand. Gu Jinhao was also nervous for a while. His hands trembled slightly, and he said, let me do it. Yeah. When he returned the hairpin to her, Gu Jinhao saw it clearly. It was just an ordinary hairpin. The ones she wore in her hair were prettier than this one. How could this girl like this kind of hair ornament worn by a middle-aged woman? How could it be better than his jade pendant? You don't know the value of it. He was frowning when he heard her exclaim, your hand is bleeding. It was stabbed by the hairpin. He looked at the hairpin and then at his hand. Sure enough, there was blood on the hairpin and on his palm. Only then did he feel the pain. It's okay. Although the pain was getting stronger and stronger, he still acted calm. After searching for a long time, but couldn't find a handkerchief, she handed him one. Use mine first? He looked at her in confusion. What does the word first mean? Do you want to return it? She hurriedly said and explained. Don't think of me as a money grubber. I don't charge for this. Gu Jinhao. Even if he doesn't charge money, he's still a money grubber. Seeing him wandering around, her temples throbbed. Is that thing tied up like a pig's trotter a hand? How stupid. She untied the pig's trotter and bandaged it again. Although her tone was full of disgust, her movements were obviously very gentle. Gu Jinhao was very happy. Qin Yun really didn't lie to him. It was only half a day, and the little girl changed her attitude towards him. He decided to carry it out, step by step. There are many waters, pavilions, flowers, and trees in the imperial garden. Shin Qingxuan likes it more and more. But Gu Jinhao is getting more and more flustered. He suddenly grabbed her. Shin Qingxuan was about to pull her hand away, but suddenly felt his hand was cold. How could his hand be cold in such a bright weather? Looking at him again, his face was pale, and there was cold sweat on his forehead. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? She was a little flustered. Gu Jinhao's body was a little shaky, and he said weakly, Qingxuan, I feel a little uncomfortable. Let's go back. I was fine just now. Why did I suddenly feel dizzy? She didn't delay any more and helped him to show in palace. When they arrived at the door, Gu Jinhao couldn't hold on any longer. Fortunately, Yuping called 2 eunuchs to help him lie down inside. The queen was almost well, but the prince was like this again. Yuping's heart, which had just calmed down, was lifted again. Shin Qingxuan was even more anxious. The previous cause of the disease had not been found. And there was another one. Gu Jinhao lay on the couch with his eyes slightly closed. In the dimness, he saw the little girl frowning. Don't worry. I'm fine, he comforted. Just a little dizzy. It will be fine in a while. Shin Qingxuan didn't believe it. The guy's lips were a little purple, which was obviously a sign of poisoning. She felt his pulse, and was surprised and happy. She was surprised that his poison was surprisingly the same as that of concubine Xian. She was happy that there was just enough medicine to cook, so it wouldn't be wasted. She quickly brought the remaining medicine over, which was still hot. Drink the medicine. She handed it to him. He didn't move, and turned his head away from her. I feel dizzy and have no strength. Yuping was heartbroken when she heard that he had no strength. His Highness grew up under her care, and he was the master's only child. To be disrespectful, she had long regarded him as her own child. She hurriedly said, Your Highness, don't move. I'll feed you. Gu Jinhao, this Nani is really something. When my mother disliked him, she just laughed and didn't persuade him. Now she is very attentive when she should avoid suspicion. The child's hand is not broken, and the child wants the girl to feed him medicine. Okay? She said in a muffled voice. No, I will drink it myself. She struggled to sit up and reached out to take the medicine. Shin Qingxuan looked at his injured hand, rolled her eyes at him, and scooped a spoonful of medicine to his mouth. The dog prince's face suddenly turned red, and he looked at her in disbelief. Is this the little girl trying to feed him medicine? Don't drink it? She raised her eyebrows and pretended to ignore it. Drink it. He held her wrist, curled his lips, and lowered his head to drink it. Yu Ping finally understood what he meant, and cursed himself for being nosy and almost ruining the big thing. Silently, he took a soft pillow to cushion his back, and then drove all the servants out of the palace. Gu Jinhao looked at her while drinking the medicine. He was so cute when he was not fierce. He suddenly remembered Qin Yun's strategy of chasing girls. After the relationship eased, he should pretend to be pitiful and melancholy at the right time, because girls are soft-hearted. As long as he pretended to be like this, she would unconsciously show concern. This care is too much. You will get used to it. Habit is a terrible habit. You will get used to it once you get used to it. Shin Qingxuan saw him thinking about something, and knocked on the bowl with a spoon. Your Highness, what are you thinking about? Hurry up. There are only a few mouthfuls left. Oh! Gu Jinhao came back to his senses and changed his eyes to a melancholy one. Shin Qingxuan felt inexplicably uneasy at that look, and always felt that one less look was enough, as if he had to make arrangements for his funeral. Although he was poisoned, it was within her range of solution. So why should he worry? Could it be that he had never experienced it before? So he was afraid of the unknown? Would this black-bellied and domineering guy be afraid? She didn't believe it. After all, she couldn't stand his eyes, and whispered, Is it very uncomfortable? Gu Jinhao was happy in his heart, and he cared about him. He said softly, It was really uncomfortable. But he wanted to interpret the 5 points of discomfort as 10 points. So he held his forehead with a painful look on his face. Don't be afraid. I can cure this poison. Gu Jinhao saw the worry in her eyes, and couldn't help but feel happy, and acted harder. It was the kind of forbearance with a frown, but no sound. And his hands were still trembling slightly. It was just too much effort. And the pain was overacted by him. Xin Shuang was afraid that he would die suddenly. The male protagonist died. How will the story develop next? The end? It's not so unlucky. Right? Your Highness. Believe me, it's really okay. Just sleep well. Yeah. Gu Jinhao really admired Gu Bingham more and more. Sure enough, the less he talked, the more the girl cared about him. After all, he was a playboy in the field of love. And his routine was accurate. No wonder he dared to promise Qin Yun that if the method didn't work, he would die. Xin Shuang comforted him for a long time. And her tone was gentler than he had ever been. This made him feel guilty. Would it be immoral? Putting the medicine bowl aside, she helped him lie down. The faint and elegant lotus fragrance on her body made his heart uneasy. I know you don't like me, but don't stop me from liking you. What if one day you find that you have feelings for me? Then when you turn around, I will be there, and we can be together. Xin Shuang stopped covering him with the quilt, lowered her head for a moment, and then slowly turned to him. Gu Jinhao was very excited. Was he moved? The little girl smiled slightly. Your Highness, do you know why women are easily hurt in love? Gu Jinhao was a little puzzled. The topic was switched a little too quickly. Xin Shuang continued, because they use their emotions when they should have used their brains. Looking at him, who was confused, Xin Shuang seriously unfolded a crumpled paper. Gu Jinhao suddenly touched his clothes, and his face changed. Shuang, listen to my explanation. Xin Shuang snorted, pointed at him, and said angrily, you are the best person in history to bring cheat sheets when chasing girls. Gu Jinhao. Okay. Let's get down to business. I help you detoxify. 30,000 taels for one life. Do you want cash or record it in the account? Chapter 77. You have disgraced the Daqi royal family. At nightfall, concubine Xian and Gu Jinhao were both fine. Yu Ping personally cooked some delicious meals. Concubine Xian had not eaten well for several days, so she ate with great pleasure. It was like a feast after a long period of famine. But her son was worried and sighed from time to time. He looked at Xin Shuang from time to time, as if he had something to say, but he didn't dare. Concubine Xian put down her chopsticks unhappily. Jinhao, we are eating the rice. You are sighing now. Will you let your mother eat? Gu Jinhao said in a muffled voice. Mother, you eat yours. I am in a bad mood. If you are in a bad mood, go back to the mansion. Gu Jinhao. Xin Shuang disliked him when she thought of the cheat sheet. She thought he was apologizing sincerely. But it turned out to be a show. It was a waste of talent not to go to Inhui Garden, thinking that she was still worried about him. Alas, she was blind. Concubine Xian realized that something was wrong and lowered her head and said, Shuang, did the dead boy offend you? Tell me. I will make a decision for you. Xin Shuang took out a folded paper from her purse and gave it to her. After receiving it doubtfully, Concubine Xian was confused. Oh, I understand. Jinhao doesn't want to pay back the money, so he has a bad face. I owe you? Xin Shuang blushed. She actually took the wrong one. Not this one. She lowered her head and took it, and rummaged through her purse again. Concubine Xian comforted, Girl, don't worry. The dead boy is money. 30,000 taels is nothing. I am here. He dare not default on the debt. Let him pay you back tomorrow. By the way, you also saved his life, so it counts as 30,000 taels. Although it is not much. Mainly because his life is worthless. Gu Jinhao was stunned. How come his mother's estimate of his life was the same as that of the little girl's? Both were 30,000 taels. It just so happened that the 30,000 taels for saving the dog prince's life had not yet been written into an IOU. And it was best that the virtuous concubine made the final decision. Xin Shuang quickly took the time to look up and expressed her agreement, with stars in her eyes. 30,000 plus 30,000. Jinhao, pay Shuang 60,000 taels tomorrow. The dignified fourth prince actually owes a debt, and you have disgraced the royal family of Daqi. Gu Jinhao. He suspected that he was adopted, and his stepmother couldn't be so mean. She knew nothing, but she was still fanning the flames. Before he could speak, his mother's domineering face immediately changed to aggrieved. Shuang, Isn't my life worth anything? Why don't you mention me? No. You saved the dead boy. And took 30,000 taels from him. So my life must be 60,000 at least. It's settled. A total of 120,000 taels. The dead boy will pay you back. Gu Jinhao. Shen Qingxuang. Then he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. If you don't make money, you're a bastard. She accepted it with a smile. Gu Jinhao snorted. And his mother glared at him. What are you snorting for? I'm still here. Who are you snorting at? Seeing that he might default on the debt. Yuping immediately took a pen and paper, stared at him and rewrote an IOU, and gave it to Shen Qingxuang like a treasure. Keep it. Black words on white paper and red handprints. He can't deny it. Shen Qingxuang found that concubine Xian was becoming more and more lovely. And she looked so kind. Finally, she dug out the cheat sheet and handed it to concubine Xian. Concubine Xian took a look and her eyes lit up. She said angrily, shame? It's really shameful. It's okay to cheat. But the girl found out. And what is written here? You are keeping your distance. With your cold face. Who cares about you? You are pretending to be depressed and hurt. Which girl would like a sickly person? You have no sense of security at all. What's the use of you? The more she read, the angrier she became. The angrier she became, the more she disliked her son. She crumpled the notes into a ball and tore them up and threw them away. Who taught you this mess? Old 5. The concubine dowager cursed angrily. Did you learn from that incoherent guy? Little 5? If he was useful. Why doesn't he even have a princess now? Birds of a feather flock together. In my opinion, there is no one else in your Gu family except old 15. One is worse than the other. Qingxuang. Is that right? Shen Qingxuang said him very politely. Gu Jinhao was originally feeling uncomfortable. And he felt even worse when he heard her say him. He stopped eating and stood up. Queen Dowager Xian waved her hand. Let's go. You're making me so angry. Gu Jinhao threw down a sentence. I'm not leaving today. I'll live in the side hall. Madam Yuping, help me clean up. Yuping said happily, and left without caring whether her master was willing or not. Your Highness, please forgive me for being nosy. If you want Mission to like you, you shouldn't use these little tricks. If you lie once, she will doubt everything about you, and you will no longer be sincere to her. Gu Jinhao thought for a while, walked to the couch, and sighed, Madam, I can't do anything. The little girl talked and laughed with the little uncle, but she was always at odds with me. I have really humbled myself. But she remains unmoved. Seeing his childish and aggrieved look, Yuping smiled and said, Your Highness, Mission is still young. Don't rush. I heard that she is in mourning, so she will not get married before she is 18 years old. There are more than 2 years left. You have a chance. But what if she still doesn't like me after the mourning period? Yuping smiled. Our Highness is handsome and sincere to Mission. She will like him. Gu Jinhao rubbed his hair randomly. But the little uncle is more handsome and is infatuated with her. I don't have much confidence. Yuping smiled without saying anything and continued to make the bed. Gu Jinhao was anxious and pulled her over. Mammy, tell me, what should I do? I really like her, and I can't live without her. Yuping looked at his serious eyes and sighed with a smile. From what I see, although Mission is close to the 15th prince, she feels more like the third son of Shen. Gu Jinhao was excited all of a sudden. Really? Mammy, are you serious? Are you saying that she feels like a brother to the little emperor uncle? Without waiting for her to speak, she said to herself, yes. Why didn't I think of it? The little emperor uncle and Shen Qingyan are close friends, and she calls him brother Yunjian. That's the reason. Mammy, thank you. You are still good. Yuping saw that his originally gloomy face instantly turned into joy, and shook her head lovingly. When he was in a good mood, he didn't have to stay in the side hall to feel sorry for himself, and ran to find Shen Qingxuang again. When the little girl saw him coming, she waved her hand. Let me see your hand. Gu Jinhao said, it doesn't hurt anymore. It's okay. Shen Qingxuang didn't care whether he was in pain or not, and handed him the golden hairpin given by concubine Xian. Look, the blood on it is black. This hairpin is poisonous. Poisoned? Gu Jinhao's face became serious, and he took off the handkerchief in his hand. Sure enough, the blood stains on it were black. On the other side, concubine Xian called Yuping to bring the jewelry box she usually wore. After Shen Qingxuang checked one by one, She found that every piece was poisoned. This? Yuping was stunned. She didn't expect the problem to appear here. Shuang was puzzled. Madame Yuping is the one who dresses up for the concubine. Why didn't you get poisoned? Concubine Xian said, Yuping always likes to dress me too luxuriously. How can she look like a widow? So the jewelry is selected and worn by me personally. Yuping nodded. With deep eyes. Then I have to mention someone. Xiao Shunzi. Go and call Yin. Chapter 78. Where else did she go besides staying in Shoan Palace? Xiao Shunzi came back alone. Madam. Your Highness. When I found Yin, she suddenly stabbed herself with a knife and was already dead. Gu Jinhao looked at the trembling Xiao Shunzi and said coldly, Search her room to see if there is anything suspicious. Xiao Shunzi retreated respectfully and came back about half an hour later, holding a paper bag in her hand and bringing a little palace made with her. My queen. This was found in a small box under Yinling's bed. Lan Shan lives in the same room with her. So I brought her here too. Gu Jinhao took the paper package and handed it to Shuang. She opened it and checked it. And nodded, It's the poison on the hairpin. It should be dissolved in water, and then used to wipe the jewelry. The concubine Xian snorted coldly. How cruel. You can think of such a method. The eyes fell on Lan Shan. And the little maid was scared and at a loss. My queen. I definitely didn't participate. Please look into it. Gu Jinhao said angrily. Tell me what you know. If you can't, you will end up like Yin. Lan Shan was frightened by him. Her legs trembled. And she nodded repeatedly. Yin has been getting up very early every day recently. When I got up, she had already wiped the jewelry of the concubine dowager, and had almost finished other work. I once teased her for trying to please the master, but she just smiled bitterly, and said that her brother was sick at home, and she wanted to please the master and earn more money to treat her brother. I don't know if she dared to murder the master. Master? I'm afraid it was another master. Gu Jinhao said coldly. Where else has she been except staying in Shoan Palace? Where? Lan Shan thought for a moment and said, I didn't go anywhere. The only time I went to Xiangning Palace was 4 days ago, to thank Jin Feng Ma for her help. When they heard Xiangning Palace, everyone's face changed. The fist of concubine Xian was already clenched. It was that old woman again. She said word by word, What help? Lan Shan didn't dare to hide it, and lowered her head and said, I once asked Yin. She said that on the night of the concubine's birthday banquet, she accidentally bumped into the Queen Mother in front of Fangfei Palace. It was Jin Feng Ma who pleaded for her, and she was exempted from punishment. Concubine Xian pondered for a while, and said slowly, You can leave. The matter of Yinling's suicide is not allowed to be leaked. If anyone asks, just say that I let her out of the palace. Yu Ping went out with him, and Yinling's body had to be properly handled. Gu Jinhao looked at Shuang, hesitant to speak. Shuang couldn't figure out what he was thinking, and she was scared. She said first, I don't know. I really don't know. She knew the things mentioned in the book, but she couldn't talk about the things that were not mentioned. Otherwise something would happen, especially when it comes to the actual person in power in the harem. The virtuous concubine said in a muffled voice, Jinhao, how can a little girl know about the things in the palace? There are many ways to chat up. Gu Jinhao, clearing his throat, Mother, I want to find Shu to confirm whether Yinling really offended the Queen Mother. The virtuous concubine. Okay. She misunderstood. Shu just got home from Lingyuan and ran into Xiao Shunzi waiting there. Like a wooden stake. He looked at him like a dog seeing meat. Commander Shen, you are back? Shu found it funny. This is his home. Is it strange to come back? You? What's your name? Which palace are you from? Who sent you? What do you want from me? I'm very tired now. You'd better finish your words at once. Otherwise I can't promise not to beat you. Xiao Shunzi's mouth twitched, and he said honestly, I am Xiao Shunzi, the servant of Xiangning Palace, said by the fourth prince, and I have something to ask Commander Shen. Now? What time is it now? What's so urgent? Xiao Shunzi nodded, yes. Now. Seeing his face full of reluctance, he said again, Mission is also in our palace. I heard that she will stay with the concubine dowager for a few days. When I heard that my sister was there, I had to go and see her. Without saying anything nonsense, I got on the carriage that had just got off. When he arrived at Shoan Palace, Shu saw his sister who was dozing off at a glance. Just when he was about to call her, He saw that concubine Dowager Xian and Gu Jinhao were also dozing off with their chins in their hands. Even Yuping was the same. But the three of them were sitting. And she was standing. If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. They had fallen asleep after summoning him in the middle of the night. Your servant Shenqi pays respects to the Queen Mother. The fourth prince. Gu Jinhao raised his head suddenly and said. He glanced at his mother and only raised his eyelids. He glanced at Shenqi Shuang and did not even raise his eyelids. Only Yuping raised his head politely. But his eyes were confused. And he was obviously not awake. Gu Jinhao sighed and whispered, check if anyone saw Ling bump into the Queen Mother on the night of the mother's birthday banquet. And whether Jin Feng helped to plead for mercy. That's it? Shen Qingshu's mouth twitched. Your servant will give your highness a reply tomorrow morning. It's okay. You can go back. Shen Qingshu was speechless. Wouldn't it be okay to let that little Shunzi pass on the message? Why did he specially call him over? Glancing at his sister's unrestrained sleeping posture, he sighed. Madam Yuping, where will Shuang stay tonight? Yuping woke up immediately when he asked her. I'll take Commander Shen there. Shen Qingshu said thank you, and picked up his sister, who was sleeping soundly. Shen Shuang rubbed her eyes, saw that it was him, called second brother sweetly, and leaned into his arms naturally. It's cold at night. It's easy to catch a cold sleeping like this. Oh, you're not here? Shen Qingshu smiled. Can I stay with you forever? The little girl in his arms murmured, yes. The smile became warmer. Okay. If you say yes, then yes. Gu Jinhao looked at him sourly. Extremely envious. Concubine Xian yawned and patted her son on the shoulder. You have 3 brothers who love and protect you to death. Son, you have a long way to go. After taking 2 steps, she turned back. Let the little girl remove the poison from those jewelry tomorrow. Gu Jinhao said, why don't you just throw it away? Concubine Xian snorted, you are really rich. Many of them were given by your father. It's disrespectful. Don't you know? Besides, throwing them away means we know the other party's conspiracy. Right? Use the same trick against the opponent, and then give him a taste of his own medicine. I haven't fought in the palace for a long time. Do you really think I'm a weak chicken? You're confused. Gu Jinhao smiled slightly. Yes. Mother. Also, Qing Shuang was also affected by the golden hairpin. Although she drank the medicine, it still hurt her body. I'll learn to stew some nourishing soup for her these days. Is the stew of your son drinkable? Gu Jinhao was a little skeptical. He couldn't even tell the difference between sugar and salt. Would the little girl dislike it? Concubine Xian thought this made sense. So she decided not to do anything. Then remember to return the 120,000 taels of silver. She liked silver. The next morning, Shen Qingshu came to Shoan Palace. He had questioned all the guards on duty that night, and no one had seen a maid run into the Empress Dowager. In this way, the matter was clear. Shen Qingshu still had to follow up on Tang Shi's case. So he didn't stay long and went to Ling Yuan again. After lunch, Concubine Xian chose a peony hairpin and put it in her bun, and took Yuping to Xiangning Palace. Ji Feng saw her coming from afar, and hurried to inform the Empress Dowager. Why is she here? The Empress Dowager looked impatient. Please let her in. Originally thought that the woman was here to show off again. But when she saw her, she was shocked. Her face and lips were pale. How could she still look as radiant as she was a few days ago? The Queen Mother immediately became cheerful, and for the first time ever, she went up to him and asked, what's wrong with you? Sister? Are you feeling unwell? Chapter 79 Queen Mother. You are so kind. Then I will stay here for a few months. The concubine Xian smiled weakly and bowed to her weakly. Your concubine greets you. The weak strength of the willow in the wind made the Queen Mother's heart tremble. If this woman gets into trouble in her palace, Gu Jinhao will tear down Xiangning Palace. She immediately reached out to help her, and said to Yuping angrily, the master is in such a state, and you don't know how to help? This job is done more perfunctorily. Yuping wanted to help, but her master wouldn't let her. She said respectfully, it's my fault. The concubine Xian held the Queen Mother's hand, and her smile was very pale. Queen Mother, don't blame her. It was the concubine who didn't let her help. I am fine. Just dizzy and weak. And my ears are uncomfortable from time to time. The Queen Mother was secretly happy. It seems that Ling did a good job. Glancing at Ji Feng, she nodded slightly, with a touch of joy in her eyes. Sister, sit down quickly. The Queen Mother supported concubine Xian and asked her to sit beside her. With concern on her face, "Sister, weren't you radiant a few days ago? Why did you suddenly become like this?" Concubine Xian sighed for a long time. "I can't figure it out. The imperial physician prescribed many medicines to calm the mind and spirit, but they didn't work. I thought that I had been suffering from a long-term illness before, and I went to the Queen Mother's palace to sit for a while. But now it's back? Will the Queen Mother find me annoying?" Her eyes were gentle and full of dependence, and Yuping had the illusion of a deep sisterly love. The Queen Mother smiled kindly and patted her hand. "What are you talking about? Sister? I wish you could live here, so that we sisters can have a companion." The words were caring, but she was speechless in her heart. Did she think her Xiaoning Palace was a holy place to exorcise evil spirits? She came here whenever she was sick. Whenever she was sick. The concubine Xian saw her little expression and burst into tears. "Queen Mother, you are so kind. Then I will live here for a few months." "Queen Mother, a few months. Is what the dead woman said true?" She was just being polite, but she took it seriously. Seeing her smile frozen on her face, concubine Xian felt indescribably happy. "Yuping, go to Shoan Palace to pack up. I will stay with the Queen Mother for a few months. By the way, bring more jewelry, such as gold hairpins, silver hairpins, step-shaking armlets. I will pick some to give to the Queen Mother." The Queen Mother immediately had a headache when she heard it. What's wrong with this woman? She actually wanted to pack her luggage and give her jewelry. She didn't want those life-threatening jewelry. At this time, she was scared when she saw the peony step shaking on concubine Xian's hair. Forced a smile. "Sister, don't be so polite. I have a lot of jewelry here. If you like it, I can give you some." Hearing this, concubine Xian said to Yuping, "Don't take the jewelry. I wear the Queen Mother's. Just take some clothes." "Queen Mother, really don't treat yourself as an outsider." Before half a cup of tea, Yuping came with 2 packages on her back. After all, the road is short and convenient. Queen Mother was stunned. "This," Yuping said respectfully, "Reply Queen Mother. This big package is for the Queen Mother, and the small one is for me." Queen Mother was a little confused, her heart trembling. "You want to live here too?" Yuping nodded seriously. "I have been serving the Queen Mother for so many years. If it were someone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take good care of her." Concubine Xian held her forehead and said softly, "Yuping, look at you. You explain so much. As if the Queen Mother doesn't want you to live here. Hurry up and move your things into Ningshui Palace." The Queen Mother glanced at her. She was quite good at choosing a place. The courtyard of Ningshui Palace faces the green bamboo and flowing water, and the scenery is beautiful. Besides her Linglong Palace, Ningshui Palace is the best. Just as she held her breath, she saw 2 eunuchs with big and small bags following Yuping in. The Queen Mother was shocked. "These 2 want to live here too?" Yuping turned around and was as respectful as always. Replied to the Queen Mother, "Xiao Shunzi and the others are just helping me bring the things here, and they will leave soon." Concubine Xian scolded, "Yuping, you too didn't even say it first. This palace also wants to. Xiongning Palace is not an inn. Why do you move in one after another?" The Queen Mother's mouth twitched. "You still know this is not an inn?" Seeing her displeasure, concubine Xian was even happier. She took off the peony hairpin from her hair and handed it over. "Empress Dowager, this hairpin was given by the late emperor. I remember that the Empress Dowager liked it very much at that time. If the Empress Dowager doesn't mind, I would like to borrow flowers to offer to the Buddha." When the Empress Dowager saw this hairpin, she remembered the late emperor's indifference, who only saw the new people laughing and ignored the old people crying. At first, this hairpin was intended to be given to her, but after concubine Xian married in, the late emperor changed his mind and insisted that this woman was bright and gentle in every frown and smile. So he personally inserted it in her hair. Is the Empress Dowager still blaming me and not accepting it? Concubine Xian frowned slightly, reflecting her sick face, which seemed a bit bullied. How could it be? The Empress Dowager smiled slightly and reached out to take it. As soon as it was in her hand, her face changed and she quickly returned it to her. Her jewelry is poisonous. How could she be so careless? The concubine Xian understood something when she saw her panic, especially when she kept twisting her handkerchief as if she wanted to wipe something off her hand. This made her more certain. Sister, after all, it was given by the late emperor, and I can't take away someone's love. You look bad. Go and have a rest first. and we'll talk about it later. Since it was clear, concubine Xian no longer insisted, and said okay very obediently. Lying on the couch in Ningsue Palace, a certain woman felt relaxed all over. Seeing Yuping coming with a happy face, she said lightly, "Is it done?" Yuping whispered, "It's done. My lady. You've come here anyway. Don't be stingy with the medicine. It's worth the trip. Right?" The concubine Xian yawned and squinted at her. She was really a little sleepy. "Don't worry, madam. I've put it in the pillow. Hair oil. And rouge. I've told Xiao Lingdang to replace the objects used for the drug in 3 days. And there must be no handle left." The virtuous concubine lazily said him. "The old woman is poisonous, but not as smart as her. Did you take the wrong medicine?" No. This is the kind that I bought from Miss Shen now. She knows that you are kind-hearted. So she gave you a kind of medicine that makes people live badly but not die. Don't tell me. There is no difference when you put it in rouge and hair oil. Madam, how about we buy another 500 taels as a backup? The virtuous concubine. Is this the rhythm of stockpiling? She is beautiful, kind, virtuous and gentle. And she doesn't have so many enemies. Besides, if you need it in the future, you can just spend money to buy it. And there will be another reason to see the little girl. The big thing was done, and concubine Xian fell asleep peacefully. Just as she was getting into a good sleep, there was a knock on the door. Who the hell was so tactless as to disturb her beauty sleep? Looking around, the queen mother walked in, followed by her son. She sighed silently. The boy came too early. At least I could have a good sleep. Gu Jinhao stepped forward and said, "Mother, I heard that you were not feeling well. I went to Shoan Palace and found out that you were here." The concubine Xian looked at him with a serious and concerned look, thinking that the boy acted well. How could he be so easily exposed in front of the girl? She smiled dignifiedly and lovingly. "Mother, you miss the queen mother. So you plan to stay with her for a few months." Gu Jinhao held back his laughter and scolded his mother. "If you are not feeling well, call the imperial physician. The queen mother is older and weaker than you. What if you come to Xiongning Palace and make her sick? Okay, I will send you back and stay with you for a few more days." The queen mother was originally smiling, but when she heard Gu Jinhao say that she was old and weak, she was choked by a breath. What old? She is 48. But she looks like she is only 41. 23. 45. 6. Still weak. No matter how weak he is better than a poisoned woman. Right? As expected. A son is born out of his own nature. And what he said is unwelcome. But at least he said something she liked to hear. Take him away. Take him away quickly. She wanted to pretend to keep him, but she was afraid that concubine Xian would not let him go. She showed a graceful smile. "Sister, we are not far away from home anyway. And it is rare that Jinhao is filial. So let him go back with him." Concubine Xian was reluctant to leave. "Queen Dowager, I can't bear to leave you." Queen Dowager was very upset. "Thank you." Chapter 80. Your Highness, are you unwilling to fulfill my last wish before I die? In a temporary cell in Lingyuan, Tangxi's hands and feet were tied tightly, and he had several wounds on his body. The ones that could be recognized were 2 arrow wounds, 2 sword wounds, and 2 knife wounds. The wounds were dripping with blood, and under his feet was a pile of thick straw, which was catching the blood. Shen Qingshu and Qin Shaojun sat on his left and right. Shen Qingshu drank tea and looked at Qin Shaojun indifferently. Qin Shaojun drank tea and looked at Tangxi coldly. Tangxi hung his head, expressionless, because of excessive blood loss. His face was almost pale, and I don't know what kept him alive until now. Shen Qingshu patted his legs and stretched. "Third Prince. It's been so long, and he hasn't said a word. In my opinion, just reported directly to the Emperor to close the case." Qin Shaojun hurriedly shook his head. "Commander Shen, he is my guard. If you report it like this, won't you implicate me as well?" Shen Qingshu doubted. "What else? Your Highness, you can't prove your innocence, and he can't incriminate others. I can't help you." "Humph. You dare to hurt my sister. I'm giving you face by not chopping you off together. You really think you're a big shot." At this time, the door was pushed open with a creak, and a white-bearded old man walked in. With a wave of his hand, 2 servants came in behind him. One cleaned up the straw on the ground with swift hands and feet, and the other laid new straw with swift hands and feet. Shin Qingshu stood up with a smile. Uncle Wu, aren't you tired of changing once an hour? Uncle Wu stroked his white beard, frowned, and looked very disgusted. Uncle Wu is Uncle Wu. What Uncle Wu? Why are you acting like a spoiled child? Do you think you are Miss Qingshuang? Shin Qingshu, what charm does my sister have that makes this arrogant old man like her so much? It must be because she is his sister that she is so charming. Second Master Shin, if you want to interrogate her, do it quickly. If you can't find out, report her to the Emperor and kill her. This room is covered in blood, and I have to have people clean it up again and again. Shin Qingshu smiled and said, wouldn't it be better if you don't clean it up so often? To be honest, I am tired just watching. Uncle Wu snorted. Our prince likes cleanliness and can't stand dirty things, he said to Qin Xiaojun. Third prince, you have been staying here since you came yesterday. Ling Yuan is not an inn. It's time to leave. Qin Xiaojun felt a sharp pain in his hand when he heard him speak, and he tilted his head. The messy bandaged palm hurt even more. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The tone was much more respectful than yesterday, and he said embarrassedly, Uncle Wu, I will go back first. Please tell the people in the garden that I will come over again later. Aren't you tired of going back and forth? The old man looked reluctant to disturb his peace. Just one trip. Not a lot. You old man, please be flexible. I believe you also want to know who is going to harm the 15th prince and Miss Shin. Uncle Wu pointed at Tang Shi. Isn't it him? Isn't his master you? Qin Xiaojun. After much persuasion, Uncle Wu finally nodded. He immediately got up and rushed to the post house. After returning to his room, he took some things and immediately set off for Ling Yuan. Under Shin Qingshu's astonished eyes, Qin Xiaojun took out a bamboo dragonfly. He rubbed his hands together, and then loosened them, and flew in front of Tang Shi. Qin Xiaojun caught it before it landed. The third prince has this habit. Before Shin Qingshu finished speaking, Tang Shi's eyes widened, and then his eyes were filled with panic. He struggled hard, and the rope became tighter and tighter. But he seemed to feel no pain, and instead struggled harder and harder. Qin Xiaojun looked at him coldly, watching him go from excitement to exhaustion. Tang Shi's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted, Your Highness, why is this bamboo dragonfly here with you? Tell me where it came from. Although the bamboo dragonfly is very ordinary, there is a U character engraved on the handle. He made it for his son. Qin Xiaojun put the bamboo dragonfly down and sat back on the chair. The voice was cold. If you want to know, you have to tell me. Who ordered you to assassinate Gu Jinhao? And who ordered you to provoke General Dingen's mansion? Tang Shi did not answer. His eyes were always on the bamboo dragonfly, and he actually shed tears. He didn't frown even though he had so many wounds on his body. But when he saw this bamboo dragonfly, he couldn't control his sadness. If you don't tell me, don't blame me for being cruel. Tang Shi, you betrayed me, and you deserve it. Tang Shi suddenly raised his head, with a bitter smile on his lips. I betrayed your highness, but your highness never believed me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have this bamboo dragonfly. Perhaps your highness has been waiting for me to take action, and then you can reap the benefits. Qin Xiaojun's face changed, and he said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Shin Qingshu's eyes lit up. This master and servant are interesting. He stopped drinking tea, sat upright, and almost took a small notebook to write it down. Qin Xiaojun slapped Tang Shi's face heavily, in exchange for a sneer. Your Highness, I can tell the truth of the matter, but I have to see you first. You bargain with me? It takes 8 or 9 days to go back and forth to Chu. But this case must be closed as soon as possible. Tang Shi shook his head and smiled. You must be in Qi. I don't have much time left. If I die, the truth that your highness wants will be gone. Qin Xiaojun clenched his fist tightly. He dared to threaten him. Shin Qingshu advised, Third Prince, why don't you hurry up? I don't think you can hold on for much longer. Qin Xiaojun gritted his teeth and looked at Tang Shi, and then heard him say, I still want to see Chengyi Ho Jiangji and Prince Jiang Haobai. Tang Shi, don't push your luck. Your highness won't fulfill my last wish before I die? Tang Shi's eyes were no longer threatening, but sad. Before Qin Xiaojun expressed his opinion, he heard a cold voice. When a bird is about to die, its cry is sad. When a person is about to die, his words are kind. Let him do it. Gu Yunjian arrived at some point. He looked out of place in this bloody scene in his white clothes. Like a god. Qin Xiaojun hurriedly performed a salute and said with embarrassment, 15th Prince. I am afraid I don't have the face to let the Marquis of Chang'e and his son come to see him. Gu Yunjin said lightly, Uncle Wu. Send someone to the Marquis's mansion and tell them that I want to see them. Tang Xi's heart was hit hard. And he choked and said, thank you. 15th Prince. Gu Yunjin nodded and said to Uncle Wu, get him a clean set of clothes to change into. In Ling Yuan's study, Tang Xi had already changed his clothes. Although he looked very weak, he could finally see people. 15th Prince. Why are you helping me? Gu Yunjian looked at the sky in the courtyard leisurely, which was as blue as a wash. You want to harm the girl I like. Why would I want to help you? But the child is innocent. If she has no place to go, wouldn't it be too pitiful to live in this world? Tang Xi said knelt down to him, and cowed out heavily. My lord, I don't want to hurt Miss Shen, but my master wants to use me to stir up the dispute between Qi and Chu to suppress the third prince. It's the same for assassinating the fourth prince of your country, and provoking the Dingyan general's mansion. So who is your master? Tang Xi said in a deep voice, the eldest prince Qin Xiaoyuan. Then he took out a confession with handprints and a token and presented them to Gu Yunjian with both hands.